Glory belongs to Slytherin. Amanta unexpectedly traversed into the world of Harry Potter, only to discover that she is a descendant of Merlin on her journey to unravel the mystery of her lineage. She harbors ambitions to alter the course of events and revitalize Slytherin. Chapter 1. The Hogwarts Admission Notice. Amanta gently closed the tome Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, the golden lettering on its spine glimmering softly under the flickering light of the fireplace. I have made my decision, it shall be here. A faint blush appeared on the girl's sickly pale cheeks. Fragile as if a mere breeze could shatter her. Hogwarts, the magical world. How intriguing. Identification number 07195. Are you certain you wish to transfer your consciousness to this parallel universe upon your demise? A robotic butler emerged from the shadows behind her, its mechanical voice steady as it inquired of the frail girl. In this advanced society, technology has succeeded in creating various parallel universes. Yet it still falters in overcoming the genetic flaws of artificial beings, the substandard androids of the new millennium. After unsuccessful experimental treatments, would be dispatched to their designated parallel worlds, perhaps the greatest mercy in a society governed by high technology. Absolutely. The girl replied without hesitation. Upon signing the agreement presented by the robotic butler, she activated her brain-machine interface in preparation for the impending data transfer. 3 days later.
Ding.
A notification sound echoed. The screen displayed that the consciousness data transfer had reached 100. Open the window. Amanta slightly opened her eyes, issuing her final command. The robotic butler's expressionless face turned toward her. Are you certain you wish to proceed? This action will immediately forfeit your life. Amanta was aware that even without opening the window, her body would endure no more than a few weeks in the recuperation chamber. Before losing consciousness, she yearned to behold this world for the first time. Execute immediately. All the holographic projections in the room were turned off, and the dark ceiling slowly slid aside. The acrid, polluted air rushed into the sterile recuperation chamber in an instant. My heavens, it turns out not to be blue, Amanta murmured thoughtfully before losing consciousness. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks jolted Amanta awake from her slumber. Amanta? Amanta? Are you awake? A young woman's voice called from outside the door. Amanta rubbed her eyes, feeling as if she had slept for too long, her body still weary, momentarily disoriented. She glanced around. This was an unfamiliar room, with a few English books and notepaper neatly arranged on the desk, and beside it stood an ancient, quaint wardrobe. She keenly detected a faint scent of camphor in the air. It seemed she had successfully transferred into the parallel world of Harry Potter. Realizing this, she cleared her throat and responded to the deep chestnut-colored door. Yes, I am awake. Then I shall come in. The young woman pushed the door open, her brown wavy hair shimmering in the sunlight streaming through the doorway, but it was her radiant smile that captivated the most attention. Amanta massaged her forehead, searching through the implanted memories from the transfer system. This woman was Karina, a teacher who often volunteered at the orphanage. Hey, look what I have. Karina raised a light yellow envelope made of sheepskin. Amanta's gaze shifted to it, the elegant green ink on the envelope instantly capturing her full attention.
Surrey.
Heathrow District. Dawes Orphanage. 3rd floor, 5th room from the left. Miss Amanta Merlin to be received. Merlin? That surname. Amanta widened her eyes, somewhat incredulous. If her memory served her right, was not Merlin a legendary wizard who only appeared in tales of the magical world? Typically, the identities assigned by the parallel universe transfer system were random, ensuring only that the user entered their desired timeline. It was akin to drawing a limited edition hidden prize from a capsule toy machine. Being a descendant of Merlin was like possessing a royal flush in the magical realm. Yet, she could not fathom why this lineage of Merlin, long vanished, would manifest in an ordinary orphanage. Moreover, the elegant green handwriting on this letter, if she was not mistaken, it could almost certainly be identified as Hogwarts' admission letter. For the first time in years, Amanta felt her heart racing. Amanta, someone has written to you. Karina's voice drew her attention back. Amanta took the letter, flipped it over, and the reddish-brown wax seal on the back confirmed her suspicions. It bore a shield-like wax crest, encircled by a lion, a badger, an eagle, and a green serpent surrounding a capital letter H. Amanta's hand trembled slightly as she opened the letter. Amanta, are you alright? Do you know who sent you this letter? Karina asked with concern. Amanta pondered for a moment. Since she would soon be leaving for Hogwarts, she decided to be forthright. This is an admission letter. Really? Karina's expression reflected a mix of surprise and delight. It seems that in just over a month, you will be starting high school. Could it be that Amanta has always excelled in her studies and has been specially admitted to a prestigious school? Amanta shook her head. I fear not. Karina's expression became one of confusion. This is a school of magic, where I will embark on 7 years of magical education. Amanta observed her face closely, speaking slowly. Before Karina's expression could crack open in disbelief, Amanta decided to display the letter before her. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the Wizarding Association, President of the International Magical Federation, and First Order Wizard of the Merlin Society. Dear Miss Merlin, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This letter includes a list of required books and equipment for this term. The term begins on September 1st. Considering your residence in a Muggle orphanage, we will send Professor McGonagall to accompany you to Diagon Alley on August 1st to procure the necessary items. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Karina's mouth gaped as if she could fit a pumpkin inside, and after a moment, she stammered, "What oh, this is truly unbelievable goodness. Could it be some newfangled prank?" Amanta shook her head. It should not be. But she said no more, for she could not conceive of any reasoning that would convince Karina otherwise. Karina furrowed her brow tightly, her mind seeming to race with thoughts. If you do not mind, may I temporarily borrow this letter to show to the headmistress? Surely the astute and experienced headmistress, Osina, would confirm that this letter was no prank. Amanta discerned her intentions and nodded, of course. Even if something went amiss, she was unafraid, as Professor McGonagall would soon arrive to help her acquire her school supplies. Even if they did not yet believe in magic, they would witness it firsthand soon enough. After Karina left, Amanta lifted a mirror from the desk to inspect herself. The reflection revealed a face both familiar and foreign to her. The familiar soft golden curls framed her face, complemented by a delicate and petite nose, while her light blue eyes sparkled with brilliance. What was strikingly unfamiliar was the girl in the mirror, her complexion fair yet rosy, her cheeks full, radiating an unmistakable aura of robust health. Amanta was enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions as she lifted her gaze, inhaling deeply. The fresh air coursed through her veins, invigorating her internal organs and sending delightful shivers through her limbs. To have the chance to live anew in another world, I shall seize the opportunity to accomplish everything I have longed to do. And that moment, nothing could bring her greater joy than the sheer freedom of living healthily. She reached for the calendar perched on the table. July 15th, 1991. At this time, Harry Potter should still be. Amanta mischievously blinked her eyes. Perhaps she could alter the original trajectory of this world, transforming all the unsatisfactory outcomes. And moreover, there lingered a hint of personal ambition. Chapter 2. Amanta's Selfishness and Ambition. Amanta's selfishness is quite straightforward. Among the 4 esteemed houses of Hogwarts, her favorite is undoubtedly Slytherin, the house known for its cunning, strength, and ambition. However, within Hogwarts and the broader wizarding community of Britain, many wizards harbor biases against those hailing from Slytherin. Amanta must concede that Slytherin has indeed produced a multitude of nefarious dark wizards who followed the Dark Lord and committed various heinous acts. Yet, Slytherin also boasts heroes such as Regulus and Snape. Furthermore, one must consider her illustrious ancestor, Merlin, who is also said to have belonged to Slytherin. To echo the words of Wilde, every saint has a past, and every sinner has a future. It is the wizard that is wicked, not the house. This is a conviction Amanta firmly holds. Her ambition is to lead Slytherin back to its former glory. With this resolve, Amanta narrowed her eyes as she stood beside the signpost in Surrey, scrutinizing the map for the location of Privet Drive. At this moment, she pondered whether she could alter Harry's perception of Slytherin before he received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Oh, perhaps she could even attempt to steer Harry into Slytherin? This audacious thought sprang forth in her mind. Amanta nodded thoughtfully. This plan was not without feasibility, after all. Even the Sorting had remarked that Harry Potter could indeed bring Slytherin to greatness. If the savior himself were to join Slytherin, then she would have, at the very least, achieved a portion of her goal. An hour later, Amanta disembarked from the bus at Privet Drive. Rather than foolishly knocking on the door of number 4 and inquiring if Harry Potter resided there, she opted to search the vicinity for traces of him. She recalled distinctly that it was summer, and to evade the bullying of his cousin Dudley and his gang, Harry often wandered around the area near Privet Drive. After passing 12 streetlights on Privet Drive, she stumbled upon a solitary, slender boy, whose back was turned to the road as he languidly swung on a swing in a playground overgrown with weeds. From behind, she could only discern the boy's tousled, jet-black hair and the oversized, tattered clothing he wore. Amanta felt a surge of certainty. This boy was almost certainly the renowned Harry Potter of the wizarding world. Tentatively, she called out, "Hey." The boy glanced around, seemingly checking for anyone nearby, and upon realizing someone was indeed calling him, he hesitantly turned his head. Standing 3 or 4 meters away was a girl with a face as exquisitely delicate as a doll. Harry had never encountered someone so beautiful. If he had, It might have been an accidental glimpse at a television screen Dudley was watching. Hello, were you calling me? Harry stammered, unable to believe that such a stunning girl would initiate a conversation with him. Yes, Amanda replied, striving to present an expression she deemed harmless. A smile she hoped would convey her intentions. However, she quickly realized that her smile might not have been entirely successful, for Harry appeared even more bewildered. She promptly retracted her grin and cast her gaze towards a vacant swing beside him. If you don't mind, may I join you on the swing? Oh, of course, he replied. Amanda stole a fleeting glance at the boy beside her. A gust of wind swept through, momentarily lifting his thick fringe to reveal a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, coupled with his broken round glasses, held together by tape, and the faint glimmer of emerald eyes beneath. She was certain that this boy was none other than Harry Potter. Did you know? We are kindred spirits. Amanda suddenly turned to Harry, her gaze earnest. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that, he replied. What I mean is, we both possess magic. We are wizards. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment, and Amanda, undeterred by his surprise, continued, haven't you noticed that peculiar, inexplicable events tend to occur when you are frightened or angry? He immediately recalled recent incidents, such as conversing with a python at the zoo, which led to the glass vanishing and frightening Dudley half to death, as well as the strange occurrences that transpired during the Dursley's tirades against him throughout his childhood. Yet, he found it difficult to accept the girl's words so readily. After all, it seemed utterly preposterous. You mean to say I am a wizard?
Goodness, how can that be?
Harry murmured, disbelief etched across his features. It was evident that this revelation was overwhelming for him. Harry, you are quite famous in the magical community. In fact, I have known about you since childhood, and I am aware of your parents. Amanda dropped another bombshell. My parents? Harry seized upon the crucial point, halting his swing and gazing eagerly at her. Yes. Your parents were both exceptional wizards, quite renowned. I believe you will undoubtedly make them proud one day. Please, what else do you know about my parents? Harry could scarcely contain his curiosity, even employing a respectful tone. Your parents, Lily Potter and James Potter, were both exceedingly kind and noble wizards, but they lost their lives in the battle against Voldemort, the Dark Lord. Amanda observed Harry's face turn ashen and continued, however, when he attempted to kill you, some force within you, perhaps a spell, rebounded upon him, causing Voldemort to vanish from the world. My parents. Harry murmured, as fragmented images suddenly flashed before his eyes while Amanda spoke. He saw blinding green light, along with the piercing scream of a woman. Was it his mother? Accompanied by chilling, sinister laughter, the images were clearer than any nightmare he had ever experienced. He thought, despite the absurdity of the girl's words, they indeed offered the only plausible explanation. Harry, I am also aware that this summer you shall receive your acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and once the summer concludes, we shall both embark on our studies at this esteemed institution. Hogwarts? Is that a school? We will attend there? Harry inquired with curiosity. Hogwarts is the most distinguished school of magic in the world, where we shall learn the art of sorcery together for the next 7 years. Amanda elaborated on the wonders of Hogwarts, and Harry listened with rapt attention. However, he soon interrupted her, his spirits somewhat dampened by a sudden thought. But Aunt Petunia intends for me to attend Stonewall High. I fear she and Uncle Vernon would never permit me to attend Hogwarts. Amanda winked mysteriously at him. Do not worry, Hogwarts will find a way. You are a wizard, after all. Really? Harry asked, his eagerness palpable. Indeed. For reasons unbeknownst to him, this unfamiliar girl instilled in him an inexplicable sense of trust. He chose to believe her words, yet soon found himself pondering another question. You mentioned that Hogwarts has 4 houses. Will we be sorted into different houses by the sorting hat? Chapter 3. The plan to abduct the chosen one. Seeing the naive Harry catching on, Amanda nodded. Yes. Do you know which house you might be sorted into? Harry asked with curiosity. Well, I am not entirely certain, but I believe I shall be placed in Slytherin. Slytherin? Did you not say that many malevolent wizards hail from there? Harry frowned. If his memory served him correctly, Amanda had just informed him that numerous dark wizards, including the one who killed his parents, Voldemort, originated from that very house. As if reading his thoughts, Amanda spoke softly. The true nature of a person is defined by the individual, not the house. Each house has its fair share of good, evil, and indifferent individuals. To harbor prejudice against a house purely based on its reputation is no different than Voldemort's own views. Harry felt a flush of embarrassment, as if ashamed of his earlier thoughts. I apologized. I shouldn't have thought that way. You are right. Yet, he remained puzzled. But why do you believe you would be sorted into Slytherin? I believe Slytherin is suited for someone ambitious like me, who desires to grow strong. Amanda paused, adding. And there is one more significant reason. Harry leaned in, intrigued. What is it? Amanta replied earnestly, because I adore the green and silver of Slytherin. Harry chuckled, though Amanta seemed oblivious to his sense of humor. Once he composed himself, he turned serious and said, although I have no idea which house I will belong to, I sincerely hope we are sorted into the same house. Upon uttering these words, Harry felt his face flush crimson, glancing at the twilight descending upon Privet Drive. Flustered, he rose hastily from the swing. After stammering his goodbyes to Amanta, he stumbled toward number 4, Privet Drive. I shall wait for you here tomorrow. Amanta called after his retreating figure, though she was uncertain if he heard her. Fortunately, on the following day, Amanta encountered the boy clad in oversized clothing once more on the swing at Privet Drive. For the ensuing week, Amanta met with Harry at this very spot each day. She imparted to him some fundamental knowledge of the magical realm, while Harry, with his bright emerald eyes sparkling with wonder, listened attentively, occasionally posing questions that might appear rather amusing to a wizard. You mentioned that wizards all ride broomsticks, but doesn't it cause discomfort? Is it true that a wizard's camera cannot capture still photographs? How does an owl know the address to which it delivers messages? At times, Harry expressed curiosity about Amanta herself. How did you realize you were a wizard? Apologies, I meant, since we are both orphans. How do you possess such extensive knowledge about magic? I learned it all from books, Amanta replied, her heart steady as she spun her tale. However, the good times were fleeting. On the Tuesday before Harry's birthday, he despondently confided in Amanta that his letter from Hogwarts had been incinerated by Uncle Vernon. Amanta reassured him, saying, do not fret, Hogwarts has its ways. This statement significantly uplifted Harry's spirits. You are right, they even know I reside in a cupboard. On Friday, Amanta was surprised to find Harry absent from their usual meeting place. With a sigh, she pretended to pass by and continued walking along Privet Drive. After a few steps, she spotted a stout, blond man standing on a ladder at number 4, wielding a large hammer as he attempted to nail shut the gaps in his front door. Upon hearing Amanta's footsteps, the man appeared startled. However, once he discerned that it was merely an innocuous little girl passing by, he resumed his work, muttering to himself, these little rascals just love to run about. Where are their parents? I would never allow a child to roam outside alone. Amanta looked up at his flushed, bulbous face and said, thank you for your concern, but I am an orphan. Her gaze shifted to the second floor of the house behind him, where, as expected, a scruffy-haired boy was peering out the window at her. Harry's expression seemed shrouded in clouds of sorrow, yet upon noticing Amanta's glance, he managed to muster a smile. Amanta gestured reassuringly to him before departing. If her memory served her right, in the days that followed, Uncle Vernon would experience a complete breakdown due to the hundreds of letters flying out from the chimney and fireplace, prompting him to take the family on a wild goose chase across England. Ultimately, on the night of Harry's birthday, as they sought refuge from a storm in a dilapidated shack, Hagrid, the half-giant from Hogwarts, burst in with Harry's acceptance letter and a homemade cake, delivering a stern reprimand to the Dursleys and transforming Dudley's appearance by giving him a comically absurd pig's tail. How unfortunate it was that she could not witness such a scene firsthand. Amanta shook her head with a hint of regret. It appeared that she would not see Harry before their trip to Diagon Alley. However, after several days of persuasion, she felt somewhat confident in her ability to sway Harry toward Slytherin. Fortuitously, it seemed that they were all scheduled to visit Diagon Alley on the same day. In the original timeline, Harry encountered the loquacious Draco Malfoy while purchasing his school uniform, and Draco's awkward attempts at conversation had backfired spectacularly, inciting Harry's disdain and further solidifying his aversion to Slytherin House. Amanta's objective was to intervene before Draco could utter those socially inept words. Headmistress Osina had also shared some insights with Karina, mentioning that every decade or so, a child from their orphanage would receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, something that no longer surprised her. One could only imagine the myriad expressions that danced across Karina's face as she relayed this information to Amanta. Chapter 4. The mysterious heritage of Merlin. Time swiftly passed to August 1st. On this day, Amanta awoke early, eagerly awaiting at the orphanage's entrance. The thick fog that often enveloped London at the turn of the 20th century did little to diminish her spirits. Rather, her mood mirrored the dawn sunlight filtering through her window, imbued with the scent of fresh grass and earth. Her robust health invigorated her, a sensation she had never experienced in her previous years. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, she sensed a subtle shift in the air at the entrance. Instantly, she straightened her somewhat stiff posture. With a faint pop, a woman clad in a purple robe, her hair tightly coiled, appeared at the orphanage's door and strode directly inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Amanta approached her. "Excuse me, are you Professor McGonagall?" The stern woman, adorned with square glasses, turned to face Amanta, her expression slightly astonished. "Yes, I believe you must be Miss Merlin, she replied. Professor McGonagall, it is a pleasure to meet you. Are we heading to Diagon Alley now? Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her sharp intellect shining through. It is a pleasure to see you, Miss Merlin. However, before we proceed to Diagon Alley, I believe I should discuss a few matters with the headmistress here. At that moment, Headmistress Osina was seated in her office. Having lifted her gaze from a pile of documents, she removed her glasses and rubbed the creases at the corners of her eyes. Welcome, Professor McGonagall. Let me think. It has been 8 years since our last meeting, hasn't it? Indeed, Jocelyn is quite a diligent child. Thanks to you. He secured a position at the Ministry of Magic last month, Professor McGonagall remarked politely. That's splendid news, Headmistress Osina replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Professor McGonagall swiftly shifted her tone, reverting to a more serious demeanor. I wish to inquire about a matter of great significance. Could you enlighten me regarding the circumstances surrounding Miss Merlin's arrival here? Is it time to unveil the mysteries of her lineage? Amanda has long held a curiosity about how the long-vanished Merlin family managed to silently pass down their legacy to her generation, culminating in her appearance at the orphanage. She immediately focused her attention, ears perked in anticipation. Director Osina glanced at Amanda's expression and, seeing no signs of distress, began to recount the tale, rubbing her brow thoughtfully. With a smile, Director Osina remarked, "The milk barrel is devoid of milk, yet a child sleeps within." She then opened the second drawer of the left cabinet and unearthed a small black jewelry box from beneath a pile of papers. Presenting the box to Amanda, she gestured for her to open it. Inside the box lay a meticulously crafted silver bracelet, its form somewhat rugged, reminiscent of branches from the forest. Yet amidst the intricate twigs was nestled a deep green gemstone. Through the stone, faintly visible was an unusual inscription in English, Merlin. Beyond that, nothing else could be discerned. Amanda, you were too young then, so I kept it safe for you. It seems fitting to pass it on now. As Amanda reached for the bracelet, the moment it touched her fingers, it seemed to activate some hidden mechanism. The branches began to tremble and, like small serpents, slithered onto her left wrist, coiling around it as if they were intrinsically linked to her arm. Director Osina gasped in astonishment. Oh my, how marvelous. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze widened in surprise. If I am not mistaken, this must be the legendary sage's Ring of Merlin. Extending her arm, Professor McGonagall said, Miss Merlin, I believe it is time for us to venture to Diagon Alley. Please grasp my arm firmly. You may experience some discomfort, but I assure you, this is the most efficient means of travel. Apparition is indeed one of the most effective magical transportation methods. It allows wizards to instantaneously relocate to their desired destination. However, it is a highly advanced form of magic with considerable risks. Amanda felt a flutter of apprehension, although she trusted Professor McGonagall's abilities. She recalled that most individuals find their first experience with apparition quite unsettling. Before she could ponder further, she was suddenly enveloped in a whirlwind of speed. Her surroundings twisting and blurring, as intense pressure from all directions made it difficult to breathe, as if she were being compressed into a mere sausage. Clinging tightly to Professor McGonagall's arm, she was relieved when the sensation subsided within mere seconds, restoring everything to its original state. Bending over, Amanda supported her abdomen, gasping for breath, taking a considerable amount of time to quell the tumult within her stomach. Thankfully, she had not had breakfast. Professor McGonagall gazed at her with admiration. Miss Merlin, I must confess I was somewhat apprehensive, as most individuals tend to experience nausea during their initial attempts at apparition. However, it has become evident that you are indeed an exceptional child. Coming back to her senses, Amanda discovered they were standing before a dilapidated and filthy little pub. Passers-by seemed oblivious to the establishment, brushing past Amanda while their gazes were fixated instead on a grand bookstore to one side and a record shop on the other. The sign at the entrance of the pub boldly proclaimed it to be the Leaky Cauldron, undoubtedly one of the gateways to Diagon Alley. As a renowned and ancient locale, it appeared rather dim and shabby, with several elderly witches seated in the corners, puffing on long pipes and sipping from small glasses of sherry. A diminutive wizard, adorned with a large top hat, was engaged in conversation with a balding, wrinkled proprietor. Upon noticing the two entering, the pub owner, Tom, raised his glass to Professor McGonagall. Ah, Minerva McGonagall, it has been quite some time. Would you care for something? Professor McGonagall wrinkled her nose in mild distaste, clearly unaccustomed to the pub's ambience.
No, thank you.
I am here on business for Hogwarts. Tom, wiping a glass with a cloth, peered over McGonagall's tall shoulder. Haha, looks like a first-year student from Hogwarts? Hello. Young lady, where is Professor Quirrell? Chapter 5, The Goblin of Gringotts Wants It. Soon, Amanda spotted a young man seated with his back to them in a shadowy corner. It was almost certain that this individual was Professor Quirrell, as he was wrapped in a large purple scarf that appeared quite peculiar and comical, even in the uniquely adorned leaky cauldron. Amanda strained to discern any oddity from his scarf. Alas, who else in this world, besides her, knew that Voldemort was concealed in the back of Professor Quirrell's head? Amanda sighed, regretting that she was not Harry, at least at this moment. Aside from the intricate purple patterns of Quirrell's scarf, she could see nothing else. Miss Merlin? Professor McGonagall followed her gaze. This is Professor Quirrell. He teaches defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Though his attire may seem eccentric, he is quite a responsible professor. McGonagall offered a brief introduction, but showed no inclination to approach Quirrell. I think we should be on our way. Very well. Amanda followed Professor McGonagall as she navigated through the bar, arriving at a secluded little courtyard enclosed by walls, where only weeds thrived, and a trash bin rested against one wall. Professor McGonagall regarded Amanda, a rare smile gracing her features. Miss Merlin, while I could simply apparate us directly into Diagon Alley, I believe it would deprive you of some enjoyment, would it not? She drew her wand and gently tapped the bricks above the trash bin. Count up 3 bricks. And then 2 across, here we are. The brick that Professor McGonagall had tapped began to tremble incessantly, causing the entire wall to ripple as if pebbles had disturbed a still surface, waves cascading outward like a gentle retreating tide. Eventually, a broad short archway emerged, revealing a winding cobblestone street beyond. Amanda gasped in mild astonishment. Although she had envisioned this countless times, witnessing the scene firsthand was infinitely more awe-inspiring than her imagination had conjured. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Professor McGonagall announced. Amanda inwardly mused, welcome to the magical world. A plethora of cauldrons of various designs, tin, brass, copper, and silver, were available for purchase, some of which could automatically fold and stir themselves. As Amanda looked up, she spotted the sign for the Patil Cauldron Shop, which hung above a towering stack of cauldrons reflecting the morning sun, casting a dazzling glare upon her face. She couldn't help but gaze a moment longer. You will need to purchase a cauldron for potions class, but Miss Merlin, we must first visit Gringotts to exchange your money. Very well. Prior to their visit to Diagon Alley, Dean Osina had ensured she was equipped with sufficient pounds for an entire semester. All she needed to do was exchange these pounds for the Wizarding World's common currency at Gringotts, a bank operated by goblins. As they made their way, Amanda, like every young witch visiting the magical realm for the first time, observed her surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity. Simultaneously, she discreetly noted the merchandise and locations of each shop. The Quidditch Emporium behind it is the Quills and Stationery Shop, then the Leaky Cauldron. Professor, Amanda called out to McGonagall. Is there something you need, my dear Miss Merlin? After we exchange the money, may I venture out to purchase my necessary supplies independently? I believe I can manage, and I would like to explore a bit longer. If that's permissible, Professor? The girl before her appeared to be no older than 11, prompting a moment of hesitation in McGonagall. Yet, perhaps it was the glimmer of a similar, resolute solitude reflected in Amanda's gaze that swayed her, reminding her of her own 11-year-old self. McGonagall pointed towards a nearby ice cream shop named Florian Fortescue's. Very well, I shall wait for you there. If you encounter any difficulties or once you have completed your purchases, come find me. Thank you, Professor. Amanda's desire to shop independently was not a mere whim. She had not forgotten her purpose for the day, to alter the encounter between Harry and Draco. The priority was to locate either Harry or Draco first. Following them would simplify matters. The current exchange rate is 1 galleon for 5 pounds. How much would you like to exchange? A goblin seated on a high stool behind the counter drawled, half closing his eyes. The currency used in the magical world consists of galleons, sickles, and nuts. 1 gold galleon equals 17 silver sickles, and 1 silver sickle equals 29 bronze nuts, Professor McGonagall explained, standing beside Amanda. Understood. Amanda produced the pounds she had prepared and extended them forward. As she raised her arm to place them on the counter, the drowsy fairy, poised to accept the money, suddenly noticed the bracelet adorning her left wrist. Instantly, the fairy's expression morphed into one of astonishment, to the extent that he momentarily forgot to take the banknotes from Amanda. He extended his slender hand and vigorously tapped the shoulder of another nearby fairy. Wake up. Look over here. Can you believe what you're seeing? Am I mistaken? The other fairy adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. What a fuss. Oh, the divine gold. Is this truly real? He appeared so flabbergasted that he nearly poked himself in the eye with his own fingernail. Their exaggerated expressions soon captured the attention of their colleagues. The fairy weighing the gold coins glanced over, while the scales on the opposite side remained unweighted. The fairy responsible for the ledger had spilled ink across the parchment. And another fairy, who had been meticulously examining a ruby, failed to notice it drop to the ground. Oh, the fairy's gold. Quickly, alert the manager. The fairy confirmed his earlier suspicions upon witnessing the reactions of his peers. He deftly turned the dial of the old-fashioned telephone with his long, dark fingers. Amanta and Professor McGonagall exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the fairy's dramatic reaction. One thing was certain. They all recognized the bracelet and its former owner. A fairy led Amanta and Professor McGonagall through the pristine marble hall. They passed through several doors and eventually halted before a towering silver door. "Ladies, please enter. Our manager, Mr. Gully, awaits you inside." The fairy opened the door for them. Inside was an office of extraordinary opulence, with a gleaming marble desk adorned with an array of exquisite collectibles, a crystal hourglass, a gold scale intricately designed, and various fairy statues, each with distinct expressions. Sitting opposite them was an elderly fairy, slightly hunched, observing them with sharp eyes from a grand chair embedded with a massive sapphire. "Madam, the bracelet you wear belongs to me." Chapter 6. The Troubles of Wand Selection. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Amanta. "With all due respect, Mr. Gully, your fairy regulations apply solely to your kind. It is undoubtedly mine." The old fairy shot her a fierce glare. The root of the current predicament stemmed from the apparent disparity between fairy and wizard concepts of ownership. Wizards believed that an item should become an inheritance after death, passed down according to the line of succession. In contrast, fairies maintained that the creations they crafted should revert to their makers upon the user's demise. Such misunderstandings often led to friction and bloody confrontations between wizards and fairies. "Merlin is dead. Heaven knows how long I have searched for this item. Back then, we were still deep within the forest, on one afternoon when that young man came into the woods and exchanged it with me." Gringotts was rambling on, seemingly recounting some long-forgotten tale, his voice muffled and indistinct, leaving Amanta struggling to discern his words. As he spoke, he cast a fierce glare at Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Gringotts, I presume you do not wish to oppose Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall coldly reminded him. Gringotts shot another glare in her direction, but her words evidently held a degree of intimidation. He stroked his chin in contemplation, then rose from his chair, leaning over the table towards Amanta. "If you hand it over to me, let me think. I shall craft you a new key to the Merlin family vault. What do you say?" "The Merlin family has not visited for centuries. It is likely some foolish heir misplaced the key. Miss Merlin, your family's vault contains many treasures, some far more valuable than this. Are you truly certain you do not wish to unlock it? The treasures within rightfully belong to you." Gringotts' eyes, once obscured by drooping eyelids, now glimmered with avarice. It appeared that Gringotts also held a vault belonging to the Merlin family, established centuries ago. Judging by Gringotts' words, it seemed to house numerous valuable items. For Amanta, this was an immense temptation. As an orphan, she was utterly destitute, without the several £100 Dean Osenna had bestowed upon her. She would have been unable to afford her school supplies. "However, I am sorry, but this bracelet is the sole relic left to me by my family. I cannot exchange it for the key to my family's vault." Amanta decisively interrupted him, emphasizing the words "my family." Gringotts' coaxing tone nearly ensnared her. Yet, the vault of the Merlin family rightfully belonged to her. Even if it remained inaccessible for now, she could not barter away the only clue that substantiated her identity. The Merlin family had bestowed upon her this bracelet, presumably holding crucial significance. "Humph. That vault can only be opened with a specially crafted key, made by us goblins. There exists but one in the entire world. Have you truly thought this through?" "I stand by my words, Mr. Gringotts." He let out a heavy huff, evidently perplexed as to why this young girl remained unmoved by his offer. "Mr. Gringotts, you must have noticed Amanta's stance. May we take our leave?" Their return had evidently stirred a commotion among the goblins in the hall. Those goblins gasped as they beheld the still intact philosopher's ring adorning Amanta's wrist, exchanging glances of astonishment. Such a reaction from the goblins suggested that the philosopher's ring, aside from being goblin-made, possessed numerous exceptional and possibly extraordinarily potent magical capabilities. They would not divulge this to her, but she would gradually uncover all these mysteries on her own. She also sought the key to the Merlin family vault, determined to either locate it or craft a new one. Having exchanged the necessary galleons, she departed from Gringotts. As she observed Professor McGonagall's retreating figure heading towards Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Amanta surveyed the myriad of wizarding shops around her, meticulously planning her shopping route through Diagon Alley. Naturally, she did not forget her other task for the day. She glanced up at the sky. The early August sun was already fierce, well before noon. If her memory served her right, Harry should have been rowing with Hagrid to the dock this morning before taking the train and the tube. It was clear that Harry and his companions had yet to arrive at Diagon Alley. Amanta decided to purchase her school supplies first, and perhaps catch a glimpse of Draco Malfoy. After all, A platinum blonde head was quite conspicuous amidst the crowd. Once, she spotted another boy with light golden hair standing at the entrance of the magical joke shop, but she quickly shook her head. 11-year-old Draco could not possibly be that tall or foolishly staring at the joke items from outside the window. She wondered when Harry and Draco would finally reach Diagon Alley. Shaking her head, she resolved to procure a wand first. The wand chooses the wizard, and finding a suitable one might take considerable time. Standing before Ollivander's wand shop, she felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. She was about to possess her very own, unique wand. "Good morning, Miss Merlin." Before Amanda could settle onto one of the dusty benches inside, a gentle voice unexpectedly emanated from behind the counter. Caught off guard, she might have been startled. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Good afternoon, Mr. Ollivander." A slender old man emerged from behind the counter, his large silver eyes fixated intently on Amanda. "The Merlin family has not graced us with their presence in quite some time, Miss Merlin. You are indeed a rare visitor." Mr. Ollivander approached, scrutinizing Amanda closely. The color of her hair and eyes resembled the hue of a frozen lake in winter, undeniably emblematic of the Merlin lineage. "But what brings you here to purchase a wand?" "Oh no, I do not intend to pry into any family secrets. It is simply that the Merlin family is notoriously discerning when it comes to wands, and few can withstand the power they wield." Chapter 7. The Elder Wand in the Window. Although Mr. Ollivander spoke these words, the excitement in his silver eyes grew ever more palpable, evidently piquing his interest. For the first time, Amanda felt the weight of her heritage bearing down upon her. "Mr. Ollivander, you are the finest wand maker in the world. I am certain you will find the most suitable wand for me. Then let us begin by determining which hand you prefer to wield your wand with." Mr. Ollivander produced a silver measuring tape from his coat pocket. "Left hand. Ah, indeed, the Elder Wand. It possesses the ability to amplify the potency of your spells in conjunction with your wand." He meticulously measured Amanda from shoulder to fingertip, from wrist to elbow, from shoulder to the ground, from armpit to knee, and finally, he measured the circumference of her head. Made of willow, adorned with phoenix feather, 11 inches in length. "Flexible, let's try this one." Amanda waved it, and a loud explosion erupted from the counter, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred material. "No, let us try this one instead." A fir wood, dragon heartstring, 9¼ inches long, sturdy and powerful. "Give it a go." This one was even more outrageous. As soon as Amanda touched the wand, an entire row of wand boxes tumbled from the shelf. Mr. Ollivander had to employ his wand to restore the boxes to their places. "So particular, just as I anticipated." "Let us try this one. Ebony wood, unicorn hair, 12½ inches long, soft and supple. There must be the perfect wand suited for you, Miss Merlin. Let me ponder for a moment." Amanda tried wand after wand. The boxes she had tested stacked nearly as high as her own stature. Yet Mr. Ollivander appeared more exhilarated than ever. "Oh, how could I have overlooked it? The rarest of all, the Elder Wand, notoriously difficult to master, chosen only by extraordinary wizards, capable of meeting the formidable and discerning tastes of the Merlin lineage. Here, try this one." Amanda continued to test several Elder Wands. At one point, sparks emitted from the tip of a wand, and she glanced questioningly at Mr. Ollivander, but he merely shook his head. "Still not right, so close. Yet so far. What could be amiss?" Mr. Ollivander paced anxiously, suddenly lifting his head with renewed vigor. "There is one wand which, when I crafted it, I never imagined it would find a buyer. Yes, it must be the one." This time, Mr. Ollivander did not search the shelves but approached the display by the door. Amanda, puzzled, looked over to discover that within the display lay the only wand. This wand appeared to be even longer than those she had previously tested. Its purple velvet cushion faded, a testament to the age of its creation. Mr. Ollivander approached with reverence, cradling the wand in his hands. Made of elder wood, with a dragon heartstring core, 14 inches long, exceptionally flexible, this wand demands a wielder of immense magical power and great character to master it. "It must be the one. Miss Merlin." As Amanda accepted the wand, a warm surge flowed into her fingertips. With a gentle flick, brilliance erupted forth. The dimly lit, cramped shop was illuminated by dazzling flashes, crackling with sparks that transformed the backdrop into a starry canvas, as the wand's tip danced like silver threads across the tapestry, conjuring intricate and bizarre images. This wand, passed from the cold display into her grasp, felt inexplicably familiar and comforting, as if she had reclaimed a long-lost possession. A strange feeling stirred within her, yearning to break free from her heart. It may very well be a sense of destiny's belonging. It must indeed be that. "Miss Merlin, I am confident that you shall possess a unique and extraordinary fate, destined to achieve great accomplishments." Amanda shook her head. She could only attend to the present matters. while the future remained shrouded in mystery. Who could truly predict it? Certainly, she mused, this did not include Professor Trelawney. It was Professor Trelawney who had once prophesied that the Dark Lord and that boy could not coexist, prompting Voldemort to take decisive action against the infant Harry. The outcome was evident. He failed, leaving Harry with a lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. Speaking of Harry, after trying so many wands, she estimated that he and Hagrid were nearly arriving at Diagon Alley. She passed by the Quidditch boutique, her attention captured by the gleaming broomsticks displayed in the window. One particular broom, a golden-brown marvel, had a handle that curved with an exquisite elegance, each branch smooth and even, culminating in a finely tapered end, illuminated by rays of light from various directions, making it shimmer enchantingly. The sign beside it read, the latest model, the fastest, the world's premier broomstick, the Firebolt 2000. Hey, Quidditch is hardly suitable for a delicate girl like you. A voice, elongated and somewhat arrogant, rang out behind Amanta. Who is so insufferable? She retorted, someone like you. Judging by appearances, I could easily knock down 10 of you. Turning around, she was met with the sight of a platinum-haired boy, his hair slicked back and impeccably styled, a chin sharply defined like a knife, and a pair of haughty, light gray eyes. She had been pondering who could be so irritating, and it seemed unlikely to find anyone but a Malfoy. Being a Malfoy, no one dares to speak to me in such a manner. The golden-haired girl spun around, her icy blue eyes glaring at him with fierce indignation. For some reason, the boy found himself at a loss for words, the retorts he intended to deliver suddenly escaping him. I merely wish to remind you that Quidditch is perilous. The balls do not discriminate. He abruptly altered his tone, diverting the conversation in a somewhat disjointed manner. I've never seen you before. Who are you? Amanta keenly observed a faint blush creeping onto his pointed ears. Seizing the moment, she descended the steps with grace. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Amanta Merlin, and you are? Merlin? The boy exclaimed in surprise, quickly glancing around as if to ascertain whether anyone had overheard his slip. Hello, Amanta. I am Draco, Draco Malfoy. Chapter 8. An Encounter with Draco. I did not mishear.
Did I?
Your surname is Merlin? You hail from the Merlin family? My father mentioned that the Merlin lineage had long since vanished. I thought they existed only in legend. What brings you here alone, and where are your parents? Clearly, Amanta's lineage piqued his interest, which suited her just fine. I am an orphan, accompanied by Professor McGonagall. My apologies. This is the only thing they left me. Amanta raised her arm, revealing the tranquil emerald vine bracelet resting upon her wrist to Draco. What is this? Wait. I believe I have seen something similar in a certain book, Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells? Or was it something else? Never mind, it does not matter. Is this the fabled ring of the sage that Merlin possessed? Amanta nodded, confirming Draco's suspicion, his pale gray eyes widening in astonishment. Merlin's beard, dear heavens. I must tell my father about this. He will hardly believe what I have witnessed. It is more astonishing than a slug dancing before me. What are you telling me, my dear Draco? A languid voice emerged from behind them as Lucius Malfoy silently approached, his cold gaze sweeping over the two. Upon noticing Amanta's left wrist, which she had yet to lower, his frosty gray pupils narrowed suddenly. The ring of the sage? Lucius's eyes flickered with a hint of obsession, quickly tempered by self-control. His demeanor shifted to one of distant politeness, tinged with subtle curiosity as he regarded Amanta. Lucius Malfoy, I deeply apologize for Draco's discourteous behavior in your presence. Lucius extended his hand, quickly shaking Amanta's before turning to Draco, his tone stern. Draco, I trust you comprehend the consequences of behaving so disgracefully before this young lady. Draco, stripped of his earlier bravado, lowered his gaze to the ground, appearing as docile as a different person entirely. Reluctantly, he uttered the latter part of his sentence. Amanta, who had been engrossed in the unfolding drama, quickly introduced herself. I am Amanta Merlin. Actually, you have misunderstood. I have been enjoying my time with Draco. Hearing the name Merlin, Lucius nodded knowingly, donning his most practiced smile. The Merlin family is indeed a mysterious and long-vanished lineage. Miss Merlin, are you like Draco, a first-year student at Hogwarts this year? Yes, I believe Draco, and I will soon meet again at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept across Draco's pale face, and Amanta noticed his ears turning a deeper shade of red. Indeed, I have heard that this year's newcomers include Harry Potter. You two are likely to be the highlights of Hogwarts this term. Lucius then shifted the conversation, stating that it would be Draco's honor to accompany Miss Merlin for shopping, with the bill graciously covered by Malfoy Manor. It was evident to any discerning observer that Lucius was seizing this opportunity to facilitate a connection between Draco and Amanta, aiming to bask in the glow of the Merlin family and expand his network. However, This aligned perfectly with Amanta's intentions. Her original plan was to find either Draco or Harry today and navigate her way into their company. Moreover, the generous head of the Malfoy family had relieved her of a significant expense for acquiring her school supplies. Draco, remember your status as the heir of the Malfoy family. Do not bring shame upon our name. Lucius, after imparting his words of wisdom to Draco, swiftly grasped his serpent-headed cane and departed, as if he had pressing matters awaiting his attention. Draco exhaled a sigh of relief, yet a tinge of melancholy settled within him. His father was perpetually occupied. Even during rare moments together, he could not linger a while longer. Amanta, with a hint of sympathy, gently patted his shoulder. Fear not, for I shall keep you company. Shall we proceed? Very well, Draco replied, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Amanta raised an eyebrow, reminding him, Where shall we go now? What have you purchased? Draco scrutinized Amanta, noticing her empty hands, and with a note of suspicion, drawled, You haven't bought anything at all, have you? Well, nearly. I only acquired a wand. Amanta confessed boldly. Very well then, Draco said, still somewhat unwilling. Do show me your acceptance letter, so I may discern what else is needed. Did you not bring it? Amanta appeared taken aback. Of course, as the esteemed Malfoy heir. How could I venture to procure such items myself? Dobby will procure the finest for me.
Oh.
But I suppose I must personally select a wand and have a tailored set of robes, Draco admitted slowly. Amanta understood that Dobby, whom Draco mentioned, was one of the house elves at Malfoy Manor. House elves are a unique race, bound to obey the commands of ancient, affluent wizarding families, undertaking all household chores and errands. They fear the notion of freedom, perceiving being dismissed from the family they serve and receiving remuneration as the utmost disgrace. However, Dobby was an anomaly. He ardently cherished freedom and yearned for fair compensation for his toil. In the original narrative, Harry inadvertently granted Dobby his freedom by presenting him with a sock. A pivotal moment that occurred at the end of Harry's second year at Hogwarts. Yet, that is a tale for another time. Amanta remained uncertain of how her actions would ripple through the future. Shall we first procure your robes? She proposed. Draco appeared to have no objections. Together, they entered Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Oh, what delightful young wizards we have here. Please come inside. Madame Malkin, the proprietress, greeted them with a beaming smile. Dressed in a purple gown, she guided them through rows of colorful robes, the air infused with a faint scent of violet. They navigated past racks teeming with garments until they arrived at a room behind the main hall, where few empty footstools awaited, accompanied by floating measuring tapes and a leaning, bronze-framed, full-length mirror. Dear ones, let us take your measurements. You must be here to order your Hogwarts uniforms, am I correct? Come, let us begin. Without Amanta uttering a word, Madame Malkin had discerned their intent, perhaps due to the unmistakable youthfulness that marked them, young witches and wizards. Precisely at the age for enrollment at Hogwarts. Chapter 9, An Encounter with Harry, the trio's journey. At Madame Malkin's beckoning, Amanta and Draco each took their place upon the footstools. Madame Malkin had just fitted them with elegant black robes when a few measuring tapes swiftly floated over. Nimbly taking their measurements. My dears, please try these on while I attend to other guests, she said with a cheerful smile, squeezing her way out from between the hangers, leaving the two entangled in the measuring tapes. The measuring instruments, clearly exhibiting a mischievous streak contrary to their utilitarian purpose, first leaped onto their shoulders, stretching down to their feet with fervor, playfully snapping back before tugging at their sleeves and robe edges. Blast it! The lively tape had evidently irked Draco, who impatiently swatted at it, provoking the tape to defiantly elevate one end and deliver a sharp thwack to his thigh.
Ouch!
Draco exclaimed in pain. Amanta nearly lost her composure. If Lucius were to appear right now and witness his son's predicament, he would likely be incensed beyond measure. Excuse me, I would like to try this on if you don't mind, Amanta? A somewhat bashful voice inquired, its tone suddenly brightening. Recognizing the familiar timbre, Amanta turned to see a disheveled boy with unruly black hair and a pair of broken glasses peeking through the gaps in the hangers. Harry, what are you doing here?
Amanta feignait de surprise.
Oh, it's a long story. Uncle Vernon wouldn't let me go out for a few days. Harry succinctly recounted the recent events, concluding with a wistful note. You missed the scene where Dudley grew a pig's tail. It suited him perfectly. Amanta raised her eyebrows in regret. That is truly unfortunate. What about Hagrid? Didn't he bring you here? After we left Gringotts, Hagrid seemed rather unwell. He mentioned needing to stop by the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. The two were engrossed in conversation, almost forgetting the backdrop of the fitting. Draco had completed his measurements and, descending from the footstool with arms crossed, cast a progressively darker glance at Amanta. Noticing Draco's fluctuating mood, Amanda suddenly realized that this might be the first time he had experienced the sensation of being overlooked. She could not allow his spirits to plummet any further. She must not forget her purpose for the day. With a quick glance, she seized Draco's arm and forcibly guided him in front of Harry. Harry, this is Draco Malfoy. Draco, this is Harry Potter. Harry Potter? As Amanda had anticipated, Draco's eyes widened at the mention of the name. Harry offered Draco a warm and friendly smile. Are you Amanda's friend? Hello, Draco. After extending his hand toward Draco, the latter reluctantly shook it, swiftly donning a professional facade. Hello, Harry. It's a pleasure to meet you. Harry couldn't help but shudder slightly. It was evident that he struggled to comprehend how a person could change expressions more rapidly than one could turn the pages of a book. Amanda, however, stood by, watching with evident satisfaction. At the very least, Harry and Draco have initiated a preliminary amicable interaction, albeit likely owing to her influence and the renowned reputation of Harry Potter. Nevertheless, the absence of conflict between the two is indeed a promising beginning. She contentedly patted both of their shoulders. Have you gathered everything? Shall we procure some additional items? Is Harry joining us as well? That would be splendid, but I must first inform Hagrid. Hey, I'm here. A man, disheveled with hair and beard, towering at nearly twice the height of an average person, stood outside the window, brandishing 2 oversized chocolate raspberry nut ice creams, grinning foolishly at Harry. The unmistakable features allowed Amanda to ascertain without a doubt that this individual was Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, and a half-giant. Harry swiftly exited Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions with Amanda and Draco. Little Harry, in just a moment apart, you've made so many new friends? Hagrid handed an enormous ice cream to Harry, beaming as he glanced at Draco and Amanda behind him. Oh dear, I haven't yet procured anything for your friends, Harry. So please wait here. Before Harry could respond, Hagrid jovially dashed towards Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Shortly thereafter, he returned, again holding 2 colossal ice creams. Harry, who are your friends?
Do introduce-me.
Amanda spoke first. I am Amanda Merlin, and I thank you for your care towards Harry these past few days. Amanda. You are the girl Harry frequently mentions. Splendid, splendid. He then turned to the proud Draco beside him. And you? What is your name? Upon hearing the name Malfoy, Hagrid slightly furrowed his brow but still managed to smile. Draco, hello. I am Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. You may simply call me Hagrid. It appears you young lads and lasses are all first-year students at Hogwarts? Amanda nodded. Indeed, like Harry, we are here to procure our essential school supplies. Harry looked at Hagrid expectantly. By the way, may I wander around Diagon Alley with Amanda and the others? Hagrid assessed Amanda, seemingly deeming her reliable enough. He wiped his ice cream-stained hands on his attire and glanced towards the entrance of the small pub. Very well, I shan't intrude upon your youthful revelry. We shall meet later at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry? Harry joyfully waved goodbye to Hagrid. The Leaky Cauldron was adjacent to Madame Malkin's robes. From floor to ceiling, it was crammed with an array of peculiar, oddly packaged, and cryptically inscribed tomes. Upon informing the staff of their need for first-year textbooks, a clerk took a list and dove into the densely packed shelves, retrieving the necessary volumes one by one. The wait grew a tad tedious. Harry glanced around before standing before a shelf and perusing a book entitled Curses and Counter-Curses. Amanda mused that he must be contemplating how to deal with his cousin Dudley. Draco extracted a copy of the marvelous Quidditch ball and settled into a seat, engrossed in its pages. Meanwhile, Amanda gazed vacantly at a wordless tome. Which house do you think you will be sorted into? Draco suddenly spoke, his gray eyes peering over the marvelous Quidditch ball at the two of them. Chapter 10. A birthday gift for Harry. Slytherin, Harry replied hesitantly, following suit with Amanda. A faint smile graced Amanda's lips. No one knows their destined house before the sorting. Yet I hope we shall meet in Slytherin. Indeed. Draco and Harry chimed in unison. After acquiring their textbooks, they ventured to procure quills, parchment, a large cauldron, a scale for measuring potions, a telescope, and various potion ingredients, ultimately finding their way to Ollivander's wand shop. Goodness. Testing wands proved to be the most exhausting and perilous of activities. Harry and Draco experimented with an abundance of wands, these mischievous implements refusing to acknowledge them as their masters, emitting a cacophony of protests that nearly threatened to obliterate the shop. Particularly for Harry, the chaos was comparable to that of Amanda. As the trio emerged from the wand shop, utterly fatigued, the sky was beginning to darken. Amanda produced the parchment list and began to tally their acquisitions. 1 telescope, a scale. Oh dear, it seems I have yet to purchase a pet. Neither have I, Harry replied, appearing somewhat perplexed. Is it necessary to have a pet? Well, I'm not certain, but I believe we ought to acquire an owl. Wizards rely on them for delivering messages and parcels. What about you, Draco? Amanta inquired again. My father procured an owl for me long ago. It's a snowy owl. Draco said with a hint of pride. I believe the snowy owl is the most formidable and majestic of all owls. The owl shop was dimly lit, teeming with an overwhelming variety of owls. Amanta noted at least 2 or 3 dozen types, likely more. As Harry reached into a cage to play with a pure white owl, Amanta suddenly recalled Harry's upbringing under the neglectful Dursleys, who had never gifted him a proper present. She turned to him, saying, By the way, I haven't yet given you a birthday gift for your birthday yesterday. How about this snowy owl? Harry appeared a bit flustered. No, that's unnecessary. Amanta winked at him. It's quite all right. Just remember to return the favor when my birthday comes around. Sure, Harry stammered, silently noting the promise. Meanwhile, Draco, who had been quietly observing, retrieved a book from the depths of his robes and handed it to Harry. This book is for you as a birthday gift. Harry, cradling the pristine, marvelous Quidditch ball, looked at Draco with gratitude. Draco, thank you as well. His eyes glistened with tears, shifting between Amanta and Draco, feeling somewhat lost, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. No need for thanks, Draco replied curtly. Clearly having shed his feigned smile and arrogance, he found himself somewhat ill-equipped to navigate such circumstances. Perhaps in the future, we might play Quidditch together in Slytherin. Although the absurd rule prohibiting first-year students from bringing their own brooms is quite ridiculous. While they conversed, Amanta selected her pet owl, a charming little eastern screech owl, whose round face reminded her of a ragdoll cat. After confirming that all her school supplies had been procured, Amanta bid farewell to Draco and Harry at the entrance of the Elop's Owl Emporium. Harry seemed somewhat reluctant to part ways. But when Amanta assured him they could meet at their usual spot, Draco could not help but interject, Usual spot? Where do you two typically meet? Amanta raised an eyebrow. Somewhat surprised. You wish to join us? Well, I suppose I could begrudgingly engage in a discussion about the courses we are to study, he replied. Amanta felt a touch of exasperation. Very well, let us await word from the owl. As she made her way towards Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, she noticed that the streets of Diagon Alley were now nearly deserted, allowing her to spot Professor McGonagall standing at the entrance. The sun was setting, and the trio had lingered too long. Amanta hurried over, explaining, Professor McGonagall, I made friends with 2 first-year students from Hogwarts, and we were purchasing our supplies together. Hence the delay. Professor McGonagall interrupted, Hagrid has already informed me. It is quite all right. Have you gathered all your supplies? Yes, everything is complete, Amanta affirmed, once again grasping Professor McGonagall's arm tightly. After a whirlwind of sensations, they found themselves at the doorstep of the orphanage of Dawlish. Yet this time, her discomfort was evidently much less than before. Miss Merlin, I hope you enjoy a splendid 7 years at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said, her previously rigid jawline softening as she offered Amanta a faint smile before vanishing into the air, much like she had appeared that morning. With a month remaining until the 1st of September, Amanta penned 2 notes, arranging to meet Draco and Harry in 3 days at their usual spot on Privet Drive. Then entrusted them to her newly acquired eastern screech owl, Pasha. After ensuring that no additional words graced the pale green stationery, she mused, truly, Master Malfoy is sparing with his words. Unbeknownst to her, within the opulent confines of Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, a platinum-haired youth stood before an ornate, antique mirror in his chamber, tirelessly changing into various robes and brooches, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized his reflection. He then inquired of the house elf Dobby, who stood attentively nearby, Do you think this will be suitable for the day after tomorrow? Chapter 11. On Interests Above Bloodlines. Amanta, at last, you have arrived. Amanta caught sight of the boy in the distance, still sporting his unruly black hair. Harry waved his arms and called out her name with exuberance, his vibrant green eyes nearly brimming with joy. After a few days apart, the occasional traces of loneliness and vulnerability that had graced Harry's countenance seemed to have vanished, replaced by the innocence and vivacity characteristic of his peers. Amanta felt a genuine happiness for him, albeit tinged with a hint of guilt. Had Harry truly entered Slytherin at her urging, the trajectory of his story might have shifted dramatically. Not to mention Voldemort and certain rigid wizards, who regarded him as a naturally formidable dark wizard, a perception that could undoubtedly cast a shadow over Harry's fate. Furthermore, under the influence of Slytherin, would Harry still embody that audaciously brave little lion he once was? Much of the original plot's progression relied on Harry's reckless bravery. Whether this was partly due to his protagonist's aura remained uncertain. But the magical world undoubtedly termed this phenomenon as destiny and fortune. Amanta silently retraced the storyline in her mind. Yet, she thought, there was more she could do, such as preventing certain tragedies. A flicker of anxiety crept in. She feared she might be the least accomplished student in the class. Having grown up entirely in the Muggle world, with a mountain of knowledge to acquire, Amanta instinctively turned her head to see Harry, whose expression was one of concern. His round, green eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling two exquisite emeralds. Do not fret. Many students hail from Muggle families, yet they excel academically. Those from wizarding backgrounds merely have a slight head start, she reassured him. Just as her comfort was halfway through, a haughty, languid voice echoed from behind them. I believe Hogwarts should exclusively enroll students from ancient wizarding families. Those from Muggle households are utterly unacquainted with the wizarding world. Consider it, they have never received an education befitting a wizarding family and may not even know that Hogwarts is the name of a school. Amanta raised an eyebrow and turned to see Draco, who, for reasons unknown, wore what she could only describe as formal attire, a long robe and shirt, adorned with an ornate silver serpent brooch clasping his collar. If you subscribe to such beliefs, then why would you choose to befriend us? I mean, Harry and I also grew up in the Muggle world, did we not? Draco's pale cheeks flushed slightly as he averted his gaze, avoiding Amanta's eyes. Let us not forget. Both the Merlin and Potter families are among the oldest wizarding lineages. No, it is because the Malfoy family places profit above all. Amanta pinpointed the crux of the issue, with precision. Draco's presence here today must have been sanctioned by Lucius. Had he not considered the myriad of interests at play, Lucius, who harbored a profound disdain for Muggles, would never permit Draco to venture into such a Muggle-dominated locale. Cultivating ties with the Merlin and Potter families could yield benefits for the Malfoy family, and that was the true reason for his visit. For the future head of the Malfoy family, perhaps interests hold greater significance than mere bloodlines and early education? Draco, upon hearing her words, exhibited a moment of bewilderment in his slate-blue eyes, as if he had never contemplated such matters before. While there is some truth to the notion that interests outweigh lineage, I believe my desire for friendship with you transcends mere self-interest. His speech hastened, tinged with an unusual urgency, as he cast his gaze downwards, seemingly anxious. In fact, I did not inform my father of my presence here today. What? The moment Draco's words fell, a piercing shriek erupted beneath their feet. Oh, poor Dobby. If the esteemed head of the house were to discover that I had brought the young master out without his consent, particularly to the Muggle dwelling he so despises, oh, heavens! Dobby truly is a mischievous elf. What shall Dobby do? Amanta then noticed a diminutive house elf standing at Draco's feet, adorned only in a tattered gray pillowcase and possessing large bat-like ears. Tears brimmed in Dobby's oversized green eyes as he pounded his head against the ground, wailing and muttering to himself. Dobby is a naughty fellow. Dobby should not have heeded the young master's command and brought him here without question. Amanta hurriedly lifted him from the ground, grasping his arm to prevent further self-harm. It's all right, Dobby. This is not your fault. Moreover, Draco won't speak of it. Will you? Of course not. Draco's pallor deepened, and he chose not to elaborate. Very well then, I am delighted to befriend you, Draco. Amanta sighed, attempting to present a reassuring smile. Truthfully, Draco's rebelliousness took Amanta by surprise. In her memory, he had always adhered closely to his father's wishes.
Today,
He had chosen to deceive his father to meet with them. Could this be the butterfly effect? Perhaps, though, it is simply Draco's true nature. Amanta recognized that in the original timeline, since Voldemort's defeat, Draco had gradually discarded the supremacist ideology of pure-blood lineage. Yet he seemed to have chosen to follow his heart.
hey, you are?
Oh, this gentleman must be the illustrious Harry Potter. It is an honor, truly an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter. You are called Dobby. Are you not? Forgive my impertinence, but what exactly are you, an elf? No, dear Mr. Potter, I am a house elf of the Malfoy family. My name is Dobby. Yes, sir. It is indeed a privilege to be addressed as such. While Amanta and Draco exchanged knowing glances, filled with unspoken thoughts, the two green-eyed beings had already engaged in spirited conversation. Chapter 12. A gifted reading pace. Watching Harry crouch down, engrossed in lively dialogue with Dobby, Amanta hesitated, contemplating whether she should interrupt their exchange. Just then, a familiar slow drawl resonated beside her. In truth, I have already perused several of the first-grade textbooks. Should you have any queries, now is the opportune moment to inquire. Otherwise, you may find yourself in an embarrassing predicament when the school year commences. Draco slightly turned his head, a mix of discomfort and pride evident in his demeanor. Really? Amanta raised an eyebrow, but alas, during these 3 days. You wouldn't presume I have been idle, would you? Draco, somewhat skeptical, responded. 3 days hardly allows for much. Do enlighten me on what you accomplished. Amanta mimicked Draco's slow and somewhat haughty tone. Oh, nothing much. Merely read through all the textbooks. Draco's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. What did you say? You finished all the textbooks? There are only 8 after all, not that many, I suppose. By Merlin's beard. Just consider the thickness of a history of magic, not to mention magical theory and 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Even the thought makes me dizzy. Draco's expression clearly conveyed his disbelief. Harry, having momentarily disengaged from a discussion about aspirations with Dobby, lifted his gaze towards the two. Amanta, you actually read all the textbooks? I've been struggling with a history of magic and have barely managed 100 pages. Harry's voice trembled slightly. Draco shrugged at Amanta. See, it's not just me who thinks so. With a smirk, Draco raised one corner of his mouth, squinting. There's no need to boast in my presence. Amanta spread her hands. You may doubt me if you wish, or feel free to ask about the content within. Now it was Draco's turn to be skeptical. What is the ingredient for making the polyjuice potion? Fluxweed. What is the shape of lavender, and what can it be used for? Lavender is a small herbaceous plant with heart-shaped leaves covered in fine hairs, and its serrated edges can be used to make beauty potions. Who killed the demon Emmerich? Egbert. Amanta answered without hesitation, finding these questions exceedingly simple. Draco's expression resembled that of someone who had just tasted a particularly foul potion. By Merlin S. Heels. You truly finished all that in just 3 days. Draco circled her skeptically, scanning her from head to toe, ensuring no magic was aiding her. If possible, could you lend me a few books, Master Draco, so I may verify the truth of your claim in a few days? Amanta raised an eyebrow, challenging Draco. She was already concerned about having completed her reading, with over 20 days ahead devoid of any activities. Draco, half in doubt, summoned Dobby.
Dobby.
Go fetch some books from the Malfoy family library. Just as Dobby was about to raise his hand, Draco added, If my father inquires, simply say I am the one reading them, understood? Yes, Master, Dobby replied, painfully thumping his forehead. He knew that the Malfoy family library did not permit lending books to others, and while he did not wish to deceive his master, he could not defy the orders of his young master. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Amanta swiftly intervened, asserting, Draco has committed no wrongdoing. So can you conceal this matter on his behalf, as well as for me, Dobby? It was perhaps a rarity for anyone to speak to him with such sincerity. And tears began to cascade from Dobby's enormous green eyes. He grasped his old pillowcase and, overwhelmed with emotion, wiped his face in a haphazard manner. Dobby understands. You are truly compassionate, and Mr. Potter, you are both exceedingly kind. All right, Dobby, hurry along now. Do not let father suspect anything, Draco urged. As he watched Dobby vanish with a snap of his fingers, Harry gazed at Draco with anticipation. Draco, Dobby shared with me his aspirations. Did he? What did he say? Draco inquired, though Harry remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, eagerly awaiting Draco's response. Draco, Dobby confided that he yearns for freedom. He also expressed a desire to earn his own wages through work. Unbeknownst to Harry, such sentiments were profoundly rebellious and astonishing for a house elf, even bordering on disgraceful. He merely felt he was articulating Dobby's rightful desires. Draco rubbed his forehead in disbelief. Did he truly say that? He found it hard to fathom. Dobby had never broached such topics in his presence. Nonetheless, he quickly added, however, I may not have the authority to act on this. Otherwise, father would surely punish me. The thought of his father's wrath upon discovering he had granted freedom to a house elf sent a shiver down his spine. Amanta interjected. Then we could seize an opportunity for him to personally give Dobby a piece of clothing. I recall that gifting a piece of clothing to a house elf signifies their liberation. Does it not? Draco appeared somewhat reluctant. But then I would have no house elf to attend to my needs. Even getting here required Dobby's assistance with apparition. Otherwise, I could not have left the house. Draco added, I suppose I could compensate him with a wage for his continued service. Amanda pondered this and nodded thoughtfully. I believe that could work. As a precarious stack of books teetered dangerously, Amanda quickly caught them.
Thank you, Dobby.
To her surprise, Dobby's eyes brimmed with tears once more. No one has ever expressed gratitude to Dobby before. Oh, miss, you are truly kind. Dobby has never encountered anyone as benevolent as you. He is overwhelmed with joy and contentment, feelings he has never experienced before. Draco promptly interrupted him.
Dobby.
We discussed the possibility of seizing the chance for father to give you a piece of clothing, and afterward, I will pay you a wage for your services. Do you agree? Dobby stared at them with his wide green eyes, utterly astonished. What? Dobby did not mishear, did he? The young master actually uttered such words. Is this true? Dobby agrees. Dobby agrees. At that moment, Dobby could think of no words to express his disbelief. He was simply overjoyed, leaping into a rather comical dance of elation. Chapter 13. Draco's dichotomy of words and actions. The day's gathering concluded with a delightful air. Amanta had arranged with them to bring their most suitable plans for the next meeting, which naturally revolved around the endeavor of granting Dobby his freedom. Amanta rubbed her hands together, loosened her shoulder blades, and then hoisted a stack of books that towered over her head as she made her way to the bus station. Draco called out to her. Amanta turned her head from the pile of books, blinking her somewhat perplexed light blue eyes. Of course, the Muggle world forbade the use of magic. Draco felt a twinge of embarrassment as he eyed the top book, Secrets of Dark Magic. She was so brazenly carrying a book related to dark magic out in the open, and while Amanta seemed unperturbed, he began to worry. Draco's generosity was certainly appreciated. Amanta surveyed Draco's slender, straight figure, enveloped in his robes, and wondered if he could manage such a heavy load. She silently scoffed at the thought. Yet, Draco evidently did not disappoint her. Dobby, take the books. Amanta twitched her lips. Very well, that seems reasonable. Maintaining a respectful distance, Amanta and Draco walked ahead while Dobby snapped his fingers and became invisible, trailing behind them. Upon reaching the bus station, Amanta halted and informed Draco that they would need to endure an hour-long bus ride. A bus? What is that? A mode of transport created by Muggles? Draco furrowed his brow, feeling a deep-seated aversion. Well, yes, but if you wish to avoid drawing attention to yourself, I suggest you remove your robes first. Draco's attire was evidently too ostentatious for the Muggle world. Even without the robes, his lavish shirt made him appear like a noble youth from a bygone medieval era. No way. Draco reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. 2 minutes later, he begrudgingly removed his robes. Merlin's beard. If my father saw me like this, intending to travel via Muggle means, I would surely be disowned. Amanta felt a measure of confidence in her current stamina. Draco, lost in thought, exhibited a tumult of emotions. His complexion shifting from pale to green to pale again, finally clenching his jaw in stubborn defiance. Malfoy never goes back on his word. Thus, 10 minutes later, the resolute Draco Malfoy followed Amanta onto the Muggle transport. Amanta purchased 2 tickets and found a seat in the back. Draco stubbornly refused to sit down, looking disdainfully at the seat. I will not sit in a Muggle's place. Amanta shrugged. Very well then, the noble Draco Malfoy may stand. After nearly being thrown from his place by a sharp turn, he darkly settled beside Amanta. Muggle transport is utterly unsafe, Draco complained. Amanta rested her chin on her hand, gazing absently at the platinum blonde hair of the person beside her. Draco remained as gloomy and impatient as ever, his sharply defined chin and pale, thin lips lending him an air of harshness. Yet, when Amanta instinctively glanced at the tips of his ears, she was taken aback to find them tinged with a delicate shade of pink. I cannot fathom why you insist on accompanying me. Perhaps you truly have changed since the past? Amanta murmured to herself. The past she referred to was undoubtedly in the original timeline, after Draco had endured a myriad of trials and the fall of Voldemort, leading him to recognize the absurdity of certain convictions he once held dear. However, Draco was clearly at a loss as to when she meant by the past. I merely wished to observe what kind of life you lead among Muggles. I had no idea it would be so troublesome. Perhaps next time, I shall have Dobby escort you instead. Thank you. Amanta cast a sidelong glance at him, her sincere gaze causing her pale blue irises to shine as brilliantly as the largest gem embedded in a crown. No. It was more akin to the morning star amidst the night sky. Draco felt an unbidden flutter in his chest and immediately forced himself to look out the window. It was merely pity for the last scion of the Merlin family enduring a wretched existence in the Muggle world. Amanta. Oh, who is this? Your friend, Amanta? Karina had just stepped out of the courtyard of the Dawes orphanage and spotted Amanta approaching with a blonde boy. Hey, Karina. This is my future classmate, Draco Malfoy. Amanta introduced, pulling Draco towards Karina. Oh, your future classmate? Is he also from that magical school? Karina's mouth fell open in surprise as she scrutinized Draco, likely attempting to discern any signs of distinction. Amanta nodded in affirmation. Before Draco could utter a word, he suddenly recalled the stack of books Dobby was holding. He glanced around for the elusive house elf and hesitated. What would become of the books meant for Amanta? Noticing his indecision, Karina perhaps misinterpreted the situation. Come now. Don't be shy. Join us and sample my culinary creations. You can trust my skills. With a gentle nudge, Karina led Draco and Amanta to her home. The cozy, velvety carpet was adorned with woven brown deer, while a plump orange cat lounged lazily on the sofa, purring contentedly as they entered. Before long, a fragrant plate of roasted pudding and apple pie was brought forth, their caramelized hues tantalizing to the eye. Amanta lowered her gaze, fork in hand, and took a bite. The soft, tender pudding melted in her mouth, its sweet warmth reminiscent of a complex blend of sunshine, the crackling of a fireplace, and honey. She had never known family, neither in that previous world nor in this one. She thought that in this moment, for the first time, she felt a flicker of warmth, a semblance of home. Chapter 14. The Hogwarts Express. Delicious, she invited Draco. You should try some. Draco seemed to have steeled himself for the moment. He closed his eyes and resignedly scooped a spoonful into his mouth. As the spoon was delicately inserted into his mouth, his eyes widened in astonishment as he incredulously gazed at the baked pudding on the plate. Well, I must admit, muggles do possess a certain culinary prowess, Draco remarked, a hint of pride evident in his tone. Clearly, this was the highest commendation he could offer regarding muggle cuisine. Karina approached from the kitchen, gently tapping both of their foreheads, much to Draco's apparent displeasure. Of course, my skills are beyond question, he retorted. Karina settled beside Amanta, cradling her face in her hands as she examined her closely. Amanta, you are about to embark on a new journey. Naturally, I am delighted for you, as that is where you truly belong. However, watching you grow has made it difficult to let go. Her hazel eyes brimmed with reluctance, and she began to ramble on. A stark contrast to her usual demeanor with Amanta. Karina had always viewed her as a younger sister, and now, the impending separation weighed heavily on her heart. Do remember to write to me, Amanta, Karina finally urged, her concern palpable. Of course, I will, Amanta replied, having maintained a somewhat detached attitude towards everyone, having witnessed the choices and fates of various characters in several books. She felt as though she could manipulate everything, after all. She understood them, and grasped the entirety of their narratives. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she suddenly felt a sense of belonging in this world. After spending a simple yet joyful time in Karina's cozy abode, Draco once again escorted Amanta to the orphanage. It was at this moment that Dobby manifested, wiping the perspiration from his brow, and presented a hefty stack of books to Amanta. You've worked hard, Dobby, she said, helping the ever-grateful house elf to his feet before entering the Dawes orphanage. The orphanage was now cloaked in darkness, the iron bars of the fence reflecting a silvery glow, with a full moon hanging in the sky, serving as the solitary source of light. Suddenly, Draco called out from behind her, Amanta, next time you must come to my home and sample my mother's cooking. All right, she replied. After several gatherings of the trio, Draco increasingly found Amanta's intellect astonishing. Regardless of how many books he entrusted to her, at their next meeting, she would effortlessly recite the contents as if she had never forgotten a word. Good heavens! You possess an eidetic memory. You must be a genius, Harry exclaimed, inadvertently voicing Draco's true thoughts, much to his chagrin. Throughout his life, he had been regarded as the most exceptional of his pure-blood lineage, and in order to uphold his father's honor, he had always held himself to the most stringent Heir standards. Amanta merely shrugged her shoulders innocently. I thought everyone had a memory like mine. Under the piercing gazes of the two boys, she pondered for a moment and chose not to disclose that this might be an intrinsic facet of her nature as an artificial being. Amanta's extraordinary capabilities began to have an unexpected influence on both Harry and Draco, who surprisingly became more eager to learn. Particularly Draco, who has been immersed in his family's library these days, hastily passing over meals. Lucius and Narcissa take great pride in their son's diligence, often boasting of his scholarly pursuits to anyone who would listen. However, Amanta feels a twinge of regret that they do not permit the use of magic outside of school. Thus, she is unable to put her newfound knowledge into practice. Yet, there is a ray of hope. The commencement of the school year is just around the corner. Harry held up a train ticket, scrutinizing it closely. King's Cross Station. Departing at 11 o'clock? Wait, am I seeing this correctly? He flipped the ticket, adorned with a classical platform design, back and forth, assuring himself of its authenticity. Platform 9 3/4? Amanta, Draco, do you know what platform this is? What do we walk into? That wall? Harry once again felt the weight of his ignorance. Fortunately, Draco had grown accustomed to his inquiries over the past days. Of course. If you don't make it, just wait for us there, he said. Thankfully, 1 week later, as Amanta stepped into King's Cross Station as platform 9 3/4, she spotted Harry and Draco beside the deep crimson Hogwarts Express. Hey, Amanta, look over here. Harry waved excitedly, drawing the attention of several passing upperclassmen who whispered among themselves. Look at that boy's enthusiasm. He's just like you were in your first year. Oh, don't remind me. I still remember how you were so thrilled you couldn't sleep a wink, insisting on dragging the entire dormitory to dance flamenco all night. To prevent any greater commotion upon revealing Harry's identity, Amanta hurriedly maneuvered her luggage cart toward the two. Harry, Draco, you arrived so early? She exclaimed, panting as she came to a stop. She had taken quite a long journey by subway and bus to get here. I was just too excited. I had the Dursleys drive me over first thing. Wake up, what 9 3/4 platform? Uncle Vernon laughed. They all did, wanting to see me fail. But guess what they saw? Harry paused. I spotted Draco before I even got off the train. He was with his parents. I shouted his name and ran over. You can't imagine Uncle Vernon's expression. His face turned as red as a beet. Ha ha. All right, we should board. Let us get on early and find a good seat. Draco interrupted Harry's animated storytelling with a stern expression. They dragged their luggage through clusters of students before finally locating an empty compartment near the rear of the train.
Phew.
All three released a sigh of relief simultaneously. Amanda set down her suitcase and pulled the compartment door shut, fiddling with her wand in her hand. Thankfully, thus far, no one had discovered that Harry was here. She reflected, somewhat anxiously, on how worried she had been while passing through that throng of exuberant younger students. If that were the case, I can only imagine, we'd probably turn this into a zoo exhibit. Draco snorted dismissively. Am I really that famous? Harry found it somewhat astonishing that he was so exceedingly famous. Chapter 15, A Delightful Time on the Train. Surely, as the renowned savior. If you do not wish to be gawked at like a mere monkey, you ought to remain composed, Draco remarked with a tone of sarcasm, glancing at Amanda, who sat opposite him and Harry. Amanda, do you possess any spells to remedy the scar upon his forehead? I once encountered a charm in a book that could temporarily bewilder others. However, I have yet to wield a wand in earnest. Amanda weighed her wand in her hand, seemingly in search of a suitable grip. Why not give it a try now?
No.
Let us not. Harry hastily covered his forehead with his hands, retreating into the corner of a seat. I have no desire to become a test subject. Oh, it is not that I distrust you, but after all, you have yet to practice magic, have you not? Very well, but I believe we can commence our practice on the train. Amanda rose, traversed the small table on the train, and removed Harry's glasses. Restoring them to their original state, the fragments held together by tape swiftly reassembled, disentangling from the adhesive to revert to their pristine form. Harry stared in awe as he received the newly restored pair of round glasses that seemed almost unfamiliar. Amanda, you are truly remarkable, he exclaimed. Draco, who had been quietly observing, interjected. Achieving success on your first use of magic indeed suggests a certain aptitude for the craft. This indicates that you all have further efforts to make. Come, it is time to assess the fruits of our month of study. At Amanda's gesture, Harry and Draco also drew forth their wands, attempting to cast spells upon the small objects around them. Harry nervously raised his wand, directing it at his glove. Wingardium Leviosa. Meanwhile, Draco pointed his wand towards the corner above him. Scourgify. This is a cleaning charm, Amanda discerned, noticing Draco's apparent dissatisfaction with the train's cleanliness. After Harry repeated the incantation several times, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead, yet at last, the glove responded. It rolled lazily across the table. Better than remaining motionless, Amanda encouraged. Excellent, try again. Oh, dear, I apologize for interrupting your studies. Would you like to purchase some refreshments? A charming witch knocked on their compartment door, and it dawned on Amanda that it was already midday. She had long been salivating over the snacks on the train, having deliberately skipped breakfast that morning for this very reason. However, Harry and Amanda had already opened the compartment door. What do we have? Harry inquired. Why not indulge in a little of everything? Amanda suggested. Draco rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. I shall take it all. Harry and Amanda collapsed onto their seats under the weight of a towering stack of food, including chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and a plethora of peculiar snacks, almost forming a small hill. Draco, are you truly not going to have any? Amanda took a bite of pumpkin pie and invited Draco to join her. She refrained from voicing her inner confusion. Could it be that some people truly find this uninteresting? Draco glanced at her cheeks, puffed up with food, and he felt an overwhelming temptation, one that could easily captivate an 11-year-old. He steadied himself, reciting the Malfoy code of conduct in his mind. No, thank you. Harry opened a package of chocolate frogs, and a card suddenly flew out. In a flurry, Harry bent down to retrieve it, causing an avalanche of snacks beside him to tumble over, nearly burying him. Once he managed to poke his head out from the heap, he held up the card that had just fallen for Amanda to see. Amanda, look who this is. The card depicted an elderly man with long white hair and a beard, pouting discontentedly at her. The inscription below read, Merlin. The back of the card detailed Merlin's life and significant deeds. However, what caught Amanda's attention most was the philosopher's ring adorning the man's arm. Identical to the one on her own left wrist. Amanda held the card up and asked, Can this be given to me? Of course. Harry replied joyfully. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the compartment. Amanda turned to see a round-faced boy, looking dejected, knocking on their door. "Excuse me, have you seen my toad?" The round-faced boy searching for a toad on the train seemed to be Neville Longbottom, and Amanda was nearly certain of his identity. Perhaps irritated by the commotion caused by Harry and Amanda's snacks, Draco retorted, "We don't have any toads here." Neville's face paled, and tears welled up in his eyes. "I'm sorry, I've lost it again, my toad," he mumbled sadly as he walked away. Harry shook his head, saying, "Draco, you're too harsh. Still, I can't comprehend why anyone would keep a toad as a pet." Amanda glanced at the luggage rack above. There, 3 large bird cages were arranged, and in the middle cage was her owl, Bertha, already asleep, curled up into a fluffy brown ball. It dawned on her that all of their pets were owls. Knock. Knock, knock. The compartment door swung open once more. "Have you seen a toad?" "Neville lost a toad." A crisp voice chimed from the doorway, though the tone carried a hint of overconfidence. Amanda looked over to see a girl with fluffy, curly brown hair standing there, her prominent front teeth slightly oversized, with Neville standing behind her. She must be Hermione Granger. "No. How many times must I say it?" Hermione dismissed his words nonchalantly, her gaze fixated on the Philosopher's Ring on Amanda's arm. "Oh my, is that the Philosopher's Ring? The one worn by Merlin? I've read about it in books. I thought it only existed in legends. I never imagined I would see it in reality one day," Hermione exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, while Neville peered over her shoulder, equally surprised. "Are you a descendant of Merlin?" Hermione curiously gazed at Amanda before plopping down in the vacant seat beside her. Amanda cast a glance at Harry, realizing that they might not be able to maintain a low profile before arriving at school. "Indeed, I am Amanda Merlin. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Amanda maintained a courteous smile, having honed her control over expressions significantly after a month of practice. Chapter 16. The Usage of the Philosopher's Ring. "I am Hermione Granger. What are your names?" Hermione beamed a bright smile as she surveyed the compartment, taking stock of the 2 individuals seated across from her. "I am Harry Potter, and this is Draco Malfoy," Harry introduced, casting a glance at the sullen-faced Draco. Hermione seemingly disregarded the latter, gasping softly.
Oh.
"Harry Potter, I have read about you in numerous books. This is simply unbelievable. By the way, which house do you all wish to join?" "I've read that Gryffindor is the best, though I think Ravenclaw is quite commendable as well," Hermione chattered excitedly. "I believe we all intend to go to Slytherin, unless the Sorting Hat has other plans," Amanda remarked. "Oh, I apologize. I meant to say that the external perception of Slytherin seems rather unfavorable." Hermione hesitated, choosing not to elaborate further. Amanda calmly interjected, "I believe we should follow our own instincts rather than heed external judgments." Hermione appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Amanda, your words have enlightened me." Amanda smiled gently. "Not all Slytherins are bad individuals. I perceive you to be quite intelligent, and I look forward to the prospect of becoming friends at Hogwarts." Hermione glanced at the time and quickly stood up, leading Neville out. "I must take my leave. Neville, let us search for your toad elsewhere." She had taken a few steps when she poked her fuzzy head back in. "By the way, I forgot to remind you, you need to change into your uniforms quickly. I asked the conductor a moment ago, and we are nearing our destination." Harry suddenly sprang to his feet. "Goodness, I haven't changed into my robes." He looked at Amanda and Draco, clearly hoping for camaraderie. Unfortunately, Draco had already arrived in his school robes, and Amanda had her robes neatly prepared beside her. She was just then donning her robe, fastening the silver clasp at the collar. Harry had no choice but to retrieve a suitcase from the luggage rack, rummaging for his robes and hurriedly putting them on. As he attempted to close the suitcase, he encountered a significant dilemma. "Amanda, what do I do? We bought too many snacks. My luggage won't close." Harry lamented, stuffing snacks and various school supplies into his suitcase, which was straining to stay shut. Draco scoffed. "You brought this upon yourselves. I am not responsible for your excess." He then turned his gaze out the window, ignoring them while absent-mindedly stroking the ring on his right thumb. Amanda opened her own suitcase, which also had little space remaining. Amanda proposed, "Why not, Harry? Check how much more your pocket can hold." Just as she prepared to unleash a handful of candy upon Harry's pocket, the sweets suddenly became light as air, devoid of any weight. In an instant, they transformed into a stream of vapor and whooshed into the Philosopher's Ring she held. Surprised, Amanda raised her left arm and glanced at her empty hand. Despite having read numerous books in recent days, she had yet to encounter an explanation for such an occurrence. Draco, equally taken aback, fixed his gaze upon Amanda's wrist. Could the Philosopher's Ring be a storage ring? He lifted his right hand, gesturing to Amanda with the ring on his thumb. The Malfoy heirloom was indeed a storage ring, capable of holding the contents of an entire bedroom. It was an ancient, exquisite silver ring, adorned with the Malfoy family crest and accented with deep green patterns. Crafted from a special material by fairies, its capacity increased with size. If the Philosopher's Ring was of similar dimensions, Merlin's trousers. The mind boggled at the possibilities of what treasures Merlin might have left behind. Amanta examined it closely, attempting to touch the emerald embedded within, but the bracelet seemed unresponsive. How was it used? Placing items within was simple. One merely needed to silently envision the item being stored. Draco picked up a chocolate frog, and for a fleeting moment, it appeared to liquefy before swiftly flowing into his ring. How marvelous! Harry exclaimed. Draco shrugged, casting a resigned look at Amanta. However, retrieving items required a command. The noble Malfoys were ever loyal to their interests. He softly uttered the phrase, and a wisp of smoke emerged from the ring, restoring the chocolate frog to his hand. How could she possibly know the command for this bracelet? Amanta raised the bracelet, noticing a few tiny letters floating within the dark green stone. Could it be this? Yet, if so, who would be so audacious as to inscribe the command on the exterior? She mused Merlin. Embracing a desperate hope, she uttered the words. Miraculously, they seemed to take effect. Instantly, a realm burst into her vision. Amanta blinked, convinced she had not succumbed to delusion. Although she was aware she remained aboard the Hogwarts Express, her consciousness appeared to have crossed into another world. The sensation was utterly enchanting. She found herself in an exceptionally spacious room, adorned with rich, dark carpets and illuminated by a grand crystal chandelier. If Draco's storage ring represented a bedroom, the Philosopher's Ring could be likened to a villa. However, to her disappointment, the room contained nothing but the bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans she had just placed inside.
Oh.
Wait, there seemed to be something else. Lying on the floor was an exceedingly worn map, sketched on parchment. Alas, due to the passage of time, the handwriting was jumbled and nearly illegible. Amanta, slightly disheartened, retrieved the bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and the map, presenting them to Draco with a note of triumph. I did it. However, it appears there is nothing of significance here, merely a map. Draco and Harry leaned in, shaking their heads in disappointment. It's completely illegible. Harry reassured her, no worries, you now possess an extraordinarily vast storage space. You must realize how incredibly cool that is. Eagerly, he thrust a pile of candies and sandwiches into Amanta's hands. With no choice but to accept, Amanta filled her storage with the assortment of snacks, treating it as practice for utilizing her storage ring. Chapter 17. Welcome to Hogwarts. Once Harry had organized his belongings, the sky outside had completely darkened. Amanta gazed out the window as the forest rushed past, veiled in swirling mists that enveloped the mountains. The deep indigo and violet hues permeated the celestial canvas, casting shimmering reflections upon the tranquil lake surface. By calculating the duration spent passing through each bridge arch, Amanta deduced that the train was decelerating. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on board. There is nothing to worry about, Harry, she remarked. Though she was uncertain of her own effectiveness, Draco straightened his collar. Finally, we have arrived. My father informed me that upon reaching Hogwarts, we will first be taken for sorting Amanta, Harry into Slytherin. Harry managed a faint smile, and Amanta could discern the tension causing beads of sweat to dampen his forehead. Into Slytherin, they awaited the majority of passengers to disembark before approaching the train door, where a bustling crowd filled the platform, the chilly night air feeling slightly less biting. First-year students. Over here.
Come fort. Oh.
Is that you, Harry? A massive oil lamp swayed above the students, its warm amber glow illuminating the bushy beard of its holder. Hagrid, it's us, along with Amanta and Draco. Indeed.
Come along, youngsters.
Are there any more first years?
Follow me.
A gaggle of small first years trailed behind Hagrid, whose towering stature made them appear even smaller as they stumbled down a narrow path. Amanta nearly slipped several times. Be careful, Draco admonished, gripping her sleeve. We are about to see Hogwarts first years. Are you prepared? Hagrid's robust voice resonated through the inky darkness. A gasp erupted from the crowd ahead, and Amanta followed their gaze upward, beholding a grand and magnificent castle perched upon the hillside, its windows aglow, punctuating the tall Gothic spires. Below lay a dark lake, suggesting they would need to cross it by boat. 4 to a boat, maximum. Hagrid called out to the gathering of first years. Amanta, Draco, and Harry boarded a small vessel, accompanied by a girl with short hair, while Hagrid took the lead in another boat. As soon as everyone settled down, the boat's oars began to row automatically toward the castle, an eerie sight indeed. Amanta and Harry remained silent, lost in their reverie, gazing at Hogwarts. The girl with short hair suddenly spoke up. Oh, Draco. It has been a couple of months since I last saw you. How have you been? With her thick, black hair framing her face, her dark eyes scrutinized the three others aboard without reservation. "Oh, by Merlin's grace, I am quite well. Are these your new friends? No wonder you have missed the family gatherings lately. You've been with them, haven't you?" Draco's indifferent demeanor evidently irked the short-haired girl, who fixed her gaze sharply on Amanta and Harry, especially Amanta. "I suppose among us 28 families, there are none who are strangers to one another, right, Draco? Where on earth did you meet these unsavory individuals? Surely they are not mudbloods? Does your father know you associate with them?" She remarked without a hint of courtesy. The 28 families she referenced were presumably the Sacred 28, a lineage that had never included Muggle or Muggle-born wizards. Amanta began to piece together the girl's identity. However, her words had clearly ignited Harry's fury. Clenching his fists, his face turned crimson with anger. "Is that how you perceive us? Is that your judgment on a few people you do not even know?" Amanta restrained the enraged Harry. "I believe one should not measure others by their own limited understanding and make such shallow, ignorant remarks." Draco cast a quick, approving glance at Amanta, and she caught a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Pansy, has the Parkinson family fallen into disrepute? Your behavior is truly a disgrace to your lineage."
Indeed.
Draco's words confirmed Amanta's suspicions. Pansy Parkinson. Now she understood why Pansy had been glaring at her with such animosity, if her memory served her right. Pansy had always been a devoted admirer and follower of Draco. This situation must have turned her into a perceived rival. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Amanta instinctively shifted slightly away, hoping to create some distance from Draco. Pansy was left speechless in her fury, perhaps taken aback that Draco remained so unfazed even after she invoked his father's name. Her eyes reddened as she bit her lip tightly, finally managing to stammer out a few words. "Draco, you have changed." "Have I?" Pansy seemed poised to say more, but Hagrid's booming voice ahead interrupted her thoughts. "We've arrived. First years, disembark and follow me." They hurriedly scrambled off the boat, and as Hagrid counted the vessels, he called out to the group of newcomers. "Come see whose toad this is." "Thank Merlin," Neville exclaimed joyfully as he rushed forward to embrace his toad with fervent kisses.
"Oh, dear."
Amanta noticed a red-haired boy among the first years who looked as though he might be on the verge of vomiting. They ascended a flight of steps, and someone appeared to have stepped on another's robe, eliciting a few murmurs of discontent. However, no one lingered. Everyone hurriedly followed Hagrid, each first-year student wearing an expression of anxiety mingled with anticipation. After a brief walk, they arrived at the damp grass before the castle, where Hagrid rapped 3 times on the enormous oak door. The door swung open immediately, revealing Professor McGonagall standing at the threshold. Today, she donned a striking emerald green robe, her hair tightly pinned, each strand seemingly taut against her scalp as she scanned the crowd with a piercing gaze. Then, a slight smile softened her stern countenance. "First years, follow me, and welcome to Hogwarts," she announced. "The feast is about to commence. Before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must determine your respective houses. The sorting ceremony is of utmost importance, and I hope you will regard it with the seriousness it deserves. Regardless of the house you are placed in, I urge you to embrace it wholeheartedly, for each house has nurtured exceptionally talented wizards. During your time at Hogwarts, your conduct may earn or lose points for your house, and the house with the highest score at the end of the year will receive the House Cup." Professor McGonagall briefly outlined the rules of the houses. "The sorting ceremony will commence in a few minutes, so I advise you to tidy your appearance while you wait." As she spoke, her gaze lingered momentarily on a few students whose robes were somewhat disheveled before she hastily departed. Amanta quickly lowered her head to inspect her cloak's fastenings, adjusting her attire to smooth out any wrinkles incurred along the way. Suddenly, a series of high-pitched screams erupted from the crowd. Amanta looked up to see several milky, translucent figures, Hogwarts ghosts, emerging from the walls, conversing with one another as they floated overhead. One ghost, adorned in a lavishly layered ruff, took notice of them. "Ah, first years," he exclaimed, swirling among them and provoking gasps from the onlookers. "I hope you end up in Hufflepuff. I am one of them." Another ghost, resembling a monk, chimed in. Harry was the first to push into the throng, with Amanta quickly positioning herself behind him, followed by Draco. They stepped through a foyer and entered an extraordinarily opulent and spacious dining hall. 4 long tables were laid out, flanked by numerous students from other years at Hogwarts, all casting curious and scrutinizing glances towards the newcomers. A few individuals evidently recognized Harry, whispering as they pointed at him from behind Amanta. Amanta surmised it was due to Harry's sweat-drenched bangs, which revealed the scar on his forehead. As she passed the long table, she overheard snippets of conversation floating by. "Look at that boy. He seems to have a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead." I beheld the scene before me and pondered, could it truly be Harry Potter, now grown? Before the 4 dining tables stood a long table where the other Hogwarts professors had already taken their seats. Amanda followed the procession into the hall and positioned herself in the front row of the faculty section. Instinctively, she gazed upwards, where the arched ceiling of the dining hall was no ordinary roof, but a starry expanse reminiscent of the sky they had just witnessed outside, adorned with thousands of floating candles that illuminated the entire hall in a warm glow. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool before the first-year students, atop which sat the exceedingly tattered and patched Sorting Hat, renowned throughout the wizarding world. The once cacophonous chatter in the hall gradually subsided into hushed silence, all eyes now focused upon them. Suddenly, a seam appeared along the wide brim of the Sorting Hat, resembling a mouth.
Then,
It opened wide and began to sing an ancient yet enchanting melody. Perhaps you think I am not beautiful, but do not judge me by appearances. If you can find a hat more lovely than I would gladly consume myself. The Sorting Hat's whimsical song captivated the audience, drawing their full attention. While Amanda discreetly surveyed the faculty table, attempting to discern the identities of the professors, she quickly spotted Professor Quirrell, still wrapped in the purple scarf she had seen him wear at the Leaky Cauldron. Beside him sat a brooding figure clad in black robes, whom Amanda surmised to be Professor Snape, noted for his prominent hooked nose and somewhat greasy, shoulder-length black hair. For I am a magical hat of thought. Upon concluding its song, the Sorting Hat was met with enthusiastic applause, and a pair of twins from the Gryffindor table stood to wave and whistle at the first years. Professor McGonagall approached with a roll of parchment. When I call your name, you shall don the Sorting Hat and take a seat upon the stool, she declared, her voice resonating through the hall. Hannah Abbott, a small girl with golden braids, wobbled forward, sitting upon the stool with the Sorting Hat, which was so large it obscured her face. Moments later, the hat proclaimed, Hufflepuff. Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table, with a few students clapping heartily. The ghostly figure resembling a friar, who had passed them earlier, smiled and doffed his hat in greeting to Hannah.
Teleport.
Ravenclaw, Lavender Brown, Gryffindor. One by one, the first-year students were called forth to don the Sorting Hat, bewildered yet eager, before dashing toward their respective house tables, greeted by raucous applause and cheers from their newfound companions. Hermione Granger. Amanda heard Professor McGonagall calling out, and she turned her gaze towards Hermione, who was hurriedly running over and hastily placing her hat upon her head. In her heart, she silently recited, Gryffindor. After a brief moment, the Sorting Hat proclaimed, Ravenclaw. Surely, she must have misheard. Amanda nearly failed to suppress the expression on her face as she gazed in astonishment over Harry's shoulder. Hermione was already skipping towards the Ravenclaw table, leaving behind only the image of her chestnut curls. How could it be Ravenclaw? I believe we ought to heed our inner choices rather than the judgments of the outside world. It seems her arrival has triggered a cascade of narrative shifts. Once a domino falls, it sets off an unending chain reaction. How significant could the flutter of a tiny butterfly's wings be? Chapter 19. The Captivating Sorting Ceremony. After Hermione, Professor McGonagall continued to call out several names, among them Neville, who was once again sorted into Gryffindor, followed by Draco. Draco shook out his robes and confidently stepped forward. The Sorting Hat had scarcely touched his hair when it declared, Slytherin. It was evident that many at the Slytherin table recognized Draco, and several greeted him with familiar nods. A burly boy patted the smaller lad beside him, signaling Draco to join them. The boy promptly stood, creating a space for him at the far end of the table. The remaining candidates were few. Not Moon, Parkinson, Harry Potter. As the Sorting Hat called out Harry's name, a murmur rippled through the hall. Numerous students whispered amongst themselves, while some in the back leaned forward, eager for a clearer view. Harry Potter? See, I told you I wasn't mistaken. Is it really Harry Potter, the boy who lived? Don't be nervous. Soon we will indulge in the feast of the new term. This remark seemed to somewhat ease Harry's anxiety as he clenched his fists and approached the hat, which thereafter appeared to take an eternity to make its decision. Amanda observed Harry with his eyes tightly shut, gripping the edge of the stool. After what felt like ages, the Sorting Hat finally declared, Slytherin. Harry seemed to exhale in relief, but this only incited greater commotion within the hall. Slytherin? Harry Potter has joined Slytherin? Slytherin is not known for its virtuous nature. Oh dear, I knew that prophecy was true. Harry Potter is a darker wizard than the one whose name must not be spoken. Malicious glances were cast upon Harry from all directions, while the Gryffindor table's twins whistled at him, their voices not quiet enough to go unheard. Fortunately, the Slytherin table erupted into the loudest applause thus far, which eased Harry's tension considerably. Several upperclassmen rose from their table to shake his hand, cautiously introducing themselves. Harry, over here. Harry took a seat beside them, clearly finding comfort in the presence of familiar faces. He flashed a grin at Amanta, who responded with a reassuring gesture. Now only 4 individuals remained, and Amanta exchanged glances with the 3 beside her. Among them was a red-haired boy, his freckled face leading Amanta to believe he was indeed Ron Weasley. Soon, Lisa Dupin was sorted into Ravenclaw, followed by Ron into Gryffindor, and another boy into Slytherin. Amanta held her breath. She was the last one left. Could it be that her name had been overlooked on the list? Despite her usual composure, a wave of anxiety washed over her, and her mind raced with various thoughts. Amanta Merlin. Fortunately, less than a second later, she heard her name called. Merlin?
Goodness.
Which Merlin could it be? The one from the chocolate frog card? A tremendous commotion erupted among the crowd in the hall, the greatest since the sorting ceremony began. Many stood in astonishment, craning their necks and jostling to catch a glimpse of her. Merlin? Good heavens! This was even more magical than sharing a house with Harry Potter. My grandmother said the Merlin family had vanished for centuries, reportedly exterminated during the witch hunts of the Middle Ages. How absurd! It must be a coincidence in names. After all, it's possible to share surname.
No.
Look at that thing on her wrist. By Merlin socks. I can't be mistaken. That is Merlin's ring of wisdom. Whispers of awe echoed throughout the hall, as many regarded her with wide-eyed shock and curiosity. After all, whether they hailed from wizarding families or muggle backgrounds, none could claim ignorance of the name Merlin, a figure etched in the annals of history for both wizards and muggles alike. He was the only wizard not to instill fear or disdain in muggles, for they stood upon the very land forged by Merlin and King Arthur. The pair of red-haired twins from Gryffindor leapt to their feet, calling out to Amanta, "Miss Merlin, would you care to join Gryffindor? Our boy Ron Weasley would gladly wash your socks every day." One twin shouted, bursting into laughter, while Ron turned crimson, leaning across the long table in protest.
Oh.
What a delightful lady. Please forgive our jest, the other twin bowed to Amanta, a roguish smile adorning his face. From the guest table, Dumbledore rose from his grand golden chair, tapping his wand against his throat. Silence. Silence. Perhaps out of respect for the headmaster, the students gradually quieted, many holding their breath in anticipation, eager to see which house this mysterious descendant of Merlin would join. At that moment, Amanta felt a wave of calm wash over her. She stepped forward and placed the sorting hat atop her head. The hat's broad brim obscured her vision, plunging her into darkness. And she heard its voice whispering in her ear, "Miss Merlin. Oh, a rare guest indeed. Let me see where you shall be suitably sorted." The sorting hat seemed to peruse her small head, exclaiming, "Oh my, your mind harbors an abundance of knowledge. Compared to the vacant minds of other first years, yours appears to hold far greater potential for scholarly inquiry. Undoubtedly, you possess numerous admirable qualities: ambition, conviction, intellect, and courage. Let me glimpse your thoughts." The sorting hat paused, perhaps in observation or astonishment. "Your thoughts are remarkably bold and astonishing. Such ambition and grace I have only witnessed in Salazar Slytherin himself. I wish you luck." Clearly, the traits of Ravenclaw and Slytherin are more pronounced in you. Miss Merlin, what do you think? Amanta silently contemplated Slytherin. "Indeed, I believe this is the most fitting choice. Your ambition will lead Slytherin to greatness." Slytherin, the sorting hat proclaimed loudly. Chapter 20. A Feast of Divergent Thoughts. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. Aside from the long table of Slytherin, the expressions of those at the other 3 tables were varied and vivid. Initially, silence enveloped the room as if time had been paused. Everyone stared blankly at her, still in shock from the sorting hat's announcement. Amid the enthusiastic cheers and applause from Slytherin, it seemed as though they thawed from their stupor, wide-eyed, glancing at Amanta while whispering among themselves, "Good heavens! Merlin and Potter have both been sorted into Slytherin. I suspect this is Hogwarts' darkest cohort. By Merlin S. Undergarments. Do you think one of them could be the future Dark Lord?" Yet, all of this was anticipated by Amanta, who placed the sorting hat down, receiving a smile from Professor McGonagall as she stood by. "Child, I wish you a delightful term." As she approached the Slytherin table, everyone rose to their feet,
Paying her their respects.
Half of them approached Amanta, introducing themselves one by one. Blaise Zabini, a fellow first year. A brown-skinned boy extended his hand, and Amanta recognized him from the earlier sorting. "Malcolm Baddock, greetings. I am Graham Pritchard, and this is Dorian Pacey. We are delighted to welcome you to Slytherin." As she passed Pansy, she noticed Pansy's pale visage, deliberately turning her head away, embodying the sole anomaly of Slytherin.
"Hey."
"Amanta, come over here. Sit here," Harry exclaimed, leaning eagerly into the aisle, patting the empty seat beside him. The other 3 long tables stirred in a frenzy. They had been observing every move of Harry and Amanda at the Slytherin table, and Harry's actions only intensified their dismay. Potter and that Merlin seemed to know each other. I can hardly believe it. I am to be classmates with two of the future most formidable dark wizards. This is truly dreadful. Good heavens, I can scarcely articulate anything else. Let us pray we survive these years at Hogwarts in safety. A young woman, in a state of despair, confided in her companion, urging silence. Albus Dumbledore, our esteemed headmaster, rose once more, clad in an extraordinary robe adorned with stars and moons. His half-moon spectacles perched upon his nose. In times past, he would have beamed with joy and announced the commencement of the feast. Yet his expression now bore an air of solemnity. I believe we should not judge a wizard's worth by the house they belong to, just as we ought not to assess a wizard's abilities based on their lineage. Dumbledore's words struck with piercing clarity, leaving no one unscathed. The students from the four houses fell silent, a shared sense of embarrassment washing over them as if they had been laid bare. Dumbledore's authoritative gaze swept across the assembly, lingering momentarily on Amanda's face. The intensity of his gaze startled her. It seemed to penetrate the very depths of her soul, revealing her innermost thoughts as if they were suddenly exposed to the light of day. Yet, apart from Amanda, no one else seemed to notice this profound exchange. Enough of this. Let us embrace the joy of the moment. Welcome, everyone, to a new academic year. Foolishness, twists,
Tears.
remnants. Thank you all. The earlier discomfort dissipated, and the hall erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. An array of delectable dishes graced the long table, laden generously, their enticing aromas wafting through the entire hall. Lamb chops, roasted potatoes, succulent roast chicken, Yorkshire pudding, and an assortment of culinary delights, both familiar and unfamiliar, adorned various platters, gleaming under the warm yellow candlelight, exuding a captivating allure that left everyone spellbound and yearning. Amanda sliced a modest piece of roast beef, while Harry, with one hand clutching a sizable pork chop, brought it to his mouth, his other hand dipping crispy fries into ketchup. Draco frowned slightly, meticulously securing his cuff with a delicate brooch to prevent it from coming into contact with any sauce. Haven't you had enough on the train, Harry? While he could tolerate Harry's voracious appetite, the manner in which he ate was rather unbecoming. Let him be. After all, Harry has scarcely enjoyed a proper meal at the Dursleys, Amanda thought sympathetically, shaking her head. Harry clearly wished to articulate something, but a hefty piece of greasy pork chop blocked his speech, leaving him to mumble incoherently. His table manners left much to be desired. By the way, do they teach such things at your orphanage? Draco scrutinized Amanda's actions as she elegantly wielded her knife and fork, slicing the beef into neat, small portions with just the right amount of grace. Had he been unaware of her orphan status, he would have assumed she was a refined young lady from a noble pureblood family.
No.
I learned it from a book you lent me, The Etiquette of Pureblood Families. It is richly illustrated and quite easy to master. Amanda placed her cutlery at the edge of her plate, arranging them into a perfectly symmetrical figure resembling an elegant hourglass. She gently touched her left wrist, murmuring a command, and retrieved the book from the ring of the sage. Upon this matter, I have finished reading and returned it to you. Oh, is that truly the case? I believe it is necessary to lend it to Harry once more. Draco cast a dubious glance at Amanda. Her demeanor was so skilled that it left him somewhat incredulous. After all, he had dedicated an entire year to studying etiquette to achieve such ease. I am Gemma Mary, the head girl of Slytherin, and I warmly welcome your arrival. By the way, our house has secured the House Cup for 6 consecutive years thus far. Gemma patted Amanda on the shoulder. With your presence among this year's freshmen, I am confident that achieving a 7th consecutive victory will be effortless. Chapter 21. Professor Snape with unwashed hair. Once everyone had their fill, a dessert assortment was presented, and the tables were suddenly laden with various puddings, ice creams, fried jam donuts, strawberry jelly, rice pudding, and chocolate soufflés. Harry, who had been rubbing his stomach and sighing, suddenly lit up at the sight and reached for a syrup cake, devouring it voraciously. Amanda suspected his stomach had been enchanted, resembling a bottomless pit. Just as Harry was indulging, he suddenly cried out in distress, dropping the syrup cake onto the floor. He clutched his forehead, his face contorted in anguish. What is it? Gemma exclaimed in alarm, hastily placing her goblet down and looking at him with concern. Amanda and Draco each took a side, helping him up from the table. Draco complained, Harry, you've eaten too much, don't you think you might burst? Harry shook his head, his voice faint. No, he gazed toward the head table. And Amanda followed his line of sight, inquiring, Who do you see? She was well aware that the pain in Harry's scar was invariably linked to Voldemort, and this instance was no exception. It was undoubtedly Voldemort, who resided in Professor Quirrell's mind. However, if her memory served her correctly, Harry had not been paying attention to Professor Quirrell at that moment. Instead, Snape had merely glanced at Harry, prompting him to conclude that Snape was the source of his troubles. Thus, Harry, harboring a particularly poor impression of Snape, attributed all misfortunes throughout the academic year to him. Snape had become the ultimate scapegoat. To prevent precious time from being squandered on pursuing Snape for misdeeds, and to ensure that our simple savior remains on the right path, it seemed she must clear Snape of any suspicion. Harry pointed in a direction. It's him, the professor chatting with Quirrell. Gemma followed the direction of his finger.
Oh.
The one in black hair and robes is Professor Snape from Potions. He is also the head of our Slytherin house. Although he appears somewhat intimidating, he is, in fact, a very good headmaster. Gemma briefly introduced him to Harry before inquiring with curiosity, "What's the matter, Potter?" Harry stroked the scar on his forehead, murmuring, "I don't know, it just hurt like fire when I looked at him." He swallowed hard, hesitating. "I suspect it may have been that hook-nosed teacher who did something. His gaze unsettles me." Amanda gently patted Harry's head in an attempt to rouse him. "Harry, Professor Snape is our headmaster. How could he possibly wish us harm?" "You are right, Amanda, but perhaps it is merely a coincidence," Harry replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice as he rubbed his forehead in confusion. "It's strange. I no longer feel anything. Could it have all been an illusion? Yet just moments ago." Amanda blinked and reminded him. "Did you not notice that there was someone beside Professor Snape? Professor Quirrell?" "No, it couldn't be him. I even shook his hand at the leaky cauldron." Harry shook his head, quickly dismissing that notion. It seemed our innocent and kind-hearted Harry had no suspicion of Professor Quirrell's intentions. Perhaps, just perhaps, she ought to frighten him a little? Amanda's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint as she lowered her voice. "Really? Aren't you curious about what he conceals beneath that enormous turban? Aren't you intrigued?" She leaned closer to Harry, her tone enigmatic. Why does he always appear so anxious, so on edge? Harry shuddered at her words and glanced again at Professor Quirrell, feeling increasingly suspicious. Everything about his attire, coupled with his trembling hands that seemed unsteady enough to hold a fork, suggested he harbored secrets or was terrified of something. Draco cleared his throat, interrupting the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. "In fact, Severus Snape is my godfather," he stated flatly, delivering a revelation that astonished both Amanda and Harry. Why had you never mentioned this before?" Amanda, genuinely surprised, had no prior knowledge of this fact. After all, the original narrative never touched upon it. Yet given Lucius and Severus's close relationship, it seemed quite plausible. Draco sighed. "Because he doesn't wash his hair," he replied earnestly. Amanda and Harry exchanged incredulous glances. Here was a master potioneer who was scorned merely for his unkempt hair. Indeed, he was Draco's godfather. Well, for someone like Draco, who placed such importance on appearances, this lack of hygiene was undoubtedly unbearable. However, wasn't he there someone else? Amanda's gaze drifted upward, and Draco's gleaming platinum head was nearly blinding. "But isn't the oil in your hair even worse? Not washing my hair is entirely different from the meticulous styling I achieve with hair product," Draco retorted fiercely, ignoring Amanda's comment that she believed he would look better without the product. Unable to contain his curiosity, Harry inquired, "What do you think of your godfather, Snape? Though I find it somewhat intolerable from a personal taste perspective, I trust my godfather's character." "You need not worry, Harry. That's reassuring," Harry exclaimed, nodding as he reached for a piece of jam pudding, which vanished 6 centimeters from his fingertips. Not just that piece of pudding, but all the desserts upon the table had disappeared. It seems that the commencement feast has reached its conclusion. After a flurry of activity, the hall has once again fallen into silence as Professor Dumbledore rises from his lofty golden chair. "Now that everyone has indulged in sufficient food and drink." "I have not," Harry muttered quietly. Amanda quickly nudged him with her elbow as Dumbledore's gaze had swept in their direction. "I have a few more words to share. There are several points of note for this term. First-year students are forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. It is advisable not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. And recruitment for Quidditch players will commence in the second week of this term." Amanda silently noted. "Understood. First-year students may venture into the Forbidden Forest. Spells may be cast in the corridors during breaks, and they should sign up for Quidditch players in the second week. Lastly, I must inform all students that anyone who wishes to avoid an untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." Amanda noted again. "Understood. A visit to the right corridor on the 4th floor is in order." A long stream of golden lyrics flew from Dumbledore's wand, floating high above. After the students sang the school song in a somewhat uneven manner, Gemma, who had greeted them earlier, approached the head of the long table. Chapter 22, The Slytherin Common Room. Harry followed closely behind Amanda, yawning incessantly. How much longer until we arrive? The portraits along the corridor whispered among themselves, one knight displaying his sword sheathed to a lady, who giggled in response. Remember, to enter the Slytherin common room, one must utter the correct password. Today's password is power. Jima led them downward. Pay attention to the notice board in the common room, as the password changes every 2 weeks. She pointed to a copper bulletin board beside the end of the stone staircase, laden with various pieces of parchment of differing sizes. However, Amanta doubted whether Harry had heard, as he dashed toward the transparent window on one side of the common room as soon as he descended the staircase.
Goodness.
Are we underwater? This is so cool, Harry exclaimed. The Slytherin common room is surrounded by tall, transparent glass, and beyond this striking glass lies the eerie green waters of the lake, where dark green algae swayed gently with the currents. A colossal squid slowly emerged from the aquatic vegetation, approaching and extending a slimy tentacle to tap against the window, causing Harry to stumble back in fright. Amanta and Draco joined Harry's side. My father once described the Slytherin common room to me, but nothing compares to witnessing it firsthand. The depths of the dark lake are indeed mysterious and captivating. Amanta placed her hand upon the glass, where certain enigmatic magical engravings shimmered faintly. It is astonishing to see that the boy who lived and our dear Miss Merlin have such limited worldly experience. A sharp, scornful voice cut through the air. Pansy Parkinson sat on the emerald green suede couch at the center of the common room, flanked by several students, casting dubious and unfriendly glances their way. These individuals seemed to be acquainted with one another and appeared to possess considerable influence and status. As the majority of individuals in the common room cast their gazes upon her, their expressions were filled with uncertainty, lacking the fervor they had displayed during the welcoming feast. At the very least, no one dared to speak on their behalf. Amanta read aloud with an air of arrogance. The Merlins have been absent for so long. How can you prove your lineage? Who knows if you are merely some mudblood? And as for this Potter, look at his destitute muggle appearance. Are we to believe the Potter family can only don garments scavenged from muggle trash bins? Laughter erupted among her companions. Amanta had assumed their skirmish would conclude after the feast, yet she found herself mistaken, as they persisted in their attempts to provoke her. She had no desire for conflict, yet she was unafraid of trouble being thrust upon her. This battle was inevitable.
Was it?
Then might I inquire, Miss Parkinson, what motive drives you to question my heritage? Amanta seized Harry by the collar and pulled him behind Draco, striding confidently to the center of the common room. What evidence do you possess? She regarded Pansy from a superior vantage point, unyielding in her demeanor. At the very least, she could not afford to falter in presence. Pansy averted her gaze from Amanta, instead turning to her companions, who observed Amanta with palpable amusement, as though she were a source of entertainment. Pansy smirked with a blend of pride and disdain. One boy next to her feigned a retching gesture toward Amanta, while a girl rolled her eyes. Amanta chuckled lightly, yet her gaze remained icy, somewhat terrifying. Indeed? Am I not capable of deceiving you, Professor Dumbledore, and even the Sorting Hat, along with Salazar's choice? Moreover, I was entirely unaware that Slytherin would accept wizards of Muggle descent. If I have shattered this precedent, then I must presume that my own prowess has garnered Salazar's recognition. With every eye upon her, Amanta commenced her measured advance. The aura she emanated instilled a sense of awe in all present. None had anticipated encountering such presence in an 11-year-old first-year student. Approaching the fireplace, she noted the sputtering embers within, casting a chill throughout the room. Pray tell, was Voldemort more formidable during his first year? She drew her wand and lightly tapped the hearth. Flames erupted into a roaring blaze. The tongues of fire danced wildly, intertwining and spilling forth from the fireplace, as though the diminutive structure could scarcely contain their burgeoning vigor. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that the very Voldemort, Tom Riddle, whom many of you and your families fervently follow, is merely a half-blood. A number of onlookers inhaled sharply, their faces pale with fear as they regarded her. Amanta raised her left arm, clearly displaying the ring of the sages under the light of the Slytherin common room. And as for your doubts regarding my identity as a member of the Merlin family, you surely cannot be so ignorant as to not recognize this? A few Slytherin students exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before stepping forward. I believe the Sorting Hat selection to be infallible. To suspect their lineage simply because their parents tragically passed away is exceedingly rash. Jima approached, toying with a bone bracelet in her hand. If memory serves, are you first-year students, along with a handful of second and third years, truly this idol? The expressions of those around Pansy turned a ghastly shade, and two girls shot accusatory glances at her before rising from the sofa and exiting. The warmth of the fireplace caressed Pansy's cheeks, and she stifled a breath, her face flushing crimson, ultimately exclaiming amidst the crowd, "You two uncouth beings. Just wait." I shall inform my parents to investigate you. When that time comes, your secrets will be laid bare. Draco drawled languidly. Pansy, are you wishing for me to write a letter to your parents? Regarding their beloved daughter's audacious provocation of the most promising heir of Slytherin in the common room? Chapter 23. Amanta's Inquiry and Counsel. Draco. Speaking up for her will lead to your regret. I certainly will. Pansy's eyes brimmed with tears, upon witnessing the flicker of disdain in Draco's furrowed brow. She bit her lip and fell silent, turning sharply to flee the common room. The few companions who had stood beside her also wore discomfited expressions, hastily lowering their heads as they made their way to the dormitory entrance at the other end of the room. At this moment, the ambient sounds grew clearer, the lake weeping against the windows, reminiscent of an elder's somber roar, while strange cries echoed from the depths of the black lake, indistinguishable in origin, shrouded in a vague, low, distant mystery. Draco finally released his grip on Harry's shoulders, having nearly been met with a punch moments before. Amanta suddenly spoke, calling attention to everyone. Her petite figure stood at the center of the Slytherin common room, gazing upwards at the ancient silver-green tapestry adorning the wall, where intricate designs wove the house motto, Slytherin will aid you in reaching your zenith. The golden threads, having withstood the test of millennia, continued to gleam vibrantly against the deep green backdrop. May I inquire, dear friends and your families, what motivates your choice to follow Voldemort? A senior girl stepped forward, her gaze revealing a hint of fervent obsession. He possesses the power we all yearn for. He is formidable. I believe that, aside from Dumbledore, none in the wizarding world can contend with him, especially given his youth. A boy with long black hair lifted his head from his book, his demeanor indifferent. Our family supports his views on pure bloodlines and the eradication of muggles. A pale-faced boy hesitated, his voice faltering with trepidation. The Dark Lord threatens my family. He warned us that if we do not choose to follow him, he will kill us all. His teeth chattered as he shivered. He has achieved so much at such a young age, particularly in dark magic. He has audacity, boldness, and dares to act without regard for the law. The students of Slytherin chattered animatedly, each expressing divergent thoughts and opinions. Is that so? Amanta interrupted their discussion, drawing everyone's attention back to her, some perplexed by her intentions. Most of you follow him simply because of his strength? A hint of disdain laced her tone, inciting irritation among many. After all, she was merely an 11-year-old girl, seemingly dismissing their seniority, their families, and even the Dark Lord himself. No, I believe it is certainly not for that reason. Amanta's cold gaze swept over several students eager to retort, her lips slightly parted as she uttered a cruel remark. It is because you are all too weak. The faces of the Slytherin students turned pale, her words striking at their vulnerabilities. The fireplace roared with flames, crackling as the light danced upon Amanta's face, her pupils resembling shards of ice on a frozen lake. Deep within that icy expanse, a fire ignited, struggling to break through all boundaries and obstructions. It was an indescribable fury, compelling her to continue speaking. It is your weakness that accentuates his strength. It is your and your family's incompetence, be it in skill, magic, talent, or whatever else that allows a half-blood to dominate you. With a sigh, she continued, as Slytherins and heirs of pureblood families, are you destined to be someone as servants, forever bowing to his whims, willingly becoming lambs for slaughter? Is Slytherin's honor merely a foundation for others to trample upon? Amanta walked past those who boasted of their pride in following Voldemort, her scornful gaze sweeping across their faces, seemingly loathing their ignorance and ineptitude. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, as if her words dissected their very characters. Their hidden natures, their unspoken vileness, were laid bare under the scorching sun, leaving them trembling in despair. They no longer perceived the Slytherin common room as their home. Instead, their minds were consumed by a fervent desire to escape. Do you know how the wizarding world perceives Slytherin and your families? Opportunists, who, after Voldemort's downfall, have become pariahs and the subject of ridicule. Amanta spoke these words lightly, as if finding them utterly laughable. You, who proclaim that honor surpasses all, is this truly how you seek to uphold Slytherin's honor? She stepped onto the common room table, gazing down imperiously at them all. Honor is earned through one's own efforts. Only by becoming strong do we have the right to define everything. Why should we not strive to be strong ourselves? Each word resonated powerfully. The common room fell into a profound silence, yet within every heart, a tempest brewed. The inhabitants of the Slytherin common room were indeed taken aback. They had not anticipated that a mere first-year student could articulate such piercing truths. Even more astonishing was the realization that this seemingly obvious principle had eluded so many, including their own parents. Amanta's words struck them like a slap to the face, sharp and stinging, yet awakening them to a semblance of clarity. Harry and Draco stared at her in bewilderment, as though she had suddenly transformed into a stranger. Until then, they had merely regarded Amanta as a prodigious bookworm, and privately, they had harbored concerns that she might be sorted into Ravenclaw. Now, however, it seemed quite reasonable for Amanta to have joined Slytherin. Yet, a pale-faced voice shattered the prevailing atmosphere. His lips trembled, revealing a hint of fear. Yet he spoke softly. "I can assure you, there is no Slytherin student who works harder than my father, though his grades are somewhat lacking. After all, Voldemort's talent in magic is truly extraordinary." His words rekindled the hopes of many who had just felt their confidence crumble. Several Slytherin students who had previously been disheartened rallied their spirits anew. Indeed, he was right. It was not that they lacked effort or ambition to grow stronger. But no matter how hard they tried, there would always be someone more formidable. Genius is genius. It is not something that ordinary individuals can surpass merely through diligence. Talent cannot serve as an excuse. I believe that there are always shortcuts and techniques in learning magic, skills that only those of sufficient intellect can master. Just like Snape's potions textbook from his student days, which was filled with his personal annotations. In 6th year, Harry, who struggled immensely in potions, acquired this old textbook and, by merely mimicking the annotations, was hailed by Professor Slughorn as a potions prodigy. Yet none among them could rival Voldemort's genius, and thus they were unaware of such techniques. A curly-haired boy lamented. "Is that so?" Amanta tilted her head, her gaze cutting through the crowd to the curly-haired boy. "If there are none among the students, what of our headmaster, our professors?" The curly-haired boy clearly had not contemplated this answer and hesitated momentarily. "Moreover, have you not seen my abilities? How do they compare to Voldemort's in the realm of magic?" Amanta regarded the crowd with genuine curiosity, for she had yet to attend a single day of lessons. A bold student spoke up, but the Dark Lord came from an orphanage. Of course, he wouldn't have employed much magic upon enrollment. "Oh wait." He abruptly halted mid-sentence, realizing that Pansy had previously provoked Amanta by mentioning that Amanta also hailed from an orphanage. The crowd was evidently considering this point. When did Amanta, coming from the Muggle world, learn these spells? And when did she become so adept at wielding them? Most were silently speculating about Amanta's prowess, intending to write home to inquire about Voldemort's capabilities during his school years. Seeing that no further questions arose, Amanta nodded in satisfaction.
"Well,
It appears that there are no objections. However, if you find yourselves unable to match my resolve, then choose to follow me. I shall prove my strength and elevate the spirit of Slytherin to greater heights. Never." Well, what an extraordinary speech. The sound of applause resonated crisply at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, interrupting Amanta's words. The billowing black robes signaled the approach of Severus Snape, his lips curling into an inscrutable smile as he advanced towards them. The students of Slytherin suddenly realized that their esteemed headmaster had appeared unbeknownst to them. "Miss Merlin, you truly have my admiration, however." His cold, slippery tone trailed off with an elegant flourish. "Please do step down from the table in the common room." Coughing lightly, Amanta hastily leaped down, greeting him with a fervent yet humble smile, a stark contrast to her earlier imposing demeanor. All eyes were fixed upon her in astonishment. Such a swift change of demeanor. It was essential to curry favor with Snape. Perhaps one might be rewarded with his potion notes, or even special guidance in the art of potion making. If fortune smiled upon them, they might even consider learning dark magic, defensive arts, wandless magic, and mental occlusion under his tutelage. Oh, how remarkably versatile our esteemed headmaster is. Snape, indifferent, shifted his gaze to Harry and Draco, who stood by the window. "Ah, Draco, so you are here." He strode towards Draco, exuding an aura of immense power. Draco took a few steps forward, his lips moving silently, seemingly torn about whether to utter the word Godfather before the assembled crowd. Snape broke the silence first. "My dear godson, your father has sent me to inquire about your first day at school." His gaze flickered to Harry, standing just behind Draco. TSK, poor old peacock, struck on the head by a troll, could hardly fathom that his beloved son is mingling with Potter. "Oh, how could I almost overlook this? They are both Slytherins." Harry Potter. The name flowed gently from Snape's lips, laden with an air of menace. Harry was compelled to look up, his innocent green eyes meeting Snape's inscrutable dark orbs. "Let me see. Oh, you bear a striking resemblance to your father." "Thank you, Professor. Do you know what my father looks like?" Harry's excitement sparkled in his emerald eyes upon hearing Snape mention his parents, a wide, innocent grin spreading across his face. Just as arrogant and insufferable as he was. However, the smile faltered at the corners of his mouth. "But those eyes, they are a mirror of Lily's." At the mention of Lily, Snape's voice softened unexpectedly, leaving Harry somewhat taken aback. Snape leaned closer, his gaze fixed intently on Harry's eyes. Those green eyes were indeed identical, bright, round, and more radiant than all the emeralds in the world. Whenever she smiled, it was as if a spring lake had come to life, gentle and endearing. Snape seemed oblivious, his hawk-like nose nearly touching Harry's face, leaving him utterly stunned. Amanda cleared her throat softly. Severus Snape then realized his lapse in composure, swiftly straightening up to restore his somber and aloof demeanor. The others, as if awakening from a dream, began to relax and make their way toward the entrance of the dormitory, including Amanda. Just as Amanda was approaching the exit of the lounge, Draco hastily approached her side and murmured, "Amanda, the path you are about to tread will be exceedingly arduous." He seemed to perceive something, a rare hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Amanda responded with a smile. "Draco, I appreciate your concern, but I am undoubtedly more aware of what I desire. I seek glory to bow before me. If I cannot conquer all, then I will possess nothing." Chapter 25. The dismal Slytherin dormitory. Gemma walked ahead of Amanda, guiding her through the grand entrance leading to the girls' dormitory. "Oh, I am at a loss for words to convey my feelings, but indeed, you are simply, how shall I say, incredible in every regard," Gemma added. The two proceeded along a winding classical stone bridge, flanked by numerous branches that led to each dormitory, with black plaques bearing door numbers and the names of the residing students affixed outside each door. If my memory serves me correctly, the first-year students' dormitories are located nearby. By the way, since Slytherin admits the fewest students, our dormitories are all shared between two. However, Gemma's expression appeared somewhat troubled. Amanda surmised from her demeanor, "I will be sharing a dormitory with Pansy?" Gemma hesitated, indeed. "However, I can quickly arrange for you to switch to a different dormitory if necessary."
No.
"I believe I can manage," Amanda replied with a shrug. After navigating through dozens of intersections, they arrived at the door of room 221.
Oh?
Gemma exclaimed in surprise. For the plaque on room 221 bore only one name. Beneath the room number was inscribed Amanda Merlin, followed by a swath of blackness. Gemma leaned closer to examine it, and after a moment, concluded, it seems something like ink has been smeared over it, rendering it illegible. How utterly capricious. Amanda shrugged. "I actually do not mind, however. If it must be this way, residing alone is quite agreeable." She bid farewell to Gemma, who hurriedly made her way down the corridor. "Good luck." Amanda pushed open the silver serpent-shaped door handle. To her astonishment, the Slytherin dormitory was surprisingly austere. The rough gray stone walls had not been polished, exuding a raw, unrefined texture. In the center was a dark, unlit fireplace, and on the opposite wall were two massive, transparent windows that, like the common room, afforded a view of the depths of the Black Lake. Additionally, two ancient four-poster wooden beds adorned the room, with green silk drapes emblazoned with the Slytherin crest hanging from the bedposts. While the sheets were embroidered with silver thread, this was the only piece of furniture that resembled something of quality in the dormitory. The atmosphere here is no less chilling than that of a public lounge. Upon entering, a penetrating cold seeps into one's very bones. In contrast to the opulent public lounge, which is ironically dubbed a dungeon, this place truly embodies the essence of confinement. Yet, these observations pale in significance. For upon Amanda's entrance, her eyes were immediately drawn to the disarray within the room, where her belongings lay strewn about, all having suffered indignities. The suitcase that had been placed beside her bed was violently wrenched open, leaving it utterly devoid of its contents. Newly purchased parchment lay crumpled into balls. Several quills had been ruthlessly plucked and broken, her garments were shredded beyond recognition, and textbooks were torn into shreds, scattered throughout the corners of the chamber. It required no great deduction to ascertain that this chaos was most likely the handiwork of Pansy. Frowning slightly, she raised her wand and uttered, "Restoration." Instantly, the fragmented items within the room soared into the air. Even the debris lurking beneath the bed was not spared. All the remnants swirled around her, converging and reassembling until the room reverted to its original state, ultimately depositing everything back into the open suitcase. Had Harry witnessed this spectacle, his astonishment would surely have left him speechless. Amanda sighed. She found herself perplexed by Pansy's relentless animosity towards her. Was it merely due to Draco? Setting aside the fact that her relationship with Draco was purely platonic, such extreme behavior seemed utterly unwarranted. This lack of understanding fostered a sense of detachment from the unwarranted jealousy directed at her by Pansy. After all, such actions were undeniably juvenile and petty, were they not? Nonetheless, Pansy's audacity warranted appropriate retribution. With a flick of her wand, she ignited the fireplace, and the warmth of the flames momentarily dispelled the chill of the dormitory. Seizing the moment, she settled before the hearth and penned a letter. "Dear Headmistress Osina, I have arrived safely at Hogwarts and have commenced my studies. All is well. I hope you can convey my regards to Sister Karina. Yours sincerely, Amanta Merlin. She folded the letter and set it aside, intending to hand it to Pansy the following morning. After completing this task, Amanta felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. The day's journey and speech had drained her considerably, and she craved a restful slumber. Though the dormitory was austere, the bedding was relatively comfortable, and she succumbed to a deep sleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Amanta carried her Transfiguration textbook, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, with her, the letter she had penned yesterday tucked within its pages, as she made her way to the Great Hall. Harry and Draco were already seated at the Slytherin table. Draco was engrossed in the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, while Harry remained focused on his meal, occasionally glancing at Draco's newspaper. Their pairing had clearly sparked gossip among the other houses, with many casting curious and bewildered glances at Harry. Upon noticing Amanta's arrival, a multitude of suspicious and fearful gazes shifted toward her, accompanied by hushed whispers. A few phrases wafted through the air, such formidable magical talent displayed upon entering school. She must be the future Dark Lord. The darkest hour of the magical realm is upon us, and I must write to inform my cousins to hastily prepare for relocation and refuge. It appears that her actions in the Slytherin common room yesterday have already circulated throughout Hogwarts. There are even whispers in her favor, albeit accompanied by a hint of uncertainty in their voices. Let us not dwell on negativity. I heard she delivered a speech in Slytherin, urging them to cease their allegiance to the Dark Lord. Yet, we must not forget that she commanded the Slytherins to follow her, and for that alone, she undoubtedly possesses a certain quality. What quality? Amanta halted, leaning in with earnestness. The two students engaged in conversation moments ago recoiled in alarm, quickly parting ways with ashen faces. Amanta recognized them as first-year students Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. She was not surprised. After all, she could not simply cover their mouths. It is not entirely unwelcome for them to fear her. As for the rest, she would prove herself through action. Chapter 26. The Learning Techniques Alliance Trio. Harry had already spotted Amanta and waved at her. Amanta, we are over here. Amanta approached them and pulled out a chair. She scanned the long table, but still did not see Pansy. Before class, I have matters to discuss with you. Draco set down his newspaper, having been perusing an article about Quidditch. Oh, do tell. I truly wish to serve dear Miss Merlin. Draco donned a practiced smile, though Amanta could discern that he was in good spirits. How about we form a study group? The moment Amanta uttered the words, Harry's mouth fell open in surprise as he hurriedly stuffed another bite of turkey sandwich into his mouth. What are you saying? We always said we were practically a study group already, didn't we? If not, how about we call it a Learning Techniques Sharing Alliance? Amanta stirred her porridge. And we could invite more participants. I have no objections, provided we can truly gather that much useful information. Slytherins are never averse to seeking shortcuts, Draco replied, shaking his head. He was not wrong. Had Slytherin not favored shortcuts, they would not have such a penchant for the dark arts. Harry nodded in agreement. I have no objections either. The two had already taken the bait, and Amanta eagerly shared her plan with them. I have considered our respective roles. Given the current circumstances, I shall oversee the library. Draco will engage with the professors, and Harry, you will connect with the upperclassmen. Her method of reviewing books is the quickest and most effective way to distill valuable information through extensive research in the Hogwarts library. If only Harry had that invisibility cloak. It would be a marvelous tool for perusing the restricted section of the library. Speaking of Dumbledore, the headmaster in his office sneezed, attributing it to the overly sweet honey butter pudding he was stirring. Today's treat was indeed sweet enough to provoke a tickle in his nose. I possess a remarkable efficiency in my reading, enabling me to compile and catalog the library's books, extracting the most pertinent content. Draco takes on the responsibility of cultivating relationships with various professors, seeking opportunities to humbly solicit their guidance, and I believe that most professors would be reluctant to refuse him. In truth, there lies an additional reason, unspoken by Amanta. Draco's father, Lucius, is one of the governors of Hogwarts, and in light of the governor's son, many professors would likely extend him a modicum of leniency. Moreover, the most challenging professor to appease, Severus Snape, is, after all, Draco's godfather. Draco nodded, adding a thought. I could also write to my father, asking him to connect me with a few esteemed scholars for advice. That would be quite a favor, Draco. What about me? Harry lifted his head from the mashed potatoes, mumbling, I don't know anyone at all. Oh, but you are the renowned boy, Harry. No one is unfamiliar with you. Simply assure them of your good intentions, and they will be more than willing to assist. Amanta gazed into Harry's innocent green eyes and cherubic face. Harry was truly adorable, and she could easily envision the affection that older students felt for him. Trust me, you will certainly win their favor. And then you can engage them in discussions about their areas of expertise. Well, I hope so, Harry replied reluctantly. Every evening after classes, we shall reconvene in the Slytherin common room to report our progress. By the way, we could also arrange for some impromptu dueling sessions and experimentation. Draco interjected. That might not be feasible. Hogwarts prohibits students from dueling privately. Of course, we shall need a location, a secret base. Trust me, I will address the matter of space. The room of requirement at Hogwarts is indeed the perfect venue, capable of providing everything we need. However, I must first verify it in person. I can place an order for some items. My father is acquainted with a custom merchant, Draco remarked. They nearly concluded their discussion regarding the alliance of skills before collectively heading towards the Transfiguration classroom with their books in hand. Hogwarts boasts a total of 140 staircases, yet the Transfiguration classroom is not particularly difficult to locate. After exiting the Great Hall, one ascends a somewhat wobbly staircase. And to the left lies the classroom. As the staircase swayed and turned, Amanta suddenly recalled a question. Are the Slytherin dormitories truly this rudimentary? Draco complained, Oh, our room is equally austere, cold and hard. I assure you, even the Weasley family's dilapidated abode is far more comfortable than this. I find it quite acceptable. Much better than the cupboard I resided in at Privet Drive, Harry interjected. Draco rolled his eyes. However, there is a solution. My father informed me that the current Slytherin dormitories are repurposed medieval dungeons, and to achieve comfort, each generation of students must undertake renovations themselves. Amanta nodded, realizing that transforming the dormitory would indeed be a considerable endeavor. Well, she subtly broached the subject of Pansy's animosity towards her. As they stepped into the Transfiguration classroom, they were greeted by the sight of numerous enormous bird cages surrounding them. At the front stood a dark mahogany desk, flanked by 2 upright blackboards. They arrived quite early and casually selected a few seats towards the back. Harry was already seething with indignation, nervously glancing towards Professor McGonagall's office, muttering under his breath. It's outrageous. How could she be so overbearing? Amanta shrugged. Fortunately, she encountered me, so there's no real loss. Draco began to speak, but was interrupted as Pansy hurriedly dashed in through the door, immediately spotting the trio seated together. She halted, casting a venomous glare at Amanta, who was seated between them. Amanta, I hope you enjoyed the gift I sent you yesterday, she smirked maliciously. What else to enjoy? Your destruction of my belongings, and you're running off to have Prefect Gemma fetch you? Amanta recounted her misdeeds coolly, raising her gaze. Pansy glanced at Amanta's desk, her keen eyes noticing something tucked within her textbook. She swiftly approached, snatching Amanta's Transfiguration book and shaking out a letter, which she tore open and read aloud with exaggerated flair. Chapter 27, The First Transfiguration Lesson. Oh, dear Headmistress Osina, I have safely arrived at Hogwarts and have enrolled. Everything is splendid. I hope you might send my regards to Sister Karina. Love, your Amanta Merlin. Pansy read in a mocking tone. Oh, your beloved Muggle orphanage headmistress. I can only imagine, do you all forage for food from the trash? Surely, you can't bathe more than once a year? Her absurd inflection prompted several students to stifle laughter. Amanta rose, extending her hand. Give it back to me. She enunciated each word, her countenance dark and foreboding. Pansy stuck out her tongue and scampered to the front. Oh, is the Muggle orphan upset? Not a chance. Who would return it to you? She seemed so eager to see Amanta humiliated that she disregarded her own image. Is that so? I hope you won't come to regret it. Amanta regarded her with a gaze as cold as death. Little did Pansy know, Professor McGonagall had just entered the classroom and was now standing behind her. With a stern expression, her brows knitted tightly, her voice trembled with ire. Miss Parkinson, I trust you can elucidate what you are doing? Startled, Pansy hastily concealed the letter behind her back. Professor McGonagall, I was merely joking with Amanta. Professor McGonagall was not so easily deceived. Return the letter to Miss Merlin and apologize. I'm sorry, I was wrong, Pansy mumbled reluctantly, casting a glare at Amanta. Slytherin loses 5 points. While I would prefer not to deduct points from your first lesson at Hogwarts, let this serve as a warning, Miss Parkinson. The Slytherin students seated nearby regarded Pansy with a mixture of resentment. After all, this was merely the first lesson of the new term, and Slytherin had already lost 5 points, 5 whole points. The Slytherins felt as if their hearts were being wrenched. Professor McGonagall, observing Pansy as she made her way to her seat, proclaimed in a loud voice, "Should there be any further mischief in my classroom, I shall have the offender removed and barred from ever returning." Pansy's silhouette stiffened momentarily. Once all the students had gathered, Professor McGonagall did not instruct them to open their textbooks, nor did she commence with an introduction to the course content. Instead, she transformed the mahogany lectern into a small pink pig. The students erupted in exclamations of awe. Harry couldn't help but chuckle, as the pig reminded him of his cousin Dudley. Draco remarked quietly, "Harry, if you continue to eat that much every day, Professor McGonagall might very well turn you into a pig." Harry's face paled instantly, clearly contemplating the possibility. This was one of the most advanced forms of transfiguration, transforming objects into animals. Achieving such mastery would require extensive practice. Harry sighed in disappointment. "Amanta, I can only hope you learn quickly and turn Dudley into a pig soon." Amanta raised an eyebrow. "I certainly don't wish to find myself imprisoned in Azkaban. However, transforming you into a pig doesn't seem to contravene any wizarding laws," Draco stated gravely. They then began taking several pages of intricate notes, with Professor McGonagall dictating and them dutifully transcribing. It must be said that the pace of Professor McGonagall's teaching was rather swift. Even Amanta, who had only just managed to jot down a sentence, found herself being urged to note the next one before she could grasp its meaning. Subsequently, each student was handed a matchstick with the task of attempting to transform it into a needle.
Ver aberto.
The classroom resonated with the sounds of incantations being recited. Seated in front of them, Blaise Zabini shouted the loudest, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, despite his insistence that it was merely the heat. Harry and Draco exerted all their efforts, yet their matchsticks remained unchanged. After attempting the spell over 20 times, Harry, utterly exhausted, cast aside his wand. Good heavens! I suspect transfiguration is nothing but a ruse. It's clearly just a matchstick. How could it possibly transform into a needle? This defies the law of conservation of mass. Amanta, why aren't you practicing the spell? Draco inquired, glancing at Amanta, who was the only one in the classroom not uttering the incantation. She hadn't even drawn her wand. Instead, she was meticulously reading her notes and striving to comprehend the connections between each sentence. One must thoroughly understand the object of transformation, the size, shape, and properties, before fantasizing about their interrelation. Amanta, if you don't give it a try, this class will soon be over, Harry urged, clearly more anxious than Amanta. I merely wish to see if anyone can truly transform a matchstick into a needle, to confirm that this is not merely a figment of my imagination. Amanta smiled slightly, there's no rush. As she read the final sentence, she noted that the wand's movement must be executed with utmost precision, directly correlating with the size of the object being transformed. She scanned her notes once more to ensure nothing was overlooked before raising her wand.
Ver aberto.
The rounded head of the match swiftly diminished, a hole forming in the center, while the wooden shaft elongated and narrowed, ultimately transforming into silver. Although the opposite end had yet to attain the sharpness of a true needle, it was undoubtedly a needle. Professor McGonagall glanced over, offering the first smile of the class. "Well done, Miss Merlin." She showcased the needle that Amanta had transformed to the entire class before demonstrating the spell to convert the match into a needle herself. "I may lack any magical talent. Surely I won't fail all my finals," Harry lamented despairingly after class. Amanta comforted him, saying, "It's all right, we have our SO group." The SO group was the name Amanta had devised for their study skills sharing alliance, with his representing the initial of study in English, Anno signifying the ideal final grade. Harry's interest piqued immediately. "By the way, how did you learn to transform a match into a needle so quickly?" "Professor, I genuinely wish to learn. I have other matters to attend to." "Meet me in the common room tonight, and do not forget your tasks," Amanta reminded him. Draco interjected, "I'm heading to the Ollery. Would you care to join me?"
No.
"I don't think I have anyone to write to, nor anyone writing to me," Harry replied with a shrug. "Amanta, don't you still have a letter to deliver?" Chapter 28. Draco's Inner Monologue. The Ollery was located at the pinnacle of the West Tower, accessible via a narrow spiral staircase leading to a circular room. "I have always known that Pansy harbored feelings for me and understood her reasons for targeting you and Harry," Draco said suddenly, trailing behind Amanta, appearing deeply troubled. Amanta raised an eyebrow. "Her affection is so blatant. If you still fail to comprehend, then you are either a fool or feigning ignorance." "Forgive me. I hesitated to act in light of the Malfoy family's interests." Draco's lips grew increasingly pale, revealing his inner turmoil. Amanta replied slowly, "Well, that's not quite the point I wish to make. The most effective way to resolve a problem is to eliminate the problem itself. You understand my meaning." Draco gradually halted on the spiral staircase, his lips completely devoid of color. "Amanta, I do not perceive you as such. I have always regarded Pansy as a sister. When she accidentally set her hair ablaze as a child, I doused her with a bucket of water. There was also the time she mistook Sneezewort for something else." Draco recounted his childhood memories in detail. "However, since last year, her demeanor towards me has changed. Upon realizing this, I have made every effort to avoid contact with her. Yet she remains oblivious. Until she noticed another girl by my side. He concluded by remarking that Pansy was quite young and overly indulged by her family, which contributed to her somewhat obsessive personality. Observing Draco's anxious demeanor, he revealed everything. Amanda turned around, her smile disarmingly innocent. Draco, what are you pondering? Draco's light gray eyes shimmered with rare confusion. I merely meant to say that if she neglects her studies and constantly devises ways to trouble others, she will inevitably be expelled from Hogwarts. Amanda lifted her foot, the heel of her Oxford shoe striking the floor with a dull thud, startling a few owls overhead, who flitted through the branches. She was unconcerned with the matters between Pansy and Draco. Her only desire was for her own life to remain undisturbed. After all, there were countless tasks awaiting her attention. Draco hastily followed her, his tone slightly elevated. You are right. I should have a serious conversation with Pansy and write to her parents in an attempt to curb her behavior. Amanda circled the Ollery and soon spotted her Bursa nestled in a man-made nook in the wall. Her wings curled around her as she blissfully slumbered atop a mound of straw. Quietly, Amanda placed a letter aside, and Bursa opened one eye to glance at her, contentedly flapping her wings. Amanda, come and see my dragon. Draco called from a short distance, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. The dragon, the majestic eagle owl Draco often mentioned, defied description with its formidable presence. Amanda could think of no other word than imposing. Oh my goodness, what is that? An eagle owl? It's simply magnificent, Neville exclaimed as he stepped into the Ollery, taken aback. Clearly, his admiration pleased the dragon, who flapped its nearly meter-long wings with satisfaction, its bright yellow glassy eyes gazing proudly at him. Neville Longbottom? Amanda recognized him as the boy who had been searching for toads on the train. Oh, you are Amanda Merlin, and this is Draco Malfoy? Neville, having likely overheard much gossip during the past few days, took a few hesitant steps back upon realizing their identities. Oh, are you here to deliver a letter too? Amanda noticed him hastily concealing something behind his back. Neville shook his head vigorously, his face flushed. No, it's nothing, don't mind me. There's no need to fear us. Aren't you a Gryffindor? Show a bit of courage. Draco, clearly pleased, stroked the dragon's brown feathers, reveling in Neville's earlier praise. Neville hesitated, casting glances at them as if to ascertain they would not unleash a curse upon him at the slightest turn, before swiftly handing a letter to a Hogwarts common owl. Amanda called out to Neville, who was hastily turning to leave. Neville, are you interested in our study group? Sorry, what is that? Neville's toes pointed outward, clearly eager to depart. It's an abbreviation for a skill-sharing group designed to help each member achieve an O grade by discovering the most effective and efficient study methods by the end of the term. Neville's eyes brightened. Is it true? Yet his gaze lingered momentarily between Draco and Amanda, seemingly recalling the unpleasant rumors surrounding them. He nervously descended the staircase, offering a perfunctory response. I'll consider it if I have time. You actually invited Neville into our group? Draco shook his head. He is nothing short of a fool, universally acknowledged for his lack of talent. Before the age of 8, everyone regarded him as mute. Amanda also shook her head. Magic encompasses more than merely casting spells. Everyone possesses their own areas of expertise, and I believe Neville has his as well, though she conveyed this to Draco. Had she not been aware of Neville's exceptional grades in herbology, ultimately becoming a herbology professor at Hogwarts, she might have harbored similar sentiments to Draco's. Therefore, she added, even if he excels in no aspect, he would still serve as an excellent subject for experimentation. If our theory proves successful with him, it would validate that our method is applicable to nearly everyone. Draco could not deny this. Your considerations are indeed comprehensive. As they exited the West Tower, Draco spoke softly. You know, before I met you, I always believed I was the most exceptional. It is evident, Amanda replied with a smile. She vaguely sensed an indescribable change in Draco's demeanor over the past month. Thus, I was arrogant, haughty, and disdainful, looking down on others, relishing in pointing fingers, forming factions, and inciting division. However, after meeting you, I have gradually come to see myself more clearly, to become a fitting heir to the Malfoy family. I still have a long way to go. I have always viewed my father as my ideal, but I have merely relied on the Malfoy family's prestige. Draco spoke bitterly. Amanda, you are remarkable. I hope one day I can stand alongside you. Amanda patted his shoulder, offering an encouraging smile. How come I never noticed you were so talkative? However, I welcome it. Chapter 29. The Three Untouchable Figures. Descending from the West Tower leads to the 8th floor of Hogwarts, where the Room of Requirement is also located. With some time left before lunch, Amanda intended to seek out the location of the Room of Requirement. However, as they stepped out of the West Tower, they encountered one of the most unfortunate occurrences a Hogwarts student could face.
Whoosh.
An object flew toward them, accompanied by a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. Amanta instinctively dodged to the left. Smack. Draco behind her went rigid. He stared down at himself in disbelief, as his pristine white shirt and tie were splattered with red ink. The ink bottle had fallen to the ground, shattering with a loud crash, while Peeves, clad in a floral shirt and red-blue suit, clutched his stomach in laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Look at this first-year-s stunned expression. Do you like the custom floral uniform I designed just for you? The mischievous poltergeist, Peeves, cackled as he circled around them several times, brandishing a box of chalk which he hurled at their heads. Now, let's see how you like this. He swung his arm vigorously, launching the chalk pieces at their foreheads. It was utterly dreadful. On their very first day, they encountered the most troublesome of spirits. Amanta shielded her head and dodged from side to side, attempting to cast a few spells, but Peeves nimbly evaded her efforts, all the while emitting a cacophony of mocking laughter. Out of the corner of her eye, Amanta noticed Draco still frozen in place, having been struck by several pieces of chalk without any reaction. She had no choice but to grab Draco and pull him forward. Run. Peeves yanked the woolen carpet from beneath their feet, causing Amanta and Draco to tumble to the ground. Amanta landed hard, and Draco appeared no better off. The poltergeist had a particular fear of the Slytherin ghost, nearly headless Nick, but Amanta was uncertain whether that threat would be effective. However, as soon as the thought crossed her mind, Peeves vanished into thin air. Ha ha ha. Just as Amanta sighed in relief and prepared to rise, a chilling cough echoed from the entrance behind them. Ahem. The Hogwarts caretaker, Filch, rolled his murky eyes as he scrutinized them, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The new students do enjoy their mischief, don't they? Preferring play over lessons, tossing the professor's belongings around.
No.
It was Peeves. Amanta protested. Peeves again with Peeves. Filch grumbled impatiently. Heaven knows how fond these students are of lying, always blaming Peeves for their misdeeds. Do you know how students were punished for lying in medieval Hogwarts? They were locked in the dungeons and subjected to the harshest of penalties. Filch's eyes gleamed with a frightening light as he recounted the punishments. What are your names? I shall note them down and inform your head of house so that you may receive due punishment. I am Draco Malfoy, came Draco's muffled voice from behind her. Malfoy? That name sounds familiar. Let me think, is it Lucius Malfoy? Could it be the esteemed Malfoy? Filch's raspy voice quivered slightly. The esteemed gentleman was the most well-behaved in his student days. Oh, his son must surely be the same. How embarrassing, I must have mistaken you. A begrudging smile crept onto Filch's thin lips. Lord Malfoy, I have always held him in high regard. I hope you might speak well of me in his presence, ha? After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Filch, sensing Draco's impatience, wisely excused himself. Amanta couldn't help but reflect on how advantageous the title of being a lord was. Even the most daunting Filch had to show some deference. Speaking of the most formidable figures, one should not provoke. If one were to rank the most troublesome individuals at Hogwarts, Peeves would certainly claim the top spot, followed closely by Filch, and perhaps Severus Snape would be third. However, given Draco's current predicament, they had no time to seek the room of requirement. Draco, covering his face, followed Amanta with a look of utter despair as they hurried towards the cellar. Misfortunes tend to cluster together, and soon enough, they encountered a third troublesome figure at the entrance of the cellar. My dear pupil and Miss Merlin, have you taken a bath in a dye vat? This deep, resplendent voice belonged solely to Severus Snape. With his patience worn thin, Amanta could not help but begin to question the day's fortune. Amanta and Draco turned stiffly to face Snape. Disdainfully, Snape waved his wand and cast a cleaning charm, causing the ink on Draco's robes to vanish without a trace. Miss Merlin, I hope you can manage to use your intellect to learn a few spells, unlike my pupil here, who appears to have had his brain consumed by a slug, as you both disgracefully parade about in public. You are right, Amanta responded humbly, lowering her head. Draco's mood lifted along with his now pristine school uniform.
Professor, y apologis.
Perhaps their overly contrite demeanor was disconcerting to the long somber Snape. In any case, do not let me see you two looking as simple-minded as a Gryffindor again. After receiving their assurances, Snape turned and strode away, his robes billowing towards his office. During lunch at the long table, Harry heard of the duo's series of unfortunate events. Harry wore an expression that teetered between laughter and restraint. Goodness, that is truly dreadful. Thank heavens I did not accompany you. Draco, still shaken, declared, I will have my father expel Peeves from Hogwarts. Harry raised an eyebrow at him. This is surely karma, considering how you always complain about my appetite. The afternoon held lessons in charms and herbology and, no classes tonight, Amanta noted as she read the schedule. Tomorrow we have defense against the dark arts, which intrigues me. I am far more fascinated by the dark arts themselves, Draco replied. Harry furrowed his brow, feeling uncomfortable. My parents were killed by dark magic, so I doubt I would ever engage with it. Chapter 30. The Troll's Blunt Blow to Poor Banaba. Amanta ruffled Harry's fluffy hair playfully. Spells lack a definitive moral dichotomy. The user's intent determines their nature. In truth, many virtuous wizards have dabbled in dark magic. She provided a simple example. Imagine you were present when your parents were murdered, and you were already a mature wizard at that time. Faced with such a circumstance, could you restrain yourself from using harmful spells, opting instead for simple binding charms to secure the perpetrator until the Ministry's Oris arrive? Amanta observed Harry's eyes redden with anger and sighed. You cannot, and most people cannot either. Those who can are exceedingly rare. She did not wish for Harry to become overly righteous, to the point of suffering guilt over the moral nuances of a spell. As exemplified by the rare few like Dumbledore, he possesses the capacity to vanquish his adversaries solely through the use of white magic. Yet, it is undeniably true that should he resort to more potent spells, the efficiency of his endeavors would greatly increase. This is, in part, the rationale behind Voldemort's dominance over the magical realm. Adhering to an unwavering sense of justice, akin to that of Gryffindor, proves to be a formidable challenge, often ensnaring one in the very principles they strive to uphold. Thus, they find themselves akin to Slytherin. However, she harbors a hint of regret. I suspect I may find it exceedingly difficult to wield dark magic. I have perused the guidelines governing its use, which stipulate that the practitioner must possess an intense emotional force, such as hatred or a desire to obliterate the opponent, feelings I have yet to experience. Yet, at present, this does not seem to evoke much regret. From your description, I appear to be quite suited for the use of dark magic, Harry remarked gloomily. Although he had grasped Amantha's meaning intellectually, he found himself unable to accept it emotionally. Amantha gently patted his shoulder. I merely suggest that you should not confine yourself due to unfounded notions. A wizard's worth is not determined by the spells they employ, but rather by their actions. Draco, scooping up a spoonful of soup, interjected nonchalantly. The topic you are discussing is indeed fascinating. However, I must remind you that this is Professor Quirrell's class. He glanced at Harry. Your scar's pain during the last feast may be related to Professor Quirrell. Amantha raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I am rather curious about what lies beneath his scarf. Why don't we seize an opportunity to discreetly unveil it? Harry boldly proposed. Draco shot him a disapproving glance. Do you wish to have all the points deducted from Slytherin? During the afternoon's charms class, the diminutive Professor Flitwick stood atop a thick stack of books, and when he called out Harry and Amantha's names, he squealed in excitement and tumbled to the ground, disappearing from sight, causing quite a commotion. At the end of class, Pansy passed by her with a sullen expression. I hope you do not become too complacent. She tossed over her shoulder before hastily departing, seemingly unwilling to spare them another glance. Draco called out to her from behind. Pansy, meet me in the common room tonight. I have something to discuss with you. She cast a triumphant glance at Amantha, who merely shrugged in indifference. A boy from the Longbottom family, it seems, was able to distinguish between the badger's bloodwort and the wolfsbane at a glance during the first class. Amantha exchanged a knowing look with Draco. He smirked. Well,
You are always right.
Amantha did not excel in herbology. To her, the differences between the plants appeared negligible. Compared to the typical illustrations in textbooks, they bore no resemblance whatsoever. Particularly, the smaller sleeping beans looked almost identical to mistletoe berries. For the first time, she felt a sense of defeat in her studies. I find it perplexing why we must study herbalism. Are we truly expected to wander into the wild, plucking a handful of herbs to ascertain their extraordinary properties? With no internal strife, Amantha, who opts to attack others, cannot help but begin to question the practicality of these courses. I too believe that such items can simply be purchased in bulk at the apothecary in Diagon Alley for a mere few galleons. Draco concurred, vigorously tossing a rebellious bouncing bulb in his hands. The bulb appeared intent on escaping, thrashing about violently, nearly striking those nearby. Only Pansy giggled as she brushed off the dirt that splattered onto her. Draco, you remain as mischievous as ever. Harry focused intently on a leafless, wrinkled fig tree, which was exuding clusters of purple fruit from its heart. In truth, these plants are quite fascinating, are they not? At that moment, behind him, Blaise was startled by a few leaping mushrooms, shrieking as he darted around the greenhouse in a panic. Amantha shrugged. Indeed, they are rather intriguing. After finishing dinner in the Great Hall, today's activities came to a close. Amantha proposed to Draco and Harry, I know a perfect place for our group to meet. Would you like to join me in searching for it? The morning's events had delayed her, and she still had that matter on her mind. After all, finding a venue sooner would allow them to commence their extracurricular activities. Harry and Draco had no objections. What are we searching for? Draco inquired. To the 8th floor. To locate a tapestry depicting a giant clobbering a hapless bonobo.
What?
Draco and Harry exclaimed in unison. Harry chuckled. Haha, he certainly has a vivid imagination. Teaching a giant to dance, perhaps even ballet. I can hardly fathom such a scene. Draco appeared contemplative. I believe I've heard that story before. But what does it have to do with the place we seek? Amanda spoke with a slight sense of unease during her introduction. Fortunately, these two had read enough of her musings to remain unfazed, harboring no doubts about her words. It sounds magical. Let us hurry to find it, Harry urged eagerly. Draco, however, felt a pang of anxiety. Let us hope we do not encounter Peeves again. Chapter 31. The secret base of the wish-granting room. As the trio ascended the final staircase leading to the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Draco nudged Harry. You go ahead and take a look. Why should I go? We've already had our fair share of misfortune today, so you should go, Harry retorted reluctantly, being the first to peek around the corner. No Peeves, Harry shouted back. Come on. Amanda and Draco breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they stepped forward, they were struck by terror as they glanced behind Harry. What expressions are those? Harry asked, puzzled.
Aw.
Peeves suddenly materialized behind Harry, grinning widely as he doused him with a bucket of what was likely filched mop water.
Run.
Draco's expression shifted dramatically as he seized Amanda and dashed away. They fled in a panic, darting through one corridor after another, with Peeves' shrill laughter echoing behind them.
Oh.
How delightful it is for the adorable newcomers to invite me to partake in a game of hide-and-seek. Come forth and revel in the merriment. Amanda felt as if her legs were laden with lead, and Draco was in a similar state, their pace gradually slowing. They turned another corner. Amanda, Draco, Harry drenched, stood before them, his face lighting up with a surprised smile upon seeing them approach. He pointed to the wall beside him, gesturing for their attention.
Do you see?
Is it not this tapestry? Before him hung a comical tapestry, depicting several giants clad in pink ballet skirts, dancing around a diminutive wizard in the center. Opposite the tapestry stood a smooth wooden door. What were you just thinking? Amanda began, but before she could finish her thought, Peeves' excited voice rang out from behind them.
Oh.
So you were hiding here. The game of hide-and-seek is over. Quickly, go inside. Without a moment to ponder, Amanda seized Draco and Harry, and they dashed towards the grand door. In the final second before Peeves caught up to them, the three of them stepped into the room. The door slamming shut with a decisive thud, completely muffling Peeves' shouts from outside. Once the trio adjusted to the intense white light before them, they finally beheld the room. The aquamarine floor was lined with several models of Muggle washing machines against the wall, and atop the counter rested bottles of laundry detergent and fabric softener, even complemented by a dryer in the middle. This was indeed a bathroom, reminiscent of those found in Muggle homes. Next to it was a small bathing area, which even housed a bathtub filled with bath bombs. I feel as though I've stepped into a Muggle's bathroom, Draco quipped. Rest assured, your impression is accurate, Amanda replied. Harry joyfully rushed over, removing his school robe and stuffing it into one of the washing machines, followed by his shirt and tie. Amanda, I wish you weren't here, he said, grasping his belt with a somewhat troubled expression. I do not mind, she replied. I do. Harry's cheeks flushed crimson. Eventually, he bashfully retreated into the bathing area, drawing the thick curtain closed, and handed his clothes to Draco. Draco disdainfully pinched Harry's school uniform between his fingers, tossing it into the washing machine. This contraption, which spins clothes around, can indeed clean them. While it may suffice, I believe we ought to master the Scourgify charm post-haste. After Harry finally cleansed himself thoroughly, the trio began to examine the room. When you and Peeves fled, I could not keep up and became lost after just a few steps. I wandered here, repeatedly thinking, I am so dirty, I must find a place to wash myself and my clothes. Harry exclaimed, his excitement palpable. And then this door appeared on the wall. I thought, look, it has truly manifested. Could this be the door Amanda spoke of? I looked again, and indeed, opposite was the tapestry of the dancing giants, so I decided to wait here for you. Draco remarked, this room is truly marvelous. I dare say that those who are aware of its existence are exceedingly few. If we require a room for the So Group S activities, what shall we need? Harry inquired. Amanda suggested, first, we need a blackboard and some chalk, along with a few tables and chairs. Draco added, we also require a designated area for dueling and practicing spells, as well as a potion-making workstation and cauldrons. Amanda supplemented, that's all for now. Shall we venture out to give it a try? The trio exited through the door, fortunate not to encounter Peeves again, who was presumably off tormenting some unfortunate student. This time, The room of requirement had transformed almost entirely into the manifestation of their imagination, even surpassing their expectations. It appeared to seamlessly blend the charms classroom, the potions classroom, and a dueling platform, complete with a wooden training area. I suspect someone infused it with peculiar creativity. Draco cast a skeptical glance at Harry, for a cauldron on the table was bubbling with something aromatic, exuding a rich fragrance that resembled a concoction of mashed potatoes and cheese. Harry rubbed his stomach, sheepishly admitting, "After all we've been through, I'm utterly famished." Amanta surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction. This is indeed a splendid venue for gatherings, however. Until we recruit members from other houses, it would be more convenient to convene in the common room, aside from practicing spells. He felt quite anxious about his impending conversation with Pansy. "Remember to keep an eye on me. Pull her away before she lunges at my face." Pansy had been eagerly awaiting at the entrance of the common room, and upon spotting the trio approaching from afar, she initially raised an eyebrow in disdain, only to quickly muster an eager smile. "Draco, let us go." She rushed over and linked her arm through Draco's, casting a disdainful glance at Amanta. Harry could hardly contain his laughter, exchanging knowing glances with Draco. Amanta merely raised an eyebrow. To untie the bell, one must be the bell ringer. Seeking help from others is less reliable than relying on oneself. Draco and Pansy found a secluded corner, while Amanta and Harry seated themselves at a low table in the common room. They could not hear Draco and Pansy's conversation, yet they noticed that Draco and Pansy occasionally cast glances in their direction. Chapter 32. A pivotal moment. Just as Amanta was elaborating on the principles of the transfiguration spell to Harry, a sharp cry erupted in the air.
"No."
Pansy, her eyes swollen with tears, clapped her hands over her mouth and stumbled out. Many curious eyes in the Slytherin common room turned toward the commotion. Goyle, lounging in a nearby leather chair, took a bite of the greasy pizza in his hand, nonchalantly muttering, "Draco, have you broken up with Pansy?" Blaise approached, patting Draco on the shoulder, his charming smile radiating confidence. "Draco, it's all right to experience heartbreak. You can always turn to my embrace." Draco scoffed, "What nonsense. Don't project your notions about girls onto me." He walked toward Amanta and Harry under the watchful gaze of the crowd, settling into the armchair opposite them. Harry set aside his textbook and leaned forward with curiosity, inquiring, "What did you say?" Draco interlaced his fingers, a hint of agitation evident in his demeanor. "I merely informed her that I harbor no feelings for her. My previous interactions were solely for the sake of the Parkinson family. However, her recent actions have only elicited my disdain, and I have already written to her parents to warn them." Upon completing this lengthy confession, he seemed to finally unburden himself, his tone growing lighter. Although the Parkinsons dote on her excessively, they would not tolerate her reckless behavior that could tarnish their family's reputation. Moreover, I cautioned them about the dire consequences of opposing the heirs of Merlin and the boy who survived. It is truly a nightmarish blow. Harry grinned. Now she can no longer bully us at will. Amanta shrugged. "I hope this proves effective. Let's not forget, Pansy is also a Slytherin, and I do not wish for our hard-earned points to be jeopardized by her alone." Draco sighed. "Amanta, I have done all I could." "Well, you did wonderfully. After all, Pansy is merely an 11-year-old girl. In light of our shared heritage, as heirs of the Sacred 28, I hope you might extend her some grace. I have not denied her opportunities. It is she who decides whether to seize them." Amanta blinked, and Draco clearly understood her implication. Pansy is but a spoiled only child, and the obstacles in her path are trivial in comparison to the more pressing matters at hand. Despite my reluctance, Slytherin, aside from Pansy, still includes the dim-witted duo of Goyle and Crabbe. I would wager that a mere piece of cheese would easily ensnare them. Amanta pointed toward the two hefty figures nearby, ravenously devouring meat-filled pizza and caramel pudding, with barrels of pumpkin juice at their side. Harry exclaimed, "Oh my, Draco, did you see that? They can eat far more than I can." "I am well aware, they have always been this way." Draco's expression darkened. "If Neville is not planning to join us yet, we might as well commence our experimental group with them," Amanta remarked. "I can guarantee that getting them to comprehend your words will be a challenge." Draco scoffed. "Doesn't that make it all the more rewarding? If it actually works." Three pairs of eyes fixed intently on the two gluttons, and Crabbe and Goyle suddenly felt a tingling sensation in their backs. They were blissfully unaware that they were about to become unfortunate little test subjects. Crabbe, foolishly lifting his head from the pudding, queried, "Goyle, do you feel something behind me?" Goyle shook his head, his expression bewildered. "That's strange. I feel it too. Never mind. Let us have some pumpkin juice." She intended to practice the transfiguration spell she had just learned today. The difficulty of transfiguration escalates from small to large, solid to liquid to gas, and from inanimate to animate, sequentially increasing in complexity. Thus, transforming a matchstick into a needle may well be the simplest challenge of the transfiguration spell. Altering the decorations within the room would likely prove only slightly more difficult. She first attempted to reshape the 4 bedposts into serpentine forms.
Ver aberto.
In her mind, she envisioned the decorative serpents of the Slytherin common room. After several attempts, she finally grasped the technique. The wand's movement had to be neither too grand nor too minuscule. Beyond that, it required a focused imagination to conjure a vivid image. However, Amanta's recollection of the decorative serpent was still somewhat vague. Consequently, after her transformations, the 4 serpents appeared somewhat rudimentary. Nonetheless, for a student embarking on her first day of transfiguration, this was an astonishing accomplishment. Even Professor McGonagall would marvel at her talent and understanding if she were here. Amanta diligently replicated the process, adorning the fireplace, windows, and furniture with myriad small serpentine decorations. She then endeavored to sketch a circle of classical European patterns around the fireplace. Yet, she was not an innate interior designer, and after accomplishing these tasks, she found herself at a loss for further transformations. It seemed prudent to sketch some items from the common room for reference in future room renovations. Seated beside the roaring fireplace, in an old-fashioned armchair, Amanta languidly reclined and took out a quill, scribbling on parchment. Her fingers glided gently over the parchment before resting at a particular point. The most significant event of the first semester was undoubtedly the troll's intrusion into the Hogwarts basement. Following that incident, he collapsed to the ground, fainting. At that moment, no one suspected Professor Quirrell, and naturally, there was no vigilance towards him. Everyone believed he had merely been startled. All attention was drawn to the troll, including that of Professor Dumbledore, who was not particularly surprised. Based on Amanta's speculations, Professor Quirrell's true intent in introducing the troll was likely not to divert the attention of all the professors to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Although Professor Dumbledore had explicitly forbidden access to the corridor on the right of the 4th floor at the beginning of the term, Quirrell could not ascertain whether it was merely a ruse. To enter recklessly would only solidify his guilt. Quirrell's objective seemed to be to gauge the professor's movements to discern the true location of the Philosopher's Stone and other clues. Much like a homeowner would eagerly rush to check on their most prized possessions after a burglary, poor S was unwittingly playing into Quirrell's hands. He suspiciously believed someone intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone, hurried to the 4th floor to intervene, and ended up being bitten in the leg by the 3-headed dog. If, during Quirrell's feigned fainting spell, someone had seized the opportunity to unveil his scarf, revealing the back of his head to all. Oh heavens, how splendid that would have been. Chapter 33, Professor Quirrell's Garlic Scarf. The first class on Tuesday morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts. The classroom for the Defense Against Dark Arts bore no remarkable features, save for a deliberate aisle left clear between the desks and chairs, seemingly intended for students to practice their spells. As Amanta stepped into the room, a pungent aroma of garlic assaulted her senses. Blaise pinched his nose and rushed outside, seeking fresh air before the lesson commenced. The stench was overwhelmingly suffocating, and she found herself yearning for the fragrant scent of Daphne's perfume. Daphne Greengrass. The name Blaise invoked stirred memories within Amanta. She was one of Pansy Parkinson's entourage, the blonde, blue-eyed girl who had mocked her alongside Pansy on the very first night of their arrival. Moreover, she was the sister of Astoria Greengrass, who was destined to become Draco's future wife. Amanta cast a glance at Draco beside her and at Daphne seated not far away, contemplating the future they might share. Both were blonde, which was somewhat agreeable to the eye. Draco felt her scrutiny and shifted uncomfortably. "What are you staring at?" he inquired. "Nothing. Just imagining what you might look like in the future." Draco's pale cheeks flushed a faint pink.
Do not jest like that,
he murmured. Blaise shouldn't constantly utter such things. Who knows how many people he might corrupt with his words. As he complained, Professor Quirrell emerged from his office and descended the stairs. His complexion was ashen, and dark circles shadowed his eyes, as if vitality had been drained from him. To put it bluntly, he bore a resemblance to a drug addict. With his arrival, the garlic scent in the classroom intensified to a nauseating degree. Amanta's eyes began to water from the acrid odor. Harry pinched his nose and remarked, "Amanta, I think we needn't speculate about what lies beneath his turban. It must be stuffed with garlic." Amanta also pinched her nose. Perhaps he intends to mask something with the scent of garlic. Was there such an overpowering garlic odor when you first encountered him at the Leaky Cauldron? She was certain there had not been, for she too had seen Professor Quirrell at the Leaky Cauldron that day. If such a potent smell had existed then, the cramped quarters of the pub would have surely driven him out. Harry pondered for a moment before realization dawned upon him.
Right.
When I first saw him at the Leaky Cauldron, he didn't smell at all. Amanta lowered her voice, leaning closer to Harry. I suspect it has much to do with Voldemort. Harry's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had never considered such a connection. But everyone says Voldemort is dead, right? There are many who assert that he is merely too weak and has fled to another location. Perhaps he is currently hiding within Professor Quirrell's turban. Amanta gestured towards the nervous professor, who stammered as he spoke from the podium. Do you think he might have encountered the weakened Voldemort there? Otherwise, how can we explain the pain of your scar? Your scar is solely linked to Voldemort, she declared. Harry contemplated her words. However, if that is indeed the case, should we not inform the other professors? Or perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore? Without substantial evidence to confront him directly, it would only serve to alert him. If Voldemort could easily remain there, Amanta pointed towards Professor Quirrell's nape. Then he could effortlessly slip away or take refuge in another host. At that moment, Blaise raised his hand to pose a question to Professor Quirrell. Professor, I heard you encountered a vampire in Romania. Is the garlic in your scarf meant to ward off that vampire? Laughter erupted throughout the classroom as everyone craned their necks to see if there was indeed garlic in Professor Quirrell's scarf. The professor's face flushed crimson as he stammered. Zizabini, this is because I assisted an African prince in ridding himself of a wraith zombie, and thus he presented me with the scarf as a gift. A Slytherin girl, Millicent, erupted into laughter. Professor, how did you defeat the wraith zombie? Clearly, Quirrell's hesitant demeanor did little to convince the audience. Faced with a barrage of questions, he appeared on the verge of collapsing from embarrassment. The atmosphere was lively. Professor Quirrell stuttered as he attempted to change the subject. Today's weather seems rather pleasant. Draco leaned in to join their discussion. Quirrell indeed appeared suspicious. Amanta shrugged at Harry. It was obvious to anyone with discernment. Seizing the opportunity while the students teased Professor Quirrell, she relayed to Draco the conversation she had just had with Harry. Draco's expression turned ashen. If what you say is true, my father has been following the Dark Lord for so long, and now he resides in the nape of a peculiar garlic professor, mingling with that clump of garlic. Perhaps having previously hidden in the Forbidden Forest on some beast. Goodness, I wonder how my father would feel upon learning this. Would he be so mortified as to contemplate suicide? Draco lamented. Amanta teased. Fear not. It's merely the honor of the Malfoy family. Draco replied with resignation. My father chose to follow the Dark Lord back then because he had the Malfoy family behind him. He could not abandon his kin to peril. Amanta shook her head, cautioning Draco. If Voldemort returns, temporarily aligning with him may yield some benefits, but the likelihood of losing one's life is far greater. After all these years of lurking in the shadows, Voldemort will only grow more extreme, more brutal. Death Eaters are nothing more than pawns to him, mere instruments to achieve his ends. Draco's countenance grew grave. I recall your previous words. Only by truly becoming stronger can we avoid being governed by others. As you said, following the Dark Lord is not a wise choice. My father's life, our entire family's fate, rests in his hands. Amanta nodded, satisfied. Thus, we must ensure our survival amidst the impending storm, and the path to safeguarding ourselves does not lie in colluding with the wicked or walking alongside wolves. Slytherin must manage the least amount of risk. Harry added, so if we can conveniently eliminate Voldemort, permanently eradicating the source of our fears, that would be splendid. Chapter 34, A Chance Encounter with Hermione in the second-floor library. Amanta regarded Harry with admiration. Well said. The defense against the dark arts class concluded with Professor Quirrell stumbling over his words, barely managing to utter the phrase class dismissed before ending. During the free time before lunch, Amanta opted to visit the library on the second floor of Hogwarts. Upon entering through a small side door, she was momentarily struck by the overwhelming vastness of the space. Rows upon rows of towering bookshelves seemed to stretch endlessly, with a spiral staircase leading to the upper floor every few meters. The central aisle was flanked by shelves, and numerous tables and chairs adorned the sides, illuminated by oil lamps and candles for students to study. Amanta wandered through the aisles. The bookshelves were exceedingly tall, with volumes positioned so high that one would need a ladder to reach them. Aside from the restricted section, there were also some enchanting areas, such as the section for invisible books. However, it seemed that most of the tomes stored here were indeed invisible, as Amanta could only see a few solitary books standing forlornly on the shelves. After completing her circuit, she pondered which books to borrow. After all, there was hardly a title that failed to pique her interest. She glanced up at the shelves and decided to start from the beginning and work her way to the end. She pulled down an entire row of books from the top of the first column and settled in nearby to read. Her reading speed was remarkable. Scarcely had she turned a page when her fingers were already poised to grasp the corner of the next. Amanta was immersed in a sea of knowledge, oblivious to the passage of time. A girl stood behind her, astonished. Are you really reading? Goodness, I must say you read so quickly. Amanta frowned in displeasure. She detested having her train of thought interrupted, especially while engrossed in reading. However, upon turning around, her surprise softened her irritation. Before her stood a girl with a mass of curly brown hair, none other than Hermione. "Amanta!" Hermione exclaimed with delight, quickly covering her mouth and glancing around, aware that the library prohibited loud noises. "Oh, how did you end up in Ravenclaw?" Amanta inquired, voicing her most pressing question regarding the Sorting Hat. "I remember you said you thought Gryffindor was the best." Although Amanta had a fair idea of the answer, she wished to hear Hermione articulate it herself. Hermione pursed her lips and took a seat beside her. "At first, I truly believed Gryffindor was the best. After all the books say so. And most heroes and great figures hail from Gryffindor. However, after hearing you say that thing on the train..." Hermione smiled at her. I chose to follow my heart's desire. When the Sorting Hat was placed on my head, it remarked that I possessed traits of both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, but suggested that Ravenclaw might be more dominant. Then it asked me where I wanted to go. I mentioned that I desired to learn more novel concepts at Ravenclaw. Hence I was sorted into that house. Amanta smiled gently. "Congratulations. Oh, and you are in Slytherin along with Harry. Speaking of which, the rumors circulating within the school about you both are rather rampant, predominantly negative, suggesting you are the harbingers of the future Dark Lord." Amanta remarked nonchalantly. "I am aware. Yet you are not such individuals, are you? Regardless of what they say, I believe you are not." Hermione interjected eagerly. "We are certainly not." "Then you must find a way to clarify such misconceptions. I mean, you ought to clear up these matters. Clarification is futile. People invariably see what they wish to perceive. Their perspectives will only begin to shift when we genuinely manifest our actions." At this juncture, inviting the future academic prodigy Hermione into the SO group appeared to be a splendid idea. "By the way, would you like to join the SO group I have founded?" She succinctly introduced the group's mission to Hermione. Upon hearing this, Hermione furrowed her brow in contemplation before ultimately declining. "Oh no. While I hold you in high regard, I believe there are no shortcuts in learning, for the most valuable knowledge is already inscribed within the textbooks, is it not? Professor Flitwick has cautioned against recklessly pursuing alternative methods, as it may lead to uncertain and unfortunate consequences." Amanta felt a twinge of disappointment, yet understood her stance. Although Hermione was an academic achiever, she was somewhat traditional and rigid, often clinging to the original text as an unassailable truth. Their path was one of innovation, inventing spells, seeking new applications, and developing novel avenues. A methodical approach was erroneous. Defiance against authority was the right course. However, should Hermione ever evolve her mindset, she would undoubtedly become a formidable ally. "I hope one day you will consider it." After Hermione departed, she ascended the wooden ladder in the library, beginning her quest for the next assortment of books. In truth, her Philosopher's Stone could accommodate a vast number of tomes. If unrestricted, she could easily clear an entire section of the bookshelf. Nonetheless, considering the needs of other students and to avert excessive commotion, she decided to borrow only 20 volumes at a time. This quantity was minuscule compared to the vast ocean of literature housed within the Hogwarts library. Thus, she prioritized borrowing books pertinent to her studies, along with a few random selections from other genres. When she approached Madame Pants, the librarian, with a stack of books towering above her head to fill out the borrowing slip, Madame Pants was taken aback and removed her glasses. "My dear girl, are all these for you?" "Indeed. Oh, and I have brought one for a friend." Amanta indicated the topmost volume, Quidditch Through the Ages. This particular book was intended for Harry and Draco. Madame Pants, no longer skeptical, presumed it was for her friends and swiftly noted the titles and numbers of the books on the borrowing slip. "Slytherins? Recently, the students of Slytherin have exhibited a remarkable enthusiasm for learning, borrowing a considerable number of books over the past few days. It seems that the speech delivered on the opening night of the term has indeed had a positive impact. Although the Slytherin students appear outwardly unchanged, they have quietly begun to enhance their own abilities." In Chapter 35, Pansy receives a howler. During lunch, she shares this news with Draco and Harry. "It sounds promising. The heirs of these pureblood families are finally displaying some competitive spirit, though Crabbe and Goyle remain as oblivious as ever." Draco casts a disdainful glance at Crabbe and Goyle, who are not far away. Goyle, with a silly grin, beams at Draco while taking a hefty bite of a greasy roast chicken leg. Amanta retrieves the book Quidditch Through the Ages from the Philosopher's Stone. Draco exclaims, "Oh, Quidditch Through the Ages is one of my favorite books. Unfortunately, I've already read it. I borrowed it from the library. Since you have read it, why not lend it to Harry?" Amanta suggests. Harry's eyes light up as he takes the book. "I truly wish we could play Quidditch. I have perused that book, The Magical Quidditch Ball, that Draco gifted me many times." Not only Harry, but Amanta also harbors a fascination for this enchanting sport among wizards. However, when the subject of playing Quidditch arises, Draco's face contorts with indignation. Why are first-year students prohibited from bringing brooms? It is utterly unfair that first years cannot join the Quidditch team. Second-year students are not significantly older than us. Harry shares his disappointment. This is truly unfortunate. Amanta reassures them, I have heard that first years will soon have flying lessons. Really? Draco and Harry inquire in unison. Upon Amanta's nod, Draco excitedly engages Harry in discussions about Quidditch. Harry expresses envy, I have never ridden a flying broom. Draco boasts, I am exceptionally skilled at Quidditch. He proceeds to brag about his flying prowess and Quidditch achievements, vividly recounting his flight from Malfoy Manor to the outskirts of London, where he narrowly evaded a Muggle helicopter. Initially, Harry listens with great interest. However, after 20 minutes, he begins to feel drowsy. Amanta stifles a yawn. Nonetheless, this is rather pleasant. Recently, Draco has taken to theatrically stroking the family heirloom ring on his thumb, trying to emulate his father's demeanor, which almost makes her forget that he is merely 11 years old. It is only when discussing Quidditch that Draco seems more like a boy of his age. The afternoon History of Magic class is taught by a ghostly professor. It is said that Professor Binns, in his advanced age, once forgot to bring his body to class. His monotone, ancient voice drones on, rendering the fascinating tales of history tedious and wearisome. Amanta props her face up with her hand, fighting the urge to let her head drop onto the desk. This is even more soporific than Draco's flying stories. Fortunately, she had completed the entirety of her studies in the history of magic ahead of time, had she relied solely on classroom lectures. She feared she would have received abysmal marks. She wondered if Draco and Harry were paying attention. Turning her head, she found Harry in a daze, while Draco was half-lidded. During breakfast, a multitude of owls, clutching packages or carrying letters, swooped into the great hall, numbering in the hundreds. Amanta was no longer surprised by this spectacle. Her owl, Bursar, dropped a letter before snatching a piece of toast and soaring away, while Draco received a parcel brimming with sweet scent from home. He distributed the candies to Harry and Amanta. I am no longer a child. I do not require such an abundance of sweets. He furrowed his brow, feigning distress. Yet his tone betrayed a hint of pride. Before Amanta could respond, a chorus of gasps erupted around them.
Look, look.
That red letter. Several individuals pointed at an owl entering the hall, easily discernible amidst the flock due to its beak clenching a letter as crimson as blood. Standing out starkly among the others. A howler. Oh, can you believe it? Who receives a howler on the third day of term? Hannah from the Hufflepuff table exclaimed. All eyes fixated on the owl, anticipating it would deliver its message to someone they loathed, while simultaneously fearing such an unfortunate event might befall themselves. The owl, clutching the scarlet letter, flew straight towards the Slytherin table. The students from other houses immediately issued derisive hisses. The Weasley twins rose, applauding and laughing as they directed their mirth toward the Slytherin table.
Oh.
Today promises more entertainment. Let us see which Slytherin brat it is. As the owl glided toward the Slytherin table, drawing nearer and nearer, a group seated towards the back wore expressions of sheer panic, as if they longed to flee the scene. Meanwhile, those seated at the front of the Slytherin table breathed a sigh of relief, instinctively convinced that they could not possibly be the recipients of such a letter. The Weasley twins cheered, who is so fortunate. The owl flew over most of the Slytherin table, with only a handful of individuals remaining. Just as they began to resign themselves to the inevitability of receiving a death sentence, the owl suddenly veered at the last person's head. A collective gasp escaped everyone. Damn that owl. As the Slytherins turned pale, cursing the owl's apparent blindness, it abruptly halted at a particular spot. Relief washed over the crowd. Yet curiosity ignited as they yearned to discover the identity of the howler's recipient. Pansy! Daphne exclaimed in shock. The owl dropped the blood-red letter in front of a girl with short black hair, whose head was bowed, nearly buried in her bowl. Pansy slowly raised her head from the bowl, her expression one of alarm. In a state of confusion, she reached out to grasp the howler, yet found herself unable to summon the resolve to open it. Ultimately, she trembled and cast it into a plate of buttered peas before her. It is said that delaying the opening of a howler could result in graver consequences, Draco murmured. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous explosion erupted from the head of the Slytherin table. Pansy, in terror, dropped to the ground as students around her screamed and scattered. The spot where the howler had once rested was now charred. The table littered with debris and remnants of food, reduced to a heap of ash and fragments. Chapter 36, The Abandoned of Slytherin. The cacophony reverberated throughout the hall. Pansy, we are deeply ashamed of our indulgence and neglect of your upbringing over the years. Were it not for Draco's revelation, we would have remained oblivious to your audacity in committing such outrageous acts. We have never raised a daughter who has brought such disgrace upon our family. As your mother, I command you to apologize to Miss Merlin and Mr. Potter, and to vow that you shall never again engage in such behavior. Otherwise, we shall disown you from the Parkinson family." Perhaps influenced by Mrs. Parkinson's ire, all the students at Hogwarts held their breath. And it was a considerable time before whispers began to circulate. "Have you heard what Pansy has done?" I know. A Ravenclaw student eagerly shared the gossip he had overheard with those gathered around him, while others nearby strained to listen intently.
No wonder.
She dared to provoke the future Dark Lords, definitely the targets her parents seek to curry favor with, a Gryffindor student chimed in. The Ravenclaw student quietly asserted, "With such talent as Amanta possesses, I assure you, if Pansy does not apologize, Amanta will surely make life difficult for the Parkinson family." Truly, a Slytherin knows how to read the room. Even their own flesh and blood can be cast aside when necessary, a Hufflepuff student remarked. The Slytherin table appeared far more composed compared to the other houses. Perhaps they had anticipated such an outcome. Or perhaps they had already witnessed the gossip others were now discussing. Blaise casually commented, "It seems Pansy's parents are genuinely furious. I'm glad I didn't report her to them." Goyle continued to chuckle foolishly, his gaze fixated on a distant piece of buttered toast.
Don't worry about it.
"Crab, hand me that slice of toast," Gemma yawned, eagerly engaging in conversation with the girl beside her about the latest offerings from Madame Pimpernel's beauty potions shop. The Slytherin table buzzed with chatter, showing no regard for Pansy's presence. They seemed to have rendered her invisible, even as she sat silently with her head bowed on the floor beside the Slytherin table. A few Slytherin students who had fled from the explosion maneuvered around her, instinctively choosing seats farthest from her. After all, most of them had previously rallied behind Pansy merely out of fear of the Parkinson family's influence or in hopes of befriending the future heir of that esteemed lineage. It now appears that Pansy has no intention of offering an apology to Amanta and Harry. Given Pansy's character, they hardly believe she would ever apologize. Such an act would be akin to climbing a mountain. Thus, the outcome is glaringly evident. If even the Parkinson family is prepared to abandon Pansy, they see no reason to expend their energy on a girl who is nothing but a source of chaos and folly, potentially jeopardizing their own reputations in the process. Thus, Pansy finds herself forsaken by Slytherin. She sat motionless on the ground for several minutes, seemingly paralyzed by the shocking content of the howler. Still reeling from her mother's furious outburst, Daphne, her closest friend, could not resist approaching to help her up. "Pansy, are you all right?" Pansy angrily shrugged off her hand and fled the hall under the gaze of everyone present. "Oh no, Pansy, wait for me," Daphne called out as she rushed after Pansy. Meanwhile, the other onlookers at the center of the gossip remained remarkably composed. Amanta took a sip of her red tea, silently observing the scene with a cold detachment. In front of her parents, Pansy was the epitome of a dutiful daughter. None of them were aware of her true nature behind closed doors. Draco, seemingly unfazed, bit into a green apple he had produced from somewhere. "I never anticipated that the Parkinson family would handle it this way. They must truly believe the matter is serious. Only issues that could impact the family's fate or actions that would disgrace the heir would warrant such drastic measures as disowning their own kin." Perhaps Pansy had crossed every conceivable line, which explains their current outrage. Harry shrugged, remarking that they should have known what Pansy was like. Otherwise, today would not have unfolded as it did. This morning, Pansy had skipped herbology, prompting Professor Sprout to call her name several times. When Sprout called for the third time, Blaise raised his hand. "Professor, Pansy received a howler from home this morning, so..." His statement tactfully trailed off. Professor Sprout nodded in understanding and marked a circle beside Pansy's name. At that moment, Draco began to feel a twinge of worry. "Do you think Pansy might do something extreme? Her personality has taken quite a blow, and I feel somewhat guilty. After all, I was the one who wrote that howler. If anything were to happen to her, I would feel responsible." Draco's lips appeared paler than usual. "Yet what you say is indeed true," Amanta replied, plucking a pod of bubotober. "The Parkinson family ought to be grateful to you." Such a conclusion was not beyond her expectations. As a quintessential Slytherin family, the Parkinsons must be astute and adept at reading the situation, otherwise they would not have endured as one of the wizarding world's oldest lineages. Moreover, Amanta's rising reputation had surely spread beyond the school grounds in recent days. These families have likely acutely sensed the impending change in the air, a harbinger of a new era within the wizarding world. Nearly all students hailing from wizarding families can discern that the Parkinson family has staked their claim. Following that explosive letter, Amanta garnered heightened attention, albeit predominantly of a fearful and anxious nature. Harry shrugged. What does it matter? Hadn't she already dealt us a blow before? His words seemed to elevate Draco's spirit somewhat. Indeed, after class, Amanda chose to visit the library to borrow books. Meanwhile, Draco and Harry, in accordance with her instructions, reluctantly set out to undertake their group task. Draco resolved to seek out Professor Snape in the dungeons, while Harry opted to approach a Hufflepuff upperclassman simply because he considered them the most amiable. As Amanda traversed the corridors, she realized that the attitudes of Slytherin students toward her appeared notably more eager. They would readily greet her as they passed by. Conversely, the demeanor of students from the other 3 houses was palpably more fearful. After all, none wished to encounter the 3rd generation of the Dark Lord.
Indeed.
They had privately begun to refer to Amanda by this moniker. In their discourse, Grindelwald was deemed the 1st generation, Voldemort the 2nd, and Amanda the 3rd. As for the original candidate for Dark Lord, Harry, he had been deemed too innocent, and as days passed, they had almost entirely dismissed him from the realm of potential Dark Lords. Given the Parkinson family stance today, most were increasingly convinced of Amanda's extraordinary identity. Some whispered rumors suggested that she might be the true heir of Slytherin, a notion that gained widespread credence upon its emergence. Chapter 37. Please have a serious conversation with her. After all, no one wishes to be on display like a parrot, surrounded by incessant whispers and discussions. Although they lowered their voices, believing Amanda to be oblivious, their furtive glances betrayed their true sentiments. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Amanda opened her book, a loud rapping sounded at the door of room 221. Frowning slightly, she detested interruptions during her reading. Yet, out of courtesy, she chose to answer the door, perplexed as to who might seek her out at this hour. Before she could reach the door, a girl's voice, tinged with tears, called out, "Merlin, are you in there?" The voice seemed somewhat familiar, and without much thought, she opened the door. Standing there was a blonde girl, her face streaked with tears, looking vaguely familiar. As Amanda focused, she recalled that this was Daphne, Pansy's closest friend. Upon seeing Amanda open the door, Daphne swayed slightly, as if struggling to maintain her footing. What's wrong? Amanda felt an ominous premonition, as her relationship with Daphne was rather tenuous. Daphne's visit likely pertained to matters concerning Pansy. Please, I implore you to assist her. Daphne raised her tear-streaked face, gazing at her imploringly. Pansy is my dearest friend. I beg of you. The predicament surrounding Pansy seemed to deeply trouble Daphne. Assist her with what? I am under no obligation to do so, Amanda retorted, preparing to close the door, unwilling to invite unnecessary trouble. After all, Pansy's plight was of her own making. She had no one to blame but herself. Daphne hastily leaned her wavering body against the doorframe, preventing her from shutting the dormitory door. Amanda frowned, perplexed. You could approach the prefect or the headmaster for assistance. Pansy said she only wishes to speak with you alone. I beseech you.
No.
I beg you, if you would just talk to her, everything will be all right. She's in a rather fragile state at the moment. I promise to heed your words from now on. Please, please. Very well. Amanda observed the distraught girl before her, recognizing that if she chose not to intervene, this matter would likely linger indefinitely. What a nuisance. Where is she? Amanda ascended the narrow spiral staircase, arriving at the summit of the astronomy tower. The astronomy tower was the tallest of all in Hogwarts, serving as the venue for astronomy lessons, and they were set to have their first class there at midnight. Amanda, you have finally arrived. Pansy stood at one end of the tower's platform, the fierce wind whipping through her school robe. From across the vast orrery, Amanda could see that her eyes were frightfully red, evidently having just wept. Pansy's voice was somewhat distorted by the howling wind. Do you understand how significant Draco is in my life? To hear her better, Amanda took a few steps forward, slowly pacing around the immense orrery, and replied flatly, Your existence is of no concern to me, nor do I care how important Draco is to you. You know, the first time I saw him at a family gathering when I was 5, I resolved that when I grew up, I would marry him. His platinum hair was so striking amidst the festivities, and although he was just a child like me, he navigated the adults with such confidence and charm. He was simply remarkable. Thus, I deliberately sought his company, acting foolishly around him to garner his attention. As I wished, he always found ways to assist me through my troubles. However, since last year, he has grown increasingly distant, deliberately avoiding me. I thought he was merely shy, but... Pansy exclaimed vehemently, but... On the train at the beginning of the term, I saw the 3 of you together in a compartment, practicing spells, sharing snacks, playfully teasing one another. He wore an expression I had never seen before, one of such ease and joy. Pansy hissed fiercely, I knew it! I knew it! He has someone else in his heart. In truth, it may simply be a misunderstanding on your part, Amanda assessed candidly.
Impossible.
Pansy countered vehemently. He has even confronted me several times in defense of you. Did Pansy truly not realize that her actions were excessive? Amanta was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that Pansy had been utterly blinded by jealousy and love. Was obtaining Draco really that important? Amanta felt a tinge of confusion, struggling to comprehend someone like Pansy, whose mind seemed entirely consumed by love. Yes, if I can't have Draco, I would rather die. Pansy cried and laughed, stepping back until she was nearly at the edge of the platform. Your tears and tantrums will only lead him to disdain you. Pursuing someone requires demonstrating your worth, captivating them with your charm, rather than incessantly clinging to them. But I feel so inferior to you. Pansy lamented, clutching her head as though it were filled with tormenting thoughts, casting a resentful glance at Amanta. Though you are an orphan, you possess everything: talent, beauty, status, and esteem. Everyone adores and favors you. Meanwhile, in your shadow, I appear cruel, petty, and foolish. Draco has abandoned me. Even my parents are forsaking me. I have nothing left. Amanta found Pansy's words somewhat amusing. Firstly, the notion that everyone adored her was likely confined to Slytherin, considering Pansy had been regarded as the next Dark Lord by the other 3 houses. Amanta circled the astrolabe, her icy blue eyes fixed coldly on Pansy. Aside from your lineage as a descendant of Merlin, did I not earn everything else you envy through my own efforts? While I toiled through sleepless nights with books, what were you doing? While I practiced magic, what were you doing? How I conduct myself and how you conduct yourself, do you not see the difference? You wish to gain everything without exertion. What a daydreamer you are. Though Draco and Harry often referred to her as a genius, she merely stood at a slightly higher starting point and learned a bit faster than others. She worked harder than any of her peers, a fact that was often overlooked. Pansy appeared stung by her words, taking several deep breaths. But even if I try, I will never measure up to you. You cannot surpass me, but if you do not strive, you will forever remain beneath me, will you not? But what good is effort? I have already been rejected by Draco. Pansy's resolve gradually weakened. That is inconsequential.
No.
What matters is that you must be yourself, Amanta blurted out, feeling a twinge of regret after her words slipped free. What was she doing, offering psychological counsel to someone who had humiliated her? Chapter 38. You will fail due to your kindness. Yet, perhaps this statement, unexpectedly, began to resonate. A look of confusion crossed Pansy's face as she repeated the phrase incessantly. Be yourself, be yourself, be myself. Amanta exhaled in relief. It seemed her session of psychological guidance was finally drawing to a close, even though she had no idea what Pansy was truly thinking. I understand. I will be myself. Pansy continued to mutter, her expression growing increasingly joyful. Can I leave now? Amanta politely inquired, noting that it was now lunchtime.
No. Pansy exclaimed. No.
Before that, Amanta, please promise me, pull me back, rescue me from this abyss. Pansy stood at the edge of the rooftop, her face displaying an unprecedented look of desperation as she extended her hand towards her. Amanta, however, was inclined to walk away. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she suddenly recalled Draco. If Pansy were to leap off before her eyes and tragically perish, perhaps becoming a ghost haunting Hogwarts, what would Draco think? What a profound psychological impact that would impose upon him. His childhood companion jumping from the castle just 3 days into the term, all due to his letter. Surely, Draco would fall into a deep depression. Considering Draco's payment for her in Diagon Alley and the books he lent her from the Malfoy Manor's private collection, perhaps she should reluctantly extend a hand to her? Never mind. Amanta resolutely stepped closer, reaching out her hand. With her other hand concealed within her robes, she gripped her wand, ever vigilant for any sudden movements from Pansy. Pansy grasped her hand. Thank you, Amanta, she said, a smile curling at her lips. Though her eyes grew increasingly cold, Amanta sensed something amiss about her smile, yet it was already too late. A jolt of pain surged through her, akin to an electric shock, rendering her body numb and immobile. Amanta, you will fail due to your kindness and gullibility. That is your greatest weakness, Pansy remarked lightly. With a forceful tug, she hurled Amanta into the abyss behind her, delivering a swift kick for good measure. Amanta, caught completely off guard, was pushed from the pinnacle of the astronomy tower. The shrill sound of the wind rushed past her ears. She should have anticipated this. She should never have been foolish enough to heed the words of those two. It was reckless to come here, naively believing she could persuade Pansy. A fleeting sense of regret and self-reproach flickered through her mind, but the instinct to survive quickly overwhelmed all else. The sensation of weightlessness struck her like a hammer, mercilessly driving her towards the ground, as if countless hands were reaching from the earth below, desperately attempting to pull her into the abyss. Never had she desired to live more than in this moment. The currents of air constricted around her mouth and nose, slicing against her cheeks like blades. The pain sharpened her awareness. She wiggled her fingertips, realizing she could move. Summoning all her strength, she shouted, "Broom, come." Her voice was nearly torn apart by the winds threatening to rip through her chest. However, upon finishing her call, despair washed over her as she noticed her wand seemed to have fallen during her descent. At that very moment, the Philosopher's Stone on her wrist, a deep green gem, suddenly radiated a dazzling light. Even in daylight, it shone like the sun. A broomstick, emerging from an unknown corner of the castle, shot towards her like an arrow, accompanied by a piercing whistle as it sliced through the air, flying straight into her grasp. With no time for contemplation, she flipped and pressed the broom beneath her. Despite having never ridden one before, it appears that, due to the earlier commotion, many had taken notice of her, and a chorus of piercing screams erupted from all around. Amanta mounted her broom, only to realize that her wand was just within arm's reach. Releasing one hand, she dove downwards, accelerating, and grasped her wand with perfect precision. However, it was at this moment she recognized the unforgiving stone floor of Hogwarts lay directly beneath her. She was plummeting headlong towards the ground, and it seemed her nose would soon meet a most unfortunate fate. The cacophony of screams grew ever louder, nearly piercing her eardrums. Blood surged to her brain as she gripped the broom tightly and yanked it upward. She barely skimmed the ground as she ascended, rising higher and higher until she reached the level of the astronomy tower, where the vast expanse of sky unfolded before her eyes.
No.
She narrowly avoided the castle's spire, weaving through the towers of Hogwarts and soaring over the high walkways. Numerous students pointed in astonishment at the sky. Look, someone is riding a broom above the castle. Who could it be? It seems to be that Merlin. She glided over a corner of the Forbidden Forest, passing over the Quidditch pitch and the Whomping Willow, as well as Hagrid's hut. The enormous pumpkins at the hut's entrance had ripened, and she couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation for Halloween. If only that earlier debacle had not occurred. The crisp air danced around her temples as she gradually released her grip, extending her arms to embrace the autumn breeze caressing her fingertips. She glided over the surface of the Black Lake, the air behind her stirring up a V-shaped splash, startling a few tentacles that emerged from the water. At last, she landed in the small square before the entrance of Hogwarts, gasping for breath, her spirit seemingly liberated as never before. The rumors and misunderstandings of recent days transformed into beads of sweat upon her brow. Professor McGonagall burst through the castle doors, her expression livid, with Professor Snape swiftly following in her wake. "How dare you? Do you realize you nearly shattered your skull?" Slytherin. Amanta had never seen Professor McGonagall so enraged. Her words were nearly incomprehensible, her lips trembling with fury. Professor Snape interjected with his low, soothing voice, "Minerva, I believe Miss Merlin is one of the most reliable students in our school. Let us first hear her account. She need not shield Pansy and Daphne from the truth. After all, today, Pansy had indeed sought her demise. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, and perhaps a stroke of luck coupled with a modicum of flying talent, she might have met her end. Furthermore, the Philosopher's Stone seemed to possess some power, enabling her to perform wandless magic instinctively. As Amanta contemplated these thoughts, she recounted the events of the afternoon to them in detail. This, it seemed, only intensified Professor McGonagall's ire. Murder. This is unequivocally murder. I have taught here for so many years and have never encountered such a student. She was so furious, she appeared on the verge of fainting. Professor McGonagall glared sternly at Professor Snape. "Severus, you cannot shield them simply because they are your students." This situation appeared to exceed Snape's expectations. Nevertheless, his expression remained impassive as he brushed aside a few strands of long hair that had fallen over his eyes. "Given the gravity of this matter, we must first report to Dumbledore." A voice, elegant and composed, penetrated the tension. Dumbledore stood nearby, wearing a rare serious expression. No one could ascertain when he had arrived. Chapter 39. You are not of this era. Severus, investigate the situation, and then inform the Ministry of Magic to take action. Very well, Snape acquiesced, turning to enter the castle. Once out of sight, his demeanor darkened. These young Slytherins were truly undisciplined, foolish beyond measure. Snape likely never imagined that his house would be embroiled in such a grave incident. Professor McGonagall did not forget to remind him from behind. Hogwarts must be responsible for the safety of its students. This is the most serious incident in a decade, Severus. After McGonagall and Snape departed, Dumbledore seemed to relax considerably, a smile gracing his face as he turned to Amanta. "Miss Merlin, would you care to join me in my office?" The headmaster's office was located in a separate, small tower, guarded by a massive stone beast. Fizzing Whizbee, Dumbledore uttered the password, and the stone creature shifted aside, revealing a spiraling staircase. At the top of the stairs stood a gleaming oak door, adorned with a bright, brass knocker shaped like a griffin. As they entered the headmaster's office, the knocker's griffin opened its mouth and turned its neck, mimicking a roar. A mantis stepped into this room, the most extraordinary in all of Hogwarts besides the Room of Requirement. The walls were adorned with portraits of past headmasters, all of whom appeared to be napping within their frames, seemingly exhausted from years of leadership, lacking even the energy to remain alert in their paintings. One elderly figure yawned lazily and opened one eye. "Ah, our new Slytherin, a remarkable newcomer." He winked mischievously at Amanta. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. "Phineas, it is not your concern. You may resume your slumber." "Humph, Albus. Do not think you can dismiss me like a beggar," the portrait retorted. Dumbledore, clad in a deep purple robe adorned with golden stars, settled behind his desk. "Miss Merlin, please make yourself at home, as if you were in your own residence. Would you care for some syrup pie?" he said cheerfully, seemingly having forgotten the serious incident that had just transpired at the school. Amanta graciously thanked Professor Dumbledore, picked up a piece of syrup pie, and settled into a nearby armchair, surveying the renowned headmaster's office. On the desk, an elderly bird dozed peacefully, its feathers sparse and lacking in luster. Had it not been for Amanta, one might not have guessed that this was the fabled phoenix, Fox. The sorting hat rested on a nearby shelf, which was also adorned with an array of uniquely shaped silverware. Amanta even spotted a silver swan gliding gracefully upon the surface of the water. Further away stood a tall, black cabinet, which Amanta surmised housed the meditation basin. "Miss Merlin, I should have invited you over sooner," Professor Dumbledore remarked. "Professor Dumbledore, may I inquire as to why you summoned me?" Amanta asked cautiously. "Miss Merlin, regarding your surname, Merlin, this is, even among muggles, a rather uncommon name. You grew up in a muggle orphanage. Have you not noticed anything peculiar about your heritage over the years?" "Muggles believe it is merely a nickname bestowed upon me by the orphanage, considering the strange occurrences that frequently surround me," Amanta shrugged. "Well then, I must convey some truths that you may find difficult to accept." Dumbledore's wise and gentle gaze met hers. "Initially, I hesitated to share this with you, but following the events of today, I feel it is prudent to do so. At the very least, I wish to spare a potentially remarkable individual the folly of spending a lifetime in pursuit of the unknown." Dumbledore's words left Amanta feeling perplexed. Did her lineage harbor secrets? Was she an abandoned orphan of the enigmatic Merlin family? Or perhaps all descendants of Merlin had perished, leaving her as the sole surviving heir? "Professor, I do not quite understand. Miss Merlin, in truth, you do not belong to this contemporary era." She had never contemplated such a possibility. "What does that mean?" "Miss Merlin, your birth was a beautiful accident." Dumbledore's fingers gently tapped the surface of the desk. The Merlin family had vanished several centuries ago. It was widely believed that they perished during the witch hunts and rebellions of the medieval period. Everyone assumed this, and indeed, their conjecture was not without merit. "I do not comprehend. I had thought the Merlin family had retreated to a place that could not be found, even in seclusion. A lineage of wizards would surely leave traces in the world. For centuries, have they never intermarried, learned, worked, or traded?" The stars embroidered on Dumbledore's purple robe reflected the candlelight, casting a glow upon Amanta's somewhat bewildered eyes. "This story begins with my dear friend, Nicholas Flamel. At that time, Nicholas was a young and talented alchemist who encountered a similarly legendary figure, Livia Merlin, while traveling through Europe with his wife. Livia, though still a mere child, exhibited astonishing prowess in spellcraft, and Nicholas's alchemical skills captivated her greatly. However, it was a lamentable era, at least for wizards. An unequivocally dark age. The situation in Europe grows increasingly dire, with the clamor for the extermination of wizards growing ever louder. Many wizards have even resorted to serving muggles, acting as spies in a campaign of eradication. The Merlin family suffered catastrophic losses. At that time, Livia was with child. Upon receiving the news, the LeMay couple hurried over. But it was already too late. They searched the ruins and ultimately discovered the sole survivor, a newborn infant. Unfortunately, the child was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, with little hope of surviving beyond an hour. After deliberation, the LeMay couple sealed the infant's soul in a magical vessel, hoping to later find a suitable means to save her. Thus, she lay in slumber for several centuries until 11 years ago. In an unexpected turn of events, they were astonished to find that a small object they had developed seemed capable of reshaping a soul into a corporeal form. "The Philosopher's Stone?" Amanta exclaimed. Voldemort had taken refuge in Professor Quirrell's mind to infiltrate Hogwarts in search of the stone, intending to craft a new body for himself. Chapter 40. To be unkillable only makes me stronger. Miss Merlin, you are quite learned. Although I am unsure how you came to learn of the Philosopher's Stone. It is indeed true that they used its power to reconstruct your physical form, Amanta explained. I read it in a book. It is their most remarkable achievement. If that is the case, why were you sent to an orphanage? The LeMay couple had grown too old, and trusting them with your care was not a prudent choice. Dumbledore remarked, his words bearing some truth. In the eyes of many, the LeMay couple were ancient relics, having lived for centuries. It was unrealistic to expect them to care for a newborn. At that time, the magical community was precarious, shrouded in the shadow of Voldemort's threat, leaving wizards fearful and reluctant to accept an infant of unknown origin. Additionally, to prevent those with ill intentions from exploiting your identity, I suggested that you be placed in the orphanage of Osina. Regrettably, the secret of the Philosopher's Stone's ability to reshape bodies ultimately leaked out. Amanta could not refrain from asking, so, you concealed the Philosopher's Stone in the corridor on the right of the 4th floor? Miss Merlin. I have already divulged far too much, Dumbledore replied, offering a gentle smile and refraining from further explanation. Amanta nodded, understanding that to inquire further would be impolite. As for Miss Parkinson, I believe she will face the consequences of her actions, likely spending a few years in Azkaban. Dumbledore glanced at the watch in his hand, realizing that the Ministry of Magic officials were likely already on their way. Very well, Professor. Amanta chastised herself silently for her foolishness and blind confidence. Today, Daphne had relentlessly pursued her at her dormitory door. Had it not been for her arrogance and short-sightedness, she might have remembered to inform the headmaster, or Draco, or Harry. Venturing forth alone with the delusion of easily persuading Pansy was folly. One must stumble in their endeavors to truly comprehend the nature of humanity. She still underestimates the obstinate and selfish nature inherent in individuals. However, one learns from adversity. What does not kill one only serves to fortify them further. Dumbledore's wise gaze peered through his half-moon spectacles. Miss Merlin, there is one last matter I must remind you of. It is one's choices, rather than mere abilities, that determine destiny. You and Harry are friends, and I have faith that you will guide him onto a righteous path. Amanta nodded earnestly, though a hint of awkwardness lingered. It seemed that the rumors circulating outside regarding her and Harry as the 3rd generation of Dark Lords had reached Dumbledore's ears. Dumbledore, it appeared, must have been aware of her speech in the Slytherin common room, where she urged her peers to enhance their abilities and unite for a common cause to truly master their fate and earn honor, rather than relying on the benevolence of others. Yet Dumbledore asserted that choices dictate destiny. The choices in question, it was almost unnecessary to ponder, were starkly black and white, good and evil. This statement was unequivocally a warning against treading the path of Voldemort. Moreover, there was another matter. At present, apart from her, only 2 others were privy to the knowledge of Snape and Dumbledore. In the presence of Dumbledore, she felt a deep admiration. However, apart from Snape and herself, no one was aware that Dumbledore's plan had long predetermined the ultimate outcome, Harry's inevitable demise. Harry was destined to perish alongside Voldemort. He had always been but a pawn in the game. Thus, Dumbledore sent him to Aunt Petunia's home as an infant, rather than to the safer confines of Hogwarts. Fearing the development of deeper emotional ties with Harry, Snape had once questioned Dumbledore, "You raise him as one would a pig for slaughter." Yet, she found herself unable to challenge Dumbledore's choices. On a grand scale, Dumbledore's decision represented a moral quandary, the choice between one life and that of the majority. Much like the trolley problem, no one could arrive at a definitive answer. In the original narrative during the Battle of Hogwarts, Voldemort's Avada Kedavra curse only struck the fragment of his soul residing within Harry's forehead. Subsequently, through the intricate principles of wand lore, Harry rebounded the killing curse, ultimately vanquishing Voldemort. Yet, all of this hinged upon luck, a series of fortunate coincidences. The world had changed far too much with her arrival, and she remained unaware of what the future would hold 7 years hence. She also wished for no one around her to perish. Thus, she must assume the responsibilities that Harry ought to bear. If Harry cannot take the necessary action against Voldemort, then it must fall upon her shoulders. This is her obligation. Slytherins pledged to take responsibility for their actions. Furthermore, Voldemort stands as her greatest obstacle in her path. To eliminate Voldemort and usurp his position is indeed what Amanta desires most at present. She was unwilling to resign herself to a mundane existence as an ordinary professor after graduation, nor to seek a modest position within the Ministry of Magic, or, like most women from wizarding families, to marry and bear children, leading a life of triviality and mediocrity. The happiness of the common folk was not what she aspired to attain. She would not tread the path of Voldemort, who meandered along a treacherous trail. Instead, she sought to traverse a broad and illustrious avenue. Unlike Voldemort, who was destined to stand apart from the majority, she yearned to be at the epicenter of power, commanding the allegiance of all wizards and guiding them towards a brighter future for the magical realm while instigating transformative change within it. She envisioned herself as a figure capable of stirring the very winds of the wizarding world. Her ambition was to enable all wizards to walk boldly beneath the sun, no longer cloaked in the shadows of the world, free from the fear of Muggles' persecution and conflict, and even fostering coexistence and mutual advancement. For technology and magic would ultimately amalgamate to yield a more resplendent fruit. In her era, technology had advanced far beyond the majority of magic in this world. There remained a multitude of tasks for her to undertake. As Amanta exited the headmaster's office, she paused and turned back to admonish Dumbledore. Be wary of Professor Quirrell. It was uncertain how Dumbledore would respond, yet Voldemort was at his weakest now. It would be most advantageous to deal with Quirrell and Voldemort ahead of time. However, her warning seemed somewhat abrupt. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, with a look of puzzlement. Why do you say that, Miss Merlin? Amanta was acutely aware that her words amounted to baseless accusations against a teacher, so she added, during the feast, when Harry glanced at Professor Quirrell. His scar began to hurt, and I suspect it is connected to Voldemort. Dumbledore's silver eyebrows twitched, as if he were pondering something. After a moment, he replied, Thank you for your warning, Miss Merlin. Chapter 41. Draco and Harry's Concern. It was Draco and Harry who rushed towards her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. The force of their affection nearly toppled her to the ground. Amanta, I'm so glad you're all right. Harry sobbed, his green eyes swollen and reddened, suggesting he had been crying for some time. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Draco's eyes were also moist, and he bore a comically pained expression, torn between laughter and tears. Amanta found herself caught in the middle, feeling somewhat exasperated. Just as she was about to suffocate, she managed to extricate her hands from their grasp and gently patted their heads. It's all right now, loosen your hold a bit. I was nearly choked to death by you too. Harry wiped his eyes and exclaimed joyfully, All right. Draco and Harry had been enjoying their lunch in the Great Hall when a piercing scream erupted from outside. Initially, they dismissed it, assuming it was a Quidditch team in training. However, it wasn't too long before several upperclassmen entered, discussing Amanta's fall. Draco and Harry exchanged anxious glances, their hearts tightening in disbelief at this dreadful reality. At this moment, Draco and Harry had likely begun to fathom the gravity of the situation. The weight was excruciating. Despite a few upperclassmen later assuring them that Amanta was unharmed, they could not fully relax until they laid eyes on her. Harry was consumed with guilt. They should not have allowed her to visit the library alone. They should have been suspicious when she was absent at lunchtime. And they should have kept a closer watch on Pansy. He paced restlessly, ultimately succumbing to tears. Draco, too, was overwhelmed with remorse, staring blankly at the teacup on the table, thinking it was all his fault if something had happened to Amanta. Draco and Harry surrounded her with concern, as if they had never seen her before, treating her as though she were a precious treasure. Amanta, are you truly all right? Harry asked anxiously for the 30th time. Amanta raised an eyebrow, noting that it had grown sore from the repetition. I'm fine, she assured them, recounting the events of the afternoon in detail. Draco clenched his jaw, veins standing out on his hands. Amanta, I sincerely wish I were a girl, so I could always be by your side. Even share a dormitory with you, thus sparing us the worry about anyone else. Harry's words were abruptly silenced by a fierce glare from Draco. Confused, Harry closed his mouth, unable to comprehend Draco's intense anger. Did he not share such sentiments? When Amanta mentioned Pansy holding her hand and pushing her from the astronomy tower, Draco's expression was one of exasperation. She asked you to hold her hand, and you complied? He asked incredulously. Harry, biting his lip, echoed. People like her should just fend for themselves. Amanta felt a twinge of injustice. You were so concerned about Pansy during herbology class. Well, to be honest, I didn't want to get involved, but I mainly did it for your sake. She turned to Draco, worrying that Pansy might actually harm herself. You'd feel responsible as if you had committed a crime, and that would lead to your own despair. Her indifference towards Pansy stemmed from her concern for Draco and the potential repercussions for him. Perhaps out of a sense of responsibility to a friend or consideration for the books and sweets he had given her. Draco flushed at her words, a faint pink hue creeping to his ears, struggling to articulate coherent thoughts. But still, you cannot. Amanta then shared how, aided by the power of the Philosopher's Stone, she had used nonverbal magic in the critical moment of her fall from the astronomy tower to summon a flying broomstick. When they heard about the Philosopher's Stone, their expressions remained composed, but upon learning she had summoned a broomstick and even took it for a spin, Their faces turned to one of astonishment. Have you ever ridden a broomstick before? Harry interjected eagerly. Amanta shook her head. Harry and Draco exchanged looks of disbelief. How is that possible? You learned so quickly? No, wait. You didn't even have a single proper lesson, Draco exclaimed in astonishment. Amanta merely shrugged. The situation was dire, and in that moment, I could conjure no other means. My repertoire of spells was still rather limited. Reflecting on that instant, she felt an overwhelming thrill, the heart-pounding sensation. Adrenaline surging to its zenith, narrowly escaping the clutches of death. Fortunately, she possessed a modicum of flying talent, otherwise, she would have likely plummeted to the ground, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. You would undoubtedly make an excellent Quidditch player, suggested Harry. Draco lamented. Alas. First-year students are prohibited from bringing their flying brooms and from joining the Quidditch teams. Amanta shook her head and recounted to them the revelations Dumbledore had shared in the headmaster's office, including her lineage, the purpose of the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort's true objective in infiltrating Hogwarts to seek the stone. Setting aside the Philosopher's Stone, Amanta, the fact that you have lived for several hundred years is simply astonishing, Harry remarked, marveling at the extraordinary tales she had shared. Yet, upon hearing this particular revelation, their astonishment deepened. No wonder I always thought you had a somewhat classical appearance. Draco mused thoughtfully. I suspect Voldemort is currently entwined in Professor Quirrell's scarf. Dumbledore must have concealed the Philosopher's Stone somewhere within Hogwarts. And Voldemort's infiltration is to locate it and restore his physical form. Chapter 42, The Invitation for Quidditch Seekers. The power of the Philosopher's Stone is indeed formidable. Draco scrutinized Amanta's exterior, finding no discernible difference from others. If Voldemort could successfully regain his form like Amanta, it would be utterly chilling, Harry murmured. I believe I have an inkling of where the Philosopher's Stone might be. Harry excitedly shared his discovery with Amanta and Draco. Just as he began recounting the day of August 1st when he and Hagrid ventured to Diagon Alley to collect that mysterious package, a deep, silky voice resonated behind them. As a competent professor and head, I trust you will refrain from publicly discussing matters that should remain confidential, especially you, Potter. The trio quickly separated. Professor, Draco acknowledged. Sir. Amanta and Harry mumbled, their heads bowed in guilt. At that moment, Snape wore a sardonic expression, the corners of his mouth curling into an almost imperceptible smirk. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could make better use of your minds, which seem filled with nothing but fluff. However, it is evident that there is a more pressing matter at hand. Miss Merlin, follow me. Very well, Professor. However, Draco and Harry appeared even more perplexed than she. Amanta resigned herself to trailing behind Professor Snape, uncertain of the reason for his sudden summons, hoping it would not portend ill. Have you ever ridden a broomstick? Snape inquired abruptly as he strode ahead of her.
No, Professor.
Then I must concede that you possess a modicum of natural aptitude for flying. Could it be? Had Snape discerned her flying talent due to today's events? Was he contemplating inviting her to join the Slytherin Quidditch team? In the original narrative, she recollects that the school later introduced a flying class. During the inaugural session, Harry, provoked by Draco, showcased remarkable flying prowess and was consequently admitted to the Quidditch team as a seeker by Professor McGonagall. Presently, Harry finds himself in Slytherin and has forged a friendship with Draco. Clearly, these events have undergone significant alteration. Yet, she never anticipated that she would also exhibit an astonishing talent for flying akin to Harry's, thereby drawing the attention of the Quidditch team. Snape guided her through a considerable expanse of the castle, ultimately leading her outside towards the nearby Quidditch pitch. Flanking the stadium were towering stands adorned with hundreds of seats, while at both ends loomed 3 golden hoops, each standing 50 feet high, supported by poles. A few Slytherin Quidditch players were practicing on their broomsticks. Professor, Amanta Merlin. I just saw you soaring above the castle. It was an exquisite display of flying, exclaimed a tall boy who approached with brisk steps. His interest piqued by Amanta beside Snape. It's her first time on a broomstick, Snape remarked coolly. Oh my. I was on the outdoor balcony and witnessed her diving straight down, catching her fallen wand mere feet from the ground. A boy with earrings exclaimed in astonishment. Excitement flickered in the tall boy's eyes. A genius. Absolutely a genius. Terence could never pull off such a feat, the boy with earrings stuck out his tongue. Anyway, Terence has been absent lately, claiming he has off with his girlfriend. I reckon he appraised Amanta's physique. Agile and petite, just perfect for a seeker. I am Marcus Flint, captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. The tall boy extended his hand for a shake, his imposing stature resembling a formidable wall before her. Amanta grasped his hand, and the boy with earrings quickly followed suit. Dorian Pusey, the team's chaser, he introduced himself. Suddenly, Marcus recalled something and turned to Snape. Professor, But the rules prohibit first-year students, he implored, his round face adorned with eager, dark eyes. Snape replied slowly, I have already discussed this matter with Dumbledore. The use of first-year students has been permitted on an exceptional basis. Amanta, what do you think? Dorian tilted his head, observing her with interest. I have no objections, Amanta replied resignedly. Before inquiring her opinion, they had evidently deliberated all aspects of the situation. Their final question felt more like a mere formality. She did not oppose joining the Quidditch team. She merely wondered if a couple of individuals might feel envious. She still required a suitable broomstick, perhaps a Nimbus 2000 or the latest model of the Firebolt series. Marcus and Dorian engaged in earnest discussion. The Firebolt 2000 is undeniably the finest, though it is rather expensive, and our budget is somewhat limited. The Comet 260 is also quite commendable. Regarding this matter, I believe there is no cause for concern. I am certain that a certain meddlesome peacock, enamored with flaunting wealth, will undoubtedly take charge, Severus sarcastically remarked, seemingly dissatisfied with someone of late. Miss Merlin, I sincerely hope you do not become overly complacent with a mere compliment, letting it cloud your judgment. Train diligently, and do not succumb to the might of those little giants from Gryffindor. With that, Severus swept away, his robes billowing as he made his way towards the castle. Do you understand Quidditch? Amanta shook her head. Very well, let us commence from the beginning. Marcus dragged over a large wooden chest. Before we embark on this afternoon's lesson, allow me to briefly introduce you to the essence of Quidditch. He opened the chest, revealing 4 balls, each differing in shape, size, and color. A Quidditch team consists of 7 players, 3 chasers, who are responsible for passing the quaffle and scoring by throwing it through the hoops. Dorian crouched down, patting a red ball the size of a soccer ball. This is the quaffle. Marcus and I will be handling this. There are also 2 beaters. The bludgers can dart about unpredictably, potentially knocking a player off their broomstick. The beaters protect their teammates from the bludgers and aim them towards the opposing team. Dorian pointed to another ball, glistening black and slightly smaller than the quaffle. This is a bludger. Additionally, there is a keeper. Marcus gestured towards the 3 hoops at either end of the pitch, explaining that the keeper's duty is to guard the goalposts, preventing opposing chasers from scoring with the quaffle. Lastly, there is the seeker, whose role is to locate the golden snitch. Once the snitch is caught, the match concludes instantly. Dorian retrieved the final ball from the chest. Amanta, this is the ball you will be responsible for. Chapter 43. The Quest for the Golden Snitch. The ball is no larger than a walnut, shimmering gold, with 2 delicate silver wings fluttering on either side, appearing rather adorable. Dorian held the ball before Amanta. The golden snitch flies at lightning speed, making it nearly impossible to spot during the game. He smiled, then suddenly released the ball. The snitch darted back and forth before swiftly vanishing in the middle of the pitch. Amanta, demonstrate your prowess. Dorian handed her the broom. Marcus clapped his hands against Dorian's head. What are you doing? She's still a novice. Precisely because of that, let us see if she truly possesses talent. I cannot afford to lose this year's Quidditch match. Amanta mounted Dorian's broom. All right, let me give it a try. To her surprise, the broom felt more comfortable than she had anticipated, perhaps enchanted, akin to sitting on a soft cushion. Yet what truly enveloped her in comfort was the familiar sensation of unrestrained freedom in the sky. She soared upward, gazing down upon the entire pitch, squinting to catch every elusive trace. The Quidditch pitch at noon was illuminated by a glaring sun, casting a dazzling array of golden glimmers that made the search for the golden snitch akin to finding a needle in a haystack, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Amanta floated gracefully above the Quidditch field, diligently seeking traces of the elusive snitch. Before long, she spotted a small, glimmering object. As she hurried toward it, she suddenly realized it was merely a shard of mirror-reflecting light. Undeterred, Amanta circled the center of the pitch several times, yet her efforts yielded nothing. The prolonged exposure to the sun strained her eyes, causing an uncomfortable ache. She paused, meticulously surveying the Quidditch arena, holding her breath in concentrated silence. Suddenly, she detected a faint, high-pitched buzzing nearby, reminiscent of a mosquito's drone. Turning her head, she glimpsed the golden snitch not far to her right. She dashed after it, the snitch flitting about with its delicate wings, darting swiftly ahead. Amanta kept her gaze fixed on it, navigating through the hoops of the pitch, her light golden hair streaming behind her like a banner in the wind. She nearly collided with a support beam above the spectators, but managed to adjust her course just in time. The snitch was drawing closer. She followed it as it zipped through the goalposts. Without warning, it veered sharply, gliding directly overhead. Amanta crossed her legs around the broom, executing a somersault in pursuit. She was nearly upon it, 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 1.5 meters, 30 centimeters, another burst of speed. She extended her hand, her fingertips almost brushing against the snitch. Just a little more. At last, she released her grip on the broom, balancing precariously with her legs and body. The tiny golden snitch reflected in her azure eyes. With a swift motion, Amanta clasped her hands together. She had caught it. Her heart raced slightly as she felt the small ball thrumming in her palms, the snitch struggling and fluttering its wings. Gently, she descended on her broom, landing gracefully on the ground, and approached Marcus and Dryan. She raised the snitch triumphantly, signaling her success. I got it. Amazing. Fantastic maneuver, Amanta. You are undoubtedly a prodigy. It's a pity no one discovered your talent sooner. You should be in the World Cup, Marcus exclaimed, rushing over with admiration and excitement. Congratulations. You have passed the test, Dryan added, giving her a thumbs up and beaming at her. Marcus glanced at his pocket watch, incredulously exclaiming, Let me see how long it took. Merlin's beard. Only 20 minutes. This year's Quidditch Cup was surely in Slytherin's grasp, Dryan proclaimed with pride, extending his palm for a celebratory high-five with Amanta. I already knew about this. My godfather instructed my father to buy you a broom. He said that our peacock loves to flaunt his generosity. And this is a perfect opportunity to invest in a talented player and support an underprivileged house. Those were his very words. During the afternoon defense against the dark arts class, Draco, with a hint of envy, remarked, Your father purchased a Nimbus 2000 for you. How utterly unfair. I am stuck with only a Comet 260. The bitterness in his words was palpable, revealing his deep-seated jealousy over Amanta's unexpected selection for the Quidditch team. In contrast, Harry did not exhibit such sourness. His bright, eager eyes sparkled with anticipation, twinkling like stars, likely due to his complete unfamiliarity with broomsticks and a lack of awareness regarding his own flying talents. At this moment, Harry was preoccupied with the fear of making a fool of himself upon mounting a broom, despite his eagerness to learn to fly and play Quidditch being no less than Draco's. The thought was exhilarating. Just imagine us seeing you on the Quidditch pitch.
Oh.
Can I come watch your practices? That would be amazing, Harry exclaimed. Suddenly, he became aware that everyone in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom was staring at him. Mr. Potter, is something the matter? With a thud, Harry unexpectedly tumbled from his chair to the floor, clutching his head and rolling in agony, emitting cries of distress. Both Amanta and Draco were startled and rushed to assist him. However, Harry continued to thrash about on the ground, kicking his legs and convulsing. His complexion turned pale, and he was drenched in sweat, as if he were enduring an unprecedented torment. What was happening to him? Had Potter gone mad? Was he under the influence of a curse? Could it be the overwhelming scent of garlic from Professor Quirrell? The classroom erupted into chaos, descending into a state of disarray. Oh, quickly, get Mr. Potter to the hospital wing, Professor Quirrell shouted from the back of the crowd. Gradually, Harry's thrashing subsided, and Amanta and Draco seized the opportunity to lift him, relieved by his slight frame, which made their task somewhat easier. Draco, I know where the hospital wing is. I will lead you there, Blaise said, patting Draco's shoulder, urging them to follow. Amanta and Draco supported Harry on either side, his head drooping weakly as he gasped for breath. At last, they were away from that garlic-infused classroom. As they exited, Blaise expressed his lingering apprehension. I can't shake off that dreadful aroma. She glanced at Blaise ahead of them and quietly inquired, Harry, is your scar hurting again? The pain was more intense than before. Far more severe. Harry's face was devoid of color, seemingly still reeling from the recent, excruciating discomfort. Draco's expression mirrored concern. Did this signify that his power had grown stronger? Amanta's demeanor darkened. I fear that may be the case. Chapter 44, Cedric's voluntary involvement. Blaise, leading the way, suddenly turned with an intrigued expression. Are you talking about the Dark Lord? How do you know? Harry blurted out, but Amanta quickly covered his mouth. Blaise, unfazed, continued to guide them down the stairs. The pain in your scar can only be related to the Dark Lord. Amanta was somewhat taken aback. The fragments of the narrative she had previously encountered provided only a scant depiction of Blaise, leaving her with little understanding of him. Over the past few days, Blaise had been attempting to exude a charming and handsome allure while frequently making blunders during class. She had assumed that he was rather vacuous, preoccupied solely with his own beauty and the admiration of others. However, it now appeared that her judgment had been flawed. Slytherin, indeed, harbored hidden talents. But the question lingered, would Blaise align himself with Voldemort? Amanta felt a sense of caution, a sentiment echoed by Harry. After Blaise departed, Draco leaned closer to Amanta and Harry, speaking in hushed tones. Do not fret about Blaise. Like you, he has always held disdain for Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Or perhaps he simply regards everything with indifference. Draco shrugged nonchalantly. That is rather intriguing. Amanta stroked her chin in contemplation. Oh, what transpired here? Madame Pomfrey hurried towards them from behind the curtains of a bed, scrutinizing Harry intently. Harry glanced at Amanta and Draco, hesitating momentarily. I suddenly have a terrible headache, he said cryptically. Come here, let me take a look, Madame Pomfrey instructed, gesturing toward a corner of the room filled with peculiar medical instruments and assorted potions. She then conducted a thorough examination of Harry. Child, you are perfectly fine, Madame Pomfrey declared, her irritation evident as she set down her instruments. Clearly suspecting that they were playing a prank on her. Amanta was not surprised, while Harry and Draco exhaled in relief, particularly Harry, who muttered softly, Thank goodness. I thought my head was going to split open. Rest well, attend your classes, and eat properly. I refuse to believe such incidents will recur. During dinner, as most of the students were gathering, Dumbledore unexpectedly rose from the long professor's table and stepped onto the central golden podium. Students of Hogwarts, I must address you while you dine. Curiosity flickered among the students as they rarely witnessed Dumbledore openly speaking at such an informal occasion. However, given the day's rampant gossip, they likely surmised the nature of his announcement. Many cast furtive glances toward the Slytherin table, seeking the subjects of the day's rumors. I can't help but anticipate what Professor Dumbledore is about to say, Harry exclaimed with excitement. Today, a most unfortunate event has transpired. Fortunately, we are still able to see Miss Merlin unharmed following this calamity. Hogwarts firmly opposes the occurrence of such events, vehemently denounces conflicts among students, and categorically rejects any attempts to take another's life. Pansy Parkinson has been taken by the Ministry's Aurors and will soon face trial, likely confronting a sentence of 1 to 4 years, along with prolonged surveillance. Moreover, the Parkinson family has declared their intention to disown Pansy from their lineage. Tonight, I announce this matter with the hope that you will take heed. As a wizard, possessing virtuous character far outweighs the importance of exceptional skill. Throughout my many years of teaching, I have wished to witness each of you graduate successfully. The fate of Pansy and Daphne was not entirely unexpected for Amanta. They should have considered the consequences of their actions. Harry raised his arms in jubilant celebration, clearly eager to dance in delight, if only he had the ability. Justice. This is justice. Amanta, why do you not join me in applause? Ahem. Amanta offered a half-hearted clap. Draco, however, clapped vigorously, reddening his palms in the process. Damn it, he swore. Once Dumbledore stepped down from the podium, the hall erupted into lively chatter, buzzing with discussion about the day's events. A handsome, tall boy rose from the Hufflepuff table and approached Amanta and her companions, causing a stir among the Hufflepuffs. He appeared somewhat taken aback, but maintained a gentle smile as he approached, exuding a hint of shyness. Hello, I am Cedric Diggory from the 3rd year. Amanta, Draco. It is a pleasure to meet you. Amanta fixed her gaze upon Cedric. 3 years hence, his death during the Triwizard Tournament would send shockwaves through Hogwarts and the entire wizarding world. In the final task of the tournament, he and Harry touched the Triwizard Cup together, believing they had secured victory for Hogwarts, unaware that the cup had been replaced with a portkey. Thus, upon their touch, they were transported to the graveyard of Little Hangleton, where Voldemort awaited. With a mere command, eliminate the nuisance, Wormtail cast the killing curse, taking Cedric's life in an instant. One moment he was the vibrant, sunny boy speaking animatedly. The next, he lay cold and lifeless. No one could comprehend the horror of that moment, which cast a terrifying shadow over everyone. Only those at Hogwarts truly mourned him. In the hearts of all Hogwarts students, this handsome boy embodied the finest qualities of Hufflepuff: honesty, fairness, kindness, and diligence, forever lost on that fateful night that should have heralded his glory. As Amanta gazed at the strikingly featured boy before her, a wave of bittersweet regret washed over her. Harry stepped forward, firmly shaking Cedric's hand. Cedric, what brings you here? Chapter 45, A Custom-Built Firebolt 2000. Harry looked at Cedric with surprise. After all, Cedric was the highest-achieving student in the 3rd year. Harry, Cedric replied with a shy smile, I heard about your SO group, and I am quite intrigued. Moreover, in conversing with you, I find you to be quite unlike the rumors suggest. Amanta was taken aback by his thoughts. For the most rampant rumors about them were spread by the idle Hufflepuffs. It seemed that this matter was thanks to Harry. Harry appeared quite proud. See? I told you I could do it. He gave himself 2 thumbs up and provocatively inquired, What about you, Draco? Any gains? Draco seemed to have encountered a setback with Snape and scoffed. You all know how difficult he is to deal with. Welcome aboard, Amanta said as she shook Cedric's hand, marking the first member from another house to join their SO group. At midnight, they had an astronomy class, the only subject scheduled at such an hour. Amanta retraced the familiar path she had walked earlier in the day, where Pansy had arranged to meet her. However, Amanta now had little to worry about. At least, the other concerns did not feel as pressing. Yet, as they took turns observing the constellations through the telescope, Harry frequently glanced around. It's so painful standing here. I can't help but look down, thinking about what happened with Amanta today. It's all fine now, Amanta reassured him. It was she who had fallen. Yet Harry remained preoccupied with the incident. Draco was peering through the telescope at the sky. Look at the heavens. It might ease my mind. My eyes are going blurry. The sky is filled with twinkling dots, Harry complained. Merlin's cauldron. I just identified a constellation, and now that I'm talking to you, I can't find it again. Amanta was also somewhat bewildered by the course. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, she had realized that she had underestimated the complexity of most subjects.
Now,
she admitted that she might only possess a significant talent for spellcasting. As for herbology and astronomy, she was utterly clueless. Especially astronomy, which had no textbook. Observing those luminous dots in the sky, and tracking their movements, they moved so slowly that even after half an hour, the entire sky looked entirely different, as each star moved at a distinct pace. She could hardly imagine how dire her situation would be in the cryptic divination class taught by Professor Trelawney in the future. The following afternoon, she arrived at the Quidditch pitch as per her agreement with Marcus, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team. With Marcus's permission, Harry and Draco joined her in the stands to support her training. Of course, Amanta suspected they merely sought an excuse to watch Slytherin's Quidditch practice. After all, her task was to evade all the players while seeking the golden snitch, which she found rather uninteresting. Her broom had yet to arrive at Hogwarts, so she used the common broom from the house. Is that the bludger?
oh my,
It must be the quaffle, Harry exclaimed excitedly from the stands, pointing at them. Harry had never witnessed the magical sport played by wizards firsthand before. He occasionally rose to his feet, gazing in wonder at the players' maneuvers. Next year, I must join the Slytherin Quidditch team. Since they have made an exception, why not make another? Draco crossed his arms in indignation. However, upon witnessing Amanta narrowly evade a bludger, performing several rolls in the air before stabilizing, his resentment gradually dissipated, and he focused intently on her, fearful of any misstep. What on earth is Bull doing? Doesn't he fear the bludger might knock Amanta down? Bull, the newly recruited beater for Slytherin, was chasing after the bludger, swinging wildly. While Draco's reprimands left him flustered, he nearly collided with the quaffle on his way over. Marcus whistled repeatedly, urging, relax, Bull, showcase your talent. One must concede that Quidditch is indeed a perilous sport. Harry stood, cupping his hands before his mouth, cheering for Amanta. Yet, this was undeniably exhilarating. Early on Friday morning, Amanta sat as usual with Draco and Harry in the Great Hall for breakfast. The owls swooped in, as they always did, a sight that had long ceased to astonish anyone. However, today brought an extraordinary event, even more remarkable than yesterday's howler. 6 long-eared owls entered. But it was not the owls that captivated the students' attention, rather, it was the long, substantial package they collectively bore. All eyes were drawn to this unusual spectacle. Good heavens, what is that colossal thing? I wager it's a super telescope or something of the sort. As the owls glided toward the Slytherin table, a hush fell over the Gryffindor table. Slytherin's possessions. It must belong to the Malfoys, given its grandeur. Yet, everyone kept their gaze fixed on the owls, eager to discern the identity of the package and its contents. The 6 owls circled down and dropped the parcel onto Amanta's lap. And before she could even begin to open it, a letter landed there as well. I bet it's a Firebolt 2000. Draco urged her on. Upon hearing the mention of the Firebolt 2000, many envious and curious eyes turned toward them. She unwrapped the package, revealing a massive long redwood box. As she pressed the brass clasp, it popped open with a crisp sound. Oh! Harry exclaimed in astonishment. The broom's tip was emblazoned with shimmering silver letters, Firebolt 2000. The broom itself was sleek and glossy black, its graceful curve exquisitely formed, with its straight, uniform twigs bound neatly at the end by a refined silver ring. It looked identical to what she had seen in the Quidditch shop in Diagon Alley, though the color appeared slightly different. This was a specially customized Firebolt 2000. Draco remarked with a hint of jealousy. No wonder it only arrived today. My father promised to buy me an even better one next year. Amanta opened the letter resting on her lap. Dear Miss Merlin, thank you for your care in overseeing Draco, Lucius Malfoy remarked. Severus has informed me, and as a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors and an esteemed graduate of Slytherin, I am honored to sponsor a talented member of such an ancient wizarding family like yours. I have customized a Slytherin-styled broom for you, hoping you will bring glory to Slytherin. In Chapter 46, during Snape's Potions class inquiry, the mention of a specially crafted Nimbus 2000 elicited an immediate reaction from the crowd. Many could no longer contain their excitement and rose from their seats, straining to glimpse Amanta's direction. Initially, they merely stood, but soon the taller individuals obstructed their view, prompting others to nudge their way forward, crowding closer. Ultimately, a sizable throng gathered around, craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the Nimbus 2000. Perhaps wary of the rumors surrounding Amanta, the third generation of the Dark Lord, they instinctively maintained a 2 to 3 meter distance around her. Yet, this space continually diminished as more people pressed in, eager to catch sight of the broom. As the order in the Great Hall threatened to unravel, the prefects stepped forth, calling out for their respective houses. Seamus, Michael, Susan. With a sigh, Amanta tucked the Nimbus 2000 away into the Philosopher's Stone. A cacophony of gasps and groans followed as many fell to the ground, dismayed as they pushed away the bodies surrounding them, wincing as they rubbed their sore backs and knees. Where did the Nimbus 2000 go? How did it disappear? Someone shouted, pointing at Amanta. I put it away. Amanta replied innocently, raising her hands in a gesture of feigned innocence. How stingy. Hedwig, Harry exclaimed with sudden delight from her left. Amanta noticed Harry's snowy awl had flown over with a note in its beak. Harry eagerly opened it, glancing at its contents before passing it to Amanta and Draco for their perusal. Dear Harry, Rubius Hagrid. Once they had finished reading, Harry inquired, would you like to join me? I have no objections, Amanta quickly responded. Draco hesitated, shaking his head at first, but upon seeing Amanta's agreement, he reluctantly added, I wasn't keen on going, but since Amanta intends to, I suppose I shall accompany her. He then added, though I have little expectation of what awaits us. It is perhaps best if we stick together. Pansy has already been taken to the ministry, Amanta reminded them. Both Draco and Harry shook their heads in unison, their expressions revealing deep concern. You are too easily deceived, Draco said earnestly. Harry nodded in agreement. We cannot allow anything to happen to you. Otherwise, we would blame ourselves for a lifetime. Very well, Amanta conceded with a hint of resignation. Is this what friendship is? Amanta suddenly realized for the first time that she possessed two truly sincere friends.
Wait.
Although Snape would undoubtedly not deduct points from Slytherin, there was no guarantee he would not be particularly difficult with Harry. It was best to be cautious, just in case. Harry, if I were to add daffodil root powder to the mugwort infusion, what would I obtain? Amanta inquired abruptly. Pardon? Harry responded, taken aback by Amanta's sudden question. What are you talking about? Mugwort and what powder? I heard that Snape enjoys putting others on the spot during the first class. So I thought I would give you a little test in advance, especially since he doesn't seem particularly fond of you, Amanta replied quickly, reiterating her question. If I were to add daffodil root powder to the mugwort infusion, what would I obtain? A potion of deathly sleep, an exceedingly potent sedative, Harry replied, his confusion evident. What is Bezoar? A stone from a goat's stomach, capable of counteracting poisons, he continued, recalling that these were all topics they had been quizzed on before the school year commenced. Well then, Amanta sighed in relief. It seems that her impromptu training during the summer had indeed been effective. The potions classroom was located in an underground chamber, as chilly as the Slytherin common room. Shelves lined the walls, filled with an array of jars and vials containing various preserved specimens. This class was attended alongside Gryffindor, the only course they shared with them thus far. As class began, Snape strode in with an air of authority, instantly silencing the chattering first-year students. Like the other professors, he paused notably when calling Harry's name, despite having done so multiple times since the term began.
Potter.
Our illustrious, famed boy who lived. Came the mocking laughter from the Gryffindor side, prompting Snape to cast a cold glance their way. Silence during class is expected. 5 points from Gryffindor, he declared, causing the Gryffindor students to promptly hush and suppress their laughter. Potions demanded a meticulous scientific approach and an exceedingly rigorous methodology. Many doubted the magical nature of potion making, as it did not require the foolish waving of wands. I do not harbor expectations that you will comprehend the delicate vapors wafting from the gently simmering cauldron, nor the exquisite aroma they exude. You will not grasp the wondrous magic of potions, those liquids that seep into your veins, stirring your heart and clouding your consciousness. I could even teach you how to elevate your status, brew honor, and perhaps even elude death, but remember, you must not each be a dim-witted giant. His voice, smooth and gentle, resonated clearly throughout the chamber, despite its softness.
Potter.
Snape suddenly called out Harry's name with authority. Professor? Harry sprang to his feet in haste. What is the difference between wolfsbane and monkshood? Professor, they are the same plant, both referred to as aconite. What can ground scarab beetles be used to create? Amanta felt a jolt of anxiety. This question had not been part of the original narrative, and she had not anticipated asking Harry. Harry appeared somewhat bewildered. an intelligence potion. Professor, he replied. Evidently, you have diligently reviewed your textbook prior to the term, Snape remarked, awarding Slytherin 5 points with a huff. Harry settled back down, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eye as he winked at Amanta. The Gryffindors were evidently displeased with Snape's evident favoritism. Ron let out a soft hiss, which did not escape Snape's notice. Ron's face turned pale as he stammered, "No, Professor." Snape, seemingly unfazed by his refusal, inquired, "What can be made from powdered lionfish spine?" Ron hesitated, responding, "I am not sure, Professor." "And what about fairy wings?" "I do not know, Professor." "Weasley, did you not study before the term began?" Snape barked. 5 points from Gryffindor. Powdered lionfish spine can be used to concoct healing potions, and fairy wings can be utilized for beauty elixirs. Do you understand? Has anyone ever performed better than Potter before you mocked him? Or is it that Gryffindors are only capable of making foolish noises? Why not write this down now? His barrage of rhetorical questions left the Gryffindors' faces alternating between hues of green and white. Subsequently, everyone promptly reacted, rummaging for their parchment and notebooks to hastily record what Snape had just articulated. No one dared to question Snape further, who proceeded to detail the preparation of a potion to cure scabies on the blackboard at the center of the classroom, then divided them into pairs for potion brewing. Amanta and Draco formed one group, while Harry and Blaise comprised another. Snape glided about near Harry, his long black cloak trailing behind him as he scrutinized their efforts.
Potter.
"Is that 3 grams? Harry, startled by Snape's sharp tone, hurriedly reweighed the dried nettle. Although he appeared stern, it was akin to personalized tutoring. Nevertheless, Amanta had to concede that Draco exhibited remarkable skill in handling potion ingredients, as they were the first in class to complete their potion. Gryffindors, come and witness how impeccably Merlin and Malfoy brewed their potion. Just as everyone leaned in to observe Amanta and Draco's cauldron, a sudden hissing sound erupted from the back of the classroom. Neville and Seamus, in terror, shrieked as they dashed away from their desks. Their cauldron had inexplicably melted, releasing a noxious green smoke that billowed upwards, spilling over onto the floor. Students screamed and scrambled to avoid it, some even climbing onto desks and chairs. Before further chaos ensued, Amanta brandished her wand and directed it at the floor. Scourgify. The potion in the cauldron and on the floor vanished in an instant. Neville cast a grateful glance at Amanta. "I fear you added the hedgehog spines without removing the cauldron from the fire, resulting in a loss of points for Gryffindor." Snape reprimanded sharply, causing both Neville and Seamus to blanch further. Chapter 47. Harry's Parents and Snape. After the potions class concluded, Harry's expression soured. "Is it merely my imagination? Or does it seem like Snape is targeting me? It is Snape who persistently points out your mistakes. Otherwise, your cauldron might have ended up like Neville's," Amanta consoled him. To be frank, she felt a twinge of envy. Snape's unwavering gaze was perpetually fixated on Harry and his cauldron, rendering the potions class akin to a private tutoring session for Harry. Yet, a sense of strangeness lingered in the air. Harry furrowed his brow and remarked, "I can't shake off this odd feeling." "Your intuition may not be mistaken," Draco suddenly interjected. Harry turned to him. "Draco, do you know why?" "Yes," Draco nodded. "A couple of days ago, I wrote to my father, mentioning the peculiar behavior of your godfather towards you. He then recounted some of his experiences from his school days." "What kind of experiences?" Harry inquired. "Do you truly wish to know?" Draco asked. "Absolutely," Harry replied, his eyes wide with anticipation. "This pertains to your parents, and it may very well challenge your current perceptions," Draco continued. Harry regarded him with confusion. "Your parents were classmates with Snape," Draco elaborated, observing Harry's baffled expression. "Moreover, they were bitter rivals. To put it plainly, your father, James Potter, often rallied his friends to bully your godfather, subjecting him to numerous humiliating incidents." Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. He appeared to struggle with the revelation. Amanta expressed her understanding. For over the years, Harry had maintained an idealized view of his parents. While Lily was indeed a pure and gentle soul, James could not be characterized as wholly virtuous. It was only natural for Harry to find it difficult to accept that his father was not the infallible hero he had envisioned, especially considering the significant pain inflicted upon Snape. "My father bullied Snape?" Harry stammered. Draco paused dramatically at a pivotal moment. "What?" Harry pressed eagerly. "Your mother, Lily, was your godfather's first love. They were childhood sweethearts. However, Lily ultimately chose James. On the day of your arrival at school, your godfather looked into your eyes and remarked how strikingly similar they were to Lily's." Harry felt as if he had been struck by lightning. "My mother and that greasy bat?" The revelations Draco shared were far beyond his imagination. Nevertheless, by afternoon, Amanta summoned Draco to the dormitory to fetch Harry. Harry, still dazed, followed Draco, seemingly unable to recover from the morning's shocking revelations. We should go find Hagrid, Amanda reminded them.
What?
Oh, right. Find Hagrid, Harry echoed, finally coming to terms with the task at hand, albeit in a dazed manner as he led the way. Harry, this isn't the right way, Draco remarked, striking Harry's head when Amanda had to remind him for the 6th time that he was headed in the wrong direction. Wake up. Harry clutched his head, tears brimming in his eyes. They exited the castle, traversed the fields, and approached the edge of the forbidden forest, where a small wooden hut stood, Hagrid's abode. Amanda knocked on the door. A low growl erupted from within, accompanied by Hagrid's voice. Fong, back off, we have visitors. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing Hagrid, who was grasping the collar of a massive black hound.
Fong, back.
When Draco encountered the large dog, his expression shifted dramatically, and he took several steps back from the entrance. I won't go in. I'll wait for you outside. Don't be shy, Fong won't bite, Hagrid reassured him, releasing the leash. Fong immediately lunged towards Draco. Draco's face paled, instinctively raising his arms to shield himself. Yet, Fong merely knocked him to the ground, enthusiastically licking his face. Ha ha ha. Look who's in trouble now. Harry chuckled, and Amanda could hardly contain her amusement. After Fong concluded his greeting, the three finally settled in Hagrid's cozy hut. Hagrid handed them freshly baked rock cakes. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the first bite nearly dislodged Amanda's teeth. She exchanged a knowing glance with Draco, silently deciding to pass the rock cake to the ravenous Harry. Amanda recounted Harry's recent situation to Hagrid, who, upon hearing, inquired particularly about Amanda's experience from the previous day. She recounted everything in detail, even mentioning her selection for the Quidditch team. Hagrid sighed and shook his head. Some people just don't appreciate the opportunity to study at Hogwarts. Hagrid, I remember you knew my parents. Do you know about my parents and Snape? Harry suddenly asked, taking a bite of the rock cake. Hagrid paused, averting his gaze. Oh, just trivial matters, nothing significant. Hagrid, I know everything. I know my father often bullied Snape, and I also know about my mother and Snape. Hagrid gently ruffled his hair. In my view, James and Snape were always at odds. However, James had many friends, while Snape was often alone and eccentric, which led to him facing more misfortune. Your mother distanced herself from him after he called her a mudblood. The term mudblood is an extremely derogatory label used to describe wizards of Muggle descent. Naturally, your mother could not accept that, leading to their separation. I hope you do not develop a bias against your father. He made some mistakes, but he also did many good deeds. My view of Snape is similar. He has both virtues and flaws. Harry nodded, somewhat understanding. While Harry conversed with Hagrid, Amanda discovered a small note hidden beneath the teapot on the little table. She beckoned Draco over to take a look. It read, Report on the illegal intrusion at Gringotts. The investigation into this incident is ongoing, and it is widely believed to be the work of an unidentified dark wizard. Gringotts has once again issued a statement today, emphasizing that their security is exceedingly tight, and the intruder did not steal anything, as the vault was emptied early on August 1st. A spokesperson for the Gringotts Goblins released a statement this afternoon. Please do not interfere with Gringotts' handling of the incident. The items stored in the vault involve customers' confidential information, and we cannot disclose any further details. Chapter 48. The Unicorn's Cry in the Forbidden Forest. I recall Harry mentioning that on August 1st, Hagrid retrieved a mysterious parcel from Gringotts. Draco cast a glance at Harry and Hagrid, who were engaged in animated conversation. Indeed, I suspect the parcel contained the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore instructed Hagrid to bring it here and place it at Hogwarts, Amanda whispered. Fortuitously, they retrieved it beforehand. Otherwise, the stone might have been stolen by now. Where do you think the Philosopher's Stone could be? Draco inquired softly. I don't know, but it certainly isn't in a location frequently accessible to students. Thus, she was indeed unaware of Dumbledore's current hiding place for the stone. I conjecture it might be in the headmaster's office, or perhaps some other chamber, or within the Forbidden Forest, or even the Black Lake, or maybe Dumbledore carries it with him. Amanda articulated her analysis. Amanda, do you recall Dumbledore mentioning during the welcoming feast that students are forbidden from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor? Oh, I certainly remember, she replied. She was aware that the Philosopher's Stone would eventually manifest there, but perhaps not at this moment. I suspect that location is the most probable. Otherwise, why would all students be prohibited from entering? Draco asserted earnestly. That makes sense. We should investigate. Amanda abruptly changed her mind. After reconsidering, she realized that without an exploration, they might never ascertain whether the Philosopher's Stone was indeed there. However, they could not venture forth unprepared. What about the 3 giant dogs guarding the entrance? Or the wizard's chess? Goodness, I've never played wizard's chess. Draco, do you play any musical instruments? Draco looked perplexed by Amanta's seemingly random question.
Huh.
What does that have to do with the corridor on the 4th floor? Amanta shook her head. Nothing. I was merely curious if you had learned music as a child. Draco awkwardly turned his head away, his earlobes tinged with a faint blush. Well, although I am unsure why you are interested, I can play a few instruments to some extent. Amanta nodded thoughtfully. Other challenges, such as navigating through vines and capturing keys, were not particularly difficult. And Snape's potion logic puzzles were relatively simple. It appeared that only the wizard's chess remained a daunting task. She resolved to find an opportunity to learn from Draco upon their return. Amanta shared their discoveries and plans with Harry. Initially, he nodded excitedly but then questioned, wait, why are we even considering breaking in? Although I share your curiosity, I'm inclined to ask, if the Philosopher's Stone is truly there, what shall we do once we obtain it? Amanta shrugged. Of course, we shall return it to Dumbledore. We currently have no means to confront Quirrell. We must focus on the Philosopher's Stone. If the three of us, as first-year students, can effortlessly acquire the stone, what does that imply? Amanta raised an eyebrow. If we can manage that, then confronting the Dark Lord and Quirrell would be trivial, Draco mused, stroking his chin. Harry concurred, indeed. They proceeded along the narrow path in front of Hagrid's hut. As dusk deepened, the path leading to the ominous Forbidden Forest, where eerie sounds echoed intermittently. Draco adjusted his robes and quickly strode forward a few steps. Amanta responded. Amanta, I have a feeling there is something lurking in the Forbidden Forest. Harry trailed behind them, glancing curiously into the depths of the forest. Perhaps a centaur or something. There are undoubtedly many perilous creatures within. No sooner had Amanta spoken than a sudden, piercing wail emanated from deep within the woods, a sound both haunting and fearsome, followed by a flurry of owls that erupted into flight from above the forest canopy. The wail, though not overly loud by the time it reached their ears, was still clear enough for those walking at the forest's edge. Draco's face turned ashen with fright.
Run.
He dashed ahead a few paces, then turned to see that Amanta and Harry had not yet caught up, urging them to follow. However, Amanta's step slowed. The cry unsettled her. Its tone was rich and soft, though high in pitch, yet not shrill, a beautiful sound. She had never heard it before, but it seemed familiar. Soon, she recalled it from a book she had read last month, which detailed the sounds of magical creatures, including that of a unicorn. Given their current capabilities, recklessly charging into the Forbidden Forest was unwise. Not only would they struggle to protect themselves, but confronting Quirrell and Voldemort would be tantamount to courting disaster. They needed to seek Hagrid and the other professors to address the matter. I think we should inform Hagrid, Amanta declared, turning to run towards his hut.
Huh?
Inform them of what? Draco reluctantly followed her. That was likely the call of a unicorn. It sounded dangerous. Despite the unicorn's rarity, no one could guarantee it wouldn't fall prey to another creature. Amanta's expression grew serious. The blood of a unicorn can prolong life. Harry's face paled. Voldemort? It is a possibility, Amanta replied cautiously. Oh dear. You two go on. This matter must be reported to the professors without delay. Harry immediately sprinted toward the castle. Calling back, Draco, make sure to look after Amanta. Don't let anything happen to her. Draco watched Harry's retreating figure and then glanced at the dark expanse of the Forbidden Forest. Damn it. Fortunately, the path was relatively even. Running with his eyes closed wouldn't likely lead to a fall. Just then, Draco felt something under his foot. He stumbled, falling to the ground with a thud. Under the moonlight, he was horrified to see he had seemingly stepped on something writhing on the ground. What the? Before Draco could finish his thought, a cold hand clamped tightly over his mouth. The path was eerily quiet, and no one was behind her. Odd. Hadn't Draco been following her all along? Had he run into the castle with Harry? No. Harry had instructed Draco to look after her. Given Draco's nature, he wouldn't abandon her to flee on his own. So where was Draco? Chapter 49, Crawling in Dark Twists. Draco? Draco. Draco. Can you hear me? Amanta attempted to call out Draco's name several times, but the path behind her remained eerily silent, as though no one had ever traversed it. She cast her gaze towards the castle, her heart tightening. The moonlight spilled over the grass and slopes, illuminating a solitary figure racing towards the castle. Draco's platinum hair shimmered vividly against the night, while the figure ahead blended seamlessly into the darkness. Without a doubt, it was Harry who was sprinting towards the castle. Amanta's shoes squelched against the damp earth of the Forbidden Forest. Beside the path, a patch of ground lay disrupted, with bushes and weeds strewn haphazardly, and a long, fresh drag mark etched into the soil. Something had undoubtedly pulled Draco away. The drag mark stretched deep into the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Once she stepped into the woods, it felt as though the outside world had shut a great door behind her. This was a realm utterly distinct from the one outside. The moment she entered, all exterior sounds vanished entirely. She held her breath, yet the forest seemed unnaturally still. Amanta drew her wand, a flicker of light. The tip of her wand emitted a pure white glow, momentarily illuminating her surroundings. She stepped over the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, directing her wand towards a tangle of trees. The drag mark came to an abrupt end. Amanta tightened her grip on her wand, hoping that whatever had taken Draco had not left behind only a few bones by the time she found him. "You shouldn't be here." A male voice suddenly resonated from not far behind her, startling the tense Amanta. She turned to see a melancholic figure gazing at her. It was not quite accurate to call him a man. Upon closer inspection, she noted that his lower body was that of a chestnut horse, with a long red tail trailing behind him. He was a centaur. "Excuse me, have you seen a boy with platinum hair, perhaps dragged along the ground?" Amanta inquired tentatively, though she held little hope, as centaurs were not typically friendly towards wizards. As expected, the centaur sighed and turned his gaze skyward. After a moment, he remarked, "Mars is not particularly bright tonight. Centaurs are quite skilled in divination and astronomy, and he was presumably engaged in some form of prophecy. It seemed unlikely he would divulge any useful information." Amanta turned back to illuminate her surroundings with her wand, seeking new clues. Nearby, the woods rustled with sounds. Emerging from the thicket was another centaur, his long black hair cascading down, exuding a rugged aura. However, this centaur appeared distinctly unwelcoming towards her presence. He warily drew a long bow, aiming an arrow at her. "Where did you acquire the ring of the sage on your arm?" Amanta raised her wand defensively. "It is mine." "Thief, deceiver." The black-haired centaur glared at her vehemently. "You will pay for this." "Bane, do not be so hasty." The red-haired centaur continued to gaze at the sky. "Ronan, did you not see?" The voice of the red-haired centaur Ronan was deep and melancholic. "I am a descendant of the Merlin lineage. My name is Amanta Merlin." Amanta began to grasp that this dark-haired centaur, Bane, seemed to have misinterpreted something. "The Merlin family has long since vanished, you charlatan." Bane, wholly unconvinced by her words, tightened his bow, aiming it at Amanta. The Circle of the Wise would not recognize anyone outside the Merlin family as its master. Amanta raised her arm, illuminating it with her wand to show Bane. She believed that the bracelet must recognize its master through bloodline, otherwise such a simple command could not be set, nor could it have bound to her arm so firmly upon mere contact. To this day, she had yet to find a way to remove it. Bane scrutinized Amanta with suspicion, examining her arm, and after a lengthy pause, he slowly lowered his bow. "Very well, but this is indeed peculiar. I cannot fully trust you just yet." Amanta exhaled in relief and inquired of Bane, "Have you seen a boy with platinum-colored hair?"
He might be dragged by something.
Bane shook his head but gestured toward a direction. "There are bloodstains over there." "Bloodstains?" Draco wouldn't have. After expressing her gratitude to Bane, Amanta's expression darkened as she proceeded in the direction he indicated. She had only looked away from Draco for a moment, and now She gripped her wand tightly, her face pale as she surveyed her surroundings. After a few steps, she spotted droplets of blood scattered across the ground. However, it was not human blood. It was silvery, glimmering in the darkness, like pearls. That was unicorn blood. Amanta breathed a temporary sigh of relief. At least it was not Draco's blood. Yet, with so much blood on the ground, the unicorn might have met a tragic fate, and Draco was still unaccounted for. She extinguished the light at the tip of her wand, treading softly as she followed the trail of silvery blood. Before long, the bloodstains faded, but a hissing voice emerged ahead. It was soft, terrifying, and eerily laced with a hint of seduction. Amanta stealthily halted, concealing herself behind a tree to observe the source of the sound. Before her lay a clearing, where a beautiful, pure white creature lay. Its elongated limbs shimmering in the night. It was a unicorn. It lay feebly on the ground, its abdomen rising and falling. Beside it seemed to be a figure, somewhat resembling a hooded person, crawling grotesquely on the earth. After writhing for a moment, it shifted aside, revealing what lay behind. That platinum hair. Draco. Amanta inhaled deeply. At that moment, the crawling entity moved closer to Draco. "Let me see, dear Lucius's son." Amanta was now certain that this was Voldemort, possessing Professor Quirrell. "I have a great appreciation for your father, Malfoy. Like your father, you are a fine specimen. Will you pledge your loyalty to me?" "Master." "Your judgment has always been impeccable," Quirrell's voice echoed. "Follow me, become my servant, and I shall lead you to savor the pleasures of glory, trampling upon all who oppose us." Why the silence? Look at that frightened expression. I have heard whispers of your close association with that adversary, Merlin. Chapter 50. The Torment and Temptation of Voldemort. My master. We can use him to threaten Lucius, that old fox, and show him who truly deserves his loyalty. Quirrell chuckled ominously, his voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Yet at that moment, he stuttered less, speaking with greater fluency than he ever did in class. Voldemort slowly rose, pacing around Draco, and after circling a few times, he prodded Draco's face with the tip of his wand. From a distance, Amanta could dimly see the wand's glow illuminating Draco's pale, terrified visage. Draco, prove your loyalty. I have a task for you. Lurk near Merlin and find an opportunity to eliminate her. Voldemort paused. I also possess a diary. No. That Merlin is far too cunning, my master. What if she discovers the secret of the diary? Ha! You make a valid point. Then let this boy first experience the consequences of betraying me. Very well, my master. Quirrell rummaged through his robes, retrieving a small vial of potion from an inner pocket. He restrained Draco with one hand while gripping his chin with the other, forcefully pouring the noxious green potion into his mouth. The taste was evidently unbearable. Cough. Ugh. Painful, suppressed groans escaped from Draco's throat. Once released, he clutched his chest in agony, retching violently until he collapsed to the ground, continuing to cough uncontrollably. Voldemort let out a hoarse, mocking laugh. Exquisite torment. Under the pale moonlight, Amanta observed from afar as Draco's body writhed on the ground, contorting into grotesque shapes. Reminiscent of a piece of meat tossed into a furnace, curling and convulsing amidst the fiery coals, emitting horrific cries. A chill enveloped Amanta, and a coppery sweetness surged in her throat. Stay calm. She bit down hard on her lip, the pain and taste of blood sharpening her senses. Licking the blood from her face, she swiftly surveyed her surroundings. Meanwhile, Quirrell, or rather Voldemort, stood aside, shrouded in his hood, watching with apparent delight, emitting raucous laughter as if witnessing a newly unveiled comedy. Ha ha ha. Do you comprehend? This is the taste of betrayal. I wish Lucius could see this. Still not begging for mercy? It seems he desires to taste more. Exquisite torment. Amanta inhaled deeply, her nails digging into her palm, blood flowing unnoticed. Utilizing the cover of night and the branches, she stealthily approached nearer. The torment of Draco seemed to have temporarily ceased. His cries dwindled into silence as he lay curled on the ground, motionless, as if drained of life. Look at that boy. I shall taste the blood of the unicorn. Voldemort commanded, then approached the unicorn, which lay convulsing in a pool of blood, and crouched over its wounds, seemingly drinking. Amanta stepped carefully on the damp, muddy leaves, inching forward quietly. She was too far away to ensure the accuracy of her spell. She needed to get closer. Fortunately, a rain had fallen the previous day, rendering the ground soft and moist, muffling her footsteps. She felt uncertain. Despite facing an exceedingly weakened Voldemort, he was accompanied by a professor of defense against the dark arts. As a first-year student who had just begun her studies, she had mastered only a handful of spells, let alone confront a professor in battle. But was there still time? She could not bear to watch Draco being tormented to madness. Seizing the moment while Voldemort was temporarily distracted, drinking the unicorn's blood, Amanta found the opportune moment to strike. Expelliarmus. Protego. Quirrell swiftly raised his wand to defend against the attack, his stance peculiar, considering Voldemort was still on the unicorn behind him. Who? Quirrell shouted. Master. Someone is here. Who dares to disturb us? Voldemort quickly rose, brandishing his wand and casting spells in all directions. Green beams of light shot toward Amanta's position. The ambush had failed. Amanta was not particularly surprised. After all, Quirrell had eyes on both the front and back. She had no choice but to roll on the ground, evading two beams of green light, and took cover behind a tree to launch her next attack. Incendio. The flames did not target Voldemort, but struck the nearby trees instead. The fire swiftly climbed along the lush vines, quickly engulfing a large area, flames reaching skyward. Damn it! Quirrell cursed loudly. Amanta knew that her chances against Quirrell and Voldemort were nearly non-existent, so her plan was solely to buy time and draw attention from within and outside the Forbidden Forest. She quickly cast a second fire spell nearby. The trees crackled and twisted grotesquely in the flames, and the inferno spread wildly through the Forbidden Forest. A vast ring of fire surrounded them. No, where are they? A chilling laugh echoed ominously above Amanta. Look who it is, Merlin. Amanta's limbs turned cold, as if she had plunged into an ice cellar. Voldemort's pale, icy fingers seized her hair tightly, throwing her to the ground, then crushing her left hand, which held her wand, beneath his foot. Pain washed over her, leaving her face pale, It felt as if her hand had been reduced to a pulpy mass. To encounter the illustrious Miss Merlin here. I've heard you oppose me? What a pity, what a pity. With such a lineage and noble heritage as a Slytherin. Why won't you join me? Together we can create brilliance and share glory. Amanta endeavored to steady her face, which was contorting in agony. It was not wholly implausible. He tilted his head, pondering nervously for a moment, seemingly contemplating the veracity of her words. Yet, clarity soon dawned upon him. Humph. Nurturing a tiger in one's abode. It would be prudent to eliminate this nuisance first. Chapter 51. The Blood of the Unicorn and Redemption.
Whoosh.
The arrows sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. A relentless barrage of arrows hurtled towards them. The thunderous sound of hooves striking the ground reverberated, creating a cacophony. Here came the bothersome entities once more. A long, shrill whistle pierced the air as the centaur leader, bow drawn, charged at them, bellowing, "Get out!" This incited a fervent uproar among the centaurs.
How dare you? How dare you? Depart. Leave.
This is our territory. Voldemort's cold laughter echoed as he unleashed spells into the throng of centaurs. You filthy, despicable mongrels dare to command me. The centaurs swiftly darted through the woodlands, evading the streams of green light emitted by Voldemort while retaliating with their arrows. Seizing the moment when Voldemort was preoccupied, Amanta rolled over and clambered to her feet, her other hand grasping her wand. She glanced at her left hand, which was numb from the pain, bloodied and seemingly fractured. However, there was a more pressing concern. She cast her gaze towards the clearing where Draco lay, cautiously retreating until she was beyond Voldemort's reach. She hurried to the space behind Draco. He lay silently on the ground, curled up like an infant. Draco! Draco! Amanta crouched down, gently shaking his shoulder and patting his face. But Draco remained unresponsive, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale as parchment, utterly still, devoid of any reaction. His lips had turned an ashen gray. Were it not for the faint warmth of his body, he would appear lifeless. Amanta leaned down, pressing her face to his chest. His heartbeat was weak and sporadic. So faint it was nearly imperceptible. Draco might be on the brink of death. Amanta's fingers were icy, her lips trembling slightly. No, there must be a way. The blood of the unicorn can sustain life. Amanta turned her gaze to the unicorn, which lay in a pool of blood not far away. She bent down, stealthily approaching the unicorn. Sensing her proximity, the unicorn opened its gentle, moonlit eyes and gazed at her, its long silver eyelashes glistening with crystalline tears, exuding an aura of melancholic beauty. To slay a unicorn and drink its blood would incur an eternal curse. Healing as before. Healing as before. Amanta murmured incantations softly. With 2 spells cast, the wounds on the unicorn began to heal, restoring much of its vitality. Her right hand felt awkward, wielding the wand, and after several attempts at the healing charm, the unicorn's wounds gradually mended, leaving scarcely a trace. The unicorn regarded Amanta with gratitude in its eyes. Fortunately, the unicorn's injuries were not too severe. When Amanta healed it, she discovered that the creature lay on the ground, immobile, primarily due to fractures in its hind legs. Once the healing was complete, Amanta breathed a sigh of relief. She had cast an abundance of healing spells, depleting her magical energy, leaving her somewhat exhausted. Gathering her resolve, she collected a pool of the unicorn's silvery blood from the ground. Though it was on the earth, in such dire circumstances, Draco surely would not mind. Amanta grasped Draco's chin and gently fed him the unicorn's blood. She scanned her surroundings, noting the centaur shadows flickering in the forbidden forest, surrounded by flames, spells, and darting silhouettes. A safe haven was imperative. Suddenly, the unicorn stood up, approached, and knelt before Amanta, lowering its front hooves. In the gentle gaze of the unicorn, Amanta understood its intent. Using her elbow to brace against Draco's side, she summoned all her strength to hoist him onto the unicorn's back, feeling as though her fractured left arm was rendered useless. She then climbed up beside him. The unicorn glanced back at Voldemort and the centaurs battling amidst the raging flames, and swiftly galloped toward the far side of the forbidden forest. It ran with the swiftness of lightning, leaving everything behind. The roaring flames, the centaur shouts, and Voldemort's incantations, all vanished within the span of a minute. The unicorn finally halted by a small stream, crouching to gently place Amanta and Draco on the grassy bank. It approached the water, lowering its head to drink from the flowing stream. Moonlight bathed the unicorn, making it shimmer like an ethereal being within the forest. Amanta stepped forward and caressed its long, silvery horn, whispering her gratitude. The unicorn appeared to comprehend her words, nodding in acknowledgement. Then, with a flick of its brilliant white mane, it vanished from Amanta's sight like a flash of lightning. Draco seemed to awaken at last. He lay on the grass, weakly opening his eyes. Amanta, is that you? Am I dead, or merely dreaming? He murmured. Amanta hurried to his side, crouching down to assess his condition. She rested her head against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. The unicorn's blood indeed possessed potent magical properties. Scarcely had Draco consumed it when his heart began to beat steadily and strongly once more. Upon hearing his heartbeat return to normal, she covered her mouth and embraced him tightly. Thank goodness. Draco, feeling anxious and bewildered, raised his hand to gently pat her back in comfort. Amanta, is it really you? How did you come to be here? What about Voldemort? Where are we? He seemed to regain some composure, hurriedly bombarding her with questions. However, after escaping danger and ensuring Draco's safety, Amanta's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and as she processed his words, her eyelids grew heavy, nearly succumbing to slumber. Draco furrowed his brow, attempting to prop himself up, but as he did, a gasp escaped his lips. Your hand? Amanta suddenly realized, amidst the chaos, that she had neglected to heal her left hand. Grasping her wand, she uttered the incantation, heal as before. This spell utterly drained her remaining physical and mental strength. She watched as the flesh and blood of her left hand gradually mended, only to be engulfed by a wave of darkness, plunging her consciousness into a state of chaos. Chapter 52. The Arrival of Harry and Firenze. Flames illuminated the surroundings, a ceaseless inferno reaching for the heavens, crackling and sizzling, while the pungent scent of charred matter filled the air. At the heart of the turmoil lay an open space, starkly illuminated by the cold, blue light of the moon. Draco lay motionless at its center. Her limbs felt heavy as lead as she approached him step by step. Draco's body was icy, his complexion an unnatural shade of ashen blue. His gray eyes were unfocused, resembling a fog that lingers before dawn. Merlin. Voldemort rasped, whispering her name. On his deathly pale face, his eyes glimmered like freshly spilled blood. Instantly, her left hand felt as though it had been stung by 1,000 bees. Tingling and itching, the flesh seemingly on the verge of peeling away from the bone. His face contorted grotesquely, like a lake's surface wrinkled by raindrops, emitting a chilling, sinister laughter. Ha 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 ha.
Ah.
Amanta gasped, her heart racing, abruptly opening her eyes.
Ah.
Amanta, you're awake. Draco, sitting beside her, appeared startled, quickly releasing her hand. Breathless, Amanta realized that Draco had been holding her hand the entire time. She slowly sat up, raising her left hand to inspect it. Aside from the dislocation of her ring finger, it was nearly restored to normalcy. Draco, were you just helping me heal? Yes. You lost consciousness right after casting the healing spell last night. I haven't learned the healing spell yet. I simply heard you reciting it and tried for a bit. Draco's complexion was haggard, his eyelids reddened. Speaking such a lengthy sentence left him breathless, as though it had drained all his energy. You didn't try all night, did you? Amanta looked at him, both amused and concerned. Draco awkwardly turned his head away.
How could that be?
I just woke up. Amanta raised an eyebrow.
All right.
She lifted her hand and cast another healing spell on her left hand. Heal as before. As a warm, spring-like light enveloped her, her ring finger snapped back into place. Fully restored. I know you must have many questions, but there's no hurry. Amanta retrieved a thick stack of rock cakes from the Philosopher's Stone, which Hagrid had insisted they take yesterday, distributing several to Draco. Let's start with this. I'm already famished. She had underestimated the power of the rock cakes. Upon taking a bite, she nearly shattered her teeth. Soon, both of them fell silent, chewing heartily and no longer disdainful of Hagrid's dark culinary creations as they had been the previous day. Their physical exhaustion had been profound, necessitating immediate replenishment. The daylight had brightened significantly, and Amanta surveyed the surroundings. Based on the shadows cast by the sunlight filtering through the trees, it appeared to be around midday. Given the commotion they had caused the day before, it was improbable that their activities had gone unnoticed outside the Forbidden Forest. It seemed the professors had yet to locate them. The unicorn must have led them deep into the forest, to a place it deemed secure.
Can you still walk?
Amanta inquired, observing the direction of the stream. This little brook likely flowed towards the Lake of Forbidden, and if they followed it, they might reach Hogwarts before nightfall. If fortune smiled upon them. It should be possible, Draco replied, mustering his strength to rise. However, as soon as he stood, his legs trembled uncontrollably, like strands of pasta, devoid of strength. The Cruciatus Curse was one of the 3 unforgivable curses, notorious for its sheer malevolence and terrifying power. Particularly, the Cruciatus, which was designed solely to torment its victim, rendering them in unbearable agony. Draco had endured 2 successive applications of this curse from Voldemort, and had also been force-fed an unknown potion by Quirrell. Had it not been for the unicorn's blood yesterday, Draco would likely have succumbed to despair. With Amanta supporting him, they managed to take a few arduous steps forward before quickly conceding defeat. Draco, now indifferent to the dirt on his robes, sank down onto the grass, exhaling a weary sigh. Amanta sighed as well and settled beside him, fiddling with her wand. At noon, it was uncertain whether a signal sent skyward would be visible from afar. More importantly, if the professors did not see it, it might inadvertently attract Voldemort and Quirrell's attention, a troubling prospect. "Let us rest a moment," she suggested. Under the warm autumn sunlight, the depths of the Forbidden Forest appeared less grim than they had the previous night. They sat on the slightly yellowed grass, the only sound being the gentle babbling of the stream. Amanta briefly recounted the events of the previous day to Draco. With his eyelids half closed, he gazed silently at the nearby stream, a myriad of unspoken emotions flickering in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Amanta, thank you. But please, do not take such risks again, or you may." His words trailed off unspoken. Amanta shrugged. "I'm fine, really." "No." Draco clenched his fists, his complexion slightly flushed, as if suppressing something deeper. "Amanta."
Draco.
Suddenly, a clear voice echoed from a distance. That voice belonged to Harry. Amanta exclaimed, hastily rising to call out towards the source of the sound. A striking centaur emerged from the forest, sprinting towards them. With platinum hair cascading down, its lower half was a light golden horse body, adorned with a long silver mane. As Harry dashed towards them, he leaped off his mount and gratefully addressed the centaur with golden locks. "Thank you, Firenze." Firenze shook his head, his remarkable blue eyes shimmering like sapphires. "It is not safe here. You should leave swiftly." Amanta sighed, but Draco is unable to rise at the moment. It was then that Harry noticed Draco behind Amanta, seated on the ground, his complexion pale, offering a faint smile that suggested he might faint at any moment. In astonishment, Harry exclaimed, "Draco? What happened to you?" He hurried towards Draco, eager to assess his condition. Amanta turned to Firenze. "Firenze, could you assist us in a matter?" "What is it?"
Firenze inquired.
"Have you seen our professor? If possible, please inform them that we are here." "Thank you." "Certainly," Firenze replied, gracefully retreating into the woods, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 53. The Despair Potion of Hallucinations. Amanta approached Draco and Harry. Anxiously, Harry lifted Draco's robe, grasping his arms and legs in an attempt to determine if he was injured. "Draco, what on earth happened?" "Do not move him. He requires rest," Amanta interjected, pulling Harry's hands away. He was struck by Voldemort's Cruciatus Curse. "Cruciatus Curse?
What is that?"
Harry asked, his eyes wide with confusion. Amanta, her expression grave, explained the 3 unforgivable curses and revealed that Neville's parents had been driven mad by the Cruciatus Curse. Harry's face drained of color. "Good heavens, Draco." He collapsed onto Draco, embracing him tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. "He should be all right for now," Amanta assured him, recounting the events of the previous day. Harry listened, muscles tensed, his eyes reddening. "Merlin's beard. Voldemort truly is behind Quirrell. I can scarcely fathom how cruel that is. I'm relieved you're both safe." As Harry extended his arms again to embrace them, Amanta noticed the mucus on his face and quickly asked, "Harry, why are you here alone? Where are the professors?" "I rushed into the castle, seeking Professor Dumbledore, but upon entering, I collided with Snape. I informed him that Voldemort intended to kill the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest to drink its blood. As we walked through the corridor, flames suddenly erupted in the Forbidden Forest, quickly turning the sky crimson. After casting a glare my way, Snape swiftly summoned several professors to investigate. I followed them outside the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid emerged, completely unaware of the situation, and when I grasped Snape's arm, I shouted, 'Amanta and Draco are missing.' Snape cast me aside.
And they all entered with Yaya.
I waited outside almost the entire night, managing to evade Filch's patrols a few times, yet dawn was approaching, and no one had emerged from within. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to venture in search of you, but soon found myself lost in the woods. Fortunately, I encountered Firenze, who informed me that he had recently spotted 2 human children by the stream, and he guided me to you." Amanta rapped his skull lightly. "You should have waited outside. It's too perilous within. What if you had encountered Voldemort?" Harry retorted, "What was I supposed to do? You all went in, and I was worried about whether you had fallen into Voldemort's grasp." Amanta shook her head, relieved. "It's fortunate you are unharmed. I wonder where Voldemort and Quirrell are now." No sooner had she spoken than Firenze appeared behind them, accompanied by Professor McGonagall and Quirrell. McGonagall appeared angrier than the last time they had seen her on her broom, pointing her wand at the sky, launching a massive Gryffindor emblem to mark their location. After expressing her gratitude to Firenze, he swiftly departed. Quirrell followed closely behind McGonagall, tilting his head nervously as he observed them. "Miss May and you, Potter, Malfoy. At last I have found you," he stammered again, reverting to his usual hesitant speech. Amanda noticed he was not wearing his hood nor wrapped in that enormous scarf. Upon seeing Quirrell, Draco's face turned ashen with fear. Amanda quickly gestured to Draco and Harry. Harry, bewildered, stared at Quirrell and whispered to Amanda, miming, "ISNT it said that Quirrell's." Amanda made a gesture indicating to slip away. Harry nodded in realization. You. Draco pointed at Professor Quirrell, utterly terrified, producing a hissing sound. Professor McGonagall looked at him quizzically. "Malfoy, what is the matter with you?" Quirrell's presence seemed to trigger Draco's nerves. He sat on the grass, propping himself up, continuously retreating while scratching his head. Fear had hollowed his eyes, and his gaze appeared to drift elsewhere. Amanda suddenly recalled the potion Quirrell had forced Draco to consume yesterday. The green potion concocted by Voldemort could induce pain and hallucinations. Could it be the potion of despair? This was a potion specifically devised by Voldemort to protect the locket, inflicting immense suffering and causing vivid illusions to the drinker. She hoped there would be a solution by the time Snape arrived. She and Harry each took hold of one of Draco's shoulders, managing to restrain his erratic movements. Soon, Snape, Hagrid, and Professor Flitwick hurried to the scene. Snape approached Draco, looking down at the convulsing boy with pity, yet his words were devoid of compassion. Truly a pitiful sight, my dear pupil. The thought of Lucius witnessing you in such a foolish state fills me with an almost uncontrollable desire to present you for his amusement." Snape leaned in close to Draco, taking a whiff near his lips. It seemed he had inadvertently ingested some peculiar potion. "I believe I have discerned the antidote. First, let us transport him to the dungeons." Several professors pointed their wands at Draco, levitating him as they moved ahead. Amanda and Harry followed closely behind, their expressions etched with concern for Draco, who was ensnared in agonizing hallucinations. At the same time, they kept a distance from Quirrell. Hagrid trailed behind, leading Fong, who occasionally approached to lick Amanda and Harry's palms. "I'm truly relieved that you are unharmed, though I remain perplexed about the events that transpired. Yesterday, there were traces of unicorn blood everywhere along the way, although we never caught sight of the creature itself. Moreover, I had never witnessed the centaurs in such a state of fury. They were utterly incredulous regarding our explanations. It took considerable effort to convince them to allow us to extinguish the fire." Amanda cleared her throat awkwardly. Thankfully, they attributed the flames in the Forbidden Forest entirely to Voldemort, and they adhered to a code of not attacking young ones. Otherwise, it is likely that the centaurs would have scattered our ashes before the professors could arrive. Hagrid scratched his beard. Chapter 54. Arrival at Snape's office. This is Snape's domain. The shelves surrounding the room were densely packed with an array of bottles and jars, each filled with various potion ingredients, and the air was thick with the bitter aroma emanating from the concoctions. Draco lay on the rigid sofa in the center of the office, his lips pale and his forehead slick with sweat. Amanda and Harry anxiously observed the unconscious Draco. Is he going to be all right?
Well,
He might fare better if not for the disturbances caused by you two little brutes. Snape shook a violet-brown glass vial in his hand, pouring its contents into a steaming cauldron, then deftly chopped Black Beetle eyes into fragments. "Since you insist on remaining here to impede a potions professor's diligent work, I suppose I must find you something to occupy yourselves with to prove you are not entirely inept.
Potter.
Come here and extract 5 milliliters of flobberworm mucus into this vial." Harry stared in horror at the mass of writhing brown worms, swallowing hard. "Professor, may I request an alternative task?" "Certainly, you may immediately vacate the space. I do not welcome idlers." Resigned, Harry plunged his hand into the squirming mass of fat worms, cautiously attempting to squeeze out the mucus into the vial. The green liquid erupted onto his face, causing Harry to yelp and tumble to the ground. Amanda bit her lip, nearly stifling a laugh. Snape's dark gaze swept over, evidently displeased with the presence of another idle individual. "Merlin, go grind the horn of a bicorn into powder." Harry shot a resentful glance, muttering under his breath, "Why does Amanda get to grind the bicorn's horn while I have to extract flobberworm mucus?" "Potter, has no one ever informed you that complaining about others is quite rude?" Harry silently closed his mouth, resignedly shutting his eyes as he continued to squeeze the flobberworm. Amanda was meticulously polishing the horn of a horned beast while observing Draco, who lay sprawled on the sofa. Draco appeared to be ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. Even though Snape had administered a sedative, it merely provided a fleeting respite from his bodily convulsions. His visage occasionally contorted in a struggle, rendering the extent of his torment almost unimaginable. The Despair Potion, a concoction meticulously crafted by Voldemort, employed a myriad of potion ingredients, making it an extraordinarily complex and potent elixir. Had it not been for the presence of a master potion maker before them, Draco would have undoubtedly endured prolonged agony. Snape added the final ingredient to the cauldron, stirring it clockwise for a minute. Eagerly, Harry recounted the vivid details he had recently learned from Amanta. Professor, Quirrell and Voldemort are in league together. Voldemort has taken refuge in the back of Quirrell's head. They intend to kill us.
To slay the unicorn.
They are after the Philosopher's Stone. Snape furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. However, your suspicion regarding a professor is entirely unfounded. But Amanta and Draco witnessed it with their own eyes. And if it weren't for Voldemort, how could Draco be in this state? Harry protested.
Potter.
I must remind you that during our encounter in the forest today, Quirrell was neither wearing a scarf nor a hood. Voldemort must have temporarily possessed something else. Harry insisted fervently. Snape's icy gaze slid over Harry's face. What you assert is not without merit. Quirrell has been acting suspiciously of late. He was not summoned during yesterday's venture into the Forbidden Forest, yet he appears here today. I remain skeptical that you first-year students possess the capability to wield an unforgivable curse, as well as the origins of this potion. Harry responded with delight. Then, Professor, you believe us. Splendid. We must swiftly apprehend Professor Quirrell and locate Voldemort. Yet Snape doused his enthusiasm with cold water. It is challenging for you mere first-year students to provide credible evidence without substantial proof. You cannot substantiate Voldemort's existence. The majority would not believe he still survives and infiltrates the most secure haven in all of England. Hogwarts. Harry, his cherubic cheeks puffed in frustration, pondered for a considerable time before declaring, I must see Professor Dumbledore. He will surely have a solution. Dumbledore is away. And I have already informed him of this matter. Amanta rubbed her temples in exasperation. Snape's point was not without validity. In the absence of any evidence, the claims of a few 11-year-old first-year students lacked persuasive power. Even if one of them had suffered under dark magic, being the heir of the Malfoy lineage, the focus would likely remain on themselves. Most would assume they had clandestinely ventured into the Forbidden Forest and fallen victim to some dark wizard, rather than entertain the notion of Voldemort's existence. Should they directly proclaim that Voldemort was responsible or had returned, it would scarcely be taken seriously. The panicked crowd can only perceive that they are concealing their own transgressions, opting instead to engage in nonsensical chatter. Even just moments ago, as they entered Hogwarts alongside the professors, the majority of their peers cast fearful glances in their direction. Their eyes were firmly fixed on the levitating Draco, darting uncertainly between Harry and Amanta. However, today, their terror rendered them speechless. Amanta could likely envision the outrageous rumors that would circulate among the students come Monday. Look at that unfortunate Malfoy, always mingling with Merlin and Potter, nearly losing his life. Clearly, he has been tormented by a dark curse from Merlin. How ruthless it is to experiment on friends. Anyone who associates with them is bound to face misfortune. Snape stirred the cauldron a few more times, the potion within transforming into a clear, azure hue. He extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron, poured the potion into a small vial, and divided the remaining concoction into several portions, each contained within its own bottle. Remember, administer a dose daily. Amanta and Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Harry cautiously assisted Draco in rising, while Amanta gently tilted his chin, carefully administering the potion. Cough, cough, cough. The azure liquid trickled down his throat, and moments later, Draco coughed several times, gradually regaining consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes, surveying the surroundings and recognizing Amanta and Harry beside him. Draco relaxed and weakly spoke, the godfather, Quirrell. Chapter 55. Let us not be friends, shall we? Snape interrupted Draco. Well, I know what you are about to say. But your baseless accusations against a professor will only deepen the suspicion that it is you who are culpable. Draco's complexion turned pale. Fine. He understood his standing in his father's eyes. Yet his father bore the weight of the entire Malfoy lineage, for the sake of the family, for him and his mother. His father had made countless sacrifices. He was uncertain how his father would choose. Even if his father decided, once more, to align with Voldemort, as the heir of the Malfoy family, he would resolutely stand by his side. After Snape uttered these words, he turned to prepare other potions, leaving them with only his silent, stern silhouette. Nonetheless, Amanta sensed a hint of concern beneath the professor's harsh words. Along their way, they endured numerous disdainful glances and malevolent stares. As they passed through a long corridor adorned with suits of armor, they caught Ron and Seamus glaring at them fiercely, with Ron's gaze toward Draco tinged with schadenfreude. Look at that arrogant Malfoy, insisting on associating with unsavory company. Now he will likely require visits to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Amanta's expression hardened. I hope you can show Draco some respect. Since arriving at Hogwarts, it seemed she had not witnessed Draco engaging in the frequent taunts and provocations characteristic of their original storyline. It is possible that they are simply too occupied, as Draco has yet to find the time. She brandished her wand towards Ron, who instantly flushed crimson. And you, Merlin, do not think that I would fear you simply because you dare to employ dark magic. Is that so? Ron, unyielding, raised his wand but momentarily forgot the incantation. Damn. What was that spell again? He was struck by Amanta's tickling curse, bursting into uncontrollable laughter, clutching his stomach as he gasped for breath. Ah ha ha ha, ah ha ha. Seamus frantically grabbed him. Ron, what is happening to you? Harry let out a snicker, and Draco too found it hard to suppress a grin. We must hurry, Amanta urged, as it would be disastrous if a professor or Filch caught them using magic in the corridors. They exchanged sympathetic glances with Draco, while keeping a wary eye on Amanta and Harry. Amanta and Harry swiftly located a sofa tucked away in a corner and settled Draco down. The flames danced eagerly. Amanta cast a fire spell towards the nearby fireplace, instantly illuminating it with a vibrant glow, dispelling the chill of the dungeon. Blaise approached, his brow furrowed as he regarded Draco. Draco, what troubles you? Thank Merlin. I am quite well. I heard that you encountered some dreadful occurrences in that forest. What happened? It is said you were attacked by a dark wizard. And why did you venture into the Forbidden Forest? Blaise fired off a barrage of questions, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Blaise, you are far too inquisitive. When did I ever realize you were so gossipy? Blaise shrugged. My mother sent me to check on you. It is her concern. Besides, we have been childhood friends. Is it not permissible to show some care? He was attacked by Harry began, but Amanta swiftly covered his mouth. Apologies. But Draco's situation cannot be disclosed to too many people at this time. He was harmed by an evil wizard, and for now, this is all we can share with you. Very well, I shall convey that to her. Blaise shrugged, patting Draco on the shoulder. Take care and recover soon. After Blaise departed, Crabbe and Goyle approached. They offered Draco a meat pie and a cup of hot chocolate, chewing on the remaining syrup pies while casting sympathetic glances at Draco. Draco, you seem all right, good. Goyle mumbled. My father sent me to check on you. You appear to be fine. Crabbe took a sip of pumpkin juice. Well, thanks to you both. Draco began to grow a bit impatient, and Crabbe and Goyle ceased their chatter, moving aside to continue eating. Once they had left, Harry gazed longingly at the meat pie in Draco's hand, licking his lips in anticipation. Irritated, Draco shoved the pie into Harry's hands. You eat it, I am not particularly hungry. Harry exclaimed in delight. Really? He had gone an entire night, and the following morning without sustenance, eagerly seizing the meat pie and devouring it ravenously. Amanta, in exasperation, tapped Harry on the head. You seem rather out of sorts, she ventured to inquire of Draco, perhaps intuiting the reason behind his discontent. Draco rested his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in thought, unconsciously rubbing the family crest ring on his thumb. Amanta's question interrupted his reverie. He paused momentarily, appearing to deliberate for a while before turning his gaze towards them. He inhaled deeply, gently furrowing his brow. Amanta, Harry, I am grateful to you both. But it would be prudent for you to keep your distance from me in the future, Draco stated coldly, as if he wished to sever their ties.
What?
Harry exclaimed, setting down the meat pie in bewilderment.
Draco, how can you say such a thing?
Do you not know how much Amanta and I care for your safety?
No.
This is unrelated. Let us not be friends anymore, shall we? Draco replied. Draco Harry's voice trailed off weakly, his emerald eyes casting a helpless look towards him. Chapter 56. Perspectives may not truly diverge. Draco, are you worried that your father, Lucius, might side with Voldemort? Amanta asked abruptly. Her words struck a chord deep within Draco, who gazed at Amanta and Harry, a look of confusion clouding his eyes. He spoke heavily and bitterly. If my father were to learn of the Dark Lord's resurrection, the Malfoy family might once again align with him, and I would undoubtedly follow my father's choice. As the heir of the Malfoy family, I must first be a Malfoy before I can be Draco. Harry grasped his shoulders eagerly. So what? You can still be our friend, can't you? We know you are not willingly complicit in this. Draco shook his head despondently, his gaze dim. Amanta, you are the descendant of Merlin, rallying Slytherin against the Dark Lord. And Harry, you are the boy who lived. He will surely seek you out to exact revenge for the events of 11 years ago. You draw near to me, and the Dark Lord will undoubtedly wish to exploit my connection to you, even threatening my family. I cannot bear the thought of my family, nor you, coming to harm. No wonder Draco bore such a heavy psychological burden. Amanta grasped Harry's arm. Draco, I respect your decision. Harry looked at Amanta in disbelief. Amanta, How can you? His expression was one of utter shock, and Amanta shook her head at him. However, not all is lost. Do not think so grimly. How can you be certain that your father will choose Voldemort? Upon hearing this, Harry's eyes sparkled with hope. Amanta, I knew you would have a point. Amanta shook her head once more. Of course, I cannot be certain. It is merely conjecture. Voldemort is still so weak that he cannot even manifest in his true form and can only possess Quirrell. The Malfoy family would not make such an unwise choice. Draco sighed. But my father has always been adept at hedging his bets. To associate oneself with Voldemort is to court the gravest danger. He has always excelled in tormenting and threatening others. Following Voldemort will only lead the Malfoy family into peril. Voldemort requires your influence. Your father's position within the Ministry of Magic, and your estate as a stronghold. Thus, he resorts to intimidation to achieve his ends. However, he currently lacks the formidable power to do so, and I believe your father, Lucius, has his own plans. She harbored a vague sense that Lucius would not choose Voldemort this time, at least not at present. There was another unspoken reason. The Malfoys have always placed the utmost importance on family, valuing their kin above all else. In the original narrative, during their 6th year, Voldemort threatened Draco's parents, compelling Draco to repeatedly attempt to assassinate Dumbledore. At that time, Draco's yearning for Voldemort had already begun to wane, leading him to ultimately refrain from identifying Harry in front of the Death Eaters. Draco's mother, Narcissa, swore an unbreakable vow for Draco's sake, concealing the fact that Harry was still alive from Voldemort, which indirectly contributed to Voldemort's eventual downfall. Had it not been for the Malfoy family's assistance, though their motives were likely self-serving, they might not have ensured that Harry survived until the Battle of Hogwarts. Furthermore, the Malfoys, prior to the onset of the battle, chose to abandon the conflict. Their actions were driven solely by their commitment to family. Nothing holds greater importance than kinship. Voldemort, having yet to successfully regain his corporeal form, sought to use Draco as leverage against Lucius, wishing to make his son experience the sting of betrayal in retaliation for Lucius's defection. Draco endured torment at the hands of Voldemort, coming perilously close to losing his life. Lucius would certainly not pledge allegiance to Voldemort so readily, for Voldemort's current capabilities do not inspire such fear. Their sole desire is to protect Draco, while Voldemort's intentions are entirely contrary. It appears that Professor Quirrell is so fervent and zealous that Voldemort has yet to realize he is not as powerful as he was decades ago. Amanta is indeed correct, Harry exclaimed, giving Draco's shoulder an encouraging pat. Voldemort is now merely a creature that requires a host, a fragment of a soul, incapable of wielding a wand without Quirrell. Draco, if your family so readily chooses to serve such a being, do not let me look down upon you. Perhaps it is due to my father's fervent past allegiance to Voldemort that I failed to grasp this truth. Draco held the letter, a burgeoning joy spreading across his brow. Snape's potion took effect swiftly. Aside from feeling a bit lethargic, he had nearly recovered. He passed the letter from the long table to Harry and Amanta, inscribed with the words, "My dear little dragon. I have heard from Severus. I am grateful to Merlin that my little dragon is unharmed. Should any further incidents arise, please inform Severus without delay. I have procured several vials of restorative potions. Remember to consume them regularly. I am overwhelmed with guilt, for as a father, I have failed to fulfill my duty of protection, causing you distress. Please extend my heartfelt thanks to your dear friends Amanta and Harry, particularly to Amanta. I shudder to think what might have happened had it not been for her. How dare anyone inflict harm upon my son? Your loving father, Lucius Malfoy." Though Lucius's letter does not overtly express his stance, his attitude speaks volumes. Enclosed were several elegantly packaged potions, 3 small gift boxes, a substantial bag of snacks, and an assortment of exotic fruits. Chapter 57. The Protective Family Crest Brooch. Harry was ecstatic. "I knew it! This is absolutely splendid." He gleefully tore open a pack of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, but upon tasting one, he shrieked and spat it out. Merlin's beard. "I swear this one tastes like boogers. Wait, does this have my name on it? And yours and Harry's too. We each have one." Amanta picked up one of the gift boxes, which bore her name on a note. "Can I open it?" "Oh, I'm curious about what Father sent us as well," she said, eager to see. Upon opening the box, Amanta discovered a small object wrapped in green satin. As she unveiled it, a beautifully crafted serpent-shaped brooch emerged, adorned with a prominent letter. "What is this? A brooch?" Amanta inquired, lifting it. The intricate design and the pin clasp at the back suggested that this was no ordinary accessory, as a faint magical aura surrounded it. "Wait a moment, this is..." Draco took hold of his own brooch, identical to Harry's. He raised it to the light for inspection. "This is indeed a brooch, yet it serves as a protective item." "A protective item?" "Yes, a jinx-repelling brooch. While typical protective items can deflect minor spells and curses, this brooch is far more potent and can counter certain dark magics. Upon hearing this, Harry swiftly pinned the brooch to his chest. The emblem depicted the Malfoy family crest, indicating that their father had bestowed upon them a treasured heirloom from the Malfoy vault. Draco smirked, recalling that his father had only allowed him to glimpse the contents of that vault a few times. Amanta also affixed her brooch to her chest. Although she felt no immediate change, a wave of psychological relief washed over her. Even if it might not protect against the unforgivable curses, at least she need not fear an errant curse while traversing the corridors. Lucius's generous gift served not only as thanks but also as a means to ensure their safety, hoping they would look after Draco with greater diligence. However, they may have forgotten that they remain the focal point of the Great Hall today. Each day, the students of Hogwarts closely observe the latest developments concerning the Slytherin trio. Yet today, it appears that the students seated at the long table are noticeably fewer in number. This could be attributed to the fact that today is a day of respite, or perhaps the events of yesterday left them intimidated. Or it could be their fear of encountering Merlin and Harry. In any case, those who came for breakfast today were few, but the select few who did arrive still kept a watchful eye on them. Upon witnessing them donning that particular brooch together, many exchanged glances, save for the Slytherin table. That object seemed to resemble the Malfoy family crest. Ron nudged Seamus and Neville with his elbow, signaling them to take a look. They appeared to share a close bond, as Malfoy's parents had even gifted them items from their home. Seamus objectively remarked. Neville, in a state of shock, replied, "Weren't you all saying yesterday that Merlin had used dark magic to torment Malfoy into a wretched state?" After that, Ron had angrily ranted in the dormitory for the better part of the day, even threatening to visit the library to learn some dark curses to cast upon them. Clearing his throat, Ron felt a flush of embarrassment as he endeavored to clarify his judgment. Neville, puffing out his cheeks, nodded in confusion. "Honestly, I don't think they're that terrifying. Do you remember during Friday's potions class when I accidentally melted Seamus's cauldron? That dreadful corrosive potion spilled everywhere and burned a massive hole in my shoe, but Merlin promptly came to clean it up." Cedric, seated behind them with his back turned, overheard their conversation and turned around from the Hufflepuff table to join their discussion. "I believe Harry is a kind and upright individual. Amanta left me with the impression of being gentle, polite, and passionate about learning. As for Draco, I don't know him well, but he strikes me as merely a spoiled young master, not inherently bad at heart." Cedric, with a resigned furrow of his brow, shook his head. Yet they remained unconvinced, stubbornly believing only what they wished to see. Ron's face grew even redder as he hastily shifted the topic.
Cough.
"It's not my fault they always stir up trouble. What exactly happened in the Forbidden Forest that day? How did they end up in there? Who was responsible for Malfoy's condition? I fail to understand why the professors don't enlighten us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be left to speculate so wildly. I see no obligation to explain these matters to you, Weasley." A deep, silky voice slithered past the back of Ron's head. "It displeases me to observe you, on a day of leisure, discussing such trifling gossip, instead of enriching your mind with something of substance. Gryffindor loses 2 points." Snape coldly stood behind Ron, effortlessly deducting points from Gryffindor, just as he always did. He then lifted his flowing robes and strode toward the Slytherin table. Ron, astonished, glanced at Seamus and Neville, who had assumed an earnest facade of dining. "When did he appear? Why didn't you alert me?" Feigning a serious demeanor while indulging in their meal, Neville and Seamus were interrupted when Snape approached Amanta and the others from behind. He coldly remarked before striding towards the teacher's table, "Draco, and you two little trolls. I expect to see you after breakfast." "Understood, Godfather," Draco replied, to which the others echoed, "Yes, Professor." "What do you suppose Professor Snape wishes to discuss with us?" Harry inquired. Amanta shook her head. "I am uncertain. It could pertain to Draco's father, or perhaps Voldemort or Dumbledore. We shall find out shortly." Lowering his head, Harry whispered nervously to the others, "Speaking of Snape, I had an epiphany the night we waited for you outside the Forbidden Forest." Amanta listened with keen interest. "What did you come to realize?" "Although Snape can be quite irritable, when I consider how my father and his friends treated him, I begin to understand," Harry continued. "His plight reminds me of my own experiences. I was often tormented by Dudley and his gang, as well as the Dursleys. Yet, upon arriving at Hogwarts and befriending you all, I found solace. But what about Snape? He remains isolated, bullied, and comes from a destitute background, still friendless, and without family." Chapter 58. Dumbledore's machinations. They once more entered Snape's dim and cramped underground office. "Godfather, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Draco initiated. "I received a letter from Lucius this morning. It appears that this old fox is temporarily still aligned with Hogwarts. However, I have summoned you for other reasons," Snape remarked. continuing to stir a potion at his desk. Amanta surveyed the surroundings. The office was as sparse as the Slytherin dormitory. Upon closer inspection, there were no personal items to speak of, only potions, ingredients, and some arcane-looking tomes. Firstly, my dear godson, your father wishes you to steer clear of matters concerning the Dark Lord. He desires you to remain as far from danger as possible. Draco paused before responding, yes, godfather. As for you, Merlin and Potter, refrain from involving yourselves in Dark Lord affairs. Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. No one can harm you here. Beneath Dumbledore's watchful eye, unless you seek your own demise. Harry interjected urgently, but Professor, Voldemort intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He has already infiltrated once. Amanta added coolly, Professor, the Philosopher's Stone is located in the corridor on the 4th floor, is it not? Since it was declared a forbidden area during the opening feast. I imagine there must be some obstacles in place. But are you certain these barriers can hinder Voldemort? If even we first-year students cannot stop him, do you truly believe those defenses will suffice? Just days prior, during a tea gathering at Hagrid's hut, the three had deliberated their plans to venture to the 4th floor corridor for an adventure. Although she did not explicitly disclose to Draco and Harry what lay within the corridor, she was well aware of the original narrative and understood the challenges that Harry, Ron, and Hermione had faced. Yet, as tranquility enveloped her, she began to sense an unsettling dissonance. The established storyline constrained her thoughts. A bold hypothesis took root in her mind. If she, Harry, and Draco ventured into the 4th floor corridor, the obstacles they encountered might not be the conventional tasks of finding keys, playing wizard's chess, or solving potion riddles. It was likely that the trials within the corridor were not designed to thwart Voldemort at all. After all, the clever ruses set by Dumbledore and the professors had proven ineffective even against a few first-year students, let alone against Quirrell and Voldemort. If Quirrell and Voldemort resorted to dark magic to brute force their way through, they would surely succeed more swiftly. In the original tale, Quirrell had already outpaced the trio, reaching the final challenge unscathed. The true barrier to Voldemort obtaining the Philosopher's Stone was the Mirror of East, and only Harry could retrieve the stone from its depths. It seemed that the entire configuration of challenges on the 4th floor was merely to prevent Harry's companions from reaching the final destination. Each trial was deliberately designed to isolate one of Harry's friends, ensuring that only Harry confronted Voldemort at the end. Furthermore, Voldemort would not immediately slay Harry, for he sought to exploit Harry's ability to retrieve the stone from the mirror, while Harry's intent was vengeance and to prevent Voldemort from acquiring the stone. If fortune smiled upon him, Voldemort and Quirrell could potentially perish in their struggle, defeated by the protective charm surrounding Harry. However, in the original narrative, Voldemort had abandoned Quirrell in a moment of peril, hastily fleeing and thus evading death, while Quirrell met a grim fate. A chill ran down her spine at the thought of her conjecture. What a masterful ploy to use another's hand to commit murder. Though she could comprehend Dumbledore's reasoning, she could not help but feel profoundly shaken by the intricacy of his machinations. I surmise those obstacles are not meant to impede Voldemort, are they? Dumbledore intends to leave us behind, allowing Harry to face Voldemort alone. She gazed intently into Snape's abyss-like eyes, his expression inscrutable. Miss Merlin, your imagination truly eludes my grasp. She did not expect to glean any useful information from the expression of such a brilliant master of concealment. Nevertheless, she recognized that, apart from herself and Draco, only Snape genuinely wished for Harry's survival. I warn you, little trolls, if you wish to avoid the perils of curiosity, do not tread into the corridor on the right of the 4th floor. The Dark Lord cannot possibly retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from there. Snape seemed to have said nothing, yet it felt as though he had articulated everything. His assertion held truth. As long as Harry avoided the corridor on the 4th floor, Voldemort could never obtain the stone. How could Dumbledore, in his wisdom, treat such a vital object as a mere reward to be claimed after a few trivial challenges? If Harry had not entered that place, he would not have faced danger, and Voldemort would not have acquired the Philosopher's Stone. Merely approaching Voldemort diminished the opportunity to vanquish him. It seems she must henceforth pay double attention. The experiences they are to endure will undoubtedly diverge even further from the original tale. She has come to recognize the paramount importance of mastering additional spells, combat techniques, as well as wandless and nonverbal magic. Particularly, wandless and nonverbal magic can be crucial at pivotal moments in practical engagements. Their group has a long and arduous journey ahead. Snape glared at Harry with fierce intensity, especially you, Potter, always causing trouble, just like your arrogant father. Harry's face flushed with indignation. Professor, you cannot speak of my father in that manner, he retorted vehemently. She understood that Snape's warning to Harry about the 4th floor stemmed from concern for his safety. However, Snape's biting remarks seemed to have the opposite effect. Chapter 59, Harry presents Snape with shampoo. Harry's anger had reached a boiling point. He paid no heed to Amanta's actions and marched straight to Snape's desk, gripping the surface with both hands as he glared at Snape from behind it. Potter, who taught you to speak back to a professor? Humph. It appears you are just like your father, entirely inheriting his simplistic yet boisterous arrogance. I wonder how the Sorting Hat placed such a sniveling wretch like you into Slytherin. Snape's indifferent gaze scrutinized Harry's actions, his words raining down like bullets, enumerating Harry's shortcomings. With his head bowed, Harry's dark hair obscured his eyes, revealing only his flushed face, veins bulging on his forehead from anger. Amanta and Draco exchanged glances, each comprehending the next course of action through the other's expression. Immediately, before Harry could further provoke Snape, they hastily moved to apologize to Snape and escort Harry away. However, just as they prepared to approach, Harry mumbled, "Professor, I have something to give you." Amanta gasped, and Draco was equally taken aback. What is he thinking? Draco silently mouthed. Amanta shrugged in response, mirroring the action. How should I know? To their astonishment, Harry, after uttering those words, produced a bottle of shampoo from the depths of his robe, which did not appear to be any sort of magical hair potion, but rather a mundane shampoo intended for muggles. Amanta speculated that Harry had brought it from the Dursleys. Actually, I brought more than I needed for the school year, and I thought you might find it useful, Professor. Harry looked at Snape with hopeful anticipation, his cheeks ablaze, as if scorched by fire, unsure whether it was due to anger or embarrassment. His thick eyelashes fluttered gently, his emerald eyes sparkling with intensity. Snape's expression seemed frozen, as if he were an ice sculpture, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Harry, cold and inscrutable. Harry could not suppress a gulp. Amanta and Draco exchanged anxious glances, their concern for Harry palpable. Amanta gestured towards the doorway, and Draco nodded earnestly. The two simultaneously lifted their feet, slowly retreating, preparing to vacate the office before being crushed by Snape's oppressive presence. After several seconds, Snape's eyebrows twitched abruptly, rising as if animated by an unseen force. He swiftly turned around, bending down to scrutinize the potion simmering in the cauldron. Strands of hair fell from his shoulders, obscuring his pale, gaunt visage. Do not entertain the notion that offering gifts to the professor will earn you favor. The sleekening potion is far superior to this muggle shampoo. He unceremoniously disparaged Harry once more. Evidently, Harry's bright green eyes dimmed rapidly. I'm sorry, Professor, Harry said, a note of disappointment in his voice. Thank you for your kindness, Potter, Snape replied, his tone low and indistinct, as if shrouded in a mist of potion vapors. Harry's mouth widened into a grin that stretched from ear to ear. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Amanta, did you hear? Draco, did you hear? Snape actually said thank you to me.
Thank you.
He joyfully circled around them like a chirping little bird. No, that is not quite right. Perhaps a bee would be a more fitting comparison. Harry, if you repeat that, I might just have to cast a tongue-tie charm on you, Amanta warned, drawing her wand and pointing it at Harry.
No.
Harry raised his hands in surrender and quickly hid behind Draco. Enough, enough. You're not even surprised. Draco scoffed. My godfather's reaction certainly astonished me. After all, the sharp-tongued godfather is usually quite brusque even with my father. Amanta pondered this as well. It was unclear whether it was Harry's striking green eyes that had made an impression, or if, for the first time in years, someone other than Lily had genuinely cared about his life. Nonetheless, it seemed to be a positive development. Harry, your task is to win over Snape and learn some of his secret potion techniques, Amanta said, giving Harry's shoulder a light pat as she attempted to maneuver past a few obstructive students. Draco, look at this. I guarantee you'll find it interesting. What? Draco glanced casually at the notice board, but his gaze immediately became glued to it. Harry, Amanta, look, he exclaimed. Amanta, following his line of sight, tiptoed to see over the heads of several students. A simple announcement was posted on the board, prominently featuring an image of an upperclassman riding a broomstick. The students soared through the air, happily waving at them and blowing a kiss. Notice, Rolanda Hooch. September 8th, 1991. We are having flying lessons. Harry shouted with delight. Amanta shrugged. I don't see what the fuss is about. It's just about getting on and letting it happen. Harry felt somewhat distressed. Never mind. You excel in this area. Perhaps I should consult Draco. Amanta breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Draco seemed quite pleased with this. He raised his chin with pride, first extolling his own flying prowess, and then, with the enthusiasm of a seasoned Quidditch player, passionately advised Harry on certain considerations for riding a broomstick. Firstly, once you mount it, you must kick off with considerable force. The harder, the better. Harry nodded, somewhat perplexed. But what if it doesn't lift off when I kick? Chapter 60, Spreading Rumors about Quirrell. Although I believe your flying skills are undoubtedly inferior to mine, I trust even a fool like Neville could manage to soar. Amanda sat on the emerald green velvet sofa in the common room, resting her chin on her hand as she listened to Draco speak at length. She couldn't help but wonder what expression would adorn Draco's face during flying lessons on Thursday if he discovered that Harry was also a flying prodigy. It would likely be more varied than the flavors of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Although the Slytherin Quidditch team was unlikely to recruit first years, given their remarkable talents, it was anticipated that they would be able to play Quidditch together by their second year. She recalled the original storyline, where Draco joined the Slytherin Quidditch team in his second year thanks to sponsorship, acquiring a Nimbus 2001 for each member. Yet, Draco's flying talent was commendable as well. It was often hard to imagine that the Draco, who was known for stirring trouble and antagonizing the trio in the original plot, was, in her view, actually diligent in his studies, valued friendship, and demonstrated a sense of responsibility. Reflecting on the original storyline, Draco was also the head boy of Slytherin. He played Quidditch well, excelled in potions, and was even in the advanced potions class, with overall grades only trailing behind Hermione, surrounded by a large circle of friends. Perhaps this was a manifestation of the bias that comes from viewing him solely through the lens of Harry's adversary. It must be acknowledged that, at least objectively, Draco was a commendable student. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but Amanda felt that since they received Lucius's gift that morning, the attitudes of students from other houses had improved somewhat towards them. Surely, Draco's and his family's demeanor proved that he was not suffering from any harm inflicted by her and Harry. One morning on their way to class, a Hufflepuff boy, blushing, rushed towards them, bowed deeply, and shouted, "I'm sorry." They barely had time to catch a glimpse of his face before he hurriedly dashed away down the corridor. Then, one afternoon during lunch in the Great Hall, Lavender Brown jogged over to the Slytherin table, inquiring with Amanda about a few matters. "Oh, Merlin, we have some questions for you. I think it would be better to hear it directly from you. What exactly transpired in the Forbidden Forest that day? What happened with Malfoy?" The Parvati sisters quickly made a gesture of encouragement towards her. The students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were quite intrigued by the matter, though they dared not approach. Professor Snape had forbidden us from discussing it. Draco's injury was the result of a nefarious dark wizard scheme, and we had narrowly escaped with our lives. Beyond that, there are certain details I can divulge to you. Amanda leaned closer, prompting Lavender to instinctively step back. "Come closer," Amanda beckoned with a finger. After hesitating and glancing at a few individuals from Gryffindor, Lavender ultimately chose to draw nearer. "Tell them to be wary of Professor Quirrell. But do not make a fuss about it," Amanda whispered discreetly into her ear. "Professor Quirrell?" Lavender could not help but swallow hard. "Yes, you see, he is not merely suspicious, but we lack evidence, as do the professors." Lavender furtively glanced at Professor Quirrell, who was dining at the staff table. But Amanda quickly shielded her view. "Do not look. You will draw his attention. This matter must remain confidential, and it cannot be attributed to me. Just be cautious of him, do you understand?" She placed particular emphasis on the need for caution. Lavender nodded gravely. "Thank you, Merlin, I will alert everyone." Amanda reiterated her caution, insisting that Lavender must keep her words private and operate discreetly. "I understand," but Lavender hesitated. "Though we Gryffindors generally hold a disdain for Malfoy. Given that he has been harmed by a dark wizard, please convey our sympathies to him." She cast a conflicted and sympathetic glance at Draco. After several days of Snape's potions and the various remedies sent by Lucius, Draco appeared to have nearly recovered. After Lavender departed, Harry, taking a bite of his meat pie, remarked in confusion, "Amanda, didn't Snape forbid us from discussing this?" "Well, I didn't say much. I merely warned them to be cautious of Professor Quirrell," Amanda shrugged. Harry still seemed puzzled. "But we have no evidence to accuse Professor Quirrell, do we? Thus, we shall act as purveyors of rumor, and besides, this is not without foundation," Amanda said with a mysterious smile. Their faces reflected a mixture of conflict, doubt, and fear, prompting them to whisper furtively to their companions. "By drawing the attention of most students towards Professor Quirrell, I can assure you that someone will follow him, making it all the more difficult for him to execute his plans." Draco dipped his spoon into the pea puree, agreeing, "After all, we have many other matters to attend to, and with our godfather quite busy, he cannot always keep watch over Quirrell." Harry nodded, but soon remembered something. "But he could act under the cover of night when everyone is asleep. That is the only complication. Yet our godfather seems to be responsible for part of the night patrol, so we need not worry," Draco replied. Amanda adjusted the Philosopher's Stone, confirming the textbooks and parchment she needed for her afternoon classes. After all, on that day, everyone was preoccupied with preparing for the evening's gala. And no one was paying close attention to Professor Quirrell. Not even Firk chose to forego the festivities, instead wandering through the castle. This was the day when Hogwarts was least vigilant, presenting Quirrell with an optimal opportunity to strike. Chapter 61. The Practicum in Defense Against the Dark Arts is underway. Starting this week, their SO group was permitted to devise a portion of straightforward practical training. Although their progress in other areas was nearly stagnant, the term had just commenced, and many skills required time and experience to cultivate. Harry possessed a remarkable aptitude for defense against the dark arts, managing to grasp the application of a couple of simple spells after merely a few lessons. Despite Professor Quirrell occasionally surveying them with an unsettling gaze that sent shivers down their spines, he remained a relatively responsible instructor when it came to teaching the subject. During dinner on Tuesday evening, she informed Cedric to prepare for the practical duel scheduled for the following night. Wait a moment, are you sure? You've only just begun your studies, Cedric questioned, confusion etched across his face. Amanta responded with a knowing smile. Thus, we found a discreet location to practice. She interjected before Cedric could firmly decline. Firstly, we do not intend to engage in any mischief. We merely wish to learn how to protect ourselves. You witnessed Draco's situation a few days ago. We urgently need to acquire some self-defense techniques. With your guidance, as an exemplary third year, I believe it will significantly expedite our mastery of defensive spells and ensure greater safety during our training. Cedric glanced at Draco, nervously rubbing his nose. All right, Amanta, you have a point. I suppose we need to learn some combat techniques, but they must strictly be defensive spells. Especially if Draco is to protect himself when that dark wizard finds him again. Cedric was evidently aware of the rumors Amanta had spread through Lavender. Amanta smiled and nodded. Thank you for your understanding. It's settled then. Remember to find us after dinner on Wednesday. I've lived here for 3 years and never knew such a place existed. Cedric remarked in awe as he observed a door slowly materializing opposite the tapestry, depicting the giant clubbing Barnabas. Harry patted his shoulder. There are still many astonishing things to discover, Cedric. The four entered the room of requirement. Amanta led the way, stepping into the center and facing Harry, Draco, and Cedric. First, we will learn the simplest yet most effective spell in practical application, the disarming charm. The simplest spells often wield the greatest power. This is the incantation Harry frequently employs. In the original narrative, it was ultimately the disarming charm that Harry used to vanquish Voldemort. Amanta approached the life-sized wooden effigies provided in the room of requirement. The effigies held in their hands various props, including shields and wooden swords, just as she had envisioned prior to her arrival. Disarmament. A beam of crimson light surged forth, striking the foremost effigy with a resounding thud. The figure swayed violently, its shield flying from its grasp and crashing against the walls of the room of requirement. Cedric exclaimed, "Well done, Amanta. This is merely the most rudimentary spell a wizard can wield in dueling, yet do not underestimate its potency. For the vast majority of wizards, losing their wand equates to losing their ability to fight. Now practice on the wooden effigies. I trust Cedric has already mastered this spell. Harry and Draco, once you have honed your skills with the effigies, we shall divide into pairs for dueling." Disarmament. Disarmament. Amanta found a wooden effigy at the back and attempted to employ the silencing charm or wandless magic to cast the disarming charm. She had discovered little about wandless magic in the library. Most texts merely asserted that those who could wield such magic were exceptionally gifted, embellishing the wonders of wandless spellcasting. Conversely, numerous books addressed the silencing charm. This charm offered significant advantages in discreet spellcasting, yet its power was likely diminished compared to the incantation of a spoken spell. Over the past few days, Amanta had read several texts on the silencing charm, yet had not yet practiced the techniques discussed. Today seemed an opportune moment. With a faint hiss, a feeble spark of red light emitted from the tip of her wand, yet it extinguished before reaching the effigy. Cedric, noticing her efforts, approached with curiosity. "Amanta, are you attempting the silencing charm? I believe that is a 6th-year subject." Amanta nodded. "Yes, there is no harm in learning a bit in advance. Would you like to try?" She retrieved 2 books on the silencing charm from her bag and handed them to Cedric. "Here. I have read some valuable insights on the silencing charm. These 2 are quite well written. You may find them useful." "Thank you. I believe I shall take a good look at these," Cedric replied gratefully, moving to a nearby seat and opening one of the volumes. The theory and practical applications of the silencing charm, engrossing himself in its contents. Meanwhile, Amanta continued to practice on the wooden effigy. The silencing charm indeed constituted a profound area of study. While she swiftly mastered the simpler spells taught in class, requiring little time to grasp them, learning the silencing charm was akin to starting anew, just like her peers. After several attempts, she began to understand some of the essential techniques. The movements of her wand needed to be more precise than usual, and she had to concentrate intently without distraction. After another attempt at silently casting the disarming charm, A spark finally shot forth from the tip of her elder wand, successfully reaching the wooden effigy. The puppet's hand relaxed slightly, and the small wooden sword clattered to the ground. Amanta sighed, brushing aside a few strands of her light golden hair that had fallen across her forehead, wiping away the beads of sweat that had emerged. Patience is key. Diligent practice is essential. Chapter 62. Insights on Wandless Magic. She set her wand aside, attempting to employ wandless magic as she had before. The power of wandless magic did not diminish to the extent of silent spells, yet its precision left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Extending her hand, she aimed at the puppet she wished to disarm.
Disarm.
A beam of red light shot from her palm, scattering into myriad sparks halfway through its flight, resembling a meteor shower as it struck several wooden dummies behind. Amanta, your aim is way off. Harry, who had been engrossed in his own practice, had not noticed her actions. Consequently, before he could utter the incantation, a red light shot past him, causing the puppet's weapon to fall to the ground. A misstep. Amanta shook her head, trying to combine the silent spell with wandless magic. She received both good news and bad news. The good news was that the combination of the silent spell with wandless magic bore almost no difference from casting spells aloud. Its potency remained intact. The bad news was that there was indeed no improvement, as the spell's launch lacked precision and effectiveness. A single target attack had transformed into a widespread assault, accompanied by the pyrotechnic effect of sparkling fireworks. It appeared that utilizing wandless magic was not as precise as directing spells with a wand, the disparity akin to that between a shotgun and a sniper rifle. While she acknowledged its utility in battle, she pondered how to achieve greater accuracy and efficacy. Soon a new idea emerged. She recalled how young wizards often exhibited magical talent due to the peculiar occurrences around them, and most had no concept of spellcasting, particularly those of Muggle descent. Just like the time Harry released a large python at the zoo, scaring Dudley half to death, Harry had merely wished for the glass to vanish to frighten his cousin. This suggested that magic need not always be invoked through incantation but could be wielded through a wizard's strong will. However, this method was far more challenging to systematically control compared to conventional wand magic. It was worth a try. She closed her eyes, clearing her mind of all trivial thoughts and dismissing every distraction. Upon reopening her eyes, she focused intently on the weapon held by the motionless puppet. Abandoning the concept of incantations, she concentrated on the essence of the object itself. Willpower. A fierce determination. She felt the surge of magic within her body, gathering it into a genuine force, ready to be manipulated by her will. Raising her hand, she elegantly traced an arc through the air. Fall, she silently willed.
Clang.
The small wooden sword fell from the puppet's grasp, landing on the ground with a soft thud. This time, no sparks emerged from her hand, nor did any incantation strike the puppet. Only the deep green stone at the center of the sage's ring on her wrist emitted a faint glow. If a muggle happened to pass by, they would likely assume that this puppet was merely the careless creation of a negligent craftsman, its weapon having been blown away by a gust of wind. She experimented with other puppets several times, attempting various spells, yet the results were unequivocal. The principles governing wandless magic stand in stark contrast to those of the silent incantation. While the silent incantation necessitates the internalization of the spell and relies on the wand and incantation, wandless magic discards both wand and words, concentrating solely on the essence of the matter. It seems that the wand serves as a tool for wizards to channel their spells more effectively and accurately. The invention of the wand has evidently elevated the average proficiency of many otherwise mediocre wizards. Contemplating this, she organized her theoretical knowledge in her mind and determined her primary focus. Clearly, she possessed a significant aptitude for wandless magic. Wandless magic is evidently superior to mere silent incantation, as the casting process does not require sound and is inherently more discreet. Moreover, it allows for practice anytime and anywhere. However, its drawbacks are also apparent. It demands an exceptionally strong will, as any distraction renders it ineffective. I'm all set, Harry exclaimed joyfully from a short distance away. I'm nearly ready as well, Draco replied, taking a deep breath as he approached Amanta. Are you practicing wandless magic? It seems you have a knack for it. I believe I could manage some simple spells now, but who knows? Perhaps it's thanks to the sage's ring, Amanta replied cautiously, displaying humility. Draco patted her shoulder. When you figure it out, don't forget to teach me. Of course, Amanta smiled, moving to the base of the dueling platform. Since everyone has completed their practice, I think we can commence the formal duel now. Harry, you and Draco go first. Please remove your protective brooches. Amanta unclasped the protective brooch from her chest and set it aside. After Harry and Draco followed suit, they ascended the narrow dueling platform at the center of the room of requirement. Don't forget the formalities, Draco reminded Harry. Right, Harry nodded, somewhat uncertain. With his head held high, Draco took a few steps forward, and as he neared the center line, he bowed to Harry, who mimicked the gesture. The two then turned their backs to each other.
Disarm.
A beam of red light shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking Harry in the back.
Ah!
Harry cried out, propelled forward and landing harshly on the soft mat behind the dueling platform.
Fortunately,
the room of requirement had thoughtfully prepared several soft mats to cushion his fall. Cedric rushed over anxiously to check on Harry's condition, casting a reproachful glance at Draco. Draco, Harry wasn't ready yet. You should have waited for him to be prepared before you acted. As Harry rubbed his sore bottom, he lamented, Cedric, I'm fine. Ouch, Draco. What are you doing? I'm not ready yet. Draco expertly feigned a smile. When facing an adversary, they won't concern themselves with your readiness. Do you understand? He raised his wand, pointing it at Harry. Stand up, Harry, proceed. Rising to his feet, Harry tugged at his disheveled robes and brandished his wand.
disarm.
Draco sidestepped, evading the spell.
Disarm.
Harry bent low, narrowly avoiding the attack. Chapter 63, The Disarming Charm and Its Other Applications. Amanta stood at the sidelines, encouraging Harry. Draco, splendid. Such brilliance with just one spell. No wonder you were long-standing rivals in the original narrative. The two engaged in a spirited exchange of spells on the dueling platform. Draco consistently managed to strike Harry's arm or calf whenever Harry let his guard down. Meanwhile, Harry darted from side to side, often launching himself at Draco the moment he stood from the soft mat, shouting spells with fervor. His sudden ferocity left Draco flustered. Amanta reminded Harry several times not to cross the line. Although Harry's actions appeared reckless, they were not solely intimidating. It seemed he had uncovered an intriguing fact. The disarming charm not only disarms the target but also induces a disarming effect in the vicinity, meaning that while casting the charm on someone else, the objects in the hands of those nearby would also be sent flying. Harry repeatedly charged at Draco, attempting to draw him into this range, making it impossible for him to evade the disarming attack. After several failed attempts, he finally disregarded Amanta's warnings, crossing the center line and rushing to Draco's side, catching him completely off guard.
Disarm.
He shouted, although he had not aimed directly at Draco. The wand in Draco's hand still soared away. Draco's eyes widened in astonishment as he leaped off the dueling platform to retrieve his wand. Amanta clapped her hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Well done. Harry, how did you discover that?" The disarming charm has another offensive technique, creating a localized disarming effect around oneself. Harry grinned. Once, I picked up a wand from beneath a puppet, standing beside it, and when I attacked another puppet, its shield dropped. I found it quite peculiar at first, wondering if I had inadvertently knocked it off, but I hadn't even touched it. After several attempts, I confirmed it. It was truly marvelous. Draco retorted, "Harry, you crossed the line. That doesn't count. Then let us go again." Harry rubbed his hands together, and the two quickly resumed their battle. In their final exchange, both spells struck one another simultaneously, sending them tumbling onto the soft mat. Amanta interjected, halting any further attacks. "That will be enough for today. You both practiced well. Now it's my turn with Cedric." Harry appeared somewhat disappointed, as though his ardent spirit had yet to be fully expressed. Amanta raised an eyebrow. "In light of your eagerness to continue, shall we engage in a duel?" "A duel, indeed, is a contest between two wizards," Draco elucidated. "Splendid." Harry had no further objections, and swiftly rose from his cushion. Amanta approached the dueling platform, advising Cedric, "Today, we shall only employ disarming spells. Do you understand?" Cedric nodded. "Of course," but he hesitated. "Although I often hear tales of your exploits within the school, you are merely a first-year student, and I am concerned." Amanta graciously smiled. "Do not underestimate me. Give it your all. After all, you Hufflepuffs are known for your commitment to fairness. Exhibit the spirit befitting a duel." "Very well, I shall." Cedric's gaze grew resolute. Amanta and he bowed to each other and took their positions at opposite ends of the dueling platform. Harry shouted, "Amanta, you can do it." Amanta looked at Cedric, awaiting his move, while Cedric raised his wand, hesitating to strike. After a brief standoff, Cedric awkwardly spoke up. Where is your wand? I mean, I am waiting for you to draw your wand," he added. "I cannot attack a defenseless first-year student. It is my principle. While you were reading, I attempted to practice wandless magic, and I am eager to try it now." Amanta shrugged. Cedric's eyes widened in astonishment. The events of the day had far surpassed his expectations. "Wandless magic? I have heard that only the most exceptional wizards can master such a skill. At least those who come to mind, like our headmaster Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Voldemort. So, do you not believe me?" Amanta gazed at him earnestly, her pale blue eyes shimmering with starlight. It is not that I do not believe you. Rather, I find it exceedingly hard to accept. Cedric felt somewhat flustered. In truth, I believe many possess the innate ability to perform wandless magic, yet due to an over-reliance on their wands, they gradually forget this talent, rendering it difficult to apply proficiently. Amanta elaborated. Before the invention of wands in Europe, wizards solely utilized wandless magic, and in several schools in other regions of the world, only wandless magic is taught. Cedric, still intrigued, inquired if you do not wield a weapon, what would happen if you were struck by a disarming spell? Amanta recited the definition of the disarming spell from her book in detail. I suspect that either my philosopher's ring may fly away, or I will be sent tumbling to the ground. Nothing more. Very well. Then let us begin. You may go first. Cedric insisted that she take the initiative. Amanta, no longer reluctant, focused her thoughts intently on the wand in his hand. She had practiced the wandless disarming spell several times and was now quite adept at it. With a snap of her fingers, whoosh. Without warning, Cedric's wand suddenly slipped from his grasp, tracing a parabolic arc through the air as if propelled by his own hand, and landed upon the soft mat behind him. He was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the occurrence. Is this what wandless magic entails? Oh, dear. It is my first encounter with such an unpredictable phenomenon. Cedric stood frozen for several seconds before leaping onto the mat to retrieve his wand. How does one defend against magic without incantations or visible sparks? Amanta suggested, if you can only use the disarming spell, it may seem somewhat unjust. How about trying the shield charm? What will you do with the shield charm? Cedric inquired. I can give it a try. According to Amanta's conjecture, spells like the shield charm could not be wielded through mere thought. They required vocal incantation. As expected, upon her utterance of the protective charm, a gentle golden light emanated from the ring on her wrist, enveloping her in a silvery glow that formed a protective barrier. Let us commence. Amanta and Cedric circled the dueling platform, constantly searching for vulnerabilities in each other's defenses. They remained vigilant, observing every movement, and when one raised their hand to strike, the other invoked the shield charm in defense. The subtlety of wandless disarming was far more elusive. Cedric fell victim to several spells within mere minutes. Before long, Cedric seized an opportunity amid Amanta's disarming and shield charm. He swiftly cast a spell that struck her. Amanta was propelled backward, landing amidst a heap of soft mats, quickly becoming engulfed by their cushioning embrace. Oh, I apologize. Are you all right? Cedric hurried over to help her up from the mats. Thank you, I am fine. Amanta emerged from the mats, checking her wand and the ring within the pocket of her robe. As she had previously indicated, the situation unfolded as she had described. She had been knocked back, yet nothing had fallen from her possession. It appeared the disarming spell only affected items held by the target. That should suffice. Now we shall pair off for a team duel, and afterward, we will conclude today's group activity. Upon hearing her words, Harry sprang from his chair and rushed toward Cedric. Fantastic. I can hardly wait. I want to team up with Cedric. Very well, I shall pair with Draco. Amanta gestured for Draco to stand to her left before continuing. Cedric and I will utilize the shield charm and disarming spell, while Harry and Draco will only employ the disarming spell. Draco positioned himself beside her and whispered, Amanta,
Do not disappoint me.
Bring Harry and that Cedric down. Let them witness our prowess. Amanta blinked in acknowledgement. Of course. Leaning closer to Draco's shoulder, she whispered, I have a plan. I will continuously use the shield charm while you stand behind me, ensuring you remain within its protective range, and then look for an opportunity to strike. Sounds good, he replied, a smirk playing on his lips. Draco turned to Amanta with a knowing glance, immediately donning the trademark Malfoy smirk. What are you discussing? Harry urged, impatience evident in his tone. We are ready. Let us commence. Armored protection. Amanta recited the shield charm, enveloped in a silvery radiance that encircled her in a diameter of approximately 1 meter. Draco chose to stand back to back with her. Amanta, may I grasp your arm? He inquired, a slight wrinkle of his nose revealing his nervousness. However, Amanta was intently focused on maintaining the shield charm, her gaze fixed on Harry and Cedric, completely oblivious to his unease. Of course, she replied, though the intent behind Draco's request was lost on her. In a duel, having chosen to trust a teammate by exposing one's back meant unconditional faith in them. Draco's ears flushed crimson as he murmured, just the arm will suffice. Amanta, puzzled by his hesitation, responded with mild exasperation, Isn't it all the same? Draco's fingers were as cold as his pale complexion, yet slightly clammy. Had he broken into a sweat? It was merely a duel. What was there to be so anxious about? Very well, he sighed. This way. We shall remain within the bounds of the shield charm, making it difficult to step outside. Amanta, could you shift slightly? All right. She seemed to grasp his intention. As they slowly turned to face Harry and Cedric side on. Harry and Cedric paced at the far end of the dueling platform, Cedric appearing somewhat disoriented. Harry, on the other hand, darted about the platform, seeking an opportunity to force Draco out of bounds. Seizing the moment, Draco raised his hand and swiftly cast Expelliarmus. Harry lunged forward, narrowly evading the spell. Cedric quickly reacted, running to position himself in front of Harry. Armored protection. Harry peered from behind him. Expelliarmus. The spell struck Amanta as shield charm, causing no harm. Blast it. Harry complained. Cedric, this won't do. Move aside. I can't see properly. All right. Cedric adjusted his stance, granting Harry a clear view. Yet, at that moment, Harry inadvertently exposed a shoulder beneath Cedric's shield charm. Draco seized the opportunity. Expelliarmus. The spell whizzed past Cedric's shield charm, accurately striking Harry's shoulder. With a yelp, Harry tumbled onto the soft mat. You're cheating, he exclaimed, rubbing his sore backside as he struggled to rise from the pile of cushions. Harry, they haven't violated any rules. It is we who are mistaken. The dynamics of a paired duel differ entirely from that of a solo one, Cedric asserted, and Amanta concurred firmly. In team battles or multi-person duels, the focus is not solely on superior defense or spellcasting skills, but rather on the synergy between teammates. But this means you're invincible, Harry protested vehemently. The iron armor charm cannot be maintained indefinitely. The consumption of magic is simply too great. Harry, you must exercise caution and patience, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with precision. Amanta shook her head. Harry, is it so difficult to admit your shortcomings? Draco chuckled with an air of confidence, tugging at the corner of his eye and making a face at Harry. Chapter 65. The Noble Lineage of Bloodline. Amanta released Draco's hand and leaped down from the dueling platform, approaching the small blackboard at the center of the room of requirement. She began jotting down notes, first outlining the theoretical applications of disarming spells, then summarizing the strengths and weaknesses exhibited by each participant in today's duel. Harry, you are overly impulsive, constantly overlooking the dangers of your situation. Draco, your reaction to unexpected circumstances is insufficiently swift. She circled and annotated on the blackboard, proposing tailored strategies for each individual's characteristics. All right, the SO group's activities will be scheduled for every Wednesday after dinner. We will convene here at that time, shall we? Although she directed her query towards all three, her gaze was solely fixed on Cedric, the only third-year Hufflepuff among them, whose schedule differed slightly from theirs. Cedric nodded in agreement. Of course. His eyes darted between the three, and he hesitated before adding, Amanta, may I invite others to join? If anyone is willing to come, that would be splendid. We welcome all, Amanta replied. Just as she finished speaking, Draco suddenly recalled something and grimaced in distaste. Half-bloods are one thing, but I certainly don't wish to associate with mud. His words trailed off abruptly as he caught a glimpse of Amanta and Harry. Amanta tilted her head, having already grasped the unsaid words he was about to utter. Yet he inexplicably altered his statement, instead referring to wizards of Muggle descent training together. Harry immediately protested. Draco, I know your family and Slytherin have always pursued pure bloodlines, but although my parents are not Muggles, I grew up in the Muggle world, and I believe there is little difference between them and myself. Amanta sighed and waved her hand at Harry, silencing his fervent discourse. Clearly, naive Harry was unaware that had he not been a half-blood, descended from the ancient Potter lineage, Draco would never have chosen to associate with him, even if he were the boy who lived. This notion was deeply ingrained in Draco due to his upbringing in a family that valued pure blood. Though she knew that in the original storyline, Draco gradually changed his views and married Astoria, who was more tolerant of blood status, leading to a strained relationship with his parents that was evidently not Draco's perspective at present. She did not dismiss Draco's beliefs regarding blood purity. She respected his thoughts, but... Amanta raised an eyebrow. Draco, are you afraid of being bested by wizards of Muggle descent and losing face? What a jest. As the esteemed heir of the Malfoy lineage, he simply wished to remain untainted by the hands of wizards of Muggle descent. Draco felt a flicker of irritation at her words. He struggled to contain his anger, but could not suppress the deeply ingrained prejudices regarding blood purity that escaped his lips. Amanta lowered her thick, light-colored lashes slightly, feigning a melancholic gaze directed towards Draco. If a wizard can only speak of his lineage and family, then I fear he possesses no greater brilliance beyond that, she remarked. Noticing the veins on Draco's forehead throbbing, she continued slowly, I hail from the pureblood Merlin family. Yet I have never felt the need to mention it. Draco paused, his expression a mixture of confusion and complexity as he regarded Amanta. While everyone seems to be exceedingly concerned with your origins, you appear to strive for recognition in other realms, Amanta continued. since they were chosen by Hogwarts just like us. Regardless of whether you acknowledge it, they have stood on equal footing with us since the moment we entered. If one continues to take pride in blood status, might purebloods become obsolete due to their own stagnation, overshadowed by half-bloods and muggleborns?
Impossible.
Draco instinctively denied her assertion. Pureblood wizards are superior to all. They could never be supplanted by those of lesser blood. I believe no one wishes to witness such a scenario. Yet you are aware that despite Slytherin's acceptance of half-bloods for centuries, the number of those entering Slytherin has been dwindling year by year. Even though the dormitories are arranged for two, a significant portion remains unoccupied. The illustrious figures from Slytherin are becoming increasingly rare, while wizards from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are on the rise. Moreover, it is undeniable that the number of purebloods choosing to attend the other three houses is increasing. Draco's pale gray eyes clouded with uncertainty. Yes, Slytherin's ranks are thinning, pureblood families are diminishing, and the significance of pure bloodlines is waning. Even pureblood traders like the Weasleys are eager to shed their ancestral titles. Amanta smiled faintly, continuing in harmony with his thoughts. Yes, Draco. But have you ever considered that the current plight of purebloods is a consequence of the pureblood families themselves? The nobility of pureblood should not stem from arrogance, but rather from the strength and capability that rightfully accompany it. From where does the honor of pureblood families arise? They were once revered for their prowess and sacrifices. As descendants, we ought to uphold our ancestors' glory, to amplify it, rather than idly bask in the shadows of their legacy, squandering this privilege. Clinging to a fading past will ultimately lead to obsolescence. The decline of pure bloodlines is rooted in the incompetence of the majority of their heirs, who cling to the notion of their blood superiority, harboring an inflated sense of self-worth and looking down upon others. He did not make the effort to preserve this hard-won honor. Many chose instead to repeatedly stir conflict among other wizards, employing cruel curses to torment their opponents and wielding fear to maintain their status, which only served to further tarnish the reputation of purebloods. Draco murmured to himself, his gaze vacant. There was an exceedingly cruel truth that Amanta refrained from voicing, perhaps for good reason. Various pieces of evidence suggest that the talent for magic does not stem from bloodline inheritance. The sheer number of wizards from Muggle backgrounds attests to this, and even wizarding families often produce squibs. If one were to trace back to the very origins of it all, what, indeed, is the source of pureblood families? Is it divine? Is it from Muggle ancestry? Is it a gift bestowed by the gods? But what purpose does it serve to ponder such matters? Amanda shrugged. After all, this is merely a conjecture with no conclusive proof. Chapter 66. The similarities between Draco and Harry. Amanta, I've discovered that you possess a remarkable talent for persuading others. Cedric complimented shyly as they exited the room of requirement. I think so too, Cedric, Harry's tousled head nudged in. By the way, I heard that you Hufflepuffs have many food-related spells. Could you teach me some? I'm not too familiar with that. But I have a friend who knows a lot. I can introduce you to him tomorrow. That would be fantastic. I've always wanted to learn how to transform pea pies into savory dishes. I could even heat up a pot of soup in the cold, damp dungeon dormitory.
Oh.
The latter spell is quite simple. We Hufflepuffs use it daily. You just need to point your wand at the utensils and say the heating spell. That's wonderful. What is the heating spell, and how do you use it? Harry and Cedric engaged in lively conversation. Amanta gradually slowed her pace, waiting for Draco to catch up and walking alongside him. Draco raised his right hand, illuminated by the faint candlelight in the corridor, carefully examining the family crest ring on his thumb. The intricate reflected in his eyes, which were astonishingly pale. In a voice only Amanta could hear, he spoke softly, his tone heavy with despair. Amanta, I fear I am truly inadequate. I always dreamt of being someone like my father, but I suddenly understand his stern demeanor towards me. It is because I fall so short of his expectations. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly dejected. Draco, as a first-year student, you are already remarkable. Your father's strictness is merely a facade. Both he and your mother love you dearly. Amanta turned her head, her gaze unwavering on his gray eyes. I apologize if my earlier words disheartened you, but in my view, your future undoubtedly holds greater promise. Really? Draco clung to her words like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, his eyes glimmering with hope. Indeed, if you were truly beyond redemption, you wouldn't have shared those feelings with me, nor would you be troubled by them, would you? A flicker of warmth danced in Draco's cold gray eyes, and his brow slightly arched. Though fleeting, it was a smile that Amanta had never witnessed on Draco's countenance before. Unshackled from the burdens of weariness, it revealed a genuine heart, emerging only after peeling away the layers of practiced facades. Amanta, I am truly happy, he suddenly declared, seemingly out of the blue. In truth, I have always been glad to be friends with you and Harry. This sentiment may rival that of Harry himself. Draco glanced toward Harry, who was presently grasping Cedric's arm, eagerly wishing to accompany him to the Hufflepuff common room. I find a certain resemblance between Harry and myself. It seems I glimpse another version of myself within him. Could it be? Is this the reason why the proud Draco would choose to strike up a conversation with Harry at Madame Malkin's robe shop in the original narrative? I grew up hearing tales of the boy who lived. Draco smirked. I suppose, in retrospect, it is the storyteller I admire. As he spoke, fragments of dialogue between Harry and Cedric wafted over. Corned beef, dipping sauce, apple pie. Draco rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Although Harry and I are vastly different in character and our environments are not quite alike, he stated dryly, we may share similar experiences. People often perceive me as fortunate. The sole heir of the Malfoy lineage, showered with affection, basking in the limelight since childhood. Yet I have never known a true friend. They have merely followed me for the sake of my family's name. If the Malfoy family were to fall, you know. Draco shrugged. Harry has been a legend in the wizarding world since childhood, yet he endured abuse from a host of loathsome muggles, devoid of any friends. Despite his fame, he too is lonely. I believe we are kindred spirits. Amanta lowered her gaze. Indeed, beyond this, they both bore the weight of heavy destinies. Draco was destined to inherit the Malfoy legacy, while Harry was fated to vanquish Voldemort. Fate had shaped them. The three of them ought to have remained solitary. Yet under her guidance, they had become the best of friends. As Draco continued, it seemed his own words had frozen him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Amanta extended her hand from the sleeve of her robe, gently covering his cold hand. His hand was exceptionally frigid, though Draco's hand felt somewhat stiff. He did not withdraw it from her grasp. Before knowing you, my world revolved solely around interests and bloodlines. Others flattered me and followed me due to my family, and I mistook that for friendship. As he spoke, a hint of vulnerability seeped from the corner of his mouth. Amanta understood what he was conveying. It's all right. You will always have us by your side from now on. She tightened her grip on his hand, warmth coursing through her skin and into his veins. Yes, together. Draco murmured softly.
All right. Huh.
You all? Suddenly, Harry's astonished voice rang out from ahead. Amanta and Draco looked up to find Harry and Cedric standing a few paces away, turned towards them with expressions of surprise. Draco, feeling suddenly guilty, quickly withdrew his hand from Amanta's grasp and cleared his throat loudly. Amanta, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of embarrassment under the scrutinizing gazes of Harry and Cedric. Harry rushed over, tugging Cedric along. You two were holding hands behind my back, he exclaimed indignantly. Cedric, we should join in too. Cedric quickly coughed to express his disapproval. I'd rather not. Oh, come on, Cedric, don't be shy. Harry dismissed Cedric's hesitant refusal, taking hold of both Cedric and Amanta, then urging Amanta to pull Draco along as well. Let us go. Friends should walk hand in hand, he declared enthusiastically. Cedric taught me that today. What do you think? Harry gleefully picked up a piece of nut pie, eager to showcase a newly learned charm that adds a peppery flavor to food to Amanta and Draco. Harry, don't forget we have a flying lesson this afternoon, Amanta reminded him. With a puff, the pie flew from Harry's mouth back onto the plate, prompting an irate Draco to give him a light smack on the head. Tears welled in Harry's eyes as he covered his throbbing forehead, looking woefully at Draco. You're too fierce, Draco. But I can hardly eat now. Just thinking about riding a broomstick. Draco snorted disdainfully. You still have time to eat? Harry shot him a resentful glare.
Oh.
And there's another thing. We'll be having a lesson with Gryffindor, Amanta remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the Gryffindor long table. Chapter 67. A not too dreadful flying lesson. As expected, with Neville's participation, a flying lesson was almost guaranteed to lead to some unfortunate incident. Draco recalled something, rubbing his temples in exasperation. That fool Longbottom. I'll bet he'll ruin the lesson. Harry's spirits drooped further. You're right. This flying lesson is something I've been looking forward to for ages. Amanta shook her head and turned to Draco. Draco, you can ride a broomstick, right? Of course. My skills are exceptional, Draco replied, though he scrunched his nose in distaste. But I hope you're not thinking of asking me to help catch him? I intend to handle it myself. I just wanted to know if you'd assist. I've heard Neville excels in herbology, but our trio has performance in it. Well, Amanta blinked. Our SO group could certainly use someone like him. This is a splendid opportunity to boost Neville's goodwill, and perhaps even salvage their dreadful reputation around school. Your little frame wouldn't be able to stop that big oaf Longbottom. I suppose I'll have to take charge, Draco said, irritably brushing a hand through his platinum hair, now slicked back. It's all right. Harry is here too, Amanta said, directing her gaze at Harry. Harry quickly waved his hands. I'd rather not, just not like Longbottom, and I'll be eternally grateful. Amanda patted his shoulder. Harry, I have faith in you. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they descended the steps and emerged through the grand gates of Hogwarts Castle, arriving at a flat expanse of grass before the castle. 2 neat rows of broomsticks were already arranged on the ground. The Slytherin students had arrived early and were gathered there, while the Gryffindors had yet to make an appearance. Have the Gryffindors been devoured by slugs? Draco complained. Who knows? It's still not time for class, but I can hardly contain my excitement. Harry approached the rows of broomsticks, examining them with curiosity. These brooms were no comparison to Amanda's. They felt akin to Muggle cleaning brooms. Amanda settled onto a patch of grass, and as a gentle breeze rustled her light golden curls, she gazed into the distance at the ominous Forbidden Forest. A section of the forest, visible to the naked eye, appeared charred and even somewhat barren. The sight of that fire was truly terrifying. Blaise joined them, also casting his gaze afar, offering his commentary. The trio fell into an awkward silence. Amanda nodded earnestly. It is truly wicked that someone could commit such an act of arson. Draco and Harry exchanged glances, their expressions laden with unspoken words. Fortunately, Blaise was still preoccupied with the view and failed to notice their peculiar demeanor. His keen eyes briefly scrutinized Amanda's expression, which remained unchanged. Who knows? We must always prepare for the worst. As they conversed, the Gryffindor students gradually arrived on the lawn, followed closely by Madame Hooch. With her extremely short, light gray hair and bright yellow eyes resembling those of a hawk, she commanded attention. What are you waiting for? Each of you grab a broom and stand beside it. Quickly, she barked. They swiftly positioned themselves next to a broomstick. Extending their right hands, they placed them atop the flying broomsticks and shouted in unison. Up. Madame Hooch whistled, signaling the commencement of practice.
Up.
Amanda, Draco, and Harry's broomsticks immediately leapt into their hands. Harry exclaimed with excitement, "This is fantastic." Most of the Slytherins shared a similar experience. Amanda surmised that perhaps due to their backgrounds, they had all had some prior exposure to flying broomsticks. However, the situation among the Gryffindors seemed rather dire.
Up.
Dean's broom lazily rolled around on the ground.
Up. Up. Up.
Neville shouted, his face flushed with effort, yet his broom lay stubbornly still. After a moment's wait, Madame Hooch blew her whistle. She personally demonstrated the correct posture for riding a broom, then walked among the crowd, correcting everyone's grip. Amanda kept a watchful eye on Neville, aware that he might falter at any moment. With the next step being to mount the brooms, she knew she had to remain vigilant. Yes, right here. Amanda immediately directed her attention toward Neville. Neville was indeed overly anxious. Even before Madame Hooch blew her whistle, he propelled himself into the air with a vigorous push, ascending higher and higher, 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet. His complexion turned ashen as he fearfully gazed down from his broom, his body leaning precariously forward, threatening to slip off. All eyes were raised in horror as they watched him. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Neville, who was on the brink of falling. "Neville, don't look down," came the urgent voice. Breathing heavily, Neville was too terrified to respond, merely gasping for air. Draco soared over, grasping Neville by the other shoulder. Still pale, Neville kept his head down, his fear consuming him to the point of not realizing that he was being supported by 2 individuals. "Brilliant!" Madame Hooch exclaimed. "Bring him down. But be careful. Hold tight. Let us lower him together," Draco instructed. All right, they both gripped Neville's shoulders, attempting to stabilize him for a safe descent. As they guided him down, Neville's body inclined forward at an awkward angle, and the broom began to descend steadily. Suddenly, a shiny glass orb slipped from Neville's robe pocket. Below, it was directly aimed at Ron, who was watching in astonishment.
Ah!
Gasps erupted from the crowd as Ron remained oblivious, mouth agape in surprise. Just as the glass orb was about to collide with his head, a figure zipped past. Ron, along with his companions Seamus and Dean, was struck by the individual, and they all tumbled to the ground in a heap. "You stepped on my head," they groaned, entangled in their robes, struggling to disentangle themselves from the grass. "Potter?" Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Harry offered an embarrassed smile. "I just saw you nearly get hit, and I panicked for a moment." Chapter 68. A pair of eyes lurking in the shadows. Amanda and Draco gradually brought Neville down to the ground. The moment Neville's feet touched the earth, he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to his knees, his lips quivering. "Neville, are you all right?" Seamus stammered as he clambered up from the ground and rushed to Neville's side, grasping his arm in an attempt to help him up. Realizing he was safe, Neville trembled, trying to rise with Seamus' assistance, but his limbs felt weak and uncooperative. Seamus shouted to Dean, "Come help me get Neville up." Dean, cursing under his breath, approached, He had just been arguing with Ron about whose robe had gotten dirted. Madame Hooch knelt beside them to assess Neville's condition. Thank Merlin. Child, you're unscathed, she said, rising to face Ron and Harry. And you lot? And Potter? Goodness, is this your first time on a broom? Engaging in such perilous antics? Aren't you afraid? You've nearly given me a heart attack with your reckless behavior. Harry bashfully scratched his disheveled hair, gazing earnestly at Madame Hooch. I was genuinely concerned for their safety and acted in haste. Amanta approached and winked at Harry. I knew you could do it. Ron shot a puzzled glance at Harry, clearly unable to fathom why Amanta and Harry would come to their aid. He explained to Madame Hooch. Just when Neville's ball was about to hit me, a dark figure, Potter, came rushing in and knocked us all to the ground. Oh right, my ball. My memory ball. The one my grandmother gave me. Where did it go? Seamus comforted him, saying, It's all right, everyone is fine, and you can just ask your grandmother for another. Is this it, Longbottom? Harry inquired, raising a shiny glass ball in his hand, his wide grin revealing pearly white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Ron gasped, pointing at the memory ball in Harry's hand, stuttering, Potter actually caught that ball? Draco, also somewhat astonished, crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, remarking to Amanta, I never expected Harry to possess talent akin to yours. Neville hesitantly looked at Harry and said, Potter, could you possibly return that to me? He glanced back and forth between Harry, Amanta, and Draco, visibly conflicted. Madame Hooch raised her hands in amusement, intrigued by their camaraderie. This is the first time I've witnessed students from Slytherin and Gryffindor assisting one another. Regardless, they saved you. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Encouraged by Madame Hooch's gaze. Neville slowly approached Amanta and the others, his face flushed. Well, Potter, Merlin, and Malfoy, thank you. Seamus nudged Dean with his elbow, and together they stepped forward. Thank you for saving Neville and Ron. Upon hearing the others express their thanks, Ron's expression resembled one who had just swallowed 100 snails. Yet he awkwardly murmured, Thank you. Following this debacle, the atmosphere of the flying lessons seemed less tense than at the outset. After Madame Hooch instructed them on how to execute simple low-altitude flying, she had them line up to soar around the small courtyard. Ah! Harry exclaimed, spreading his arms joyfully as he called out to Amanta and Draco ahead. Riding a broomstick feels absolutely exhilarating. Madame Hooch blew her whistle sharply. Potter, hold onto the broomstick with both hands. Do you wish to fall? Harry, don't rush. In second year, we can play Quidditch together. Absolutely. I've already planned it out. His cheerful shout drifted into the sky. In the shadowy Forbidden Forest, a pair of emotionless, blood-red eyes coldly fixated on the 2 rows of figures in the distance. It prowled restlessly among the sharp treetops. Harry Potter, Amanta Merlin no. First, find the Philosopher's Stone and summon my servants. Damn it, when will Quirrell arrive? Is he trying to starve me? It extended its blood-red tongue, swiftly ensnaring a small passing insect. How I long for the flavors of the Hogwarts staff feast. Do you suppose that tomorrow during potions class, our godfather will wash his hair? Ever since Harry gifted Professor Snape a bottle of Muggle shampoo, we have not caught a glimpse of our elusive headmaster. How about a wager? I bet that Professor Snape will indeed wash his hair. Amanta, while organizing her notes from today's lessons, casually remarked that since Snape accepted the shampoo, he must have acquiesced to the notion. Yet, given the circumstances of that day, she could not discern any sign of anger from him. I wager that our godfather will not wash his hair. It is common knowledge that he possesses a rather obstinate temperament. Draco pulled a green apple from his robe pocket and wiped it with a handkerchief. Frankly, his restraint that day, where he did not expel us all, was astonishing enough. What are you prepared to wager? Harry inquired, leaning in with interest. Amanta had not yet considered this matter. Being an orphan, her gold galleons were few. However, she mused, let us wager on this week's History of Magic assignment, the longest and most tedious assignment, which Professor Binns had even mandated they transcribe the entire tale of the peculiar creature, Uric. Harry, what about you? I stand with Draco. Draco, being Snape's protege, surely knows him better. He scratched his head midway through his statement and added, yet I do hope that Snape will wash his hair. Chapter 69, Professor Snape's Clean Hair. By the way, Harry, what prompted you to gift him shampoo? Amanta asked. Ahem. Harry coughed awkwardly. Draco's aversion to associating with their godfather stemmed in part from Snape's hair, as well as his childhood experiences of being bullied for it. You seem to care for him more than I had realized, Draco scoffed. No. Harry hastily defended himself. For whenever I think of what my father did to him, I feel a pang of guilt. His face flushed. It is somewhat of an atonement for my father's actions. Is that so? Perhaps it has been many years since anyone truly cared for him. And I believe Professor Snape has accepted Harry's goodwill, Amanta shrugged. She refrained from mentioning those eyes, green like Lily's. That could very well be, considering that their godfather had grown accustomed to neglecting his hair for so long. As they turned down a corridor lined with suits of armor, they abruptly collided with a tall figure.
Ouch!
Harry exclaimed, tumbling backward along with Amanta and Draco. Where are my glasses, Draco? Step aside. Harry crouched on the floor, frantically searching. Potter, Merlin, and my dear protege, the three most conspicuous members of Slytherin, are publicly discussing the professor's private affairs in the corridor. Snape stood unmoving, coldly observing the flustered trio with his usual acerbic tongue. Apologies, Professor, we did not intend to intrude. We were merely concerned about your daily life. Please forgive us. Amanta quickly offered her apology. What a coincidence. What sort of luck is it that they happen to encounter Snape at this very moment? The mere thought of Snape potentially confining them in his office to deal with the viscous secretions of flobberworms for several hours sent a shiver down her spine. Amanta rubbed her sore forehead, sitting on the ground and gazing upward. In an instant, her eyes widened in disbelief.
What?
Surely, she must be mistaken? She rubbed her eyes to confirm that the sight before her was not merely a figment of her imagination. Snape had not only washed his hair, but it also appeared remarkably soft and silky. His thick, lustrous black hair flowed gracefully in the wind, framing a sharply defined face with a prominent nose and piercing black eyes that bore down on them with an unforgiving glare. Previously, Snape's greasy black hair had clung to his scalp, giving him the appearance of a somewhat balding and disheveled scholar. She had never imagined that Professor Snape could be so strikingly handsome. His hair had concealed his good looks, making him seem at least a decade younger. She would wager that if the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff girls caught wind of the story about dating the grim head of Slytherin, it would sweep through the entire school like wildfire. Have your eyes been glued shut by flobberworm slime, Miss Merlin? Snape's cold demeanor accompanied a flick of his robes as he pushed the recently risen group a step forward. Apologies, Professor. Amanta quickly averted her gaze. And you, Potter, do you require me to douse your eyes with bubotober pus to make you realize that staring at the professor is exceedingly rude?
No, Professor.
Harry hastily shook his head, casting a guilty glance at his toes. My dear pupil, I truly wish I could see a semblance of the Malfoy heir in you. Snape's cutting words did not spare anyone. Apologies, Godfather. Draco hurriedly adjusted his disheveled robes, refastening the pin on his collar. Snape strode past the trio, an imposing aura emanating from him that rendered them mute. I have heard that you have been getting along quite well with Gryffindor lately. No wonder you now resemble that group of brutes from Gryffindor. Look at those foolish expressions on your faces. If it weren't for my position as head of Slytherin, I would be compelled to deduct all points from Slytherin. She was confident that their recent discussion had severely bruised the old head's pride. For heaven's sake, if there were anything that could save them now, it would undoubtedly be those striking green eyes of Harry's, reminiscent of his mother's. Amanta subtly turned her head to give Harry, who was also looking down, a knowing glance. Harry appeared bewildered, wearing a grimace. Go. Amanta silently mouthed to him. Harry furrowed his brow in distress.
No.
Haven't your families taught you that paying attention is a form of courtesy? Merlin, Potter? This statement was evidently potent, as Snape was well aware that they were all orphans. She remained indifferent to the matter, for in the world she once inhabited, the concept of parents was entirely absent. However, Harry's greatest vulnerability lay in the presence of his parents. As she had anticipated, Harry's face flushed crimson. This is it, Amanta silently mused. Harry was likely to charge at Snape, provoking a confrontation that would irrevocably alienate them from an esteemed potions master and expert in spells. Godfather. You well know they lack parents, a crisp, youthful voice interjected beside her, prompting her to look up in surprise. Draco stood tall, his gaze unwavering as he met Snape's cold, penetrating eyes, seemingly prepared for a lethal confrontation. Yet, a discreet glance from Amanta revealed a slight tremor in his form, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, betraying his inner turmoil. This was utterly unexpected. It was Draco who first stepped forward to defend them. Harry's flushed complexion quickly returned to normal as he stared at Draco with equal astonishment. Draco, even as your godfather, I cannot condone your reckless behavior. You dare to speak back to a professor? Godfather, you always teach us to uphold decorum. I wish for you to exemplify that yourself. The Malfoy family has instilled in me the belief that assaulting another's parentage is not a sign of politeness, Draco replied, his tone slightly pale, teeth clenched.
Ah.
So you have learned much from that old fox Lucius. Is that the rationale behind your defiance? Snape retorted, unyielding and confrontational, displaying no willingness to engage in reason. As a busy potions professor, I am neither obliged nor have the time to inform every student of their familial circumstances. Godfather, I apologize. I acknowledge my oversight. However, I hope you'll refrain from using parents as a weapon against them in the future. Humph. As your head of house, I certainly possess my own sense of moderation. But, my dear pupil, do not conflate yourself with those arrogant, foolish, ignorant Gryffindors, Snape concluded, casting them a final disdainful glance before striding away, his robes billowing behind him.
Phew.
Amanta exhaled in relief. It was astonishing that Snape had let them off so easily. Whether it was due to Lucius's influence or Draco's blend of firmness and diplomacy remained unclear. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that the three of them were Slytherins. Otherwise, their house points would have been completely stripped away by Snape. Yet, none of this overshadowed a particular revelation, one that left them profoundly astonished. Draco, did you see? You lost the bet, Harry exclaimed, seizing Draco's sleeve with palpable excitement. Draco shot him an annoyed glance. It seems you were on my side for the wager. Harry's eyes widened. Really? I don't recall that. He ruffled his messy black hair. Don't try to wriggle out of it. Draco gritted his teeth. Well, it certainly has been taxing for you both. Amanta retrieved a scroll of parchment from the Circle of Sages, which contained the modest beginnings of her history of magic assignment for the week. She arched an eyebrow as she divided the parchment into two halves, handing one to Draco and the other to Harry. I appreciate your assistance, she remarked. Harry gazed at the parchment in despair. Had he known, he would have abstained from participating in their wager, which now meant he would spend the weekend languishing in the common room, laboring over a minimum of a day's worth of magical history work. Draco patted Harry on the shoulder. If getting the godfather to wash his hair were as simple as writing a history of magic assignment, I would gladly pen such assignments every day. Amanta rapped his head lightly. Do not forget, he is of the same generation as your parents. If I recall correctly, he should be in his early 30s. One must admit, the godfather is rather youthful and accomplished. Draco shook his head. It seems that if it weren't for the unkempt hair, the godfather would have a legion of admirers by now. As anticipated, when Snape stormed into the potions classroom, using caustic language to deride the Gryffindor students and mercilessly deducting points from their house, Parvati and Lavender huddled together, their expressions animated. Amanta, not far off, could faintly overhear their conversation. They had even begun to refer to Snape as Severus. Did you see that? The way Severus deducted points is simply enchanting. I could easily become entranced by his cold, unyielding gaze, that prominent nose, and his flowing locks. How on earth did I never notice how handsome he is? Had I known the head of Slytherin was this dashing, I would have joined Slytherin. A few girls from Slytherin exchanged knowing glances. I wager your godfather is about to become the new heartthrob of Hogwarts. Seizing the moment while Snape turned to admonish Ron, Amanta discreetly leaned towards Draco and remarked, The godfather is indeed handsome, but he surely pales in comparison to me. Draco, unconvinced, adjusted his own perfectly coiffed platinum hair. Yet, as Snape's ire mounted, his sarcasm grew sharper, prompting most students, especially the girls, to suddenly behave themselves. Amanta shook her head in confusion. Surely, these people could not be masochists? However, if the murky substance in the cauldron before him could be considered a potion, perhaps she and Draco were somewhat influenced by Snape. As they ground the serpent fangs much more slowly than before, he possessed an air of aloofness, with deep gray hair and pale blue eyes that added a layer of cold detachment to his demeanor. Amanta recognized this boy. He had been present at nearly every gathering of Slytherins these past few days. Yet he always observed with indifference, either focusing intently on his book or appearing utterly detached from the events unfolding around him. Regarding him, Amanta did not possess extensive knowledge. However, she vaguely recalled that he was one of the 12 students who advanced to the Newt's Potions class. Coincidentally, he was also a Slytherin, making his inclusion in the SO group seem like a commendable choice. She nudged Draco with her elbow. Do you know that Theodore? Draco looked up in confusion. Upon glancing at Theodore in the distance, his demeanor shifted to one of caution. I know him. What of it? Before Amanta could respond, he added, I've known Theodore since childhood, but I think it would be best for you to keep your distance. He has always preferred solitude, even more self-absorbed than Blaise. Ahem. Are you familiar with him? Not particularly, but not entirely unfamiliar. Why do you ask? For some reason, Amanta felt a hint of grievance and confusion, even a touch of reproach in his gaze. She felt unnerved under the intensity of his stare. Shaking her shoulders, she attempted to dispel the peculiar sensation. I merely meant to say that he seems quite gifted in potions. Perhaps we should consider inviting him to join our SO group? Am I not sufficiently talented in potions? Draco lowered his eyelids, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, yet it was clear he was far from pleased. Chapter 71. The eve of Halloween finally arrived. Amanta sensed that he had perhaps misinterpreted the crux of the matter. Did Draco believe that her praise of Theodore was a veiled dismissal of his own accomplishments? Of course. I believe you are the most gifted student in potions. However, it would be overly burdensome to place the entire responsibility of our SO group's tasks on your shoulders alone. If you know him, perhaps you could inquire if he might be interested? Draco seemed to wrestle with his thoughts for a considerable time. After a long pause,
He sighed softly.
since this is your request, very well. Even with Draco's suggestion, after several days of contemplation, Theodore politely declined through an owl. I apologize for my decision. I do not wish to become embroiled in too many controversies during my time at Hogwarts. And as you know, my father is a staunch Death Eater. If I were to join a public opposition group against the Dark Lord led by Merlin and Potter, the consequences could be dire. It seemed that, before the SO group could manifest any tangible results, rejection would be the norm. One could not expect everyone to view them with the same unprejudiced sincerity as Cedric. September and October quietly passed amidst daily classes and assignments, in addition to the secret SO group duels every Wednesday and Quidditch practice every Thursday. By the time Amanda realized she had been at Hogwarts for over 2 months, she found herself devoid of any expressions of surprise. Hogwarts was increasingly feeling like home. The students of Hogwarts had also grown accustomed to the fact that their potions professor had taken to washing his hair. The only noticeable change was that Snape had somehow ascended the Hogwarts Dream Lover ranking, a student-organized poll, where he seemed to hold a prominent position. In recent weeks, their SO group has acquired a few rudimentary counter-curses. Beyond the disarming charm practiced during their initial session, they have mastered the shield charm, the stunning spell, and the leglocker curse. Furthermore, Cedric, as their senior, has imparted a wealth of knowledge on subjects such as herbology. He has often expressed his astonishment at the fact that many students who have been at Hogwarts for quite some time have yet to master these spells. Evidently, practical experience is indeed one of the most effective means of enhancing one's spellcasting prowess. There was also a rather amusing incident. After several forays into the gray areas of dueling rules alongside Draco, Harry gradually adopted a similar approach. On one occasion, seizing an opportunity when Draco was momentarily distracted, Harry executed a feint and swiftly cast a leglocker curse, effectively freezing Draco in place. They soon realized that their previous underhanded tactics against Harry were no longer effective.
Yet,
The honest Cedric remained steadfast in his adherence to the rules, though he respected their methods. In his words, "While I would not resort to such actions myself, I do not oppose your behavior. After all, in real combat, those dark wizards will not afford you any opportunities, will they? Moreover, I can learn a great deal from your dueling styles." Amanda's heart began to feel a twinge of anxiety. Since their exit from the Forbidden Forest, the seemingly tranquil days were drawing to a close. Nevertheless, she was certain that Quirrell would not let this prime opportunity slip away. It seemed that the more she feared, the quicker her fears materialized. Yet, Amanda found herself disinterested in savoring the day's delicacies. She lowered her gaze and absent-mindedly sipped a few spoonfuls of pumpkin porridge, furrowing her brow as she mentally reviewed 20 methods for dealing with trolls, along with various spells for unexpected situations. In contrast, Harry was thoroughly enjoying himself. He animatedly extolled the virtues of the dishes before him and eagerly reached for every item within his sight, filling his plate to the brim. He generously inquired if Amanda and Draco would like to partake in his feast. After several refusals, Harry relinquished his attempts to persuade them, shaking his head in mild disappointment. It was a pity that such delicious food would be consumed solely by him. Draco sighed, suggesting, "Then you might as well enjoy our portions as well." Harry nodded eagerly, aiming for his next target. Amanda, however, maintained a serious demeanor, hardly taking in their conversation, her mind slightly agitated. The prospect of confronting some unknown threat today weighed heavily on her, especially as she pondered whether to face the danger herself or to bring Draco and Harry along. Although choosing to safeguard herself today might offer temporary safety, if Voldemort were to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, she would likely regret today's decision every day henceforth, losing any future opportunities for self-preservation. "Amanda, you seem troubled today," Draco inquired softly.
Ah.
Amanda quickly detached herself from her thoughts, attributing her distraction to the mounting academic pressure she had been experiencing lately. After all, it would be rather unwise to divulge that either Chilo or even Voldemort might choose tonight to make their move. Draco cast a concerned glance her way. "I know you always strive for excellence, but one must occasionally indulge in relaxation. How about we venture out with Harry this weekend for a little respite? What do you think?" The suggestion took her by surprise. Draco's face flushed slightly as he continued. "In fact, I learned from a letter my father sent recently. He mentioned that our lives at school could be rather monotonous, so, as a governor, he took the initiative to arrange for us to visit Hogsmeade once a month, contingent upon the presence of a professor." Chapter 72. The Invitation to Hogsmeade. Lucius truly lived up to his role as a governor. managing to secure for the first-year students the same privileges as the third years, along with the accompaniment of a professor. However, they were to be accompanied by Professor Snape? Indeed. Draco turned his head to survey the surroundings, ensuring no unexpected figures would appear. It was precisely because his father had provided his godfather with numerous rare potion ingredients that the latter agreed to vouch for them and act as their guardian. Hogsmeade?
What are you talking about?
Harry asked, taking a large bite of pumpkin cake, his words muffled. He then gulped down a cup of pumpkin juice, clearing his mouth. Really? That sounds fantastic, but I think I just heard you mention that Snape will be coming with us. Oh dear. He won't make our lives miserable and prevent us from doing anything, will he? Harry lamented. Well, I believe my godfather won't have the leisure to shadow us constantly. He has his own potion dealings in Hogsmeade. We can always concoct an excuse to divert him, Draco said, a proud smirk gracing his lips. Amanda raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing smile with Harry. As long as they could escape Hogwarts, they would undoubtedly find numerous ways to distract Snape. Provided nothing unforeseen occurred today, she was genuinely looking forward to their weekend adventure in Hogsmeade. After all, the prospect of that outing alleviated some of her anxious feelings. This morning's charms class proceeded as expected, with Professor Flitwick teaching them the levitation charm. Do not forget. The most crucial aspect of this spell lies in the subtle wrist movement. Professor Flitwick stood atop a stack of thick books, demonstrating the wand movement. A flick and a swish, a flick and a swish. Do you remember, everyone? The incantation must also be pronounced correctly. Does anyone recall the unfortunate Baruffio? He mispronounced Ephazes, and when he awoke, he found a wild bull standing on his chest. Harry shuddered involuntarily. The more he says that, the more I worry I might end up like that poor fellow. Amanda had already mastered the spell through self-study prior to this, so she executed the movement with ease. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather floated delicately into the air, swirling around the room with the wave of her wand. Professor Flitwick applauded. Oh, everyone, behold the splendid technique of Miss Merlin. However, it was no longer surprising to me that Miss Merlin was the first to succeed each time. Shortly after her, Draco also managed to levitate the feather a few feet into the air. Harry was still fervently reciting the incantation, the veins in his neck bulging. His arms flailing with increasing vigor, yet his feather remained stubbornly still on the floor. Amanda leaned over to softly remind Harry. Oh, let me give it a try. Harry pursed his lips, contemplated for a moment, and attempted again. Wingardium Leviosa. This time, his incantation was quite commendable. The feather rolled around on the table before finally lifting into the air, almost entirely leaving the surface. Amanda encouraged him. Not bad. Your wand movement is a bit excessive. Shall we try again? After several more attempts, Harry finally succeeded in making the feather float entirely. He grinned, revealing a small canine tooth. I can do it too. Amanda shrugged. As long as you find the right method, anyone can learn swiftly. When Amanda, Draco, and Harry regrouped in the Slytherin common room, she reminded them not to forget the Malfoy family's protective brooch. Harry had no objections. Draco had just exited the dormitory, frowning as he scrutinized his attire. He wore a subtle yet luxurious emerald silk robe, his platinum hair slicked back with an extra amount of pomade, firmly secured at the back of his head. However, I feel that my outfit leaves no room for error. At least, do you not think it appears quite fitting? He remarked. I have an uneasy feeling that something ominous may transpire tonight, she said earnestly. Harry cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping on their conversation. Amanda, are you referring to Voldemort? Draco retrieved the protective brooch from the Malfoy family crest ring and pinned it to the inner collar of his robe.
Damn.
We finally have a banquet to attend. Amanda shrugged. I'm merely speculating. The likelihood of nothing happening exists, though it may be quite slim. Should we inform Snape about this? Harry inquired nervously. Amanda shook her head. Have you forgotten? Snape has stated that we lack evidence, and besides, this is merely my conjecture. Once they had gathered everything, they crawled out of the common room, ready to head to the great hall for the banquet. Throughout the journey, Harry remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Perhaps we should find Quirrell ourselves and follow him. After all, he would not dare to act against us within the castle. Harry suggested anxiously. Harry, do not underestimate the boundaries of a Death Eater. That is certainly not a wise course of action. What if he seizes the Philosopher's Stone first and intends to kill you? Amanda adjusted Harry's head, which was darting around. Let us not draw attention to ourselves. We will feign ignorance and attend the banquet. Chapter 73. An unexpected turn of events at the banquet. The grand hall was adorned with a myriad of vibrant decorations, the ceiling alive with the flitting of thousands of bats, while ominous clouds swirled menacingly above the dining tables. Before each seat, either large or small pumpkin lanterns flickered, their candlelight dancing within. Amanda and her companions found a few vacant spots at the Slytherin table, and she cast a sidelong glance towards the Gryffindor table. As she had anticipated, Hermione had not engaged in a quarrel with Ron and subsequently fled to the girls' restroom to weep in solitude. To her relief, Hermione appeared to have made several good friends in Ravenclaw, happily conversing with Padma beside her. Amanda nudged Harry with her elbow. "Don't overindulge later. Be cautious." "All right, I understand," Harry replied reluctantly with a nod. Indeed, shortly after Dumbledore announced the commencement of the banquet, and before Harry could even take his first bite of chicken leg, Filch staggered into the hall, gasping for breath and shouting in terror. His face contorted in a grotesque mask of rage and fear. The professors. Professor Dumbledore. "You must alert them immediately." Before he could finish, a strange rumbling emanated from beneath the ground.
Ah!
Students began to panic, shrieking and scattering, abandoning their food as chaos ensued in the hall. Dumbledore was compelled to cast several sharp explosions with his wand, which finally brought about a semblance of calm. "Please, everyone, sit still and remain in the hall. Heads of houses, ensure the safety of your students. I will cast a powerful defensive spell over this area, and I implore everyone not to leave." With a wave of his wand and a murmured incantation, tendrils of silvery mist emanated from its tip, enveloping the entire hall. He gestured for several professors to accompany him as they exited. Once the professors departed, panic again gripped the hall. The heads of houses were forced to traverse the long tables, soothing their increasingly agitated students. Has that old man truly lost his senses? To leave so many students here, without a single professor to protect us? Is he overly confident? Ron, at the Gryffindor table, clutched his head and shouted in despair. "This is it. We're finished." Nearby, Blaise, seated next to Draco, wore an expression of eager anticipation. "My mother always said Hogwarts was the safest school in the world. If only she knew about the sudden influx of danger here, lass," he sighed, uncertain if his lament was for Hogwarts or his mother's misguided beliefs. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw students engaged in earnest discussions regarding the efficacy of Dumbledore's defensive charms. "From my observations, there seem to be several types of protective spells, primarily for safeguarding. Do these truly work? It is said that the skin of a giant is both thick and hard, rendering most spells ineffective." Amanda gently patted the two individuals beside her, who were staring at each other with wide, fearful eyes. "We shall find an opportunity to ascend to the 4th floor." "What? Amanda, you cannot be serious. Are we truly going?" Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. Amanda raised an eyebrow. "I am prepared. If you are unwilling, I shall proceed alone." The three-headed canine appeared to have been unleashed, and the guard dogs in the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor were absent. One could only wonder how well Dumbledore had concealed the Philosopher's Stone. Given the current circumstances, she surmised that Quirrell would not have ventured inside while releasing these magical creatures. It would be too easy for the professors who came to inspect the stone to catch him in the act. Instead, he would likely wait for Snape or other professors to complete their examination of the stone, or perhaps to prepare for its relocation. Quirrell would then lurk at the entrance, seizing the opportunity to snatch the stone. If they could outmaneuver Quirrell, they could lie in wait nearby and quietly apprehend him. She had already identified an excellent ambush point and had practiced several useful silencing charms. "Draco, you stay here. I will go with Amanda," Harry exclaimed. "But how do we escape?" He peered around, noticing the two Slytherin prefects patrolling around the long table. "Disillusionment charm," Amanda replied succinctly. "We will go one by one. Harry, you pretend to drop something and crouch beneath the table. I will cast the disillusionment charm on you. Just be careful not to be touched by anyone. We will regroup at that door on the right side at the back of the Great Hall." Harry glanced around to ensure he wasn't attracting attention. Fortunately, everyone was engrossed in the extraordinary creatures appearing within the castle and were not, as usual, dividing their attention among the three members of Slytherin. He seized the moment, feigned dropping something, bent down to search for it, and then nestled himself completely under the tablecloth. "Bedazzling hex," Amanda murmured softly as she discreetly extended a hand from her robe, casting the spell. Instantly, Harry's figure vanished. To the naked eye, he became nearly undetectable, blending seamlessly with his surroundings while his physical form remained present. "Amanda, I've made it," came Harry's muffled voice from beneath the table, as he appeared to be slowly advancing forward. Amanda rubbed her temples in frustration. Should she remind Harry that although she had instructed him to crouch, it was merely to ensure he did not stand out? She had not meant for him to traverse the narrow space between the tables beneath the tablecloth. There was enough room to pass, and he could manage to evade the patrolling prefects. Just as she prepared to crouch and replicate her earlier actions, Draco tugged at her sleeve, his eyes glinting. "I am coming with you. Draco, I comprehend your sentiments, yet today poses considerable danger." It would be prudent for you to remain here and await our return, if you please, she articulated delicately, hoping to dissuade Draco from his intentions. After all, their undertaking today would be a brazen defiance against Voldemort, potentially jeopardizing him and the Malfoy lineage. Chapter 74. Slipping out of the feast to the ambush site. Draco remained silent, yet he did not relinquish the cuff of her robe. Very well, Draco, stay here. If anyone inquires about our whereabouts, please provide cover for Harry and me, Amanta implored helplessly. Time was of the essence. Quirrell could arrive at any moment. Draco unfastened the emerald silk robe draped over him. Draco, what are you doing? I am going, he declared, stowing the robe within the family crest ring. You saved me earlier. As friends, we cannot abandon one another in peril, can we? All right, there is no time to waste. Let us proceed together. Amanta pressed Draco down and cast the disillusionment charm, then carefully pulled him to his feet, taking care to avoid any obstacles. They made their way towards the door on the right side of the hall behind the Slytherin long table. Along the way, not far from them, Blaise and Theodore were engaged in conversation, while Goyle and Crabbe continued their feasting, with the other long tables momentarily oblivious to their presence. Just as Amanta exhaled in relief, a Gryffindor boy nearby stood up, waving his arms and gesticulating wildly, his arm nearly colliding with their chests. She swiftly tugged Draco down, and in her haste, accidentally bumped into a tall Slytherin boy.
Who?
The Slytherin boy turned impatiently. Amanta gasped, trying to lower her profile and conceal herself. Jordan, it's you again. Looking for trouble? You have the wrong person. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not think you can feign ignorance. I am well aware of your playful antics. The tall Slytherin boy and the Gryffindor, who had just been waving his arms, were locked in a heated argument, nearly prepared to escalate into a duel. Enough. What are you two squabbling about? Goodness, we cannot afford any mishaps at such a critical moment. Percy, the Gryffindor prefect, hurried over. Seizing the opportunity, Amanta and Draco crouched down, brushing past Percy and quietly avoiding the fray. On their route, someone had inadvertently spilled pumpkin juice on the floor, causing them to slip repeatedly. It must be said that perhaps Harry's decision to traverse beneath the long table was indeed a sagacious choice, despite his evident later arrival. Amanta guided Draco to crouch behind a large pumpkin lantern at the right side of the door. Damn it! How are we to reunite with Harry? We cannot see him. Nor can he see us, Draco remarked, peering from behind the lantern. The disillusionment charm does not render one completely invisible. If one scrutinizes closely, they may discern certain anomalies. Amanta elucidated. After a span of 2 or 3 minutes, Amanta suddenly rose, reaching out into the air before her. Here they come. A muffled sound of terror permeated the air. Amanta swiftly covered his mouth. Hush, Harry, do not cry out. It is us. Oh, right, I almost forgot. You are invisible too, Harry gasped, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. How did you get here? I didn't see while I was crawling under the table. Never mind that. We must leave quickly. After all, the absence of 3 people at the long table is glaring and cannot be concealed for long. To the 4th floor. Amanta dashed ahead, striding through the corridor and ascending the stairs. Gotcha. Peeves cackled, hanging upside down from the wall, his legs swinging wildly, a malevolent grin on his face. I shall inform Filch. I'll tell him there are some disobedient students here. He seized a vase from the corner and hurled it in their direction. Peeves, we have something of great importance to attend to. Something important? Pray tell, what could be more significant than me tearing off your robes? Peeves reached out, tugging at Harry's robe collar, attempting to pull him back. All petrified. Obstacles galore. Amanta, drawing her wand, instantly cast several spells, causing Peeves to shriek and dodge to the sides. Oh dear, the new students are quite extraordinary indeed.
Run.
The barrier spells might delay Peeves for a few seconds. Amanta led Harry and Draco up the stairs, continuously casting spells behind them. They dashed past the trophy room on the 4th floor, through the corridor lined with armor, and turned through countless hallways. As they rounded the corner near the charms classroom, Amanta suddenly lifted a tapestry along the corridor wall and urged Draco and Harry, quick, get inside. My word, there is indeed a secret passage here, Harry marveled. They swiftly squeezed into the narrow passage behind the tapestry. Peeves grumbled as he passed by, completely oblivious to their hiding spot. Where are those pesky new students? TSK, TSK, TSK. As Peeves' voice faded into the distance, Draco stretched his arms uncomfortably and whispered, Amanta, shouldn't we go out and find that corridor?
No.
Do you see that door? Amanta parted the tapestry slightly, gesturing towards an inconspicuous door at the end of a charms corridor. The door appeared to have been violently damaged. After all, it was from here that the 3-headed dog had been unleashed. Could that be the place? Yes, Amanta replied succinctly. We should leave this spot. There may be someone coming soon. She rose, carefully lifting her feet in the dark, narrow passage, retreating silently. This was a secret passage connecting the charms corridor to the corridor of armor. As they shifted into the armor corridor, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from below the stairs. The three of them held their breath, exchanging tense glances before separating to hide behind a suit of armor, straining to catch any useful information. "Master, we shall remain here," came Quirrell's stuttering voice from the corridor.
What?
"It is far too easy to be discovered here. Are you suggesting that there is a passage behind that tapestry?" "Yes, indeed. How did I not think of that?" Quirrell's footsteps are drawing nearer. Chapter 75, The Encounter Between Snape and Quirrell. A rustling sound emanates from the secret passageway, indicating that Quirrell has indeed entered. Amanta raises her wand toward the passage's exit, casting a fleeting glance at Harry and Draco, who are hidden away. Fortunately, their concealment is equally effective. From her vantage point, all she can see is a row of armor gleaming silver in the moonlight. "Master, I recall that behind the passage is the trophy room," Quirrell murmurs nervously. Yes, I shall go check." He lifts his wand high, cautiously illuminating the surroundings as he steps toward the corridor of armor where Amanta and the others are concealed. Occasionally, a rumbling sound reverberates from beneath, accompanied by a frightening tremor, though it is somewhat muted due to the distance. Quirrell pauses, mumbling to himself, acquiring these. "It took me considerable effort. They should suffice for a while." His footsteps grow ever closer. Amanta crouches beside a suit of armor, peering through a narrow gap, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the exit. She senses the darkness around them gradually being dispelled by Quirrell's wand light, and she can even hear his hurried breaths. Her heart rises to her throat. Suddenly, voices drift from the end of the corridor leading to the charms classroom. "Severus, I believe you harbor some bias against Quirrell. If he had nothing to hide, he wouldn't be so fearful of confronting me. Where is he now?" The familiar voice belongs to Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. Quirrell, clearly aware of their approach, extinguishes his illumination and falls silent. Professors McGonagall and Snape remain oblivious to any abnormalities, engaged in a heated discussion. "Poor young man. He ought to have a few things he wishes to do. You might be misunderstanding him. We have just seen that the item is unharmed. In any case, this place is no longer safe, Minerva. Dumbledore has instructed us to retrieve it. He wishes to place it in a new location." Severus, sometimes I fail to grasp what Albus is truly contemplating. What is the purpose behind these traps? They do not effectively deter any dark magic. Minerva, have you not yet realized? He merely aims to lure Potter and that individual there, Snape mutters through clenched teeth. "What? Potter? He is still just a child. Potter carries the bloodline protection of Lily. He can still wield that power against him. That is precisely Dumbledore's intention. That cannot be. I must have a serious discussion with Albus." Suddenly, a loud crash resounds as something topples over, sending various items clattering to the ground. Following this, a heavy thud echoes through the air. "Who is it?" Snape's voice rises in alarm, softly inquiring, "Minerva, are you unharmed?" Professor McGonagall remains silent. "No wonder you've been causing me trouble these days. It seems you have long suspected me," Quirrell stammered. At the end of the corridor came a clattering sound, as if Quirrell had pushed aside the tapestry and stepped out. Snape snorted coldly. "I was well aware you would be here." "How fortuitous, Snape. I, too, am prepared to eliminate you." "With your half-baked ineptitude?" Snape retorted. "I suggest you do not let arrogance cloud your judgment." Quirrell's voice sounded somewhat irate. "Master, please assist me." Fool." A hissing sound emerged, serpentine in its nature. Snape grunted, as though contemplating something. "What makes you believe I would accept you as the Dark Lord in such a pitiful state? How can you prove it?" "No. I firmly believe the Dark Lord would never descend to such a wretched form. Of course, all it requires is for you to hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and I assure you, you'll be astounded. After enduring so many years, I have not faltered in the slightest," Voldemort coaxed. "If you give it to me, I can restore my physical form, Severus. Together, we shall stride towards the future we desire. But you are merely a formless monstrosity, appearing nothing more than a pitiful wretch. Severus, I once held you in high regard, believing you to be a clever man. Yet it seems you are not so remarkable after all." With a series of explosive sounds, crackles and bangs, Snape remained silent, while various spells clashed and erupted in the corridor, followed by the cacophony of shattering glass. During Snape and Voldemort's exchange, Amantha had quietly crept behind the tapestry. She gently lifted a corner of the tapestry, peering through the gap to observe the unfolding scene. The corridor was illuminated as if it were daylight, filled with sparks from the myriad spells being cast. Dazzling magical effects collided with shields and walls, casting bizarre shadows throughout the corridor. The ground lay in disarray, with vases, astrolabes, and decorative stands strewn about, while the glass windows on either side had shattered into fragments on the floor. Gradually, Quirrell began to falter against Snape, retreating step by step. "Master,
Help me.
he pleaded.
Fool.
"Do not focus solely on Severus. Eliminate that woman on the ground first," Voldemort hissed, urging Quirrell on. Quirrell glanced at the unconscious Professor McGonagall, raising his wand. Avada, clatter. His hand inexplicably slipped, and the wand fell to the ground. "Damn it! Why are my fingers cramping?" Quirrell frantically crouched to retrieve his wand. However, in the midst of battle, such an action left him vulnerable. Snape brandished his wand, and Quirrell was immediately flung backward.
Fool.
"Did you not notice there are others here?" Voldemort screamed. He decisively abandoned Quirrell, transforming into a cloud of black mist and escaping through the window. "Master, you cannot forsake me as you did last time. Master, take me with you. I wish to accompany you." Quirrell clamored, scrambling to his feet, forgetting to retrieve his wand, instead clinging to the window frame to gaze outside. Snape strode forward with purpose, elegantly waving his wand, and a bundle of ropes instantly ensnared Quirrell from head to toe. "Come forth, I am not blind like that fool Quirrell." Chapter 76. Quirrell is expelled from the school. A mantis sprang forth from the hidden opening behind the tapestry. Quirrell's eyes widened in shock, and his face flushed a deep shade of crimson. "You again? By Merlin, when did you arrive there? You meddlesome nuisance, ugh." His words were abruptly silenced as Snape swiftly stuffed a cloth into his mouth. "I believe it is necessary for you to elucidate why you are here, Miss Merlin. Having chosen to abandon the other students in the Great Hall to play the hero, have you caught Potter's arrogance?" Snape's voice was icy as he scrutinized Amanta with a piercing gaze. "Professor, it was my idea," a clear voice interjected from beside them. As Harry emerged from behind the tapestry, "Such foolish and mindless behavior is indeed something only you could accomplish," he said, casting a glance back toward the interior. Yet Draco, hidden behind the tapestry, remained unmoved. "Have you mistaken yourself for a corpse, my dear pupil?" Called upon by Snape, Draco reluctantly emerged, a disdainful expression upon his face. Very well. All three of you are present. Do you intend to gather around for a game of wizard's chess?" Snape's voice dripped with a chilling softness, sending shivers down their spines. "Well, Lucius even went so far as to pen a letter beseeching me to take you to Hogsmeade this weekend. Is this how you repay him, my dear pupil?" "Professor, it is not like that. We were merely concerned that Quirrell might obtain the Philosopher's Stone," Harry fervently defended. "Matters concerning professors do not require your intervention, or do you believe yourself superior to the professors?" Snape scoffed. "As an astute and meticulous professor, I was already aware of Quirrell's presence nearby and had summoned McGonagall, though she was distracted by my words." "Yes, and Professor McGonagall as well?" Amanta instinctively scanned the corridor and soon located McGonagall, who appeared to be unharmed, though she had succumbed to unconsciousness, leaning against an overturned cabinet. "What are you standing there for? Do you think you are a group of Discover trolls? Quickly, assist Professor McGonagall and transport her to the infirmary." "Yes, Professor." They struggled to lift McGonagall, but after several attempts, they found it futile, for a fainted adult was not an easy burden to bear. "Are you all simply idle? Never mind, let me handle it. You keep an eye on this fool." Snape delivered a swift kick to Quirrell's backside, sending him stumbling before them. Quirrell emitted muffled sounds of protest, his eyes wide with fury, as if they might pop from their sockets. "Good colleague, I advise you to behave. My students are no less troublesome than I." Amanta and her companions brandished their wands, aiming them at Quirrell. "Let's move." Kiro's complexion turned a deep shade of purple as he walked stiffly ahead. They brandished their wands at him, initially escorting Professor McGonagall to the second-floor infirmary with Severus Snape. Upon entering the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey hurried over, her expression a mix of concern and astonishment, nearly on the verge of tears. "Minerva! Oh, what has happened?" "Severus, quickly. Lay her on the bed, but be gentle." She crouched down to examine Professor McGonagall thoroughly. "Thank Merlin, Minerva is merely experiencing some dizziness. A night's rest should suffice." As she rose, she finally noticed Professor Quirrell, bound like a mummy at the entrance of the infirmary. "Queerness? Severus, why have you tied him up like this?" "He has undoubtedly committed some unforgivable errors, and we caught him in the act," Snape replied slowly. Madame Pomfrey shot a stern glance at Quirrell, which spoke volumes. "Very well. I trust Dumbledore has his reasons. You may leave now, and do not disturb Minerva's rest." With a wave of her hand, she ushered them all out. While Madame Pomfrey remained relatively composed, their entrance into the Great Hall with the bound Professor Quirrell caused quite a stir among the students. "Merlin, Potter, and Malfoy." Head girl Gemma hurried over, her curiosity piqued. She intended to inquire about their whereabouts, but was interrupted by the sight of Kiro's predicament. Never mind. I'm just glad you're all right. Following Snape, they made their way toward the staff table, the whispers of the onlookers palpable. Is there some enmity between Snape and Kiro? Could those dreadful creatures tonight have been released by Kiro? I thought it was Hagrid's doing. Why is it always those few? They seem to be involved in every incident. Do you think this is connected to the fire in the Forbidden Forest? Such murmurs undoubtedly reached Kiro's ears, causing him to slow down, his legs trembling as he glanced around in terror. Move faster, Draco urged, pressing his wand against Kiro's back with irritation. Kiro stiffened, hastening his pace. They faced the astonishment and chatter of the entire hall as they approached the dais, where Dumbledore awaited them. Kiro emitted muffled sounds, perhaps attempting to plead his case, but no one paid him any heed. Albus. He has escaped again, Snape stated. Dumbledore blinked behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Quite normal, Severus, you have done well. Snape lowered his gaze, his expression vacant. Dumbledore regarded the storm clouds swirling above the great hall. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Kiro relinquished any notion of resistance, his anxious gaze darting between Dumbledore and Snape. When had they begun to question him? This thought filled him with profound confusion. I owe my gratitude for all of this to Miss Merlin's timely warning at the beginning of the term. Dumbledore smiled warmly at Amanta. Luck is indeed a form of strength, Miss Merlin. Dumbledore spoke with profound significance in Chapter 77, the new defense against the dark arts professor. It was evident that you all exerted considerable effort tonight, and I extend my gratitude for rescuing Minerva. Therefore, Slytherin shall receive 20 points. Dumbledore cast a glance at the staff table. Furthermore, we urgently require a professor for the defense against the dark arts course on this matter. Severus, do not fret. I have already identified a suitable candidate. Dumbledore curtailed Snape's attempt to voice his thoughts. Very well, that is most agreeable. Snape furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. After all, he had consistently applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Severus, I harbor no doubts regarding your professional capabilities. I merely fear we may struggle to find another potions master of your caliber. Thus, I am quite curious, who precisely is the new defense against the dark arts professor? Gilderoy Lockhart has written to me, expressing his eagerness to come here, provided he can teach the illustrious Harry Potter.
Lockhart?
Draco exclaimed softly in astonishment. Upon realizing all eyes were upon him, he shrugged. He is a renowned celebrity, with his books prominently displayed at Flourish and Blotts, where they even created a special section for him. Lockhart? It cannot be that boastful charlatan, can it? Snape remarked incredulously, Albus. At times I truly believe you have become muddled. I admit I am of an advanced age, yet I remain clear-headed, Severus. I am well aware of his actions, as I happen to know a couple of wizards whose memories he has erased. Since you are aware, why would you choose to appoint him as the defense against the dark arts teacher? It appears you are indeed confused. Precisely because he excels in the art of memory charms, no one can verify whether those actions were indeed his. However, I believe that if we were to expose his ruse by immersing him in ordinary school life, the cracks would undoubtedly surface. Very well, Albus, I wish you luck. Snape scoffed sarcastically. Early the following morning, Dumbledore informed everyone of the situation. Due to Professor Quirrell's negligence and perilous conduct the previous night, the school has decided to terminate his position. As for the origin of those dangerous creatures, the Ministry of Magic has been tasked with the investigation. Officials from the Ministry took Professor Quirrell away last night. These creatures have been temporarily entrusted to Hagrid for care near the Forbidden Forest, until the Ministry can find appropriate handlers to take them away. The new defense against the dark arts professor will arrive at Hogwarts this weekend. Quirrell was also honored to grace the front page of the Daily Prophet for the first time. Today's edition featured a massive black headline stating, "The greatest joke of the century, Hogwarts defenses are crumbling." In the accompanying photograph, Quirrell was seen fending off cameras and flashes from all directions, his pale, ashen face appearing weak and wan. However, when reporters inquired about the origins of those creatures, he fell silent.
Ha ha ha.
Harry leaned over to glance at Draco's Daily Prophet, chuckling heartily. Amanta, come and see this. The reporter asked Quirrell how he managed to bring the troll into Hogwarts, and can you guess Quirrell's response? He stated that the shrinking spell he cast on the giant was utterly ineffective. Is he treating the journalists as fools? Moreover, as the interviews concluded, the reporters expressed their frustrations, with one suspecting that Quirrell was insulting his intelligence, for Quirrell had not uttered a single truthful word. Amanta merely shrugged. I too am quite curious about how he managed to bring those creatures into Hogwarts, given that they always proclaim it to be the safest place in the world. Draco's ears turned slightly red as he haughtily turned his face away. That is something my father always says. It has nothing to do with me. Unfortunately, There is no way to prove Quirrell's connection to Voldemort. Even if they apprehend Quirrell, the most they can do is imprison him for smuggling creatures, Harry lamented. Amanda shook her head. Even if it could be proven, no one would be willing to believe that Voldemort was truly alive. I wrote to my father, asking him to keep an eye on Quirrell. After all, my father holds a prominent position in the Ministry of Magic. Draco's face lit up at the mention of his father. Amanda chuckled helplessly. We must also express our gratitude to Professor Snape. Not only for his willingness to take us to Hogsmeade over the weekend, but also for his foresight yesterday. Without him, we would not have managed so easily. This incident has caused a tremendous uproar outside the school. The defenses of Hogwarts have proven to have such significant flaws that a professor could effortlessly transport a multitude of extremely dangerous giant creatures inside.
Indeed.
That is how they referred to them. Prior to this, they had consistently asserted that Hogwarts was the safest place in the world.
Now,
the press is busy crafting articles filled with sarcasm for entertainment, occasionally mocking Dumbledore or poking fun at Quirrell's interview, even praising him as a master of humor and a prankster. Meanwhile, the parents are in a state of panic. The skies above Hogwarts have been filled with a flurry of various owls since early morning. Parents have sent an avalanche of furious letters to Headmaster Dumbledore, expressing their outrage. The desk in Dumbledore's office was left charred. Dumbledore had to cast a protective charm outside his office to keep those letters at bay. Subsequently, parents wrote to the Ministry of Magic, hoping they would dispatch Aurors to guard the vulnerable Hogwarts. However, the ministry declined, citing that no casualties had occurred during last night's upheaval. Nevertheless, within Hogwarts, the students fervently discussed a new topic. Who do you think will be our future defense against the dark arts professor? Whether during meals or while walking the corridors with their textbooks and parchment, students were engrossed in this question. Soon, some unfounded rumors began to circulate within Hogwarts. I was seated quite close to Professor Dumbledore yesterday. I heard it was Lockhart.
What?
That Gilderoy Lockhart? The handsome one? I've read his autobiography. That's him. He is simply my dream lover. Most importantly, he is so young and handsome, with those forget-me-not blue eyes. Chapter 78. The Honey Duke of Hogsmeade. Draco scoffed at this. Hadn't the headmaster and Dumbledore already stated it? All those experiences he prided himself on were mere fabrications. No wonder I felt a shiver run down my spine when I saw his large poster displayed in the leaky cauldron. Amanda was scribbling on a piece of parchment, reviewing the intricate effects of various potion ingredients. Speaking of which, I am indeed curious about the smile that has won the Most Charming Smile award from Witch Weekly 5 times. Look at this. I have a photograph of him. Harry slid over a small piece of paper, one Cedric had given him, just from the photograph. Amanda hesitated. In her eyes, Lockhart certainly had a way of captivating a multitude of young witches. Even a small black and white cutout from a newspaper revealed Lockhart's dazzling and charming smile, showcasing a set of perfectly white teeth. However, it was primarily his stylish attire and meticulously styled hair that caught the eye. He even wore subtle makeup. If one were to disregard his actions and focus solely on the photograph, he could indeed be considered young and handsome. Unlike Draco and Harry, Amanda did not share their dismay at Lockhart's arrival. To be honest, while Lockhart was a bit of a fool, he was certainly not a dangerous individual like Quirrell. Nevertheless, Dumbledore seemed to have no immediate plans to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, and as long as it remained within the school, danger would persist. Amanda, you can't possibly think he's handsome, can you? Draco wrinkled his nose in disdain, his expression resembling one who had swallowed several snails. Harry looked at her with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Under their scrutinizing gazes, she reluctantly replied, "Well, he's not bad." The expressions of both Harry and Draco fell instantly, especially Draco, whose eyes brimmed with disappointment. "Amanda, I can't believe you would actually like a fool like Lockhart." Amanda shrugged. "It's not that I like him, it's just that, purely in terms of appearance, he isn't bad. No wonder so many are taken in by him. But we already know the ugly heart that lies beneath his polished exterior." She crossed out several lengthy steps of potion configurations she had written on the parchment and continued. "Dumbledore really has a penchant for drama in hiring such a defense against the dark arts professor. Quirrell, despite being a Death Eater, at least had genuinely traveled the world and possessed some real skills." Upon hearing her words, Harry began to sigh heavily. Goodness, enduring Quirrell's class was already torturous enough. Lockhart, for me, is just a self-aggrandizing novelist. He wouldn't expect us to write novels alongside him, would he? Draco rested his chin on his hand and grimaced. "I can only hope tomorrow comes quickly so I can spend a whole day reveling in Hogsmeade."
I almost forgot about that.
Amanda rolled up the parchment and tucked it into the Philosopher's Stone's ring. She shook her head, clearing her mind of knowledge to replace it with plans for Hogsmeade. Speaking of this topic, Harry was already brimming with excitement.
I've heard it's amazing.
I can't wait. I've yet to see a real wizarding village, he exclaimed enthusiastically. Cedric mentioned that he too was headed in the same direction, offering to guide them through the delightful establishments nearby, including a fascinating candy shop and a joke store. Harry, do not forget who is accompanying us, Amanda reminded him, her concern shifting to the prospect of Snape dragging them around all day to procure an array of potion ingredients and concoctions, provided, of course, that Snape permitted it. Harry seemed deflated, like a punctured balloon. Early the next morning, Snape, with a dark scowl and an air of reluctance, escorted them to the Honeyduke's candy shop. He curtly informed them that he was on the verge of a significant transaction. With that, he strode out of the candy shop, which contrasted sharply with his usual demeanor, leaving Amanda and the others exchanging glances. Well, it is commendable that Snape brought us out at all, Harry remarked. Amanda sighed, picking up a brightly wrapped piece of candy from the shelf. What is this? She wondered, hoping that Snape would complete his potion dealings and not leave them stranded. Mrs. Flume approached them, enthusiastically promoting a new product. Would you like to try our freshly introduced milk fudge? We offer complimentary samples. Milk fudge. What is that? Harry's interest was piqued. I'll have a piece, please. I'm not interested in sweets. Draco waved his hand dismissively. Is that so? Amanda unwrapped a piece of milk fudge. The soft, creamy confection melted in her mouth, filling it with a rich, milky flavor. But I recall your parents always sending you sweets. Draco's ears turned slightly red. They always think I'm still a child. There is nothing childish about enjoying candy, is there? Here, have a piece. Amanda unwrapped another piece of milk fudge and popped it into his mouth. Wow. Draco's eyes widened as he chewed slowly, finally conceding, all right, it actually tastes rather good. That's splendid. Amanda's eyes sparkled with delight. Harry, having sampled a package of pepper imps, suddenly rushed to them in a panic, while the shop assistant stifled her laughter behind her hand. My nose and ears feel rather strange, he exclaimed just as flames erupted from them. The shop assistant doubled over with laughter, while Harry stood frozen in shock. My nose. Did I really see it breathe fire? Good heavens. Apologies. Our pepper imps tend to have that effect, the shop assistant explained, gesturing towards the bag in Harry's hand. The packaging featured exaggerated comic art depicting a character identical to Harry, accompanied by a bold caption proclaiming, for your friends, breathe fire from your nose. Harry furrowed his brow, discarding the wrapper, and reached for a toadstool mint. I need something to cool my stomach. Amanda shook her head in exasperation. Let us sample everything, she instructed the shop assistant. The tuition fees from Dean Ocellus remained untouched, and though modest, they would suffice for a selection of sweets. Thank you very much for your patronage. The shop assistant deftly packaged the candies, quickly filling a large parcel, and added several slices of cake into the mix. Since you purchased quite a bit, our shop is pleased to gift you an additional 3 new cake slices. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Amanda, can you finish all this? Amanda shrugged. What are you thinking? Of course, there's enough for you and Draco too. Chapter 79. Unexpected guests at the Three Broomsticks. Harry exclaimed, and my share? Absolutely. Amanda replied, accepting the enormous parcel prepared by the assistant. However, carrying such a cumbersome item would be inconvenient for our adventures. So, I shall place it in the Philosopher's Ring for now.
Adventures?
Harry keenly seized upon the term. You're not actually planning to stay here all day, are you? Amanda pointed to the vividly decorated joke shop across the street, which was one of the most popular destinations. The joke shop. Harry's eyes sparkled as he rushed to the window, captivated by the flamboyantly adorned storefront. That's the place I most wish to visit. Donning a pleading expression, he implored, Amanda. Draco, can we please go there? I promise, I'll just take a look. Then you should write to your father, for when Snape arrives. He will surely leave us at Honeyduke's to attend to his own affairs, Amanda teased, her light blue eyes sparkling mischievously. Draco frowned slightly. That does seem plausible. The three shared a knowing smile, their gazes fixed on the vibrant red and blue sign of the joke shop. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Cedric. Cedric was engrossed in a conversation with a Hufflepuff boy, examining a teacup that bit the nose.
Cedric.
Harry called out loudly. Oh, Harry. And Amanda and Draco. He turned his head, cautiously scanning behind them. Where's Professor Snape? Snape left us at Honeyduke's, Harry replied, mimicking Snape's tone. He said, I must attend to a very important transaction. You all wait here. Cedric couldn't help but chuckle, and the small brown-haired boy beside him laughed as well, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. I forgot to introduce you, Cedric said, pulling the brown-haired boy closer. This is my roommate, Andy. He has quite the talent for food-related charms. Andy, these are they. I believe introductions are unnecessary, Cedric added. The freckled boy smiled warmly. Hello. I often hear Cedric speak of you. However, You are quite famous around the school, aren't you? Ha ha ha, we frequently cross paths, as we often compile rankings and school newsletters. He shook hands with Amanta and the others. So those rankings and the mischievous mouse were your creations? Amanta asked, intrigued. She recalled how Draco had once found a copy and proudly proclaimed he had topped the Hogwarts hairstyle rankings. Only for her and Harry to discover it was a bottom-ranking list. Embracing a mindset of not dismantling the difficult, she and Harry chose not to expose the truth, which has allowed Draco to occasionally boast about the matter even now. When discussing his expertise, Andy's enthusiasm became palpable. I am part of it. Many from Hufflepuff are involved. Interested? Though I suspect they might not permit you to join. If you were accepted, our content for the Naughty Mouse would be halved. Amanda shrugged. Well, I suppose you have a point. She reached into the Philosopher's Stone and extracted a handful of sweets, distributing them to Cedric and Andy as a bribe, reminding them to pen some favorable words about them. Andy gleefully accepted, patting his chest. You can count on me. Cedric and Andy led them on an extensive tour of the Zoko joke shop, followed by a visit to the nearby literary feather quill boutique and the elegant wizarding attire store. As they exited the latter, Andy proposed, shall we go to the Three Broomsticks for a while? A steaming cup of butterbeer would be delightful. The weather has turned chilly, and I find myself yearning for its flavor. Naturally, Amanta and the others had no objections. With 2 third-year upperclassmen guiding them, they thoroughly explored the shops of Hogsmeade. They meandered down a narrow path, with the Three Broomsticks situated at the village's center, slightly closer to the entrance. A strangely dressed figure with a hood hurriedly brushed past them, had bowed. In that fleeting moment, she sensed an unusual aura. The individual remained oblivious to their presence, hastening along the path. She shook her head, unable to articulate the peculiar feeling that had just washed over her. To confirm it was not merely her imagination, she nudged Draco with her elbow. Draco, focused on counting the scarves and decorative pins he had just purchased from the elegant wizarding attire store, murmured, 3 pairs, 5 pairs. What's the matter? Did you find that person a bit odd? Andy chimed in.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you mean that hooded figure? The individual had hastily turned onto a side path next to the Hogsmeade post office, disappearing from their view. Oh, he took the route to the Hog's Head Inn, which is hardly surprising. Most patrons of that pub are quite eccentric. Whatever, we're heading to the Three Broomsticks, where the drinks are superb. He cheerfully ushered them inside. Were it not for the knowledge of his Hufflepuff affiliation, Amanta would have suspected he was sent by the Three Broomsticks to entice customers. Inside, the establishment was exceedingly crowded, making them hesitate at the entrance. Andy, there might not be any available seats here. Cedric shouted over the din. With determination, Andy squeezed his way forward, exclaiming, Don't worry. Trust me, I will find us a spot. Fortunately, a few fellow students recognized Andy, and as they were preparing to leave, they vacated a table for him.
See.
I told you, I would find us a seat, Andy proclaimed proudly, patting his chest. Madame Rosmerta, the proprietor of the Three Broomsticks, squeezed her way through the bustling crowd, holding a menu. Good evening, everyone. What would you like to order? I apologize for the overwhelming number of patrons today. Service may be a bit slow. Oh, 1 butterbeer for each of us, please. But why are there so many people here today? Andy exclaimed, raising his voice to be heard above the din. I believe you young folks would be quite interested in Gilderoy Lockhart. Madame Rosmerta gestured toward the most densely packed area, though it was entirely obstructed, rendering them unable to see anything. But there's no need to rush. I've heard he'll be teaching at Hogwarts, so you'll have ample opportunity to seek his autograph later. Chapter 80. The Enthusiastic Admirers of Lockhart. Lockhart. Andy's eyes sparkled with excitement. By Merlin's beard. This is first-hand news. I must get my hands on it. He stood up and proclaimed earnestly, I must temporarily leave your company. There is a mysterious force over there calling to me. Host, I hope you won't take offense. Cedric rubbed his temples, which throbbed from the surrounding noise, and replied with mild exasperation, Go on, we'll be here waiting for you. Andy, feeling relieved, craned his neck and pushed into the throng. Soon, 5 steaming mugs of frothy butterbeer were brought to their table. Delicious, Harry exclaimed. Amanta picked up her mug and took a sip. The rich aroma of butter melded perfectly with the beer. With one swallow, a warm sensation coursed through her, melting away her fatigue. This is splendid. Draco regarded them with skepticism. Really? Is this truly enjoyable? It's exceptionally good. Don't you want to try? You won't find this at Hogwarts, Cedric encouraged, lifting his mug and blowing off the foam atop the butterbeer. Noticing their expressions were genuine, Draco cautiously raised his own mug, took a tentative whiff, and then sipped. It's surprisingly pleasant. I didn't expect Lockhart to arrive so swiftly, Amanda remarked, observing the crowded state of the three broomsticks. But he is still rather ostentatious. Draco frowned. Cedric looked at them, puzzled. I'm sorry, but it seems you are not fond of Lockhart? I think he is quite accomplished. His words trailed off under Harry's disapproving gaze.
Cedric.
How could you admire such a person? Harry scoffed, visibly incensed by Cedric's taste. Cedric waved his hand dismissively. Harry, how can you say that? Even if you have reservations about him, he will be our future defense against the dark arts professor. Amanda sighed.
Cedric.
If you find him somewhat attractive, I have no objections. However, I must tell you honestly, all the exploits he boasts of are fabricated. Cedric's eyes widened. Fabricated? Really? How do you know? Dumbledore informed us, Harry replied, with an air of mystery. Cedric appeared as though he wished to inquire further. Yet the current circumstances afforded him no such opportunity. They continued to sip their butterbeer, when suddenly, Lockhart pushed through the crowd and approached them. His actions elicited a chorus of squeals from a gaggle of young witches. The onlookers who had surrounded him cast envious and jealous glances toward Amanda and her companions. Dressed in a flowing cerulean robe, Lockhart sported a shimmering golden mane topped with a cerulean hat adorned with golden trim. He strode over with an air of self-assured elegance. Harry Potter, is that you? The moment I heard this enthusiastic student mention your name, I knew I had to come and speak with you, Lockhart declared. Andy, standing beside Lockhart, exchanged knowing glances with them. Lockhart flashed a grin that revealed a dazzling set of pearly whites, far more radiant than those captured in photographs. Uninvited, he pulled a chair and unceremoniously displaced Cedric and Draco, settling himself beside Harry. Draco frowned, creating distance between himself and Lockhart. Harry felt a twinge of discomfort. He glanced at them uncertainly before turning his attention to Lockhart. Professor Lockhart, what can I do for you? Indeed, but before that, Harry, look at the camera here. Just smile, Lockhart instructed, pulling Harry close and flashing a familiar smile. It was then that Amanda noticed a short man with a large black camera squeezing through the throng, eagerly raising his camera and frantically clicking the shutter. Harry, did you come here just to see me? Lockhart inquired, beaming as he shifted poses in between questions.
No.
Not really, Professor, Harry stammered. Lockhart chuckled heartily. Reluctant to admit it, are we? The shyness of a teenager? I understand completely. I know you, like many others. Stood in line for hours just to obtain a photo signed by yours truly. He retrieved a photograph from his robe, swiftly scrawled his signature with a flamboyant feather quill, and kissed the back of the photo. This act provoked another wave of gasps from the crowd. My apologies, everyone. I have decided that the final signed photograph of the day will go to Harry Potter, who, at such a tender age, dared to contravene school rules to witness my splendor in person. Is that not deserving of reward? Lockhart proclaimed, beaming as he waved the signed photo to the audience before handing it to Harry. Harry accepted it in a daze, and Amanda thought his mind might just be overwhelmed. Harry, do not fret. Starting next week, I will be the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, and you shall see me every day. Excited, are we? Lockhart softly reassured him, then rose, raising Harry's hand high. Take a few more pictures. He commanded the short man with the camera. The little man hopped about, searching for the perfect angle, relentlessly pressing the shutter, as a plume of purple smoke erupted from his camera, thickening the already crowded air of the three broomsticks. Amanda felt as though she were suffocating. Harry, how exhilarating. You are about to grace the front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet with me. Gilderoy Lockhart, oblivious to Harry's dazed expression, exuberantly posed him in a variety of stances. After Lockhart blew a kiss, the crowd's screams escalated to an ear-splitting crescendo, surging forward and pinning Amanda against the edge of the table. Cedric forcefully pushed aside the arms of two individuals blocking his way, struggling to shout to Amanda through the gap, "You all go ahead. I'll stay here to keep an eye on Harry." Amanda grasped Draco's arm, laboriously maneuvering away from the table, inching toward the exit. She felt as though her lungs might burst from the crush of Lockhart's fervent admirers. After what felt like an eternity, they finally escaped the horrendous scene. Amanda gasped for breath, exhausted as she leaned against a sign by the door, rubbing her sore feet. She remarked, "Thanks to Harry and Lockhart, we nearly met our end in there." Draco, equally grim, polished his leather shoes. "Have these people gone mad?" he complained. Chapter 81, An Unexpected Encounter at the Hogshead Inn. How unfortunate. I wonder how long Harry will be entangled with that fellow. Thankfully, Cedric is here. Nothing should go awry. Amanda sighed. Well, she inquired of Madame Pruitt, the innkeeper, whether she had seen Professor Snape, to which Madame Pruitt replied that she hadn't seen him since he left that morning. "It seems our godfather has truly forgotten us," Draco remarked, his expression blank. "Before Professor Snape remembers us, shall we go check over there?" Amanda pointed toward the nearby Hogsmeade post office. You wish to visit the post office? Who do you intend to write to? Draco queried, skepticism lacing his tone. You already have Pansy, don't you? Although the owls at the post office might be swifter. Just as Draco was about to launch into a boastful tirade, Amanda quickly interjected. Not the Hogsmeade post office. I meant the Hogshead Inn. The Hogshead Inn? Draco exclaimed, glancing nervously around to ensure their godfather wouldn't materialize from the shadows. Are you still pondering that hooded figure we just encountered? He whispered, his voice barely audible to them both. For some reason, I find it rather peculiar. Shall we take a look? Amanda suggested, gesturing to the protective charm brooch at her chest. Draco considered her words, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Very well, let us proceed together. However, if we procure no valuable information, we must make a swift exit. He leaned closer, whispering in Amanda's ear, I have heard my father mention that place. It is not a good one, fraught with unsavory characters. We should best disguise ourselves. He produced 2 pointed hats and 2 large scarves from his ring. Draco, you still have these? Amanda exclaimed in surprise. A faint blush crept across Draco's pale cheeks, yet he quickly concealed it with the scarf. Put it on, he murmured softly. I may have indulged a bit too much in clothing and such. Amanda shook her head, convinced by the fervor with which Draco had raided the elegant wizarding attire shop. She couldn't help but entertain the notion that Draco's emblematic ring might be brimming with garments and various accessories. They donned hats and wrapped scarves tightly around their faces, leaving only their eyes exposed. After turning off the main road from the Hogsmeade post office onto a narrow side street, it wasn't long before Amanda spotted a small pub at the corner. A weathered wooden sign, depicting a bloodied pig's head, hung from a rusted bracket at the entrance. Aside from that, the pub appeared diminutive, dilapidated, grimy, and dimly lit from the outside. Draco's expression was one of utter disdain. Are we really going to enter this place? Amanda raised an eyebrow. Even if they found nothing here, Draco's reactions were amusing enough. Aberforth was not a man of cleanliness, and it was solely by his own doing that his pub had been deemed the dirtiest place in the world by the naughty mouse. Of course, Draco replied, tightening his jaw. All right, then let us proceed. He adopted a look of grim determination. As they slipped into the pub, the moment they pushed open the narrow wooden door, a pungent scent of mutton assaulted their senses. Thankfully, Draco's scarf spared Amanda from an immediate bout of nausea. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and they soon realized that the windows were caked with filth, allowing no light to penetrate. They found a table nearby, the rough wooden surface lit only by a few flickering candle stubs that barely illuminated their surroundings. An eccentric-looking, tall, thin old man with a gray beard approached them. Amanda recognized him as Aberforth, the proprietor of the Hog's Head and brother to Dumbledore. 2 whiskeys, please, Draco said in a gruff manner, adopting an adult demeanor before Aberforth could speak. Aberforth paused, responding gruffly, Oh, underage wizards are not permitted to drink. The only thing we serve here is milk. If you're looking for something else, I suggest you little rascals find another place to pretend to be grown-ups. Draco stared at him in disbelief.
What?
Is this your attitude as the owner? You, drink if you want, or leave if you don't. Aberforth stood his ground. Before Draco could snatch off his hat and argue, Amanda quickly interjected, All right then, milk it is. After Aberforth departed, Amanda began to survey her surroundings. However, it was far too dark to discern anything clearly. The patrons were all dressed in remarkably conservative attire, especially under such dim lighting. Yet soon, as her eyes adjusted, she noticed a figure strikingly similar to Aberforth's, seated across from a tall man who also wore a hood. The figure seemed familiar, but before she could ponder further, Aberforth returned with 2 steaming mugs of milk, placing them on the table before them. However, the mugs were grimy and blackened. It is difficult to believe that this is a glass of milk unless one observes the liquid's color from directly above. Draco perched precariously on the edge of his chair, reluctant to allow any part of his body to come into contact with anything else in the room. I suspect this cup has not been washed since it was purchased. He scratched the exterior of the cup with the tip of his fingernail, and a deep scratch immediately appeared. Draco's hand trembled. The reality was even more horrifying than he had imagined. Such a thick layer of dust indeed. Amanda gazed at the glass of milk with trepidation, struggling to summon the courage to drink. Draco nervously scraped his foot against the floor. Why does the ground here always feel a bit sticky? Is it merely my illusion? Why is this house built directly on the mud? It seems as though the ground is composed of accumulated filth, Amanda tentatively suggested. Draco's face went pale, panic overtaking him as he lifted his foot, exclaiming, I truly do not wish to remain here for another moment. What are you doing? Snape materialized behind them, his expression dark and foreboding. Chapter 82. Snape meets his match. Amanda gasped, instinctively glancing toward the spot where the 2 individuals had just been. They had vanished without a trace, though that seemed of little consequence now. Snape furiously grasped them by the nape of their necks, lifting them as one would a chick. Care to explain? HM? He surveyed the area behind them. Where is Potter? Damn it, how could Snape be here? Was the potion trade a matter of such secrecy? She recalled that there were several shops here dealing in potion ingredients and tools, some even bordering on the illegal. Under immense pressure, Amanda spoke up. Professor, you left us at the Honeydukes for too long. We became a bit hungry and decided to explore. You and my dear pupil wandered all the way to the Hog's Head? We perused all other establishments. Draco weakly defended himself. Snape's glare was lethal. Draco attempted to explain further, but you did not. Amanda tugged at his arm, signaling him to cease. Although Snape had indeed not informed them of this matter, contradicting him while he was angry would only lead to dire consequences. Snape gritted his teeth and abruptly shifted the conversation. Fortunately, he appeared to be more concerned about Harry. Amanda quietly exhaled in relief, gesturing toward the direction of the Three Broomsticks. He is at the Three Broomsticks. We encountered Lockhart there, who was taking photographs with Harry. The attention-seeking Potter is indeed a perfect match for that Lockhart. Snape muttered a low curse and strode towards the Three Broomsticks. His long, billowing robe flowed gracefully behind him, reminiscent of the enormous bat that Harry often spoke of. Yet, as she gazed at his retreating figure, Amanda suddenly found it somewhat familiar. Was that tall, hooded figure at the table Snape? If Snape was indeed that person, what could he possibly be discussing with a short, portly man? Potter, well, Professor Snape, Harry stuttered, as if he had fallen from one hell into another. A pronounced sneer adorned Snape's face. Well, Potter, although I do not hold much expectation for the thoughts that might linger in your snot-filled brain, it is indeed disappointing to see you revel in the spotlight so eagerly. No student at Hogwarts was oblivious to the infamous potions master. Upon the arrival of this uninvited guest, the expressions of the onlookers shifted, their fervor for Lockhart dimming as they parted ways to grant Snape passage. He strode confidently to the front, where Lockhart and Harry stood. Lockhart, lifting his gaze from the camera, flashed a brilliant smile at Snape. This is Mr. Severus Snape, a renowned potion prodigy and my senior. I have long admired his reputation. He enthusiastically engaged Snape in pleasantries, to which Snape merely inclined his head in acknowledgement. Lockhart, with a firm grip, he seized Harry's left arm, attempting to draw him away from Lockhart's presence. Startled, Lockhart glanced at him and pressed a hand on Harry's shoulder. No need to rush. We have plenty of time today, right, Severus? Are you here for my autograph as well? Oh dear, I apologize. The last one has already gone to Harry, and he is quite fond of it. Amanda peeked in from the doorway and caught sight of the scene. A storm cloud passed over Snape's countenance as he squeezed out a single response through gritted teeth. I believe you have misunderstood, Lockhart. I have no desire for your autograph. Lockhart raised a finger to Snape's lips, silencing his imminent words. Severus, I fully understand your admiration for me, but please do not let the absence of my autograph cast such a pall over your mood. With a flourish, he declared, Indeed, I shall present you with the most delightful surprise. We shall be colleagues henceforth. What is it, Severus? Are you too overcome with excitement to speak? Draco leaned lazily against the doorframe, exchanging a knowing smile with Amanda. I dare say this is the highlight of my day. After a considerable wait, Harry finally emerged, followed closely by Snape and a chattering Lockhart, who clutched Snape's arm. Cedric and Andy trailed behind them. We suddenly remembered we need to buy a few quills. Cedric interjected nervously, glancing at Snape and Lockhart. The short man with the camera appeared to be preparing to leave, much to Lockhart's apparent dismay. Could you take a few more pictures for us?
Oh.
Are you leaving? Very well. Tomorrow's headline shall read, The Man Who Brought the Savior and the Potions Master Together in a Quaint Tavern. Trust me, this will surely cause a stir. Lockhart waved goodbye to the short man, who was still fiddling with the camera. The device no longer emitted purple smoke. Amanda suspected he had taken too many pictures today, exhausting the developing potion that animated the images. Snape's expression was icily furious as he furrowed his brow at the troublesome little miscreants before him. According to Miss Merlin's introduction, I believe you have wandered enough around here. Before he could finish his sentence, Lockhart's golden head squeezed back into the scene. Under his expectant gaze, Harry occasionally responded with half-hearted agreement. Along the way, aside from Lockhart's incessant chatter, no one else dared to speak, feeling that anything they said would render them foolish in comparison to his presence. Chapter 83. The Dragon-Rearing Scheme at Malfoy Manor. Amanda had never felt time drag on so interminably, particularly as Lockhart relentlessly posed irrelevant questions. What day is my birthday? Harry, look, I just mentioned it. And you've already forgotten. Thankfully, your idol is such an understanding gentleman. However, Lockhart did manage to do one good thing. As they entered the castle, he cheerfully grasped Snape's hands. Severus, please take me to see my office. I know you can hardly wait to introduce me to the other professors. By the way, isn't there a welcome banquet tonight that I've been eagerly anticipating? Snape glared at Lockhart with a murderous intensity. I am not certain. I suggest you consult the responsible deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall. After speaking, Snape narrowed his eyes at Amanta and her companions. This time, I must punish you. Wait for me in the office. You are confined. Lockhart chuckled mysteriously. Alone with the illustrious Harry Potter? Severus, I know you're looking for such opportunities. Though this hardly seems the right moment. Does it? Watch me. He tossed his golden locks and winked, prompting shrieks from passing girls. Harry, would you care to meet me after my class? I have much to discuss with you. Some private matters among boys. Good heavens. How could someone behave so shamelessly in public? Amanta lamented, clutching her forehead, wishing to find a brick to hide behind. How is this any different from defecating in front of an audience? She couldn't help but glance at Draco and Harry beside her. Draco lowered his head, tugging at the collar of his robe, desperately trying to raise it to conceal his sharp chin, as if fearing recognition. Meanwhile, Harry's face was flushed, resembling a steamed crab. Though it was likely not from shyness, but rather from sheer embarrassment. Harry stiffly replied, all right, Professor. Lockhart, satisfied, threw an arm around Harry's shoulder and, in an educational tone, addressed Snape. Sometimes, one must employ the right approach, Severus. I know you simply struggle with social interactions, but deep down, you wish to be more like me. Lockhart hurriedly bid them farewell and dashed after Snape's retreating figure, leaving the trio standing in place. After a few seconds of exchanging glances, Amanta was the first to break the silence, striding towards the Slytherin common room. Quickly, before Professor Snape realizes he has forgotten to confine us. In Hagrid's modest abode, they animatedly recounted Gilderoy Lockhart's bewildering antics. Notably, Harry, now fully rejuvenated, vividly enacted the events for Hagrid's amusement. Hagrid chuckled heartily, playfully toying with the tiny Norwegian ridgeback dragon. Although the dragon had grown nearly as large as a toddler, Hagrid still insisted on swaddling it in a blanket, for it remained but an infant and could not be exposed to the chill. Nobert expelled a plume of flame from his nostrils, singeing a corner of the blanket, prompting Hagrid to flail in a frantic attempt to extinguish the fire while cradling the creature soothingly. In just a few days, they would have to part with Nobert, and Hagrid expressed his melancholy over the impending separation. Draco's enthusiasm for Nobert rivaled even Hagrid's. Perhaps it was due to the dragon's name? Amanta and Harry exchanged astonished glances at the scene before them. Draco had never been so amicable with Hagrid, now gathered with him, watching as he lulled Nobert to sleep. Where does the ministry intend to take Nobert? Draco inquired with a hint of envy. I don't know, Hagrid sighed, shaking his head. I suspect they might relocate him to some primordial forest in Romania. Nobert is still a baby. How could he withstand such harsh conditions? Draco furrowed his brow into a straight line. How could such inhumane actions occur? I ought to write to my father about this. Suddenly, Hagrid lifted his head, as if recalling something. Actually, Draco, he hesitated. What is it? Draco remained engrossed in studying Nobert's dark wings. Malfoy Manor would be an excellent place to raise a dragon. As the words left Hagrid's lips, Draco's eyes widened with excitement, and moments later, he clapped his hands together with enthusiasm. Indeed, Malfoy Manor is a splendid place for dragon rearing. Amanta and Harry exchanged glances, wiping the beads of sweat from their foreheads, contemplating the absurdity of the idea. Raising a dragon, particularly a fierce Norwegian ridgeback, at the manor seemed utterly fanciful, despite its considerable size. Amanta observed as Draco eagerly penned a letter to Lucius, refraining from dousing his excitement with cold water. My dearest little dragon, he began, while caring for a genuine baby dragon may indeed pose some challenges. It has been your lifelong dream. As an enlightened father, I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes. Love, your devoted father, Lucius Malfoy. Could it be true that Draco could indeed raise a dragon at Malfoy Manor? Ecstatic, Draco beamed, clapping Harry and Amanta on the shoulders. Of course. Surely, you didn't think Malfoy Manor consisted of merely one house? I must find an opportunity to share this wonderful news with Hagrid. Congratulations, Draco, Amanta said, patting the enthralled Draco, who was engrossed in flipping through 100 rules for dealing with dragons. Yet, her thoughts wandered to the upcoming Quidditch match, where Slytherin would face Gryffindor. This would be her inaugural Quidditch experience, and as the weather turned colder, the season was about to commence. Chapter 84, Lockhart's First Class. As November descended upon Hogwarts, the weather turned decidedly frigid, with ice coating the surroundings and the great hall perpetually shrouded in a gray haze. Each time Amanta stepped into the hall, she couldn't help but shiver. Before the Quidditch match on Saturday, 2 classes of Gilderoy Lockhart's defense against the dark arts awaited. This was undoubtedly one of the most arduous times for the majority of Hogwarts students. At the commencement of the first class, Lockhart brandished his entire collection of works, vocally extolling his exploits. "Gilderoy Lockhart," he proclaimed, gesturing towards the cover featuring a photograph of himself winking incessantly. Aside from a handful of infatuated girls, most students shuddered involuntarily. Yet Lockhart misconstrued this as admiration for his achievements. Excitedly trembling? "Oh, then let us embark on a delightful little quiz, shall we? Crab, what is my favorite color?" Crab rose hesitantly, casting a pleading glance towards Goyle. Goyle gaped, his expression even more bewildered than Crab's. With no choice but to focus on Lockhart's sky-blue robes, Crab pondered earnestly. "Blue?
Lavender?
Surely, you must have read My Year with the Yeti?" Lockhart exclaimed, incredulously. Crab simply shook his head, lost. Oh dear. What about me? The magical?" Lockhart asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he regarded Crab, who foolishly shook his head once more. With a loud sigh, Lockhart swiftly extracted a book from the pile, signed it, and handed it to Crab. "I am astonished you have not, but now you possess it. I shall inquire again in our next lesson. I must ascertain what your curriculum entails. Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense? This tome is far outdated. Hogwarts ought to be informed of their curriculum issues. But now, let us return to the matter at hand." Lockhart bent down and retrieved a large cage covered with a cloth, placing it upon the podium. "You are about to confront the most terrifying creature within this classroom. But rest assured, with me present, you shall incur no harm." He placed his hand on the cloth draping the cage. "I implore you to remain silent, regardless of what you witness." Under the spell of his words, the Slytherins held their breath, peering at the cage with a mix of fear and curiosity. Even Harry and Draco craned their necks to glimpse the dreadful creature within. Only Amanda seemed to already know what resided in that cage. Seizing the moment when no one was attentive, she stowed her textbooks and stationery into the Philosopher's Stone. Otherwise, they would soon meet their demise in the ensuing chaos. Lockhart lifted the cover, revealing a cage filled with small, iridescent creatures, approximately 8 inches in length, with pointed faces and sharp features. Their voices were as piercing as their appearance, and upon the unveiling of the cloth, they began to leap and chatter excitedly against the bars. "Cornish pixies," Lockhart declared in a hushed tone. "Uffed." Draco couldn't suppress a snicker. "What is it?" Lockhart inquired with a smile. Draco donned a quintessential Malfoy smirk and remarked, "Professor, I believe they pose no danger." This assertion irked Lockhart, who vehemently shook his finger in disapproval, declaring, "You cannot be so certain. They are mischievous little fiends."
With that,
he boldly flung open the cage door. The diminutive creatures erupted from their confinement, chortling gleefully as if they had entered paradise, and charged towards the unarmed Slytherin students. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Before Harry could finish a sentence, 2 of the sprites swooped down, tugging at his ears and delivering playful slaps to his face. "I'm here to assist you, Harry," Draco exclaimed, brandishing his wand, only to be met with a sharp kick to his back from one of the sprites. He cried out in surprise as 3 of them seized his wand in the chaos. "My wand," Draco shouted in frustration. "Fear not. They are merely little sprites testing this incantation. Pescipixie Pesternomy," Lockhart bellowed while brandishing his wand. However, the spell proved utterly ineffective. One sprite snatched his wand and hurled it out of the window. In a panic, Lockhart dove beneath the lectern, a timely decision. For a chandelier above him came crashing down moments later. A mantis swiftly concealed her wand within the ring of wisdom. The sprites from Cornwall had a penchant for pilfering wands, so it was prudent to rely on wandless magic. Seizing the opportunity, a sprite bit down on her ear, causing her to yelp in pain as she forcefully dislodged the creature from her head. Sprites despised being restrained, thus she swiftly cast Immobilis. A freezing charm shot forth from her palm, dispersing to envelop an area of approximately 1 meter in diameter. Several mischievous sprites were instantly rendered sluggish by the frosty spell.
how did you manage that?
Draco exclaimed, grappling with a sprite over his textbook. With the freezing charm, Amanda shouted, "Immobilis. Draco, your wand is in Blaze's hat." Draco narrowly dodged several sprites' attacks as he snatched his wand from Blaze's hat. Unbeknownst to Blaze, his shoes had been pilfered by the sprites, leaving him in a comical struggle. One hand clutching his tie and the other grasping a sock, flailing about in an attempt to ward off the bothersome sprites. Chapter 85. The tabloid editor's creation of Truth Immobilis. Amanda and Draco joined forces to rescue Harry from the clutches of the Cornwall sprites. His face was nearly swollen from the slaps, and as soon as he was freed, He rushed to join the fray against the freezing sprites. Immobulus. The incantations echoed throughout the classroom in a crescendo of magical fervor. Aside from the occasional mishap of inadvertently freezing someone's arm, the three of them nearly perfected the subjugation of most of the little sprites. Splendid! Splendid! Lockhart emerged from behind the lectern, clapping enthusiastically. Just as I envisioned. This is Miss Merlin, hailing from the illustrious Merlin lineage. I apologize for having overlooked you earlier, but Harry's aura is simply overwhelming. As he clapped, he approached to shake Amanta's hand. Be careful, Harry exclaimed. Two sprites hovered above Lockhart's head, collectively holding his complete works, while Harry's freezing charm shot forth from the tip of his wand. Thud! The sprites were suspended in midair, and several hefty tomes slipped from their grasp, accurately striking Lockhart on the forehead. Lockhart was instantly knocked unconscious. The professor has fainted, Crabbe shouted in a daze. Goyle reacted as well. Run for your lives. They dashed out in a panic. The other Slytherin students followed suit in a frantic rush. Harry seized Amanta and Draco, who were intent on following the chaotic exodus. Lockhart is still here. While I may not be fond of him, leaving him behind could be perilous, he explained. Harry cast a worried glance at the unconscious Lockhart, as several sprites endeavored to lift him from the ground, while others, much like they had done to Harry, slapped Lockhart's face vigorously. He'll be fine. Amanta closed the window with her wand to prevent the frenzied Cornish sprites from tossing Lockhart out. We've done our part, she shrugged. Draco grasped Harry's arm, pulling him along. You have no idea what you're doing. Let's go, unless you wish to end up like him. The following day, Lockhart took sick leave, claiming he felt unwell and required several days of rest. However, some Ravenclaw students reported seeing Lockhart with his face bandaged like a mummy, frequently lurking near the infirmary. Harry, do you still regret it? Amanta picked up the latest issue of Mischievous Mouse, which was typically a weekly publication, but they had made a special edition for Lockhart. Andy, wearing a peculiar smile, secretly handed them the magazine during lunch. I hear this was your doing. Quite well done, though I wish you had gone even further. He wore an enigmatic grin. Harry eagerly protested. It wasn't me. It was Lockhart himself. Andy merely patted Harry's hair, reassuringly. Good buddy, you are friends with Cedric. Thus my friends too. I would never divulge your involvement in this matter. With that, he left, still wearing his strange smile. Amanta and the others picked up the magazine with an ominous premonition, but upon seeing the cover, they burst into laughter in unison. On the cover, there was a cartoon figure, instantly recognizable to Amanta and her companions due to his iconic golden hair. It was the bruised and battered Lockhart, desperately attempting to display a tragic and contorted smile while covering his face. Beside him, within a large cartoonish circular frame, were the words, "Oh, my handsome and charming visage. Curse that Slytherin. I must resign." Harry chuckled heartily. This was even more exaggerated than I had imagined. They eagerly opened the Mischievous Mouse, which bore the sensational headline, Lockhart, having become the master of potions and the savior, is now the first man to be collectively beaten by Slytherin. Amanta continued reading, the text densely packed. The editor expressed admiration for the brave Slytherin students for the first time, recounting how they rendered Lockhart unconscious during his defense against the dark arts class, leaving him in a comatose state in the classroom until Professor Flitwick came to summon him for lunch. Draco scoffed. We didn't beat him. He brought this upon himself. Amanta skimmed through the article. Although the length seemed daunting at first glance, most of it was mere drivel. The editor lauded the valor of Slytherin, speculating that Amanta Merlin had instigated this due to her jealousy over Lockhart's undue favoritism towards Harry Potter. Though the motives varied, Slytherin ultimately united in their objective to punish Lockhart. They also gleefully remarked, it's all Slytherin's fault for going easy on him. Next week, they will likely endure Lockhart's torment once more. Amanta rubbed her forehead in exasperation. What is this nonsense? The imagination of Hufflepuff is overly vivid. It's merely a picture to start, with the content entirely fabricated. Harry, however, found himself grinning broadly, realizing for the first time that Lockhart wasn't so detestable. Even this tabloid felt endearing. He picked up the publication, requesting to keep the cover in his dormitory so that he could wake up each day to Lockhart's humiliating visage. However, Draco swiftly vetoed this request. I don't want to see that obnoxious fellow every day. Why not display Nobber instead? My father had numerous charming photos taken of Nobber. He is still a delightful little baby. As Draco and Harry argued over what pictures should adorn their dormitory, Marcus approached. He halted behind Amanta, gruffly stating, Don't forget to head to the Quidditch pitch after class this afternoon. Draco and Harry always accompanied her in the stands, providing commentary on each player's condition and style. Amanta had to learn the warming charm specifically for this purpose. Chapter 86. The Quidditch match was a bustling affair. In recent days, Amanta had reviewed most of the books on Quidditch in the library, including The Origins of Quidditch, The Beater's Bible, and Strategies for Defending Against the Bludger. It seemed that the task of finding the Seeker was deceptively simple. Disregard everyone and everything else, simply locate the Golden Snitch, and the Seeker would have fulfilled their duty. However, the Seeker can be regarded as the very core of the entire team. Locating the Golden Snitch not only signifies a substantial score increase for one's team but also heralds the conclusion of the match. In various strategic tomes on Quidditch, such as the Bible of Beaters, the foremost rule stated is to eliminate the Seeker. Thus, the Seeker often occupies the most perilous position on the team. Marcus, therefore, cautioned her numerous times, "Good girl, this is your first match. Understand that the impulsive and reckless giants of Gryffindor are much more dangerous. Rather than focusing solely on finding the Golden Snitch, I would prefer you to prioritize your safety." However, given that she was merely a first-year girl, Marcus's confidence in her was not particularly high. Gryffindor would undoubtedly falter against us, so even if you find yourself unable to pursue the Golden Snitch, you could at least hinder their Seeker, buying us time to score more goals. Amanta merely nodded in response, saying, "It would be splendid if I could locate the Golden Snitch." On Saturday morning, the weather was bright and cold, with the tantalizing aroma of roasted sausages wafting through the Great Hall as everyone eagerly anticipated the Quidditch match. "Harry, why aren't you eating today?" Amanta inquired with surprise. Harry, resting his chin on his hand, stared vacantly at the ceiling candles, not even bothering to lift his utensils. Ordinarily, Harry would have been devouring his meal by now. Yet, today, he was uncharacteristically subdued, his plate laden with steaming sausages and raspberry jam, untouched. "I don't feel like eating. I can't stomach anything," Harry lamented. Draco scoffed, dark shadows under his eyes. He had been restless since the previous night, repeatedly rising to ask, "Draco, is it morning yet? Is it time to watch Amanta's match?" Draco mockingly imitated Harry's tone, prompting Amanta to stifle a laugh. "It's as if you were the one participating in the Quidditch match, not him," Draco complained sleepily. "I was so exhausted that I had to use a stunning spell on him." "Enough already, that was a dreadful experience," Harry muttered, gingerly touching the back of his head, drawing in a sharp breath. "Oh, by the way," he seemed to recall something, "Amanta, I may not eat, but you must eat well." Enthusiastically, Harry forked some of the food from his plate onto Amanta's, quickly creating a small mound before her. "Harry, this is too much. I can barely manage," Amanta groaned, gazing at the towering heap of food on her plate. "Amanta, I've heard that in Quidditch matches, Seekers are particularly targeted, so eat more to build your strength." Draco solemnly pushed the plate of sausages toward her. Amanta sighed, "Draco, why are you too?" The two beside her were keenly eyeing her plate, ready to refill at the moment it emptied. Ultimately, she had to insist that eating too much would transform her into a cumbersome burden, unable to ride her broom. To halt their relentless hands. As the clock approached 11, they made their way to the Quidditch pitch. Harry and Draco secured a spot at the highest point of the stands, and Draco called out to Goyle, Crabbe, and Blaze, who together raised a banner that had been prepared in advance. The banner boasted the words "Victory for Amanta Merlin" in bold silver-green letters, set against the backdrop of the Slytherin crest, with a chibi depiction of Amanta in the lower right corner. Across the field, the Gryffindors were not to be outdone, waving their oversized Gryffindor banners with fervor. However, Amanta had yet to catch sight of these displays. As she and the other Slytherin Quidditch team members entered the changing room to don their deep green Quidditch uniforms. Once dressed, Captain Marcus Flint cleared his throat loudly. "All right, lads and lasses, I have little to say. As always, let's ruthlessly defeat them. Slytherin for the win. Slytherin for the win." The team echoed. "Protect Merlin out there, lads." Marcus approached the beater, Boar, giving him a hearty pat on the chest. Boar, a robust upperclassman, responded with a firm slap on his own muscular chest. "Of course. All right. It's time. Everyone ready?" Amanta followed Marcus out of the changing room, and as they emerged, the stadium erupted in cheers. She lifted her gaze and immediately spotted the banner proclaiming victory for Amanta Merlin, while below, she saw Harry and Draco, their faces flushed from the cold. Many Slytherins shed their usual reserve, rising to wave pointed wizard hats and cheer loudly for their team. "Slytherin for the win. Glory belongs to Slytherin." Crabbe and Goyle clasped hands, hoisting the banner high and shouting towards Amanta, "Merlin for victory." Even from such a distance, Amanta could distinctly hear their rallying cries. Beneath the thunderous applause, her heart fluttered with excitement, albeit with a hint of unfamiliarity. Even as the Gryffindors jeered from the opposite side, "Boo, Slytherin. Slytherin shall fall." Madame Hooch shot them a glare. "I expect everyone to compete honestly and fairly, refrain from any unsporting behavior." Madame Hooch stood at the center of the pitch with her broomstick, awaiting the assembly of all competitors. You may mount your brooms now. Amanta mounted her Firebolt 2000, and Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with vigor, sending 15 brooms soaring into the sky. The match had commenced. The quaffle was swiftly seized by Angelina Johnson, a remarkable chaser from Gryffindor, whose stunning looks were matched only by her exceptional skill.
Jordan.
Apologies, Professor. The commentator, Lee Jordan, enthusiastically narrated the unfolding drama of the match, occasionally infusing personal commentary that caused Professor McGonagall to frequently pinch his ear. Chapter 87. The Thrilling Quidditch Match. Amanta soared on her broom, scanning the surroundings of the pitch, in search of the elusive golden snitch. The only distinction from the usual spectacle was the throng of spectators in the stands, fervently waving flags and banners, passionately cheering for their favored teams. However, the support for Slytherin seemed somewhat feeble. After all, aside from Gryffindor itself, both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were also rallying behind Gryffindor, even though they did not believe that Gryffindor could triumph decisively over Slytherin. The prowess of Slytherin, having secured the Quidditch Cup consecutively, was not to be underestimated. Watch out! Dorian shouted towards her direction. Amanta instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding a rogue bludger that came hurtling towards her. George and Fred exchanged a high-five in midair. We can't let our dear Miss Merlin think this match is too easy. Bullying a girl is not commendable. You would be scolded by your mother for it.
Oh.
Come now, that bludger was clearly struck by you. The Weasley twins glided effortlessly on their brooms, engaging in their usual banter. Yet, their hands wielding the bats were unyielding. Since that bludger had soared past, they relentlessly aimed to strike it towards Amanta at every available opportunity. Amanta soon realized she had become the prime target for Gryffindor's strategy. After all, the Seeker was typically the focal point of the opposing Quidditch team's tactics, and being a novice first-year student only compounded the challenge. With such numerous disadvantages stacked against her, it was hardly surprising that Gryffindor devised a specific plan aimed at her. The Weasley twins deftly maneuvered between the hoops at either end of the pitch, synchronously directing the bludgers toward Amanta. Fred struck a bludger in her direction while George soared to a position where he could next strike, sending another bludger hurtling towards Amanta, with Fred already poised at its anticipated destination. Their coordination was impeccable. Fred, George, my dear brothers, truly, this is a brilliant tactic conceived by our outstanding Gryffindors. Just look at this synergy. I dare say, this is a strategy only twins could execute so flawlessly. Yet, for Amanta, the experience was far from pleasant. Under the relentless barrage of bludgers from the Weasley twins, she was compelled to dart across the Quidditch pitch on her broom at breakneck speed. The only course of action available to her was to fixate on the bludger's trajectory, constantly dodging and weaving to evade their strikes, as well as the occasional errant quaffle that might come her way. Our match's star, the Seeker Amanta Merlin, who was admitted to Slytherin under extraordinary circumstances. Oh dear. I must concede that perhaps their decision to admit Merlin was somewhat justified. For the first time, I find myself admiring a Slytherin. If it were me, I certainly could not endure such a terrifying onslaught of bludgers for this long. With such intense focus on her, she found no respite to seek the golden snitch. Gryffindor's chasers, while pursuing the quaffle, did not hesitate to zoom past her, causing her to nearly be knocked off her broom on several occasions. In a fleeting moment during the chase, Marcus shouted to Bull. Bull, what on earth are you doing? Give Merlin some breathing room. Note the position of the bludger and give them a bit of trouble. With a raised eyebrow, Bull exclaimed, I was just about to say that. The teasing from the Weasley twins had fully ignited his fury. He looked as if he might devour them whole. He bellowed at the Weasley twins, hey, red-haired traitors. Look over here. His anger nearly made his hair stand on end as he wildly swung his bat, charging toward the bludger's trajectory. George, who was headed to the next hitting position, had to dodge to the right to avoid the erratic swings of Bull's bat. You oaf, are you auditioning for a circus? I know a circus that is in need of a gorilla, George taunted loudly. Bull, eyes wide with rage, ignored him entirely and struck the bludger before George could react. With a mighty shout, he swung the bat, and the crowd held its breath. It appeared he was aiming toward the Weasley brothers. The twins, however, found amusement in the situation. Look at how riled up that oaf is. He has completely lost it. Indeed, a bludger delivered to us on a silver platter. We are grateful. Bull swung with all his strength, distorting the bludger into a terrifying oval shape. Yet, unexpectedly, the bat altered its course mid-swing. A triumphant smile spread across Bull's face. The Weasley twins, realizing something was amiss from his expression, quickly suppressed their playful grins. And Fred dashed toward the direction of the bludger. Watch out. George shouted, but it was too late. Bull's redirected swing sent the bludger hurtling toward Katie Bell. Poor Katie, still racing toward the hoop with the quaffle, believed she was about to score, and let her guard down completely. The bludger struck her squarely on the back of her head, though fortunately, she was not severely harmed. Perhaps due to the distance. She swayed violently on her broom, but quickly regained her balance. De Leon Pusey snatched the quaffle from her hands and sped toward the goalpost. Slytherin scores. Lee Jordan announced.
Oh.
Madame Pomfrey must take a good look at Katie after this. It looks painful. Allow me a brief betrayal of my house. Fourbal's thrilling strike has transformed my long-held perception of him. I always thought he was merely a muscle-bound fool. Professor McGonagall gave him a sharp rap on the back of his head. She could not afford to relax, as she had at the beginning. She glided low over the Quidditch pitch, searching for the golden snitch. In her recollection, the snitch had only flashed at the start of the match before vanishing from her sight entirely. The pitch was not as easy to navigate as during practice. Aside from the various obstructions from the opposing team, the cacophony of cheers and shouts from the crowd drowned out all other sounds. Simultaneously, the mass of moving little black dots, students and professors, greatly obstructed her view. Chapter 88. The Sudden Disappearance in Quidditch. Amanta dared not relent, besides searching for the golden snitch. She remained ever vigilant, watching her surroundings to prevent any sudden incoming balls or Gryffindor players. Suddenly, a dazzling streak of golden light swept across her field of vision. The golden snitch. Without hesitation, she activated the Light Wheel 2000, diving towards the golden prize at breakneck speed. Sparrow, the seeker from Gryffindor, also spotted it. Though he was more likely to notice the swift descent of Amanta, he immediately followed suit, racing behind her at full speed. The snitch soared above the crowd. With Amanta in hot pursuit, she nearly grazed the heads of the spectators, eliciting gasps from the throng below. "Be careful, Amanta," Harry shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth and calling out with all his might, though his voice might not reach her ears. At that moment, her sole focus remained on the elusive snitch. Amanta drew ever closer, her entire vision consumed by the golden sphere and its fluttering wings, which emitted a sound akin to a buzzing mosquito. Everything else around her faded into oblivion.
Bum.
A force from the right side collided violently with her body. Was it a bludger? She couldn't tell, as she was abruptly knocked off her broom. The audience erupted in terrified screams, with several students covering their eyes in fear. Fortunately, she instinctively crossed her legs, preventing her from falling off the broom. Instead, she found herself hanging beneath it. Taking a deep breath, she exerted all her strength to flip herself over. Even so, she refused to abandon her pursuit of the tiny golden sphere. In a rather ungraceful manner, she clung tightly to the broom, her sharp gaze fixed on the snitch. She resembled a bullet shot from a gun, or a hunting falcon soaring through the sky, determined to capture its prey. Closer, ever closer. Amanta released one hand from the broom, reaching out. Her fingertips were mere moments away from brushing against a shimmering ball. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from behind her. It gripped her Quidditch uniform tightly and yanked her backward. Instantly, her hand was pulled away from the golden snitch. Panting heavily, Sparrow struggled behind her. Amanta furrowed her brow, flicking the tail of her broom and tracing an S-shaped arc through the air. "You've broken the rules." The Slytherins shouted furiously at him. Ignoring their taunts, Sparrow charged towards her recklessly, like a clumsy giant. Amanta found herself questioning his audacity. But of course, Gryffindor was never short of courage. Sparrow gradually aligned himself beside her, then veered to the left, slamming into her right shoulder. Thankfully, she maintained her grip on the broom, though it shook violently. The Slytherins erupted in anger, cursing Sparrow loudly. Hearing their shouts only spurred him on, as he pressed his shoulder against Amanta with greater determination. She struggled to veer to the left, yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the golden snitch, which was drawing ever closer. Soon, the elusive snitch was right before her eyes. To avert any mishap, she clutched the broom tightly with her left hand and legs, extending her right hand forward. Sparrow, clearly having spotted the snitch as well, edged towards the left, brushing against Amanta as he reached out. Amanta crouched low, accelerating to stretch her arm further. They were about to make contact with the golden snitch, 30 centimeters, 18 centimeters, 5 centimeters. Jordan shouted excitedly, "Come on, Sparrow. You can do it. You are the king of Gryffindor. Let us put an end to Slytherin's winning streak in the Quidditch Cup." He was promptly silenced by a tap from Professor McGonagall and quickly shifted the topic. "Let us see who ultimately captures the snitch. Sparrow's arm is longer, but Merlin is accelerating faster." Whoosh. Jordan's voice trailed off awkwardly as he halted abruptly. Lowering the microphone, he rubbed his eyes, ensuring he wasn't suffering from visual fatigue after watching too long. At the moment they grasped the snitch, Amanta and Sparrow could scarcely discern who had actually seized it. In any case, both of them, along with the broom, vanished from the Quidditch pitch. The fervor in the stands gradually subsided. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, rooted to the spot. None daring to affirm the reality of what they had just witnessed. They scanned the field among the Quidditch players, counting heads to confirm the unsettling truth. Indeed, 2 individuals were missing. The stands erupted in chaos. "Where are they?" shouted a Ravenclaw student. "Where's Merlin and Swallow? I mustn't be imagining things." "I'm certain you're not mistaken. I saw it too. They just vanished," murmured a Hufflepuff student. Madam Hooch timely blew her whistle, bringing all Quidditch players to a halt. And Jordan ceased his commentary. As soon as Marcus landed, he rushed to Madam Hooch, his typically composed face betraying an unusual panic. "Where's Merlin, Madam Hooch? She vanished right before our very eyes." Other Slytherin players surged forward, joined by Gryffindor. The Slytherin players furiously pointed at Gryffindor. "It must be Spallow's doing. I saw him trying to knock Merlin down several times. Perhaps he cast some foul curse." Spinnet glared fiercely at them. "If we are to speak of curses, you Slytherins are the true masters of dark magic. That Merlin was never a good person to begin with. Our poor Swallow. Return our Merlin. She is merely a first-year girl. We were about to demand you return Swallow to us." It was unclear who initiated it, but one individual was first to thrust a fist toward another's face, eliciting a cry as they grabbed the assailant's hair. The 2 factions swiftly became embroiled in a brawl. The pent-up fury of the Quidditch match was now fervently unleashed. Among the spectators, certain students, reveling in the chaos, vigorously whistled and cheered for their respective teams. Chapter 89. The turmoil in the stands after the disappearance. Madam Hooch blew her whistle forcefully several times. However, the Quidditch players, entangled in a furious brawl, paid her no heed. Their sole desire was to retaliate for the recent kick they had received. In a fit of anger, Madam Hooch drew her wand. "Bind swiftly." A bundle of ropes shot forth from the tip of her wand, ensnaring Wood and the player, who was headbutting him, Percy. She cast several binding spells in succession, wrapping the combatants into tight bundles. Marcus and Wood lay on the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes still locked in a fierce glare despite their restraints. Seizing the moment while Madam Hooch bound Bull, the Weasley twins unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon him. When Madam Hooch aimed her wand at them again, the twins promptly ceased their assault, raising their hands in a mock display of innocence. "Please, Madam Hooch, don't bind us. It wasn't me who struck first. It was him. Bull, that hulking brute, came charging at us." Meanwhile, on the Slytherin stands, Draco and Harry were pale with shock. The 6 of them had numbly lowered their arms, which had been brandishing the banner proclaiming Amanta Mellon's assured victory, the banner now askew and forlorn at their feet. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged bewildered glances, mouths agape, uncertain of what to say. Blaze's expression was inscrutable, his gaze scanning the crowd as if searching for the architect of this turmoil. As for Cilio, he merely raised an eyebrow at the disappearance of Amanta and Swallow, swiftly reverting to his usual indifferent demeanor. "Amanta." Draco's eyes widened in horror, his lips devoid of color. He had searched the area above him repeatedly, finally confirming that Amanta had truly vanished. As for Swallow, who cared? The one who nearly sent Amanta tumbling down, he would rather something unfortunate befall him. Harry, filled with dread and uncertainty, pondered Amanta's fate. Surely she couldn't have. Could it be Voldemort again? At the utterance of this thought, Draco could no longer remain seated. "I'm going to find my godfather," he exclaimed, discarding the banner and hastily making his way through the crowd towards Snape's location. Observing Draco's retreating figure, Harry quickly realized and followed suit, forcefully pushing through the onlookers. "Draco, wait for me." The teacher's table was rife with whispered speculation. Flitwick and Professor McGonagall conferred quietly. Snape was the first to rise, his deep black eyes scanning the crowd with cold intensity before he approached Professor McGonagall. "Minerva, you must have realized." His tone was laden with barely concealed ire, hinting at deeper implications. Jordan instinctively yielded his position. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses with trembling hands. "More than this, I am deeply concerned whether the current predicament of Miss Merlin and Mr. Swallow is a jest or a malevolent scheme. I sincerely hope this is merely a jest. The events occurring around them, Minerva, you cannot possibly be unaware of them."
Can you?
"Who is orchestrating all of this from the shadows?" Snape's brow furrowed into a deep frown. Hagrid, in a fit of agitation, squeezed through from the side, his voice raised in a tirade that could be heard from a distance. "And what of Amanta? With so many professors present, are you all merely idle? At Hogwarts, in the midst of a Quidditch match, 2 living students vanished before the eyes of all, and you respond with utter indifference." As if jolted awake by his words, Professor Trelawney, producing a crystal ball from seemingly nowhere, gazed with her bulging eyes and murmured in a mysterious and chaotic tone. I see. The demise of 2 students, 1 male and 1 female. Her eyes widened further, as if electrified. She withdrew her hands from the crystal ball. Oh, dear. In Merlin's name, such a dreadful and terrifying manner of death, such a tragic fate, I have never witnessed before. Hagrid, exasperated, interrupted her. If you truly possess any insight, then tell us where they are now. Professor Trelawney appeared oblivious to his words, continuing to cradle the chaotic crystal ball, muttering incoherently. Lockhart, as a professor of defense against the dark arts, and the most capable among us, I trust you know what to do. Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at Lockhart, who was attempting to wrap himself in a golden cloak to render himself less conspicuous. Ahem, tracking down underage wizards. I believe such matters should be entrusted to the professionals at the Ministry of Magic. There is no indication that this is necessarily related to dark magic, is there? At least as a specialist in defense against the dark arts, I sense no aura of darkness. Lockhart's face drained of color, seemingly unprepared for being singled out. Anyone could see that it was merely a portkey. Perhaps someone merely played a harmless prank on them, and in a few days, we shall see them appearing in Hogsmeade, dust-covered and disheveled. What of Dumbledore? Hagrid, impatient with his explanations, bellowed. Professor McGonagall anxiously tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Fudge has recently taken to seeking Dumbledore's assistance with various matters. If I may say, if he lacks the capability, he ought not to hold such a position. Professor Sprout gently reassured her. Yet the magical community does not boast a plethora of talent. In a sense, old Fudge bears some responsibility. I do not consider evading responsibility a mark of accountability, McGonagall retorted sternly. Hagrid waved his hands. What on earth are you all discussing? I care not for any of this. My sole concern is the safety of Amanta. Professor Flitwick rose from his seat. The situation seems beyond our control. The door key? There is not a trace to be found. Our only hope lies with the Ministry of Magic. Snape nodded slightly. Underage wizards are tracked by a locating thread. As soon as they use magic outside, they are instantly detected. McGonagall, contact the Ministry immediately and have them rush to the location of the thread. Chapter 90. The Golden Snitch becomes a key. The Ministry's response was swift. After all, aside from Fudge's constant reliance on Dumbledore, many officials from the Ministry have children attending Hogwarts. If any safety issues arise at Hogwarts, they cannot afford to explain it to the outside world. A few wizards from the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office soon arrived at the scene, their expressions more alarmed than the students. Heavens, what has happened? Isn't the Golden Snitch typically protected by a plethora of counter-curses? Merlin, although such incidents have occurred before, the fact that this is happening at Hogwarts is utterly astonishing. Jason, stop complaining. Let us first examine the traces of the spells used here. They drew their wands, pointing them in various directions, murmuring incantations. Strands of golden light slowly materialized in the air, intricately weaving above the entire Quidditch pitch. An older wizard with a receding hairline shook his head. This may not work. The magical traces are overwhelming, especially with so many people present. Let us clear everyone out first. By the way, Morrow, what is the report from the Ministry? The young man named Morrow pulled out a piece of paper and glanced at it. The Ministry states that they have not detected any anomalies and there are no reports regarding the thread, which means no underage magic use has been observed outside the school. They may have lost their ability to use magic, perhaps due to unconsciousness or a broken wand. We must prepare for the worst. Jason's expression darkened. I find it hard to believe they could refrain from using magic in such circumstances. Morrow spat anxiously on the ground. Let us wait a bit longer. There may be a delay. Professor Trelawney, still seated, clutched her crystal ball and muttered her prophecies in a frenzy. Today marks the most ominous of days. The school is saturated with the scent of blood. Snape commanded. The heads of other houses similarly instructed their prefects. The only sounds that filled the room were the crackling of the fire in the hearth and the dull lapping of the lake's waters. Their Quidditch players were retained by the professors, as the Ministry needed to question them about today's match and the training from the previous days. Harry could not remain still for a moment. He paced anxiously by the sofa. Draco, I cannot bear to stay here any longer. I feel utterly helpless. Can we truly trust the Ministry? Sirius interjected coldly from the side. You dare to trust those from the Ministry? They are merely a bunch of inept fools. Draco rubbed his hand forcefully across his face, irritably closing his eyes. I loathe this feeling of helplessness. Amanta and Spallow were bound back to back, with Spallow gasping for breath behind her like a fish stranded on land. Her Firebolt 2000 and Spallow's broom were carelessly discarded in a corner, the jagged edge of the broomstick reflecting a cold glimmer of light. The Firebolt 2000 lay shattered in 2 pieces, while Spallow's broom had been utterly dismantled. Her ears were filled with the sound of Spallow's labored breathing. One of his legs was likely broken. At that moment, her hand had grasped the golden snitch, and Spallow had seized her hand tightly. Then came a dizzying whirl. They seemed to tumble and collide endlessly in the air, Spallow gripping her robe with desperation. Her face was battered against his ribs multiple times, and she felt as if her nose might shatter under the impact, the pain rendering her eyes unable to open. Moments later, they crashed to the cold ground along with the broom. Amanda felt as though her entire body had been shattered by the fall. Almost convinced that Spallow had dragged her down from the heights of the Quidditch pitch, Amanda opened her eyes, only to find her vision obscured by blood. Surely, her nose had been broken by Spallow's recklessness, and the instigator of this calamity was not in a much better state. "Get off my leg, oh."
Ugh.
A groan of pain escaped a male voice beneath her. Amanda realized that the squirming mass beneath her was indeed Spallow. Taking a deep breath, she rolled off him.
What?
The surface beneath her felt hard and cold. Unlike the soft grass of the Quidditch pitch, it resembled wood, perhaps decayed planks layered with thick dust. The surrounding silence was oddly unsettling. Shouldn't it be filled with cheers, boos, and screams? A hoarse incantation broke the stillness. Bind swiftly. A rope ensnared her from head to toe. Amanda struggled to open her sticky eyes, startled by what she beheld. A grotesquely repulsive face loomed before her, with squinty little eyes, enormous buck teeth, and hair as white as a rat's, reminiscent of a sewer dweller. This face, with its unmistakable features, could only belong to the infamous Peter the Gnome. His face was pressed against hers, and the foul stench of his breath made Amanda gag violently after just one inhalation. Only then did Peter straighten his squat figure. This form felt oddly familiar. Wait, wasn't he the one she encountered in Hogsmeade last weekend? Spallow behind her began to struggle violently, evidently realizing that the situation had taken a dire turn. He attempted to roll and rise from the floor, but it was blatantly futile. Anyone could see that one of his legs had broken upon impact. His movements stirred a cloud of dust from the wooden floor, causing the air to become irritatingly itchy in her nose. The diminutive Peter Pettigrew huffed angrily. How troublesome it was to be followed by a child. He must be restrained immediately. In an instant, Spallow was bound tightly with a coarse rope, lying helplessly behind her. Chapter 91. The Malevolent Scheme of Peter Pettigrew. What a nuisance. If it were not for the master's explicit orders to avoid alarming this child, it would have been far simpler to eliminate him outright. Peter Pettigrew seemed to gaze at Spallow, as if recalling something amusing, and let out a shrill cackle that rendered him even more reminiscent of a rat in a sewer. Damn it. Amanda bit her lip. A dangerous figure like him lurked within Hogwarts, Voldemort's most loyal servant. Yet before his identity was revealed, his presence was so feeble that Amanda had entirely forgotten about him. Everyone who knew him believed that Peter Pettigrew had been dead for ages. In truth, he had been lying in wait all this time. Peter Pettigrew was an animagus, a wizard capable of transforming into an animal. In other words, he could morph into a rat. Over the years, by some twist of fate, he had become the pet of Percy, the head boy of Gryffindor.
Then,
when Ron enrolled this year, Percy gifted him to Ron, thus becoming Ron's pet. How infuriating! Since their enrollment, they had scarcely interacted with Ron, leading her to completely forget about this character. Moreover, what shocked her most was that Peter Pettigrew seemed to have prior knowledge of Voldemort's resurrection. It appeared that Voldemort had assigned him certain tasks, and Amanda felt an ominous premonition.
who are you?
What do you want? Spallow cried out in terror.
Child.
That is not for you to know. Peter Pettigrew tapped Spallow's flushed cheek with his wand, leaving a burning mark on her face. Spallow cried out in pain. Do you dare utter more nonsense? Peter pressed his wand firmly against Spallow's lips, seemingly poised to jab it, and should she dare to speak. Spallow whimpered, and struggled to retreat. Now, let us discuss you, the infamous Amanda Merlin, whose reputation has nearly eclipsed that of Harry Potter, the sole heir of the Merlin lineage. He erupted into a shrill, horrifying laugh. What do you want? Amanda took a deep breath, managing to regain some composure. Judging by the current situation, Peter Pettigrew did not appear to intend to kill them immediately. After all, she and Spallow were merely bound. Had he desired their demise, he could have easily cast 2 Avada Kedavras the moment they arrived. What unsettled her was the uncertainty of Peter Pettigrew's intentions. However, it was undoubtedly not something favorable. Well, Miss Merlin, on certain matters, I hope you will cooperate. Otherwise, you and your unfortunate classmate might suffer unimaginable torments, he sneered, prodding his wand against her neck, causing a wave of heat to wash over her skin.
Is that so?
Then tell me what matters. Her voice was cold. and her gaze remained unwavering as it fixed upon the grotesque rodent-like visage of the diminutive Peter. Gradually, her eyes shifted discreetly downwards to the hand clutching the wand. She concentrated, imagining the wand being forcibly removed from his grasp. Why is it ineffective? A flicker of surprise crossed Amanta's eyes. Was it a lapse caused by tension? No, that couldn't be. Her previous state had been remarkably stable. She attempted several times, yet Peter's wand remained firmly in his possession. Noticing Amanta's scrutiny, Peter broke into an eerie grin. Wandless magic? He. My master had warned me this would be troublesome, but I have already cast a spell here. You cannot wield any magic in this place, he. Amanta narrowed her eyes coldly. Peter's untimely, shrill laughter, coupled with his protruding teeth and overbite, was profoundly off-putting. So, what do you intend to do? She asked bluntly, her hands exploring the knots binding her behind her back. Although it was a binding conjured by a curse, it appeared to be a physical restraint with coarse ropes, which should be possible to untie or wear away. Damn it, Amanta cursed inwardly. These ropes were exceedingly thick. Peter, oblivious to her subtle movements, continued speaking. Yes, we merely wish to acquire a bit of your blood. He produced a matte black notebook with gilded corners from his robes. Amanta regarded the seemingly unremarkable notebook, yet an inexplicable sense of agitation stirred within her. She suppressed that strange feeling. Only a Horcrux could disturb one's mental state. This was likely one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Judging by its appearance, it must be Tom Riddle's diary. Peter roughly yanked her closer and brandished a small knife, weighing it as if contemplating where to cut her. The cold blade lingered at her neck for a moment, but did not descend. Instead, he tore open her Quidditch uniform and slashed across her shoulder. Blood instantly soaked through her shirt. Amanta gasped in pain. Behind her, Spallo watched Peter's actions with a mix of fury and fear. I don't care who you are. You are committing a crime, do you understand? You will be sent to Azkaban. He shouted with all his might. Obliviate. Peter flicked his tongue against his teeth. Gryffindor always produces blabbering fools like you, just like James, who always prattles on about useless things. Under the influence of the Oblivion charm, Spallo collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Peter chuckled again, flipping open the blank pages of the notebook. My master, this blood contains the powerful lineage of Merlin. You shall relish it. He roughly seized Amanta's arm, pulling her towards him. Realizing his intentions, Amanta twisted her shoulder vigorously, attempting to evade the notebook. Yet her mere 11-year-old physique and strength could hardly contend with that of a man in his 30s. Struggle all you like. I relish witnessing your utterly helpless and contorted state. Ha ha ha. Indeed, all my actions are in service of my esteemed master. The diminutive Peter cackled sharply, forcefully pressing the notebook against Amanta's wound. Blood swiftly flowed from her shoulder, yet the blank pages of the diary remained untouched by even a single drop. The notebook greedily absorbed her blood, akin to an insatiable infant suckling at its mother's breast. Chapter 92. Escape? Yet there was something peculiar. Blood drained rapidly from Amanta's body. She could feel her temperature gradually falling, first in her fingers and toes, then in her legs and arms. The strength to struggle began to dissipate as well. The world around her grew increasingly blurry, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. Hello, Amanta. A courteous voice roused her from her stupor. It felt as though she had been asleep for an eternity. She opened her eyes to find a pallid-faced boy, strikingly handsome, his eyes and hair as dark as ink, standing before her. The boy bent down and extended his hand. It was then that Amanta realized she had fallen asleep on the ground. Ah, thank you. Amanta grasped his icy fingers, leveraging his support to stand up. Who are you? Where is this? My name is Amanta, right? I apologize for my multitude of questions. She blurted out a series of inquiries, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her own inquisitiveness. The scene before her was both familiar and foreign, yet strangely, she could recall nothing. Tom Riddle, the boy pronounced deliberately, as if to ensure she understood. I am your companion.
Companion?
Amanta echoed, bewildered. The closest of companions, akin to siblings. We are one. Our goals align, and no one in this world is more similar to us. His voice bore a subtle, deep allure, and his handsome visage commanded trust. Companion. Amanta murmured, her vacant eyes reflecting her passive acceptance of his words. No one is more suited than you. Tom leaned down, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and drawing her into his embrace, his voice a slow, beguiling whisper. You are weary. Allow everything to be entrusted to me. Merlin? Merlin! Wake up. Amanta's eyes flew open. She found herself bound back to back with Spallo, who was gasping painfully, resembling a fish stranded on land. Amanta surveyed her surroundings. Spallo? She spoke coldly. You finally awakened. How did we end up here? I can only recall having breakfast. Everything afterward is a blur. And my leg. It's likely beyond saving. I might be left permanently disabled. Our broomstick is ruined as well. Swallow lamented, his words coming in fits and starts. His voice sounded as though it had long been rendered hoarse, yet after Amanta awakened, his anguish and confusion finally found an outlet. Bring your broom over, she commanded, heedless of his tragic plight. She disregarded the entirety of his words, issuing her orders with simplicity and directness. Swallow was still sobbing. How can I? My hands are bound, and my broom is already broken, he lamented. Stop crying, Amanta frowned, growing somewhat impatient. It's right beside your right hand. Use your mouth to fetch it. But what do you need my broom for? Swallow asked, ceasing his tears, his expression vacant. To file the rope down, Amanta explained succinctly. Do you have a way? That's wonderful, he exclaimed. I knew Professor Flivy often praised you in his class. Hurry, Amanta commanded coldly. Oh, all right, I understand. Swallow strained to twist his body to the right, attempting to maneuver towards his disassembled broom, but each movement sent sharp pain through his broken leg, transforming his features with agony. He gasped heavily, groaning, persisting and inching painfully towards his broom. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, he finally reached it. Now what? What should I do? Swallow inquired. Well, file this rope down, Amanta turned, presenting her back to him, her fingertips tapping the spot she indicated. All right, got it. Swallow grasped the broom with his mouth, bending down laboriously to file the designated area with the splintered wood. Soon, he discovered that using his mouth was not particularly effective. So, he reluctantly set the broom aside and awkwardly turned to attempt filing the rope with his hands. The sharp wooden splinters left his hands bloodied. All right, that should suffice. After approximately 20 minutes of toil, Swallow exhaustedly dropped the broom and collapsed on the dusty wooden floor. Thank you. Although she uttered her thanks, Amanta's voice lacked any warmth. She shook her hands behind her, quickly unraveling the knot. Rising to her feet, she dusted off her clothing, and a substantial bundle of rope fell to the floor. Amanta withdrew her wand from her pocket and pointed it at the Nimbus 2000 in the corner. A flash of light illuminated the room as her Nimbus 2000 was instantly restored to pristine condition. After she extended her hand, the broom soared into her grasp and vanished. How marvelous! Swallow gazed at her actions in astonishment. Is it truly so simple to repair a flying broom? I have heard that mending flying brooms is a challenging task. This remark seemed to please Amanta, and she raised an eyebrow. Challenging, indeed, but only for an average wizard. She brushed off the dust clinging to her attire and strode purposefully towards the door. As Amanta neared the threshold of his vision, Swallow grew anxious. He shouted after her retreating figure, Where are you going?
Do not forget me.
Please untie my ropes. I never promised to assist you in your release, Amanta replied coldly, leaving Swallow utterly speechless. Why you? Swallow stammered, seemingly at a loss for words, unable to articulate the bewildering circumstances he found himself in. Amanta furrowed her brow, her unfeeling gaze sweeping over his broken leg. Your leg is broken. Unbinding you would only be a hindrance. She navigated the tunnel with ease, swiftly emerging from an opening. As she stepped out, a willow branch, as wide as a bowl, swung toward her, threatening to strike her chest. The aggressive willow, agitated, lashed out indiscriminately, striking at every moving object in its path. Suddenly, the willow froze, as if it had been petrified. It appeared to be paused, its leaves and branches rigidly suspended in midair. Amanta nonchalantly walked past the immobile willow, heading towards the castle. Upon her return to the castle, and en route to the Slytherin common room, she encountered no one. She arrived at the entrance to the Slytherin common room without obstruction. However, she found herself unable to enter, for she did not remember the password for today. Yet, such a trivial matter posed no challenge to her. Open. If anyone had been nearby, they would have been astounded by the voice she had just uttered. It was Parseltongue, the exclusive talent of Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House, allowing one to converse with snakes. The enormous stone serpent that coiled at the entrance of the common room seemed to understand her instantly, rising and arching itself to reveal the large door in the wall. Amanta pushed open the door to the common room and stepped inside. She found herself at the threshold of the common room, which had been filled with hushed whispers, now rendered silent. The sound of a pin dropping would have echoed in the stillness. Everyone ceased their activities, pausing their conversations and halting their chewing, gazing incredulously at Amanta as she stood in the doorway. After a prolonged, suffocating silence, a disheveled boy with black hair rushed toward her. Harry, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with emotion. Amanta forced a smile, a strained attempt at friendliness, before firmly pulling the drenched boy away from her. That hurts. What is happening? At the moment this boy, Potter made contact with her. She felt a searing pain on her skin, as if it were being burned. Damn Potter. Amanta furrowed her brow, wincing from the pain, and steadied her expression, tugging at her shirt collar to conceal the freshly scorched skin. I am fine, she stated flatly. Harry rubbed the corners of his reddened eyes, gazing at her with a hint of confusion. Amanta furrowed her brow. Her disdain for the boy named Potter was palpable. And now he incessantly chattered beside her, inching closer. She forced a polite smile, stepping back to evade his advances. Harry looked at her, a trace of grievance on his face. Do you have any idea how worried Draco and I are about you? Draco grasped Harry's arm, shaking his head in disapproval. Amanta nodded, maintaining her faint smile as she made her way toward the dormitory. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, she was confronted with an unexpected obstacle. Why could she not open the door leading to the corridor? She furrowed her brow, perplexed at being barred from entering. A glance to the side revealed several students in the Slytherin common room. Using Parseltongue here might prove troublesome. Would she have to wait for someone to enter before sneaking in? Amanta silently pondered her options. This was the boys' dormitory. As she stood there in a daze, a boy could not help but speak up, reminding her of her mistake. Startled, Amanta replied, "Apologies, I seem to be in the wrong place." Nodding at the boy, she proceeded towards the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Soon, she found her own room, wrinkling her nose at the exceedingly sparse Slytherin accommodations. This was rather too austere. Despite knowing how each Slytherin dormitory originally appeared, she had gradually transformed her own into a space she cherished, having long accustomed herself to her comfortable and exquisite quarters. In stark contrast to their noble status, this place evidently lacked the appropriate refinement. Just as she raised her wand, intending to rectify the walls, a commotion erupted at the door. Professor McGonagall stormed into her room, followed closely by Professor Snape. Amanta frowned. She detested such intrusive behavior of barging into private quarters without knocking. However, considering their status as professors, she begrudgingly tolerated it. "Where is Spallow?" McGonagall demanded as she entered. Confronting Amanta. "Minerva, I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from such irrational behavior in front of students." "Amanta, where is Spallow?" McGonagall ignored him, panting heavily, evidently having rushed here. "In the shrieking shack," Amanta replied. McGonagall's eyes widened in fury as she pointed at her.
"I apologis, Professor."
"But I fail to understand the reason for your anger." McGonagall was momentarily speechless, removing her glasses to wipe them furiously on her robe. It was then that Amanta suddenly grasped the situation, looking at them with surprise and innocence. "Oh, I assumed you both were aware. Did not the prefect inform you?" Snape regarded Amanta with an inscrutable expression before addressing McGonagall. "Minerva, go to the Shrieking Shack and find Spallow." Chapter 94. Amanta's Anomalies and Doubts. Professor McGonagall cast a stern glare at Amanta before hastily departing from her dormitory. Amanta maintained a humble smile, wishing the professor good luck. She felt no concern that Spallow would disclose anything to McGonagall. Just to be safe, she had cast the forgetfulness charm on that foolish brute once more before leaving the Shrieking Shack. After all, enduring the charm twice in quick succession was bound to be disorienting for anyone. But what did it matter to her? Amanta watched Professor McGonagall fade from view, her gaze drifting slightly towards Professor Snape beside her. Snape appeared in no hurry to follow McGonagall. Instead, he regarded her with an unusual and probing gaze. Unfazed by his scrutiny, Amanta arched an eyebrow and approached the window, caressing the large crystal that served as the glass, imbued with magic. It had been a long time since she had truly touched such objects, and she yearned for that familiar sensation. "Professor?" she casually reminded Snape, as a young male instructor. "It may not reflect well on you to be alone in a female student's dormitory." "Is that so?" Snape retorted. "My apologies, Professor. I speak out of turn. But as a professor and the head of Slytherin, you surely understand better than I," Amanta replied, lowering her eyelids. As she did, her gaze fell upon several scattered letters on the desk. She lifted her light golden lashes, glancing at the correspondence. These letters were from the headmaster of the orphanage, Osina, and a muggle teacher named Karina. She grimaced in distaste. "Filthy muggles, revolting orphanages, these places truly nauseate me. I cannot fathom how Merlin can endure such establishments. These orphanages will undoubtedly be among the first places I eliminate upon my return to dominate the muggle world." "Miss Merlin?" Snape interjected, breaking her reverie. "I have further inquiries regarding today's events." Snape regarded Amanta with an impassive gaze, his deep eyes resembling black holes that absorbed all emotion. "I am at your service." "Professor," Amanta replied, offering a gentle, courteous smile, albeit one tinged with a subtle provocation. Did he believe she was oblivious? Snape, perhaps sensing something amiss, realized he could not perfectly mimic a first-year girl. As a master of legilimency, he intended to discreetly probe her thoughts.
Yet.
He remained unaware that he was facing an adept clemens. Tom silently cleared his mind, showcasing Amanta's memories of Potter and Malfoy's often foolish antics. As he had anticipated, Snape's inquisitive expression shifted to one of confusion and irritation. However, Snape skillfully concealed this emotion and coldly continued, "So, what exactly transpired between you and Sparlow after you captured the Golden Snitch?" Amanta curled her lips slightly. "It's nothing more than a key that transported us to the haunted house and bound us together. I thought it was just another one of Fred and George's latest pranks." Severus's penetrating gaze lingered on her face. Amanta was aware that Severus had gleaned no information of any value from her. Unfortunately for him, he would likely be disappointed. Harry glanced towards the far end of the long table, where Amanta sat distantly, expressionless, taking small bites of cranberry pie. He leaned over and quietly asked Draco, who frowned thoughtfully. Although reluctant to admit it, his instincts told him that something was amiss. He and Harry had been waiting for Amanta in the common room since early morning. Harry had been preoccupied with concerns about what might have happened to Amanta that left her too weary to speak with them, as well as whether she might be injured. Yet, he couldn't pinpoint any specific issue. Perhaps she was simply fatigued? Given Harry's tendency to leap from bed and exclaim thoughts after lights out, coupled with his own worry for Amanta, they both ended up sleeping poorly. They sat yawning in the common room, awaiting Amanta's emergence from her dormitory. Harry sat at the wooden table, several times truly closing his eyes, and on 2 occasions, he emitted soft snoring sounds. Draco, exasperated, roused him. "Harry, wake up. Didn't T.U. say we should get up early to wait for Amanta here?" "Don't worry, Draco. The moment Amanta appears, I'll be the first to notice," he replied. However, when Amanta finally emerged from the dormitory, both of them were soundly asleep, leaning against each other. Gravity pulled Draco's head down sharply, and that sudden tug jolted him awake. He lifted his head, bleary-eyed, and suddenly thought he caught a glimpse of a figure resembling Amanta. But it vanished around the corner of the staircase, leading out of the common room. Instantly, his drowsiness dissipated significantly. He hurriedly shook Harry awake, who had been drooling on his shoulder. "Wake up, Harry."
Huh?
"What is happening?" Harry mumbled, bleary-eyed. "It seems Amanta has just left the common room."
What?
"What did you say?" Harry's eyes widened. Clearly the news had banished his fatigue. "I think I just saw a figure resembling Amanta walking out of the common room." "Really? Are you sure you didn't mistake it?" "No way. Amanta wouldn't just leave without seeing us or coming to find us." Harry looked at him skeptically. "You must be too tired. Perhaps you misidentified her. There are quite a few girls with light blonde hair in Slytherin." Draco furrowed his brow slightly. "It's unlikely to be anyone else. I could recognize her silhouette in an instant." Chapter 95. You won't have to come looking for me anymore. After a brief dispute, they ultimately decided to head to the Great Hall to see if Amanta had gone there on her own. There is yet another reason. After all, the hour is growing late. Should they tarry any longer, they might miss the breakfast served in the hall today. Draco and Harry scanned the Slytherin long table for a brief moment, quickly spotting a girl with light golden curls seated at one end. "Amanta." Harry dashed over to her, surprised and somewhat aggrieved. To his astonishment, Amanta's reaction was exceedingly cold, distant yet polite. With an impassive expression, she nodded at him and said, "Good morning, Harry." "Good morning, Amanta," he replied. "Well, if it's all right, you can just stay with Draco from now on and not seek me out."
Why?
Harry gazed at Amanta, suddenly feeling that she appeared somewhat unfamiliar. She was not the same girl who had shared life and death experiences with them, who often buried her nose in profound tomes yet patiently taught him spell practice, who occasionally competed with him for Draco's sweets, and even teased him alongside Draco without reservation. Her demeanor towards him now resembled that of any ordinary classmate. However, he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. It was merely an uncomfortable sensation. Was it simply that he did not know Amanta well enough? Harry looked at her with a pained expression. Amanta raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I just think I've reached a certain age where I shouldn't be hanging out with 2 boys all day. What would others think of me?" Well, you have a point." Harry felt a peculiar embarrassment, unable to muster any counterargument. In fact, he found a semblance of truth in her words, though it felt oddly unsettling, as if something were awry. "What's wrong?" Draco, who had been observing Harry and Amanta from a distance, interjected. "Amanta just said we should no longer seek her out," Harry replied, wrinkling his nose in frustration as tears brimmed in his eyes. Draco cast a worried glance at Harry, then at Amanta. He guided Harry to 2 vacant seats in the middle of the Slytherin long table, maintaining some distance from Amanta.
Did she say why?
Pouring a cup of hot chocolate, Draco felt something was amiss. Given his understanding of Amanta, she would never utter such words. Harry, with a drooping brow and a lackluster demeanor, replied. She said that as a girl, she shouldn't be spending all her time with two boys. Draco's face contorted in confusion. He found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. He even pondered Harry's words for a moment, and begrudgingly, he found merit in Amanta's reasoning. Damn it, he had never considered this issue at all.
No.
He sensed something was fundamentally off. What exactly was the problem? Clearly, Harry shared his perplexity. Harry tilted his head, quietly scrutinizing Amanta at the far end of the Slytherin long table. At that moment, she was expressionlessly savoring a slice of cranberry pie. Draco furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss with the Amanta before him. She appeared unfamiliar, her demeanor entirely unlike the Amanta he knew. A chilling thought invaded his mind, rendering his complexion ashen. Draco, what is wrong? Harry, who had been attentively observing both Draco and Amanta, gazed at him with concern. Draco's expression stiffened as he furtively scrutinized Amanta in the distance. The more he peered, the more he feared that his suspicions might indeed hold truth. Leaning closer to Harry, Draco whispered mysteriously, I believe I have stumbled upon something unsettling. In fact, I harbor a terrifying hypothesis. He spoke slowly, his voice a chilling whisper that startled Harry into a shiver. What? Harry stammered, noticing Draco's silence. Do you think that the Amanta before us might not be the true Amanta? Draco stated gravely. What do you mean, Draco? Harry's glasses nearly slipped from his face.
How could that be?
At least, she appears exactly as she did before. Harry, you may not realize, Draco cast a glance at the unfamiliar Amanta. He took a deep breath to steady his racing heart and patiently began to explain, in the magical realm, there are numerous spells that can transform one's appearance into that of another. The Ministry of Magic once infiltrated with many impostors in this manner. I have heard that the Polyjuice Potion possesses such capabilities, and certain spells can alter one's form as well, though they may prove troublesome or yield unsatisfactory results. However, based on our previous acquaintance with Amanta, her appearance is identical to the genuine Amanta, leaving no discernible flaws. It resembles the effects of the Polyjuice Potion.
Yet,
there is another possibility. Having articulated so much, Draco inhaled deeply.
What?
Harry inquired impatiently. It concerns the Soul Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. This curse can manipulate a person's actions, yet those afflicted typically appear somewhat disoriented. At present, Amanta does not seem to exhibit such traits. Draco directed his gaze toward Amanta at the end of the long table. Look, he gestured for Harry to follow his line of sight. Amanta had just finished her breakfast and was delicately retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the smudge at the corner of her mouth with grace and restraint. Amanta despised wiping her mouth vertically, preferring to do so horizontally, which, while less elegant, she had previously claimed was more time-efficient when I reminded her. Harry nervously followed Draco's gaze to the handkerchief-wielding Amanta. Yet, if my suspicions are true, then where is the real Amanta? Draco inhaled deeply, posing a question that no one could answer, one that filled him with dread. Chapter 96. But I have observed nothing. Regrettably, this question is beyond the capacity of either Harry or Draco to resolve. Harry gulped. I have one more question. If this person is indeed not Amanta, then who is she? Draco gazed contemplatively at Amanta, who was tidying herself up and heading towards the hall's entrance. If only I had known. Things wouldn't have been so complicated. Let us first seek out the Godfather. Even if he does not believe our words, we can inquire about the antidote for the Polyjuice Potion. Harry nodded and proposed, I have some additional thoughts. If our conjecture is correct, this individual disguised as Amanta must have a specific purpose. We could stealthily follow her and ascertain her true intentions. Draco looked at Harry in surprise. Harry, I never imagined you could be quite clever at times. Harry puffed his cheeks defiantly and retorted, look at what you're saying. Haven't I always been intelligent?
Well,
that seems to be the case. Draco observed Amanta about to exit the hall and promptly stood up, succinctly stating, I shall seek out the Godfather. Harry, you follow her.
Right.
Harry hurriedly stuffed a few pastries and puddings into the inner pocket of his robes and dashed towards Amanta's retreating figure. Draco could not quite recall how many times he had stood in this potion storage room and office since the beginning of the school year. It was the weekend of the first week of classes when he, Amanta, and Harry had just emerged from the Forbidden Forest. Upon awakening, he found himself sprawled on the sofa here. Now, he had fully recovered. But where is the true Amanta now? Draco ventured deeper into the office. Severus's silhouette flickered amidst a dense cloud of steam. Draco approached Severus in silence, who was stirring a colossal cauldron. Ah, my dear pupil, Severus remarked. Your unexpected presence here is quite disconcerting. He stood beside the cauldron, which was as high as his waist. stirring the liquid within with a massive rod while holding an exceptionally thick book. Draco was uncertain about what potion he was brewing. Not to mention the size of the cauldron, the stirring rod appeared to be significantly longer than a broomstick. This astonishing quantity must surely be intended for a troll or a giant, Draco mused silently. Severus cast a subtle glance in his direction. As a beleaguered professor, he required additional means of livelihood beyond teaching to afford such an extensive consumption of potion ingredients. It was said that many rare potion components came at a high price. No wonder every time they visited, the godfather was preoccupied with concocting various potions, and even during their trip to Hogsmeade, he had been engaged in potion trading. Draco pondered thoughtfully. So, godfather, are you earning extra income? Yet, does the godfather truly need to toil so hard for supplementary earnings? With his esteemed status as a master of potions, should making money not be a trivial endeavor? He could not help but voice his thoughts. However, I believe this is unnecessary. You could easily rely on the potions and spells you have developed to apply for patents or publish autobiographies and educational texts. I am certain my father would assist as well. The room fell into a prolonged silence, but Severus suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Or perhaps it was a cold snort. Does it sound like it's coming from your nose? Draco questioned uncertainly, his voice too soft for him to discern the professor's expression. You truly are a chip off the old block, Snape remarked languidly. Really? Godfather, I appreciate your compliment. He had received such praises countless times throughout his life, to the point where his ears could almost develop calluses from hearing them. Yet, hearing such words from his godfather still caught him off guard. However, Draco quickly entertained another possibility. Perhaps this remark was not meant as a compliment in Snape's eyes? Like Lucius. One would only realize after getting to know him that individuals like them, born into privilege and coddled by their families, often possessed a certain naivety. Indeed, as he suspected, the godfather had merely adopted a different approach to insult him. Draco, as for those patent applications or publishing endeavors, without substantial connections within the Ministry of Magic, such endeavors are far from straightforward. Now, aside from that, what brings you to me? Draco succinctly conveyed his suspicions regarding Amanta.
Oh,
you are quite certain? Yes, godfather. If one isn't familiar, they might overlook it, but after spending so much time with her, Harry and I both feel that her demeanor is not that of the Amanta we know. Snape set down his stirring rod, gazing down upon the bubbling liquid in the cauldron. From my understanding of Gemma, she is not the forgetful and disorganized head girl that McGonagall seems to believe. After all, those Gryffindors are notoriously unreliable. Even though he had previously attempted to knock her off her broom during the competition, Snape scoffed. I have always held contempt for such futile kindness. Godfather, Draco shook his head, resolutely stating, while we may occasionally engage in petty retaliation against unfriendly classmates, I believe she would not act in such a manner in this dire situation. Very well, Snape huffed again.
well,
I employed the legilimency on Merlin and probed for any traces of dark magic and curses upon her. And the result? Draco's eyes brightened as he eagerly inquired, Godfather? Snape regarded the thick liquid in the vast cauldron with an inscrutable expression. But I found nothing. Chapter 97. You will be the first offering. Draco stared blankly at Snape, feeling his body grow progressively colder. What had the godfather just said? He found nothing?
how could that be?
The godfather was a renowned master of defense against the dark arts and a genius in both legilimency and occlumency. If he could not discern anything, then only two possibilities remained. 1. Amanta had truly changed her nature, though Draco deemed this entirely implausible. Thus, the second possibility was that whoever controlled Amanta was certainly more formidable than the godfather. The options were dismally few. Draco gazed at Snape, his face unusually pale, his lips quivering slightly. Every nuance of his expression was captured by Snape's keen eyes. Is he truly frightened? Could it be that the Dark Lord has taken residence within her? Draco couldn't help but recall that fateful night in the Forbidden Forest, the terrifying visage of Quirrell, and the ghastly pallor of the Dark Lord's face, with his blood-red, eerie eyes and snake-like nostrils. A shiver coursed through him. I suspect this matter is far more intricate than it seems. Snape leisurely resumed stirring the potion, moving the stick counterclockwise. Unlike Quirrell, she does not possess a discernible face. Yet I remain skeptical of her connection to the Dark Lord. This is the crux of the issue. Snape turned a page of the thick tome, filled with myriad complex symbols. When Minerva found Spall, he had been obliviated, reduced to a state of near idiocy. Professor McGonagall had no choice but to write to his parents. Spall was currently in the hospital wing, but they were deliberating on transferring him to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies. Amanta has consistently asserted that the Golden Snitch was crafted into a portkey by some pranksters, transporting them to the Shrieking Shack. How could Spall have landed and broken his leg, only to bind himself so securely? Setting aside the question of how he was bound, how do we explain that Spall was subjected to the Obliviate charm? Draco could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Who did this? And have you examined their wands?" "We have also inspected her wand. She did not cast the Obliviate charm, nor did Spall's wand." "Well, that's not particularly surprising," Draco pondered. "If I were responsible for all this, I certainly wouldn't make my intentions so glaringly obvious, would I?" According to this so-called Amanta, it was likely someone who later visited the Shrieking Shack, a liar through and through. The perpetrator behind all this need not be the Dark Lord, after all. He lacks a physical form. I suspect one of his minions may be lurking within Hogwarts. Draco voiced his theory. After all, the current Voldemort cannot stealthily infiltrate Hogwarts and transform the Golden Snitch into a portkey. Snape's stirring faltered momentarily as he spoke softly. "I may have already deduced a potential suspect, though I cannot be certain. It is merely a possibility." "Who?" Draco inquired immediately. Snape's countenance darkened. "I fear this is not information you are privy to." "Very well, Professor. I respect your decision." Despite his words, Draco's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Snape's expression softened slightly. "This matter, I believe, must be reported to Dumbledore." Draco's eyes widened in alarm. "Oh no, Harry." He suddenly recalled that Harry had just volunteered to follow Amanta. If Amanta is indeed the Dark Lord, or a Death Eater, whatever the case may be, then Harry is certainly in grave danger. "Harry, you have been following me for quite some time." Amanta halted before a bookshelf in the second-floor library, extracting a book and suddenly raising her voice in a tone of indifference. With the end of term still far off and the weekend presenting a rare opportunity for leisure, the library remained as desolate as ever. "You found me," Harry said, taking a deep breath as he emerged from behind the shelf. "What do you want?" "I've warned you before. Do not seek me out again." Amanta lifted her eyelids, her impatience evident. Harry hesitated, taking a step toward Amanta, arms outstretched as if to explain himself, yet uncertain of where to begin. Amanta warily stepped back. "What do you intend to do? If you continue speaking like that, I will inform the professors that a boy is stalking me, severely disrupting my life." "Amanta, relax. I mean no harm. I merely wish to see you." Harry quickly raised his hands in a gesture of peace. Amanta drew her wand, pointing it at him. "Leave, or your fate may mirror that of the unfortunate oaf." Harry retreated a step, glancing back to ensure he did not collide with anything. "Casting spells is forbidden in the library," he implored earnestly. He could hardly believe that Amanta was not the original Amanta. Draco's words seemed peculiar, and he had not fully accepted them. Nevertheless, he decided to investigate for himself. Yet, aside from her behavior, Amanta appeared unchanged. As Harry pondered Draco's words, Amanta coldly uttered a spell. Petrificus totalis. By the time Harry realized what was happening, his hand had merely begun to reach for his robe's inner pocket. Unprepared, he fell backward to the floor. As he landed, Amanta swiftly cast a silencing charm, muffling the sound of his fall. At this hour, the library was nearly devoid of patrons, especially in the depths of the shelves. As long as no loud noise was made, no one would venture here. "Encountering me is your misfortune, Potter," she said, revealing a chilling smile that sent shivers down his spine. That expression was so foreign, it would never have graced Amanta's face. Although a wizard of Muggle descent might be more impressive, you, Potter, seem no different from your Muggle origins. Most importantly, you are utterly detestable. You are the reason for my future failures." Amanta kicked him forcefully. Harry was turned over by the force of her kick, and he heard his glasses crack under the pressure against the ground. "Let you be the first sacrifice." Chapter 98. The Mist That Buries All Things. Surrounding her was a shroud of mist, milky, damp, and chilling, burying everything within its embrace. Its origins were unknown, as were its destinations. She walked forward, numb and bewildered. Amanta had lost track of how long and how far she had traversed in this fog, step by step, like an inexhaustible automaton. Gradually, unbeknownst to her, the mist seemed to dissipate, allowing the surrounding scenery to slowly materialize. At some point, Amanta suddenly realized she was traversing a street. This was an exceedingly ancient thoroughfare, appearing as if it belonged to a bygone century, with a surface not of cobblestones, but rather a compacted earthen path. A horse-drawn carriage sped past her, stirring up a cloud of dust that caused the pedestrians nearby to cough incessantly. Along the roadside, small vendors had set up their stalls, their attire whimsical and archaic. Amanta, as if by instinct, continued along this path as she had arrived. However, she soon became aware that something was amiss. For instance, it seemed that everyone around her was oblivious to her presence. A drunken man staggered towards her, reeking of fermented alcohol. He ambled along, swaying his head and waving a flask at unfamiliar passers-by, nearly colliding with them on several occasions. The pedestrians fanned the foul air with their hands, grimacing as they sidestepped him. Amanta, too, moved aside as the intoxicated man approached. Yet, as he wobbled past her, he suddenly lurched, tilting towards her. Instinctively, Amanta stretched out her arm to shield herself from his impending collision. But to her astonishment, her eyes widened in disbelief. The drunken man's shoulder inexplicably passed through her arm and body as he tumbled to the ground, sprawling awkwardly and letting out a belch. Yet, the onlookers remained entirely unaware of this horrifying situation. Amanta instinctively raised her hand, only to realize that her body was translucent. She felt a twinge of surprise. Yet it lacked any profound sense of shock or fear. She quickly accepted her current state. Am I dead? Is this merely a soul? She lowered her gaze, extending her semi-transparent fingers, murmuring to herself.
No, dir Amanta.
A feminine voice resonated from behind her. Although she was uncertain who this Amanta was, she instinctively felt as though the name was calling her. Turning around, she beheld a young woman standing at the corner of a nearby alley, smiling and gazing at her. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with ice-blue eyes akin to glacial waters and soft, golden curls cascading gracefully. Her presence infused the dusty street with a sense of sunshine and warmth. It seemed, then, that this woman might genuinely be speaking to her.
Can you see me?
Amanta attempted to point to herself, inquiring of the woman. Of course. Come to me, Amanta. The woman beckoned her forth. Amanta felt as if her legs were enchanted, moving towards her. Countless questions swirled within her mind. Does she truly call me Amanta? Who is this woman? What is our connection? Where am I? Just as she was about to voice her confusions, to lay bare the turmoil in her heart. As she drew closer to the woman, an inexplicable sensation enveloped her. The air surrounding the woman seemed suffused with a tranquil aura, instantly enveloping her and providing a sense of reassurance to the questions that lingered in her heart, even though she remained unaware of their answers. Suddenly, she found herself devoid of any inquiries. Follow me, Amanta, the woman beckoned, turning towards a narrow alley behind her. All right, Amanta instinctively replied, trailing behind the woman. Strangely, she harbored no further questions about why she should follow this stranger, as if accompanying her were her destined role. The woman guided her through the dim and narrow passageway. They walked in silence for what felt like an eternity. As they neared the end, Amanta suddenly realized that the alley led to a bay, its scenery starkly contrasting with their current surroundings. Just as she leaned forward to catch a glimpse, the woman inquired, Aren't you curious about who I am? A gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes a blend of melancholy and brightness. Amanta shook her head, disinterested in the answer. For reasons unknown, being near this woman rendered her indifferent to the elusive questions that had once plagued her. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over her, bringing with it a bizarre urge to succumb to slumber right there on the street. It's not surprising, she yawned. The woman seemed unfazed by her reaction, extending her hand to gently wave in front of Amanta's face. You don't have much time left. With the graceful motion of her slender fingers, something cool and damp brushed against Amanta's cheek, momentarily clearing her mind. Remember, my name is Livia. All right, I understand, Amanta nodded. She was unsure why Livia insisted on sharing her name, yet it struck a familiar chord, as if she had encountered it before. Quickly abandoning her thoughts, Amanta realized that pondering her own matters was akin to grasping sand. The harder she tried, the more it slipped away. She trudged along behind Livia, her mind resembling a bowl of stirred porridge. Where are you taking me? She finally ventured to ask, having just remembered this pivotal question after their prolonged silence. Livia halted suddenly, her gaze deep and melancholic, fixed intently upon Amanta. Though she could not pinpoint what felt amiss, there was an unsettling peculiarity about the woman's expression. Shaking her dazed head, she scrutinized Livia once more. It dawned on her that Livia's eyes bore an ancient wisdom, typically found in the gaze of the elderly, which contrasted starkly with her youthful beauty, creating an unexplainable oddity. In a soft, whispering voice, Livia said, Amanta, I will take you to witness the end of everything. The end of everything, Amanta murmured. This statement, uttered by anyone else, would surely evoke a laugh from her. No one would believe such nonsense. It sounds utterly absurd. The concept of an end? An end to what? To this world? Does the world even have an end? Yet, the woman before her spoke these words with an earnestness that was striking. For reasons unknown, there was an aura about Livia that rendered her capable of convincing Amanta of anything she uttered. Amanta felt that whatever flowed from Livia's lips could hardly surprise her. If there were to be anything peculiar, it would be the strangeness of this world itself. They continued in silence, stepping out of the alley and arriving at the bay they had glimpsed from afar. Time seemed to have slipped by unnoticed, as if it had either lingered for ages or merely passed in an instant. The damp, briny sea breeze rushed towards them, while the setting sun cast its golden glow upon the water, leaving a shimmering trail of light. Perhaps startled by their presence, dozens of seagulls took flight around them, settling on boats not far away. Livia led her to the seaside dock, a humble structure devoid of anything but some damp, decaying planks. As Livia stepped onto these boards, they creaked incessantly, causing Amanda to worry that they might give way at any moment, sending them tumbling into the depths below. "Are you ready?" Livia suddenly halted, gazing into the distance over the sea. It seemed as though she were asking Amanda, yet also engaging in a soliloquy. Then, her eyes sparkled with a dazzling brilliance, akin to a resplendent gem, as radiant halos unfurled before her, spinning and emitting blinding light. Against this searing, tear-inducing illumination, Amanda could barely discern ancient, glowing inscriptions flowing within the halos. Was this magic? She had never encountered any mention of such sorcery in any tome. Even a mere glance left her feeling exhilarated and unnerved. "Are you ready?" Livia inquired once more, then lowered her gaze to the roiling waters beneath them. The halos illuminated the unfathomable depths, casting the shallowest layers in a hue reminiscent of pale blue gemstones. Were they to leap into the waters below? Amanda glanced at the chilling depths, filled with trepidation. Despite having no memories, an instinct whispered to her that she could not swim. She longed to voice her unpreparedness, but Livia offered no opportunity for further dialogue. Grasping her arm, Livia propelled them both off the dock. With a splash, the frigid sea enveloped her body instantly. The briny water surged into her mouth and nostrils, swirling within her ears and constricting her chest. Her body felt like a leaf caught in the wind, floating amidst the vast sea. Even with her eyes shut, Amanda sensed that the unfathomable darkness was suddenly pierced by something. A colossal and radiant light enveloped her form. If only she could open her eyes at that moment, she would witness the halos that had danced before Livia transform into massive beams of light. The luminous bands entwined around her, enveloping her completely. She felt her body convulsing violently, only to suddenly break free from all constraints. She writhed and abruptly rose from the ground. Yet, the surroundings had transformed utterly. She was no longer submerged in unfathomable depths of water, but instead encircled by towering flames. However, she felt no warmth from the fire. Amanda reached out to touch the flames, just as she had on the street. The fire eluded her grasp, and she could not touch it. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to step through the flames. No, she could not escape. Fire surrounded her, both outside and within. An endless expanse of flames, a vast wilderness of fire. The inferno devoured everything in its path, painting the heavens and earth in a crimson tide. The cries, wails, and lamentations coalesced into a cacophony of hellish screams. Where was this place? Amanda wandered amidst the flames, bewildered by her surroundings. Nowhere seemed more akin to a purgatory than here. She traversed the abyss of fire, walking alone. "Amanda, tell me, what do you see?" Livia's voice echoed in her mind. She spoke earnestly of what lay before her. "I see fire, an unending blaze, within which lurks a demonic visage, greedily consuming everything with its sharp fangs and long tongue. Surrounded by charred corpses, scattered remnants, infants bereft of parents, and shattered treasures, and..." Her gaze swept over the tragic scene, abruptly halting. What was that? That figure. So familiar in shape and style, she could almost be certain she beheld herself. Yet, she could scarcely recognize the reflection. The girl, or rather the future version of herself, appeared several years older, her dry, golden hair hastily tied up, dust and blood adorning it. Her robe was torn with ghastly gashes, blood seeping through the rips. She seemed to be gazing intently at something on the ground, her head bowed. From her perspective, she could only see the girl's back, half kneeling before the ruins. An overwhelming and irresistible sense of panic surged within Amanda. This scene appeared to hold significant weight, evoking a subconscious dread and despair. She fixated on the girl, her heart racing. If it were possible, she approached her. Slowly, she drew nearer to the girl. The girl remained motionless, half kneeling amidst the debris, indifferent to the sharp shards piercing her knees, allowing blood to flow freely, staining the charred ruins. She was battered and bruised, yet indifferent, her expression numb as she stared at the two bodies revealed in the wreckage. Had they not still been breathing, Amanda might have mistaken her for a corpse. Suppressing her fear, she advanced step by step towards the two bodies, eager to discover their identities. Observing their figures, It appeared that two boys, one with golden hair and the other with dark locks, were of a similar age to the girl kneeling here. She trembled as her gaze shifted towards their faces. Yet, before she could discern their features, an intense pain surged through her, as if it were splitting her head in two. Awaken, Amanta. Chapter 100. The Girls' Lavatory of the Myrtle. Amanta abruptly opened her eyes. She found herself standing before a large, stained mirror, which faintly reflected a row of peeling wooden cubicle doors. The only illumination came from a few flickering candle stubs on a shelf by the wall, casting an eerie shadow upon the walls. Where am I? How did I end up here? No, the surroundings seemed oddly familiar. She glanced around once more, confirming her suspicion. This was indeed a lavatory, and more specifically, the lavatory of Hogwarts. It bore an exact resemblance to the girls' lavatory she frequented, yet it was in a state of disrepair, as if long abandoned. Abandoned lavatory. Suddenly, she realized she was in the second-floor girls' lavatory, the very place where the weeping Myrtle often lingered. What had brought her here? Wasn't she just in the shrieking shack with Swallow and Wormtail? And those recent events, the woman, those images, and the grown-up version of herself, were they merely a dream? There was too much to ponder. She had to address each thought one at a time. First, she hesitantly raised her hand to inspect it. It was not translucent. Well, she was not dead, nor was she a ghost. This revelation provided her with a measure of comfort. Her last memory was of Wormtail slicing her shoulder with a knife and pressing Tom Riddle's diary against her wound. That diary had swiftly absorbed her blood, its Horcrux surely siphoning a portion of her life force from her essence. Instinctively, she reached for her shoulder wound. Strange, it was completely pain-free. She undid a button of her shirt and slipped her hand inside the collar. There were no injuries on her shoulder. Had a healing spell been cast? In any case, it could not have been a dream. The agony, the sinister laughter of Wormtail, all remained vivid in her mind. That name felt somewhat familiar.
Wait,
She gasped, recalling that Dumbledore had mentioned this matter. She was almost certain that the woman was her mother. The ancient surroundings, combined with the woman's resemblance to her, suggested as much. It seemed she had traversed into that era in a spiritual manner, brought forth by Livia into what appeared to be a future world. What did Livia mean by the end of everything? Did it signify the future? Was it her conclusion, or that of this world? So many questions lingered unanswered. Yet one thing was certain. Her mother appeared to possess a magic imbued with foresight. Had she foreseen everything that would transpire centuries later? Livia presented her with visions of grotesque flames, ravaged villages, and a glimpse of herself from years hence, alongside two lifeless bodies. Were they Harry and Draco? Did her arrival herald the ultimate demise of this timeline, resulting in their deaths? What was her mother attempting to convey by revealing all this? Amanta pondered, unable to resist taking a step closer to the mirror, yearning to gaze intently at the girl reflected within. Was that truly her future self? Yet, as she ventured forth, her foot collided with something uneven beneath her. What had she just kicked? Alarmed, Amanta recoiled. She looked down to find a figure sprawled upon the damp, shadowy floor. Harry. His face frozen in terror, his eyes unblinking, unmistakably petrified by a curse. The perplexity of her situation deepened. Who had cast the petrification curse upon Harry?
was it she?
With Riddle's presence, he must have intended to unlock the Chamber of Secrets. If memory served, the sink was the entrance. Hastily, she glanced toward the sink. Fortunately, the entrance had yet to be unsealed. Nevertheless, casting a sympathetic glance at the unfortunate Harry on the floor, she resolved to free him from the curse first. Finite incanatum. A spell was uttered. Harry blinked, suddenly aware of his ability to move. Harry, you can, Amanta began, but Harry, still lying on the ground, swiftly drew his wand from his pocket, pointing it at her in a panic. Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Obscuro. Thankfully, Amanta had long anticipated Harry's sudden onslaught. Protego. With a shield charm, she deflected his spells. Gritting his teeth, Harry rolled over and circled her, wand at the ready. Harry, listen to me. I have no interest in what you have to say. He cut her off harshly. Expelliarmus. Protego. Amanta had no choice but to erect her shield charm once more against his incantations. Yet Harry offered no respite, relentlessly hurling every spell he could muster. Amanta, exasperated, initiated a counterattack. Obscuro.
Chapter en un proper duel.
After her attempts to dissuade Harry proved futile, Amanta transitioned from passive defense to active engagement. They hurled spells at each other, turning the girls' lavatory into a chaotic battleground. Finally, after Harry was struck by her obscuring charm, he faltered, allowing her a fleeting moment to speak. His expression momentarily brightened, but he quickly regained his footing, assuming a defensive stance. I don't believe you. How do I know you're not deceiving me? You are definitely not Amanta.
Who are you? What do you want?
All right, Harry, it truly is me, Amanta replied, bemused and exasperated. Otherwise, why would I have cast the spell on you? Harry furrowed his brow in contemplation, still nervously pointing his wand at her. Amanta, with an air of resignation, raised her hands in a gesture of peace, indicating that she did not harbor any intentions of attacking him. Harry scrutinized Amanta for a considerable time, seemingly comparing her current demeanor to her past behavior. Well, wait a moment. After a lengthy pause, Harry broke into a radiant smile, his tone oscillating dramatically within a mere sentence. Yes, Harry, it is I. I understand you must have many questions at this moment, but this is not the time for explanations. The situation is dire. We must leave this place to seek out Dumbledore or even Snape, Amanta succinctly explained. After all, Riddle might still be lurking in some corner of her being, ready to pounce. Although she had temporarily awakened, she could not be certain that Riddle would not emerge from her body once more. She stowed her wand and approached the door to the restroom. All right, let us hurry. Seeing the seriousness etched on Amanta's face, Harry fell silent and followed her out of the restroom. Just as they stepped beyond the threshold, a sudden, excruciating pain erupted in Amanta's head. Alongside the splitting headache, the familiar wave of fatigue and drowsiness washed over her. She forced her eyes open, digging her nails into her palm to stave off the overwhelming urge to succumb to sleep. Riddle's voice echoed suddenly in her mind. I have not yet departed, Amanta.
Do not hinder me.
Are you not always proclaiming that you shall lead Slytherin to glory? Cursed be this relentless specter. She leaned against a corridor wall, bracing her forehead. Amanta? What is wrong? Harry exclaimed, rushing to her side and grasping her arm. Are you unwell? Is someone controlling you? I fear so, Amanta replied with a wry smile. You had best draw your wand, just in case of unforeseen circumstances. Harry promptly retrieved his wand. No, tell me, who is the one casting spells upon you? And where are they? It is difficult to explain, she gasped weakly. You must understand, Amanta, it is I who has inherited the will of Salazar Slytherin himself. As someone who claims to restore Slytherin's honor, do you dare defy Salazar's own decree? Riddle's voice continued to resonate within her mind. Silence. I know what you intend to do, Amanta groaned, clutching her throbbing head. Open the Chamber of Secrets, unleash the basilisk, and attack those muggle-born wizards. It is the same tired old plan. I see you do not seek to inherit Slytherin's will. Rather, you long for Hogwarts to close its doors forever. She exhaled these words in one breath, panting heavily. You simply love to spout useless rhetoric, Amanta. Do you not realize? In my eyes, you are nothing but a pitiful creature, indecisive and shackled, forever bound by trivial emotions and moral constraints. Just look at what you are doing. I, on the other hand, will resolutely eliminate those who obstruct my path. I shall ruthlessly exploit everyone, even resorting to their demise, solely to achieve my objectives, Riddle disdainfully declared. You do not even comprehend the value of your lineage. I am truly ashamed that Slytherin has produced a traitor like you. Yes, unlike you, who boasts of your half-blood status, with pride, she retorted, barely managing to hold herself upright. Her head throbbed painfully, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. Riddle's lengthy monologue felt like an incantation, exacerbating her dizziness. The diary. That very diary must be on her person. She quickly reached out to search her body, soon encountering a hard object. The diary lay nestled within her bosom. She swiftly extracted it and handed it to Harry. Harry, take this. Harry, bewildered, accepted the black-covered diary adorned with gilded corners. What is this? He inquired, flipping through its pages, which appeared to be blank and untouched. This is Voldemort's diary, Harry. I will explain later. Support me. We must find Dumbledore first. Harry, filled with concern, assisted her as they staggered forward. Meanwhile, Riddle prattled on like an elderly woman, incessantly whispering irritating remarks into Amanta's ear. In truth, I perceive a terrifying resemblance between us, both hailing from orphanages, diligent Slytherins, esteemed students in the eyes of our teachers, each harboring immense ambition. We are equally gifted and capable. Ultimately, your character and actions mirror my own remarkably. Were it not for your incessant opposition alongside Potter, I might have considered you my successor. This is profoundly disappointing. I have always valued talent, especially someone of your noble Slytherin heritage. Riddle expounded his views, pushing Amanta to the brink of impatience. Now, apart from your meaningless chatter, you have no other tricks left, do you? Once we locate Dumbledore, your fate is sealed.
You are far too naive, Amanta.
Having absorbed so much of your blood, do you truly believe you can still control your own body? What do you mean? Amanta inquired, her voice laced with caution. Riddle chuckled lightly. Observe. Suddenly, Amanta's feet ceased to obey her will. Harry looked at her in concern. Amanta, what is happening? If need be, I can carry you. Amanta, this is rather tedious. Two souls chaotically vying for control of a single body. I propose we engage in a proper duel. Shall we? A duel? Indeed. I had thought that I was destined to be the arch-nemesis of the boy beside you. Yet now, I find myself more intrigued by you. How did you manage to break free from my absolute control? Amanta longed to reveal that it was her mother who had saved her. However, the reality of that fact was so fantastical that Riddle would likely find it hard to believe.
Riddle murmured softly. Come.
Let me see who is more deserving of the title of heir to Slytherin. Chapter 102, A True Encounter with Riddle. No sooner had Riddle's words left his lips than the scenery before her began to whirl rapidly. The last image she beheld was Harry's panicked face, contorted before her into a vortex. Everything twisted into a vibrant, colorful blur, and as all things gradually faded, the world unfurled like a scroll being drawn out by invisible hands. Amanta understood well that this was not the realm of reality, but rather a corner of her own mind. Just as she had experienced moments before, she was once again swept into the vortex of consciousness, this time confronting a fragment of Voldemort's fractured soul. Riddle stood not far from her. The 16-year-old Riddle, tall and slender, possessed striking features. Both his appearance and demeanor set him apart in any crowd. A humble and gentle smile, his forte, could make nearly all his peers' hearts flutter. Yet his expression now bore a hint of savagery, distorting his handsome features. You've come, Amanta. Your presence reminds me of the time I first discovered I was a descendant of Slytherin, brimming with confidence, convinced of my invincibility. He licked his lips, a flash of red light flickering in his dark pupils. The two individuals, both believing themselves invincible and destined for greatness, had converged. Who shall prevail, I wonder, Amanta? Do not constantly compare me to yourself. It disgusts me. Amanta subtly furrowed her brow, though she had to concede that she and Riddle shared certain similarities. Both were Slytherins. Diligent and ambitious, descendants of an ancient, illustrious figure, and proud of their Slytherin heritage, this did nothing to lessen her disdain for Riddle himself. Riddle had ensnared everyone with his charming exterior and humble demeanor, yet the true Riddle was entirely different from the persona he projected. He wielded fear to oppress others, deriving pleasure from their torment. His glory was built upon the knees of Death Eaters, beneath the shadows of his adversaries. They were fundamentally not of the same ilk.
Oh.
Spare me, Amanta. Such words hold no meaning before me. I have already perused the trifles of your heart. You, like me, are conceited, believing yourself capable of great achievements, utterly unwilling to languish in mediocrity. Is that so? Amanta raised her head, casting a distant glance at him. But do you not see? Aside from these traits, I am entirely unlike you. Yes, that is precisely what disappoints me the most. Originally, you held the potential to rival me for a position, but alas, you utterly lack the cunning and audacity. Cunning and audacity. To kill and torment innocents, to threaten and intimidate. Are those the measures of cunning and audacity? You should feel pleased.
Should you not?
She retorted.
No.
Riddle's irritation was palpable. To witness a promising Slytherin stray onto a misguided path is indeed a misfortune for the house. Moreover, I am acutely aware of your intentions, and I shudder to imagine what absurdity Slytherin would descend into without my intervention. As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly unrestrained, and his fury was palpable even in his expression. Regardless of the circumstances, it is impossible for you to prevail. Amanta replied calmly. You are merely a fragment of a soul, a mere echo of Voldemort's memories from when he was 16. And what of it? Riddle scoffed dismissively. What about you? You are but a fledgling, a mere first-year student, while I am a sixth year, the most distinguished and gifted in the entire school. I have nearly explored every corner of the restricted section. Confronting you is, for me, an effortless endeavor. Amanta tilted her head. Is that so? Then by all means,
do give it a try.
I am rather astonished by your composed determination to meet your demise. Riddle pinched his chin with his pale, slender fingers, deep in thought. Then the location for our duel? Let me ponder. After tapping his chin thoughtfully, he feigned generosity and kindness. To dictate everything as the superior would indeed render me somewhat inhumane. Thus, I propose that you choose the venue and manner of our duel, if you will. Though I am not particularly fond of fairness. Riddle narrowed his eyes slightly, a strange and bloodthirsty glint flickering within them. However, I find immense amusement in watching my prey struggle in their final moments. It is utterly delightful. She was thoroughly exasperated by Riddle's duplicity. However, regarding the duel's location, Amanta had not given it much thought. Perhaps in the most detested place by Voldemort, the orphanage? Or at the home of Lily and James in Godric's Hollow. His ultimate destination? No, neither of those. In an instant, she dismissed these notions. Though these places were loathed by Riddle, placing him in a location he despised would only stoke his anger and invigorate his spirit. Conversely, the venue should be in a place he cherished, one that would allow him to lower his guard. Naturally, that place was Hogwarts. When 11-year-old Riddle first set foot in Hogwarts, much like Harry, he regarded it as his true home. Here, he found like-minded companions, rather, followers and subservients, and uncovered the meaning of his existence, realizing the Slytherin blood that coursed through his veins. Thus, the chosen location was the Slytherin common room. With a wave of his hand, the surroundings transformed as if a cardboard box had been turned inside out, instantly morphing into the visage of the Slytherin common room. It appeared somewhat more antiquated than the one Amanta was familiar with, but that was to be expected. Riddle's imagined common room naturally reflected the era to which he belonged. And the method? Riddle inquired with notable patience. You decide, Amanta replied languidly. She suddenly experienced a premonition that this duel, which thrilled Riddle, would not yield any immediate results. Fragments of images flickered before her eyes, though merely scattered visions. They were sufficient for her to infer certain truths. Could this be the power bestowed upon her by her mother? That wondrous foresight magic. At that moment, it seemed her mother's eyes had wielded a peculiar form of enchantment, those mysterious and intricate incantations, possibly a remnant of the ancient and enigmatic magic of the Merlin family, of which she knew little. Unfortunately, the Merlin family had left her nothing.
Wait.
She recalled the vault of the Merlin family at Gringotts and wondered if it concealed anything that piqued her interest. However, the present Riddle did not afford her the luxury of time to contemplate further. I wonder, Riddle said with a sinister smile, if I were you, I would not be so foolish as to allow my opponent to dictate the terms of battle while being on the back foot.
Is that so?
Perhaps it is due to your lack of confidence, Amanta retorted with a provocative grin. The fleeting images that had just appeared revealed to her that her duel with Riddle was not progressing smoothly. Furthermore, those visions made her acutely aware of another issue. This place was exceedingly fragile, as everything they currently occupied existed solely within her mind. She had already witnessed how Riddle manipulated the scenery, and if he could control it, perhaps she too could seize authority over it. Her body had likely been taken by Harry to be examined by Dumbledore or Snape, and if they had any means, Riddle's consciousness could vanish at any moment. After all, Voldemort's fragment of a soul did not truly inhabit her body like Harry did, coexisting with her. Even if the diary had absorbed too much of her blood, as long as she distanced herself from it, the bond would swiftly diminish, and Riddle's control over her body would weaken. Perhaps soon, this place would heed her command. She had entrusted the diary to Harry, and whether he discarded it or handed it to the professors, it would create a pivotal breakthrough. In any case, Riddle's situation within her body was currently exceedingly unstable. Moreover, he was merely a fragment of a soul, weak in power. The diary was insufficient to grant him a tangible form. This was evident from Riddle's desperate attempts to seize control of her body. Clearly, usurping her physical form was a more efficient and less suspect endeavor. Yet, at this moment, Riddle seemed oblivious to these considerations, wholly engrossed in the duel with Amanta. Perhaps he was impatient to extinguish her consciousness and completely dominate this body. How intriguing, Amanta, Riddle laughed boisterously. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and engage in a contest.
He drew his wand.
Utilizing every spell at your disposal, I shall refrain from employing the unforgivable curses. Such tactics render the encounter rather tedious. A duel concluded too swiftly bears an air of monotony, does it not? Amanta too drew her wand. Entral expelling curse, Riddle exclaimed. A crimson light shot forth from the tip of his wand as he sprinted toward the far end of the common room, casually seizing a candelabrum from the wall and hurling it at Amanta. This incantation, seemingly a spell for disemboweling, bore an exceptionally sinister nature. Amanta swiftly pivoted, taking refuge behind a sofa, deftly evading both Riddle's spell and the incoming candelabrum. After a moment of contemplation, she discerned that this was the result of Riddle's manipulation. However, the spell rebounded with alarming swiftness, leaving her with no option but to hastily invoke a shield charm. Protego! How pitiful to rely solely on such a spell for defense. Where is your earlier arrogance?
Come now, strike me.
Amanta crouched behind the sofa, ensuring her body remained concealed. Yet, she was not without recourse. As you wish, Wadawasi. She unleashed several Wadawasi spells, propelling objects from the Slytherin common room toward Riddle at a bullet-like velocity from various angles. Riddle retaliated with a spell of his own, Multicorphers. As he cast the spell, he simultaneously employed a levitation charm on the very sofa that sheltered Amanta. She executed a swift roll across the floor, positioning herself to glimpse the blind spot of Riddle's shield charm. just narrowly avoiding a portion of Riddle's barrage of serpents. She quickly conjured another shield charm to counter the remainder. Almost instantaneously, as the serpents disintegrated before her protective charm, she recited with remarkable rapidity, Confringo. She aimed for the vulnerable angle of Riddle's shield charm. Yet, Riddle's incantation speed was equally astonishing. Shatter. Their spells collided with a resounding crack, and moments later, they erupted in a violent explosion, shattering several nearby tables into splinters. As the battle progressed, Riddle gained an increasingly dominant position, even leaning casually against a skeletal structure. I thought you possessed some skill, Amanta. As it stands, defeating you is utterly effortless. He continued casting spells, idly toying with a skull in his hand. Once I have fully claimed the space, I shall place Harry's skull here. It has been centuries since a new skull adorned this place. And I believe the ghosts would appreciate it. Your words are plentiful, yet not a single spell has managed to strike me thus far. Amanta, while repositioning for cover, divided her focus to attempt to manipulate her surroundings. Following that familiar sensation, a tingling feeling crept across her forehead, akin to a scorpion sting. This is it.
How could this be?
Riddle paused his assault, his voice tinged with surprise. I find myself quite astonished to witness your acquisition of a measure of control. I must admit that you have begun to earn my respect. He wielded his wand with remarkable swiftness and vigor, casting spells while relentlessly appending tables and shelves, hurling the furniture about as if it were mere playthings, thereby preventing Amanta from hiding behind any object. Amanta, in turn, initiated her own offensive. She unleashed a barrage of spells, manipulating an array of objects of various sizes to target Riddle, attempting to seize control of the items he had hurled towards her and redirect them back at him. As their battle wreaked havoc in the common room, it soon became evident that few places remained for concealment. Chapter 103. The Illusion of Riddle Shatters. They found themselves with no avenue of escape. Two spells erupted simultaneously from their wands at unorthodox angles, colliding with one another. Amanta's arms tingled with tension. If her memory served her well, Riddle had just cast a spell that summoned a tempest of dust and debris. Yet, to her astonishment, their spells passed through each other's bodies without inflicting harm. She gazed in disbelief at her abdomen, where she felt no sensation at all. Riddle erupted into laughter at the expression on her face. Did you truly believe that two souls could engage in a battle of consciousness and yield any tangible outcome? He tossed his wand to the ground, declaring it merely a deceptive trick. This revelation startled Amanta somewhat. She had assumed they could indeed eliminate one another's souls in this realm. After all, the visions that had flickered before her eyes moments ago bore no resemblance to their current predicament. However, upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. Before attaining sufficient power, Riddle's audacity in dueling her while displaying such restraint, such as refraining from using unforgivable curses, was somewhat illogical. Riddle twisted his neck, his expression contorted. I merely wish to comprehend the combat style of my future adversary. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted overhead. It was akin to the onset of a violent earthquake, the floor trembling violently beneath them. Amanta and Riddle swayed precariously, crouching low to maintain their balance. Alas! It seemed that this illusory duel could not persist, likely due to some disturbance outside. As he uttered those words, a significant fissure had already appeared in the ceiling of the Slytherin common room. Dust and debris cascaded from above, and the magnificent chandelier at the center of the room plummeted, creating a deep crater in the floor. Riddle pointed at the ceiling, attempting to mend the cracks. The fissures healed at a languid pace, but just as he worked on the ceiling, another ominous crack resonated through the air. A massive crack began to extend upward from the lower edge of a window in the Slytherin common room. Riddle lowered his hands, ceasing his attempts to mend this place. It was on the verge of collapse. With an impassive demeanor, he stated this, then gazed upward at the ceiling. Yet, at this moment, his expression was no longer contorted as before. Instead, it bore a semblance of serenity. The waters of the Forbidden Lake seemed to surge through a crack in the glass, and soon, the frigid lake water rushed in through the fissure. The torrent toppled every item in the common room. In the blink of an eye, the water had reached their feet. The water level in the common room steadily rose, soon engulfing them from their ankles to their chests. Farewell, Amanta, perhaps next time. Riddle looked up at the ceiling, observing the gradual disintegration of the Slytherin common room. He lowered his head and offered Amanta a smile imbued with meaning. We have the opportunity for a true duel. As his words fell, he shattered like a broken mirror, splintering into countless shards that fell into the water. Amanta too was completely submerged in the lake's depths. Yet, it was not the lake water that overwhelmed her, but an endless darkness. After wandering in this darkness for what felt like an eternity, she awakened, truly awakened. Chapter 104. Dumbledore's visiting conversation. Amanda opened her eyes to the pristine white ceiling of Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. Dumbledore stood at her bedside. Upon noticing her awakening, his gaze, framed by his crescent-shaped glasses, turned towards her. "Child, you're awake," he said with a smile. "Yes," Samantha replied, rubbing her temples. She still felt a bit dizzy. "Professor, what just happened?" She was somewhat bewildered, pondering how Dumbledore had managed to forcibly extricate her from the dream that Riddle had drawn her into. Observing Dumbledore's leisurely demeanor, as he munched on something, she felt he was not exerting any formidable magic upon her. Moreover, regarding Riddle's attitude in the dream, she sensed that this matter was far from simply concluding. "Oh, speaking of which, Severus came by a little while ago. I heard that Madame Pomfrey mentioned you were having nightmares, so he prepared a dose of dreamless sleep for you." Dumbledore regarded her with keen interest. "It seems to have been effective, does it not? Dreamless sleep?" Amanda was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that the potion's ability to induce a dreamless slumber was the very reason for its unexpected efficacy? As for everything concerning Livia, she resolved not to disclose it to anyone. She could not predict whether revealing the future to too many might provoke significant upheaval. Yet, regarding Riddle, she hesitated, contemplating whether to share the matter with Dumbledore. Dumbledore, meanwhile, had begun to speak joyfully to himself. "The weather is delightful. It truly is a splendid afternoon. I was just in the mood to sample a ginger newt biscuit when Phileas and Harry suddenly burst into my office." Who is Phileas? Amanda quickly realized he was referring to Professor Flitwick. Dumbledore slyly blinked, and Amanda noticed he was holding a ginger salamander biscuit. He raised the biscuit and declared, "At last, I can savor my afternoon treat undisturbed. I trust you won't mind my indulgence here, Miss Merlin?" Amanda nodded. "Of course, Professor. To be honest, when I saw you faint, both Phileas and I were quite concerned. Upon closer inspection, I sensed a highly secretive trace of dark magic about you, yet we could not ascertain its source. Just when we were at a loss, Harry recalled that diary. Once he produced it, everything became clear to me." The diary, indeed. Dumbledore had long been aware of Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes, having suspected him since his school days. However, Amanda felt she should exercise caution regarding the subject of Horcruxes, feigning ignorance. After Riddle discovered the method for creating Horcruxes, Dumbledore had destroyed all books related to the topic within the school. The existence of Horcruxes was not something an ordinary student should know. "The diary? Professor, what have you uncovered?" Amanda's face betrayed her confusion. "What precisely is it?" "A powerful dark magical artifact, Miss Merlin. I believe you have already surmised that it is no ordinary diary." "Indeed, Professor." Seeing Dumbledore's continued reticence about Horcruxes, Amanda slowly voiced her suspicion. "Yet, I feel it is not that simple. I have seen a vivid vision of a 16-year-old Riddle in my dreams." "A 16-year-old Riddle?" Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. "Yes, indeed. I am aware. Tragically, some unfortunate female student likely perished as a result. I had not anticipated that he began to fragment his soul at that time." "Fragment his soul?"
Amanda feignait de mille de surprise.
"Yes, well, it is permissible to divulge a small detail now. Very few are privy to this matter. Voldemort employed a particularly malevolent dark magic to split his soul into fragments, which he embedded within certain objects. We refer to these vessels of soul fragments as Horcruxes, and the diary is one of them." "Horcruxes?" "Indeed. As far as I know, he has divided his soul into several parts, an unfathomable evil." Dumbledore sighed. "Then, Professor, how do you intend to deal with these Horcruxes?" Amanda asked, her anticipation evident. "The methods for destroying Horcruxes are exceedingly few. Perhaps Dumbledore knows of more ways to obliterate them." Dumbledore shook his head regretfully. "I am also seeking methods for their destruction. I have placed the diary in a location far removed from you. There are lamentably few texts on Horcruxes, most of which have already been obliterated. The diary is fortified with powerful protective magic, making its destruction quite a formidable task." Amanda felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, the eradication of Horcruxes proved to be no simple endeavor, and even Dumbledore was temporarily at a loss for a method to destroy it. "Very well. These matters need not concern a young child for the time being. Let us discuss something else. My friend has entrusted me with a gift for you." Dumbledore's expression transformed back into a warm smile.
"Who? What is it?"
Amanda asked, somewhat surprised. "Oh, you may find this quite astonishing. The LeMay couple has asked me to deliver the Philosopher's Stone to you." "I do not comprehend, Professor," Amanda said, her eyes widening slightly. "Hasn't Voldemort been in pursuit of it all along? Handing the Philosopher's Stone to her, regardless of her need for it, would merely make her a target. How could she withstand Voldemort's covetous gaze? On that note, there is no need for concern. You can conceal it here." Dumbledore gestured to Amanda's wrist, indicating the Philosopher's Ring. "It serves as an exceptional hiding place, far superior to Hogwarts, as the ring can mask the essence of the stone." and only those of Merlin's lineage can wield its power. I have also heard the goblins of Gringotts occasionally clamoring to seize it, but even the creators of the ring may find themselves at a loss when it comes to unlocking it. He retrieved an inconspicuous small package from his robe and handed it to Amanta. She accepted it, hesitating slightly. What will happen to the LeMay couple if the Philosopher's Stone has been entrusted to me? Although she had never met them, Dumbledore perceived her uncertainty and offered a reassuring smile. Death is akin to the relief of finally retiring to bed after a long day, and for Nicholas and Perenelle, this day has lingered far too long. They believe it is high time they embrace the true conclusion of their lives. He paused, his expression enigmatic. However, of course, this is not the primary reason. What, then, is the main reason? Amanta inquired. I regret to say, Miss Merlin, that I do not know. They merely stated that they have finally accomplished something significant, and upon its completion, they found no further reason to linger in this world. Amanta felt a sense of disorientation upon hearing Dumbledore's words. The LeMay couple claimed to have achieved something of great importance. She harbored a vague suspicion that it was likely connected to her. A conjecture flickered in her mind, yet she could not confirm it. Had Livia, through a divinatory magic, inadvertently glimpsed the apocalypse centuries hence, thus collaborating with the LeMay couple to transport her into that distant future in hopes of her salvaging it? Or had Livia seen her child thriving in that far-off era? The Merlin family had long since returned to dust. Alas, such speculations may never be substantiated. She recalled the end that Livia had unveiled to her, and her heart began to race. The enormous visage within the flames now seemed to resemble the Dark Mark. It appeared that Voldemort's power had already become overwhelmingly formidable at that time, intent on exterminating Muggles and all who opposed him. Moreover, she felt she had witnessed the demise of Draco and Harry. Her fingers tingled. It was unclear when they had become so significant, enough to unsettle her at the mere thought of it. Dumbledore stood by the window, gazing at the scenery beyond, and casually retrieved a piece of chocolate filled with liqueur from the pocket of his robe, delightfully placing it into his mouth. Would you care for a piece? Oh no. It contains a certain amount of alcohol. Fortunately, Madame Pomfrey is not present at the moment, or she would likely expel me immediately. I shan't utter a word, Professor. Amanta blinked and offered a smile, Dumbledore's tranquil joy easing her spirit somewhat. There are a few matters I wish to mention before I take my leave, Dumbledore suddenly remarked. In the months since the term began, Hogwarts has experienced several security oversights, which the Daily Prophet has reported extensively, causing quite a commotion among the parents. In response, Hogwarts has bolstered its security measures, and the Ministry of Magic has dispatched a few Aurors to oversee the safety protocols. Dumbledore appeared quite pleased, a smile gracing his features. I sincerely appreciate your efforts, Professor. Amanta breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the images of those incidents lingered in her mind like a taut string. She must strive even harder to prevent them from manifesting. Dumbledore tossed another piece of chocolate into his mouth with a twinkle in his eye. It seems it is time for me to depart. Otherwise, Madame Pomfrey will surely unleash her wrath once more. Concerning your friends, Madame Pomfrey was concerned that their presence might disturb your rest, so she sent them away. Very well, I believe they are still waiting outside. It is time to inform them to come in. I am certain they will be overjoyed to see you safe and sound.